Hello everyone, and welcome to our cozy corner of the internet. Wherever you are watching from, whether it's the hustle and bustle of a city or the quiet embrace of the countryside, I'm so glad you could join us. This time of year is truly perfect for curling up with calming stories that bring warmth and peace to our hearts. I hope you've had a fantastic day so far, filled with little moments of joy and relaxation. And if you're winding down for the night, I wish you a restful evening and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Tonight, we'll journey together through tales that transport us to magical and serene places, where worries fade and imagination takes flight. So grab a cozy blanket, maybe a cup of tea, and let's embark on this soothing adventure together. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to happen. The townsfolk, who had always lived in harmony with the gentle magic that surrounded them, found themselves puzzled by a series of peculiar events. The village itself was a picturesque tableau, with cobblestone streets winding lazily through rows of quaint thatched cottages. The air was perpetually sweet, with the scent of wildflowers mingling with the earthy aroma of dew-kissed ferns. The forest that embraced the village seemed to hum a soft, melodic tune as the wind rustled through its towering ancient trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the sky. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, dancing in a golden ballet upon the forest floor, casting shadows that seemed to playfully chase each other in the breeze. It started with the village well. Each morning, the water would mysteriously change color. One day it shimmered like liquid gold. The next, it sparkled with hues of emerald and sapphire. As villagers drew their daily water, they marveled at the kaleidoscope of colors, feeling a gentle warmth spread through their fingers as the shimmering liquid slipped through their hands. The sensation was like holding a piece of the sky, a momentary connection to something ethereal. While the water remained safe to drink, the villagers couldn't help but wonder what cosmic force was at play, as if the heavens themselves were reaching down to touch their lives. Then the village bakers' ovens began to act up. No matter what temperature they were set to, every pastry that emerged was perfectly warm. Not a single bread loaf or cookie was over or underbaked. The baker, a meticulous man named Edgar with a penchant for precision, would often be found in his shop, covered in flour, scratching his head. His eyes, usually sharp and calculating, softened with uncharacteristic bewilderment. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the village, wrapping each home in a comforting embrace, a reminder of shared meals and warm gatherings. Edgar, despite his confusion, found a new joy in his craft, as if the magic in his ovens was an invitation to loosen his rigid ways and embrace the unexpected. As the days went by, more oddities began to unfold. The blacksmith's anvil seemed to grow lighter with each swing of his hammer, producing a harmonious clang that resonated like a melody through the village square. The blacksmith, a burly man with calloused hands and a heart as warm as the forge, found unexpected joy in his work, as if each swing of his hammer was a dance with the rhythm of the universe. His laughter, a deep rumble, echoed alongside the harmonious clanging, creating a symphony that spoke of strength and joy. The cobbler's shoes never seemed to wear down, no matter how many miles were traveled in them, their soles whispering tales of distant lands. And the village gardener's plants bloomed with vibrant colors never before seen in nature, their petals whispering secrets of the forest to those who cared to listen. In the midst of these wonders, the villagers began to notice a change in their own hearts. A sense of unity grew stronger among them, as if the magic that touched their everyday lives also wove an invisible thread that connected them to each other. They gathered more frequently in the village square, sharing stories of the strange occurrences, their laughter and camaraderie echoing through the cobblestone streets. The village, once a quiet place of routine, had become a center of vibrant life and shared wonder. While these strange occurrences brought no harm, the villagers' curiosity was piqued. They formed a council of wise elders and keen young minds, determined to get to the bottom of it all. Among them was Marin, a stoic elder with deep-set eyes and a voice that commanded respect. Her wisdom was tempered by years of observing the nuances of nature and human nature alike. Her presence was a calming force, her words weaving a tapestry of knowledge and tradition. And then there was young Lucas, whose youthful exuberance often led him into mischief, but whose heart was pure and kind. His laughter was a balm to those around him, and his courage was infectious. Lucas's eyes sparkled with dreams, yet unfulfilled, and his spirit was a beacon of hope and possibility. It was little Sophie, the gardener's inquisitive daughter, who first spotted the clue that set them on the right path. One crisp autumn morning, she noticed a trail of glimmering dust leading from the village well into the deep forest. Her eyes grew wide with wonder as she traced the shimmer between the trees. The forest was alive with sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a cuckoo, and the soft murmur of a babbling brook. Sophie's heart beat in sync with the forest's pulse, each step drawing her deeper into its embrace. Her senses were heightened, each sound and scent a note in the symphony of the world around her. Sophie gathered the council, her voice a blend of excitement and urgency, and they ventured forth, following the ethereal trail deeper into the woods than they'd ever dared go before. The path felt warm and inviting, and the dappled sunlight danced among the leaves in a golden glow that seemed to whisper secrets of a world hidden just beyond the veil of reality. They moved with a sense of purpose, each footfall echoing with a quiet reverence for the mysteries they sought to uncover. As they journeyed deeper, the forest revealed its wonders. A chorus of birds sang in harmonious symphony, and beams of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming honeysuckle. The deeper they delved, the more the forest seemed to breathe with a life of its own, its magic a tangible presence that both soothed and stirred the soul. The group felt a strange kinship with the forest, as if its magic had always been a part of them, waiting to be acknowledged. During their journey, Marin found herself reflecting on her life, the choices she had made, and the wisdom she had gained. As she walked beneath the towering trees, she felt a profound sense of peace and understanding. She realized that the magic surrounding them was not just an external force, but something that existed within each of them, a reflection of their hopes, dreams, and fears. This realization softened her heart, allowing her to connect more deeply with those around her. Lucas, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement and possibility. The forest's magic fueled his dreams of adventure, whispering tales of distant lands and untold stories. He imagined himself as a brave explorer, discovering new worlds and sharing his experiences with the village. His heart swelled with the promise of what could be, and he vowed to embrace every opportunity that life presented. At last, they reached a clearing where the dust trail converged in a brilliant swirl, and there, perched among the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, sat the most peculiar little creature they'd ever seen. The sprite was a vision of whimsy, with twinkling eyes that mirrored the stars and a cloak of iridescent leaves that seemed to flutter even in stillness. His presence was a symphony of colors and light, a living tapestry woven from the essence of the forest itself. The air around him shimmered with a gentle luminescence, casting a warm glow that touched the hearts of all who beheld him. With a warm smile spreading across his wrinkled features, the strange being raised a finger to his lips. "Shh, dear friends," he whispered in a voice like tinkling bells that resonated with an uncanny warmth. "Can you not sense the magic at work here?" His words were like a gentle breeze, carrying the promise of untold wonders and forgotten tales. The council stood in hushed awe, the weight of the moment settling over them like a gentle snowfall. This whimsical little fellow was a sprite, a guardian of the forest's magic. His presence was serene yet commanding, and the air seemed to hum with an energy that connected them all to something much greater. The villagers felt a warmth spread through their beings, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all life. "You see," the sprite explained with a twinkle in his eye, "the balance of nature was being disrupted by forces outside our borders. So I've been going about sprinkling enchantments to help set things right." The townsfolk listened, captivated, as he regaled them with tales of how he'd imbued the well with ever-changing vitality to replenish the streams and springs, each droplet a song of renewal. How he'd blessed the baker's ovens so no morsel went to waste, ensuring the village would always be nourished. How he'd lightened the blacksmith's load, and reinforced the cobbler's shoes so materials weren't squandered. And those magnificent blooms in your garden? He grinned at Sophie, his eyes twinkling with mischief and affection, a mere glimpse of the beauty that awaits should we choose to cherish this wondrous forest. His words were an invitation to see the world anew, to recognize the magic in everyday life. From that day forth, the villagers saw their world through new eyes. No longer did they take the magic around them for granted. They tended their environment with gentle hands, conserved and recycled, and passed down the sprite's wisdom to all who followed. The village thrived, its harmony with the forest deepening with each passing season. Marin found her heart softening, as the newfound magic awakened a forgotten sense of wonder within her. She began to share stories of old, weaving them with new insights, creating a tapestry of wisdom that enriched the lives of all who listened. Lucas, inspired by the sprite's tales, began to dream of adventures beyond the village, always returning with stories that enriched their lives. His journeys brought new knowledge and appreciation for the world, weaving connections that strengthened the village's bond with the forest and its magic. And though strange little enchantments would still crop up now and again, the people knew it was their whimsical friend hard at work, keeping the intricate balance of nature evergreen and aglow with possibilities. The village became a place of stories and dreams, where the line between magic and reality danced like the flickering shadows of the forest, leaving all who lived there forever enchanted. The villagers learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to see the wonders in the smallest details, and to believe in the magic of their world. As seasons turned and generations passed, the village remained a beacon of harmony, its story woven into the very fabric of the forest, a testament to the magic that lies within those who choose to listen, to see, and to believe. The village and the forest became one, their stories entwined, a living legacy of magic, wonder, and the enduring power of harmony with the natural world. In the years that followed, the village continued to flourish. New families arrived, drawn by whispers of a place where magic and reality existed in perfect harmony. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, sharing the tales of the sprite and the lessons learned from the forest's enchantments. Each newcomer added their own stories and dreams to the vibrant tapestry of village life, enriching the community with diverse perspectives and experiences. Marin, now a revered elder, became a mentor to the young and curious, guiding them in the ways of the forest and the magic that lay within. Her wisdom was a beacon of light, illuminating the path for those who sought to understand the mysteries of the world. Under her gentle tutelage, a new generation learned to nurture the delicate balance between humanity and nature, ensuring the legacy of harmony would endure. Lucas, fueled by his adventures beyond the village, brought back tales of distant lands and wondrous discoveries. His stories inspired the villagers to dream big and embrace the unknown, reminding them that the world was vast and full of possibilities. He became a bridge between the village and the wider world, forging connections that strengthened the bonds of community and fostered a spirit of unity. As the village continued to thrive, the sprite remained a constant presence, weaving enchantments that kept the balance of nature intact. His twinkling eyes watched over the villagers, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of them. The villagers in turn honored him by caring for the forest and cherishing the wonders it bestowed upon them. And so the village and the forest grew together, their stories intertwined in a dance of magic and reality. The villagers learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to see the wonders in the smallest details, and to believe in the magic of their world. They embraced the enchantments that touched their lives, knowing that they were part of something greater, a living legacy of magic, wonder, and harmony with the natural world. As seasons turned and generations passed, the village remained a beacon of light and hope, its story woven into the very fabric of the forest. It stood as a testament to the magic that lies within those who choose to listen, to see, and to believe. The village and the forest became one, their stories entwined, a living legacy of magic, wonder, and the enduring power of harmony with the natural world. Story 2. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there was a quaint little village named Larkspur Hollow. This village was known far and wide for its lush meadows and the gentle brook that wove through it like a silver ribbon. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, and their homes were tucked neatly between towering oaks and whispering willows. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the soft hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom. The cobbled paths of the village echoed with the soft chatter of villagers and the occasional trill of a bird, as vibrant as the flowers that line the streets. In this peaceful village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was an adventurous soul, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. His days were spent exploring the woods that bordered his home, always in search of something new and wondrous. He had an insatiable curiosity about the world around him, often finding himself lost in daydreams about hidden worlds and magical creatures. His room was filled with sketches of fantastical beasts and maps of imagined landscapes, showing the depth of his yearning for the extraordinary. One could often find Finn sitting by the brook, its waters whispering secrets only he could hear. He would close his eyes and imagine a world beyond the forest, filled with creatures that danced under moonlight and trees that sang ancient songs. The villagers would smile fondly as they watched him, their hearts warmed by the boy's boundless imagination. Finn's presence was a gentle reminder of the innocence and wonder that often lay forgotten in the hearts of adults. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Finn set out on another of his woodland adventures. The air was cool, and the leaves crunched underfoot as he walked. The forest seemed to stretch infinitely before him, its canopy a kaleidoscope of golds and reds. Each breath he took was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of discovery. The sun's rays danced through the branches, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, as if inviting Finn to join in a grand game of hide-and-seek. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he noticed a peculiar glint among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Kneeling down, he discovered a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth by time. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, spirals, and swirls that seemed to dance beneath his fingers in the dappled sunlight. Each curve and line told a story, whispering secrets of craftsmen long forgotten and the hands that had lovingly shaped it. Finn's fingers tingled with excitement as he lifted the box into the light. It was adorned with intricate patterns, spirals, and swirls that seemed to move as he watched. He opened it carefully and found inside a small, shimmering orb. It was no larger than a marble, yet it glowed with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. The orb's luminescence painted Finn's face with a warm glow, reflecting the awe and wonder that filled his heart. As Finn held the orb in his palm, he felt a warmth spread through him, as though he had been wrapped in a cozy blanket. The forest around him seemed to hold its breath, and he heard a faint whisper on the wind, almost like a distant melody calling to him. Curious and a little unsure, Finn tucked the orb back into the box, feeling a sense of connection to something much larger than himself. He decided to return to the village to seek advice, the weight of the box a comforting presence in his hands. As he made his way back, Finn couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching him, its ancient eyes filled with both curiosity and expectation. The path seemed alive, guiding him gently back to Larkspur Hollow, where the villagers went about their day as usual. But Finn had a sense that something extraordinary was about to unfold. The wind carried the scent of baking bread and the laughter of children, grounding him in the familiar, even as his mind raced with possibilities. He hurried to the cottage of Old Maeve, the village storyteller and keeper of legends. Her wisdom was sought by all, and she was known to possess a vast knowledge of the mystical and arcane. Her cottage was a place where time seemed to pause, filled with the rustling of pages and the soothing crackle of a fire that never seemed to fade. The walls were lined with shelves of ancient tomes and curiosities from lands far and near, each with its own tale waiting to be told. Old Maeve's home was a treasure trove of books and trinkets, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of herbs and spices. As Finn entered, Maeve looked up from her knitting with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, young Finn, what brings you to this old woman's door?" she asked, her voice a gentle melody that wrapped around him like a warm embrace. Finn carefully placed the box on the table and opened it to reveal the orb. "I found this in the forest, by the old oak tree. Do you know what it is?" he asked, his voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of apprehension. Maeve's eyes widened slightly, and she leaned in to take a closer look. "Ah, this is a rare find indeed, my dear boy. This orb is known as the heart of the forest. It is said to hold the very essence of the woodland itself, a gift from the ancient spirits that dwell within." Her voice brimmed with reverence, as if she were speaking of a long-lost friend finally returned. Finn listened intently as Maeve continued. "Legends tell of a hidden world, a realm where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blur, and where magic flows as freely as the brook through our village. The heart of the forest is a key to this world, but it must be used with wisdom and care." Her words painted vivid images in Finn's mind, each more wondrous than the last. The boy's heart raced with the thrill of adventure. "What should I do with it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile magic of the moment. Maeve pondered for a moment, then said, "The orb has chosen you for a reason, Finn. Perhaps it is time for you to embark on a journey, one that may lead to the hidden world. But remember, the true magic lies not in what you find, but in how you choose to use it." Her words were a gentle reminder of the responsibility that came with such a gift. With Maeve's words echoing in his mind, Finn thanked her and left, clutching the box tightly. That night, as the stars shimmered in the velvet sky, he lay in bed contemplating his next move. His thoughts were a whirlwind of possibilities, and he finally decided to set out at dawn. The night wrapped around him like a comforting blanket, the moonlight weaving stories across his ceiling as he drifted into dreams. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Finn was already on his way, the orb safely tucked in his satchel. He walked deeper into the forest than he had ever dared before, guided by a sense of purpose and the faint melody he had heard earlier. The forest seemed to breathe with him, each step a shared rhythm in a dance as old as time itself. The forest seemed to shift around him, trees bending and swaying in a dance as old as time. The air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves, and Finn could feel the presence of unseen eyes watching him with gentle curiosity. He wondered if the stories he had heard were true, if the very trees and stones held memories of ages past. Each rustle in the underbrush, each bird call, was a promise of secrets waiting to be uncovered. It wasn't long before he reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where the grass was as soft as a feather bed. In the center stood a grand archway made of intertwining branches and wildflowers. Finn instinctively knew this was the gateway to the hidden world. The archway shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within, its form both solid and ethereal, as if it existed in two worlds at once. Taking a deep breath, he held the orb aloft. The light within it flared brightly, casting a warm glow over the clearing. The melody grew stronger, and the archway began to shimmer, the air around it rippling like water. It was as though the very fabric of reality was bending to welcome him into its embrace. With a heart full of wonder and excitement, Finn stepped through the archway and into the hidden world. The realm he entered was unlike anything he had imagined. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors and enchanting sounds. The sky was a brilliant azure, and the trees were adorned with blossoms that sparkled like jewels. Birds of every hue flitted between branches, their songs mingling into a harmonious chorus. The air was alive with the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers, a symphony of aromas that danced around him. Finn wandered through this magical land, his senses alive with the beauty around him. He soon discovered that the hidden world was home to many gentle creatures, each with their own unique charm. There were tiny fairies with gossamer wings, wise old tortoises that moved with the grace of time itself, and deer with antlers like branches, crowned with blooming flowers. Each creature he encountered added a new layer to the rich tapestry of this enchanted realm. As Finn explored, he met a small, fluffy creature named Whiskers. Whiskers had eyes that twinkled with mischief, and a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own. Though initially wary, Whiskers quickly warmed up to Finn, and the two became fast friends. Whiskers introduced Finn to the hidden world with a playful enthusiasm, their laughter echoing through the trees like bells on the wind. Together, Finn and Whiskers embarked on many adventures, discovering hidden nooks and crannies of this wondrous world. They climbed sparkling waterfalls, danced with the wind on open meadows, and shared stories with the wise creatures they met along the way. Each discovery was a new chapter in their shared story, each adventure a testament to the strength of their growing friendship. One day, as they sat beside a bubbling brook, Whiskers confided in Finn about the hidden world's history. "Long ago, this place was different," Whiskers said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "The magic here was pure and untainted, but over time, shadows have crept in, sowing seeds of doubt and fear." Whiskers' eyes, usually filled with mischief, now held a depth of sadness that tugged at Finn's heart. Feeling the weight of Whiskers' words, Finn was determined to understand more about the shadow that loomed over this beautiful world. He began asking questions, his mind a whirlwind of curiosity and concern. What were these shadows, and how had they come to darken such a vibrant realm? What could he do to help? Each day was filled with laughter and learning, and Finn found himself growing in ways he had never imagined. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the forest, and to see the magic in the everyday. The hidden world became a mirror, reflecting parts of himself he had never before seen, and he embraced the journey of self-discovery with open arms. But as the days passed, Finn began to sense a growing unease among the inhabitants of the hidden world. The once vibrant colors seemed muted, and the joyous songs of the birds grew somber. He knew something was amiss, and he felt a responsibility to help. The weight of the heart of the forest in his satchel became a constant reminder of the task that lay ahead. Consulting with Whiskers, Finn decided to seek out the guardian of the forest, an ancient being known for its wisdom and strength. The journey to the guardian's dwelling was long and arduous, filled with challenges that tested Finn's resolve and courage. But Finn's determination never wavered, each step fueled by the hope of restoring the magic and joy to this beloved world. As they traversed the land, the path ahead seemed to shift and change, as if the forest itself was guiding them toward their destination. Finn's senses were heightened, each rustle of leaves and song of the wind a message from the world around him. He felt a profound connection to the land, a bond that grew stronger with each step he took. At last, they arrived at a serene glade where the guardian resided. It was a majestic creature, with eyes as deep as the ocean, and a presence that radiated calm and authority. The guardian greeted Finn with a nod, acknowledging the orb he carried. The air around the guardian shimmered with an ethereal light, a testament to the ancient power it held. "Brave young one," the guardian spoke, its voice resonant and soothing. "You have come at a time of great need. The balance of our world is threatened, and only with the heart of the forest can it be restored." The guardian's words were a solemn reminder of the gravity of the situation, yet they also carried a note of hope that resonated deep within Finn. Finn listened intently as the guardian explained that a shadow had fallen over the hidden world, a darkness that crept in through the cracks of fear and doubt. The heart of the forest was the key to dispelling this shadow, but it required the pure intentions and courage of a true heart. The task was daunting, yet Finn felt a stirring of resolve within him, a flame that burned brighter with each passing moment. Determined to help his newfound friends, Finn offered the orb to the guardian. The guardian touched it with a gentle paw, and the orb began to glow brighter than ever before. Finn felt a surge of warmth and hope wash over him, as if the very essence of the forest was flowing through him. It was a moment of profound connection, a merging of his spirit with the ancient magic of the hidden world. With the guidance of the guardian, Finn and Whiskers embarked on a quest to spread light and joy throughout the hidden world. They visited every corner of the realm, sharing smiles, laughter, and stories. They reminded the creatures of the beauty and magic that surrounded them, encouraging them to embrace the light within their hearts. Each act of kindness, each shared moment of joy, was a step toward dispelling the shadows. Slowly but surely, the shadow began to recede, replaced by the vibrant colors and harmonious sounds that had once filled the hidden world. The birds sang with renewed vigor, and the flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Finn saw the joy returning to the eyes of the creatures, and he realized that the magic of the hidden world was as much about its inhabitants as its landscapes. The transformation was a testament to the power of hope and the resilience of the heart. The transformation was not just in the world around him, but within Finn as well. He had learned the power of friendship, the importance of hope, and the magic of believing in oneself. The journey had changed him, each step a lesson, each moment a memory etched into the fabric of his being. As the last remnants of the shadow faded, the guardian appeared once more, its eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done well, young one. The hidden world is safe, thanks to your courage and kindness." The guardian's words filled Finn with a profound sense of fulfillment, a feeling that transcended the boundaries of the hidden world. Finn smiled, his heart full of joy and contentment. He knew it was time to return to his village, but he carried with him the lessons and memories of his incredible journey. The hidden world had become a part of him, a treasure trove of experiences that would forever shape his life. With a heavy heart and a promise to return, he bid farewell to his friends and stepped back through the archway. The forest welcomed him home with open arms, its familiar sights and sounds wrapping around him like a warm embrace. The path seemed to hum with a gentle melody, a reminder of the hidden world's magic that lingered in his heart. Back in Larkspur Hollow, Finn shared his adventures with the villagers, his tales inspiring wonder and imagination in all who listened. He had grown in ways he never thought possible, and his heart was forever touched by the magic of the hidden world. His stories became a bridge, connecting the mundane with the extraordinary, the known with the unknown. And so, the boy who had once dreamed of hidden worlds and magical creatures found that the true magic was not in the places he visited, but in the friendships he forged, the lessons he learned, and the kindness he shared. The hidden world had taught him that magic was not just a destination, but a journey, one that continued to unfold with each passing day. As the years went by, Finn often returned to the forest, the heart of the forest still glowing softly in its wooden box. Each visit was a reminder of the incredible journey he had taken and the hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. The forest remained a sanctuary, a place where the lines between reality and imagination blurred, and where the heart could find its truest expression. And so, the tale of Finn and the hidden world became a cherished legend in Larkspur Hollow, a story passed down through generations, a gentle reminder that magic is all around us if we only have the courage to seek it and the wisdom to see it. The villagers embraced the story, finding in it a source of inspiration and wonder, a testament to the power of dreams and the enduring magic of the heart. In the warmth of the hearth and the comfort of a cozy home, the villagers would gather to hear Finn's tale, their hearts filled with the wonder and joy that only a bedtime story can bring. And as they drifted off to sleep, they carried with them the promise of adventure, the power of friendship, and the magic of believing in the impossible. The story of Finn and the hidden world became a beacon, a light that shone brightly in the hearts of all who heard it, a reminder that magic was not just a fairy tale, but a part of the world, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. The end. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the stream sang of legends long past, there lived a community of gentle creatures. This forest, known as Verdancia, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like the mist that often settled at dawn, weaving a tapestry of enchantment that cradled all who called it home. The dew-kissed air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sun's rays danced like liquid gold through the canopy, casting intricate patterns upon the forest floor. The creatures of Verdancia were as diverse as the forest itself. There were the wise owls, whose feathers bore the hues of twilight, and whose eyes gleamed with the light of countless moons, reflecting the wisdom of ages. Their hoots echoed through the night, a serene symphony that lulled the forest to sleep. There were the nimble deer, whose hooves barely touched the ground as they danced through the dappled shadows, their movements a graceful ballet of nature. And there were the curious rabbits, whose noses twitched with an unending sense of wonder, their soft fur contrasting with the vibrant green of the ferns and moss that carpeted the forest floor. all lived under the guiding hand of the great oak, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose gnarled branches stretched skyward like the arms of an ancient guardian. The great oak was more than just a tree. It was the heart of verdancia, its roots deeply entwined with the magic that flowed through the land. The network of roots, known as the heartwood, spread out beneath the forest floor, connecting all the trees and creatures in an invisible web of life. It pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic energy that could be felt in the soil itself, a comforting reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. The air around the great oak was thick with the scent of age and wisdom, a testament to the eons it had witnessed. Among these creatures was a wise and gentle fox named Rowan. Rowan's fur was the color of autumn leaves, a fiery blend of red and gold, and his eyes mirrored the emerald canopy above, capturing the light like precious gems. Rowan was known throughout the forest for his wisdom, and creatures from far and wide would seek his counsel. He had learned much from the forest, listening to the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of the streams. It was said that the heartwood itself whispered its secrets to him, secrets that he guarded with a quiet dignity. He had a love for the stories of old, finding in them the lessons of balance and harmony that the forest so treasured. Rowan's days were spent traversing the forest, learning its mysteries and sharing his knowledge with those who sought it. He was a creature of habit, yet his heart was open to the unknown, to the whispers of adventure that drifted through the trees. His keen senses could detect the faintest shifts in the forest's balance, and it was this gift that led him to a discovery that would change everything. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist lifted to reveal a sky painted with the softest hues of pink and orange, Rowan awoke to a whisper that was different from the usual melody of the forest. It was a call, carried on the cool breeze, beckoning him to the edge of the forest, where the light of the rising sun met the shadows of the trees. The air was charged with anticipation, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what was to come. As he padded softly through the undergrowth, the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, a tapestry of colors beneath his paws. The forest was alive with the sounds of morning, the chirping of birds welcoming the day, the rustle of small creatures starting their daily routines, and the distant, rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker. Each sound was a note in the symphony of life, a reminder of the harmony that reigned in verdancia. Rowan reached the edge of the forest where the great oak stood, its ancient bark etched with the stories of generations. He sat at its base, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from its mighty trunk. The great oak spoke in a voice as deep as the earth, resonant and wise, each word a rumble that seemed to awaken the very ground. "Rowan," it said, its voice carrying the weight of ages, "the balance of our beloved forest is shifting. A shadow approaches, not of darkness but of imbalance. The cycle of seasons is threatened, and with it the harmony we hold dear." Rowan listened intently, his heart steady but concerned. "How can we restore this balance?" he asked, his voice soft yet resolute, his eyes reflecting the determination that burned within him. "The answer lies in the season's stone," the great oak replied. "It is a gem of unparalleled beauty, hidden deep within the forest where the four seasons meet. It holds the power to restore balance, but it must be found by one of pure heart and steadfast purpose." Rowan nodded, understanding the gravity of the task ahead. The season's stone was a legendary artifact, one that had not been seen for countless years. It was said to be a source of immense power, capable of influencing the very essence of nature itself. The tales of old spoke of its ability to bring harmony to chaos, to heal what was broken. Determined to protect his home, Rowan set off on his journey. The path was not an easy one, for the forest was vast and filled with unexpected challenges. But Rowan was not alone. Along his journey, he was joined by an unlikely band of companions, each bringing their own unique strengths to the quest. First was Luna, the owl, whose wise eyes could see in the darkest of nights. Her feathers carried the cool, comforting scent of the evening breeze, and she could navigate the forest's hidden paths with ease. Luna's presence was a beacon of hope, her silent flight a testament to her grace and wisdom. She had seen many things from her perch high above, and her knowledge of the forest's secrets was invaluable. Next was Bramble, the deer, whose graceful movements were as silent as the falling leaves. His presence was calming, like the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. Bramble's heart was as vast as the forest itself, his spirit unyielding. He was a guardian of the forest, his loyalty to verdancia unwavering. His gentle nature belied a strength that would prove vital in the days to come. Lastly, there was Thistle, the rabbit, whose boundless curiosity and quick thinking often led them to unexpected discoveries. Thistle's fur was as soft as the downy clouds that drifted across the sky, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. He was the heart of their group, his laughter a balm to their weary souls. Despite his small size, Thistle's bravery was unmatched, his determination an inspiration to all. Together they ventured deeper into the heart of verdancia, where the magic was strongest and the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. As they journeyed, the forest revealed its wonders to them. They crossed streams that sparkled like liquid crystal, where delicate water lilies floated like stars upon the surface. The gentle babble of the water was a soothing melody, a reminder of the life that coursed through the forest. They passed fields of wildflowers that swayed in harmony with the gentle sigh of the wind, their colors vibrant and alive. The scent of lavender and honeysuckle filled the air, a fragrant tapestry that enveloped them in its embrace. Each step brought new revelations, new wonders that spoke of the magic that lay at the heart of verdancia. Their journey was not without its trials. They faced sudden storms that swept through the forest with a fury, leaving behind a trail of fallen branches and scattered leaves. But with Luna's guidance, they found shelter among the ancient trees whose roots provided a safe haven. The storms were fierce, yet they were a reminder of the power of nature, of the balance that must be maintained. They encountered patches of dense fog that obscured their path, but Bramble's keen senses led them through, trusting in the rhythm of the forest to guide them. The fog was a veil that hid the world from view, yet it was also a cloak that protected them from unseen dangers. It was a test of their resolve, a challenge that they faced together. In moments of quiet, as they rested beneath the starlit sky, Rowan pondered the lessons of the forest. He realized that each creature, each leaf, each stone played a part in the grand tapestry of life. The balance they sought to restore was not a single thread, but an entire weave, a harmony that resonated through all things. As the journey progressed, Rowan's companions revealed more of themselves, their stories weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the quest. Luna, who had always watched the forest from above, confessed her longing to understand the creatures she guided. She spoke of her desire to bridge the worlds of sky and earth, to be a guardian not just in sight, but in spirit. Bramble shared tales of his ancestors, who had once roamed verdancia as protectors of the heartwood, their legacy a guiding light in his heart. Thistle, ever curious, revealed his dreams of exploring beyond the boundaries of the forest, to see the world and bring back stories that would enrich verdancia. One evening, as they sat around a small fire, sharing stories and laughter, Thistle asked a question that lingered in Rowan's mind long after. "Rowan, do you ever wonder what lies beyond our forest? What other wonders and magic the world holds?" The question was innocent, but it struck a chord within Rowan, igniting a spark of curiosity that had lain dormant. He realized that while his heart belonged to verdancia, the world beyond held mysteries that called to him, a siren song of discovery. Finally, after many days and nights, they arrived at the place where the four seasons met. It was a magical clearing, unlike anything they had ever seen. Here, the air was filled with the crisp scent of autumn leaves, the chill of winter frost, the fresh promise of spring blooms, and the warm embrace of summer sun, all at once. The clearing was a symphony of colors, a kaleidoscope of life and magic. In the center of this clearing lay the season's stone, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and danced like sunlight on water. The stone was a living entity, a jewel of unimaginable beauty that pulsed with the heartbeat of the forest. It was a beacon of hope, a promise of restoration and harmony. Rowan approached the stone with reverence, feeling the weight of the forest's hopes upon his shoulders. As his paw touched the stone, a gentle warmth spread through him, and the colors of the stone began to glow brighter, pulsing with life. It was a moment of profound connection, a union of spirit and purpose. In that moment, Rowan understood the true meaning of balance. It was not merely the absence of conflict or the presence of peace, but the harmonious coexistence of all things, the cycles of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life, and the interconnectedness of every creature and leaf. It was a delicate dance, a symphony that required each note to play its part. With this understanding, Rowan and his companions watched as the season's stone released a gentle wave of energy that spread throughout the forest. It was like a breath of fresh air, revitalizing the trees and creatures, restoring the harmony that had been threatened. The forest sighed with relief, its soul renewed, and its heart alive. As they returned to the great oak, the forest seemed to sing with gratitude. The leaves rustled with a joyful melody, and the streams laughed with the clarity of pure joy. Rowan and his friends were greeted as heroes, not for their bravery alone, but for their understanding and wisdom. They had become a part of the forest's legacy, a testament to the power of unity and friendship. The great oak spoke once more, its voice filled with warmth and pride. "You have restored the balance, dear Rowan, and with it, the heart of our beloved forest. Let this be a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, plays a part in the grand tapestry of life. The journey you have taken, the challenges you have faced, have woven a new chapter in the story of verdancia." And so, with the forest at peace and the magic of verdancia renewed, Rowan and his companions returned to their homes, carrying with them the lessons of their journey. They knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the season's stone alone, but in the harmony and friendship they had found along the way. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the forest, the creatures of verdancia settled into a restful slumber, their hearts filled with the comfort of knowing that balance had been restored, and all was well in their enchanted world. The whispers of the leaves carried the story of their journey, a song of hope and unity that would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring spirit of verdancia. In the days that followed, Rowan found himself drawn to the edge of the forest, staring out into the world beyond. The whispers of the leaves, the stories of Luna, bramble, and thistle, all spoke of journeys yet to be taken. The forest was his home, his heart, but the world beyond called to him with a promise of new adventures, new stories to weave into the tapestry of verdancia. As he stood beneath the great oak, he felt a gentle nudge at his side. It was Thistle, his eyes bright with excitement. "Ready for another adventure, Rowan?" he asked, his voice filled with the thrill of possibility. Rowan smiled, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. The forest would always be his sanctuary, but the world beyond was waiting, an untold story ready to be written. Together with his friends, he would explore the mysteries of the world, carrying the spirit of verdancia with him wherever he roamed. And so, with the forest's blessing, Rowan and his companions set off into the unknown, their hearts light with the promise of discovery. The whispers of the leaves sang them farewell, a melody of hope and unity that would guide them on their journey, a testament to the enduring spirit of verdancia and the magic that lay within. As they ventured beyond the familiar embrace of the forest, the landscape began to change subtly. The air became crisper, and the colors of the world shifted from the vibrant greens of verdancia to a palette of earth tones, rich and deep. The distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks kissed by the whispers of the clouds. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly in the stillness, creating a rhythm of their own, a new song that spoke of courage and the thrill of the unknown. Their journey led them to the edge of a vast meadow, where wildflowers stretched as far as the eye could see, their petals swaying gently in the breeze like a sea of color. Here, the sun bathed them in a warm embrace, its golden light shimmering across the landscape. It was a place of peace, a reminder of the beauty that lay beyond the borders of their beloved forest. As they paused to rest, Bramble spoke softly, his voice carrying a note of wonder. "This world is so vast, so full of life and mystery. I feel as though we are but small pieces in a great puzzle, each discovery adding to the picture." Luna nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting the azure sky above. "We are all part of something larger, a story that stretches beyond the horizon. This journey is but the beginning, a path that will lead us to new understandings and friendships." Thistle, ever full of energy, bounded ahead, his laughter a melody of joy. Let's see what else awaits us. The world is full of wonders, and I can't wait to explore them all with you. Rowan watched his friends with a sense of gratitude, his heart filled with the warmth of their companionship. He knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, their bond a testament to the strength of their friendship. As they continued their journey, each step was a dance with the unknown, a promise of the adventures yet to come. The world was a tapestry of stories, each waiting to be discovered and shared, and they were eager to become a part of it. The magic of verdancia was their foundation, their guide, a reminder of the beauty that lay within and around them. And so they traveled on, their spirits lifted by the promise of discovery, their hearts united in the quest for understanding. The world was vast, and their journey had only just begun, a new chapter in the tapestry of life that would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring spirit of friendship and the magic of verdancia. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through a thick canopy of emerald leaves and dappled the forest floor with patches of golden light, there existed a world of natural wonder and subtle magic. Here, each breath of air was an intoxicating blend of wild jasmine, the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones, and the faintest hint of pine. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried secrets as old as time, and the babbling brooks sang songs of ages past, their waters weaving tales of forgotten legends and mysteries. The gentle rustling of leaves filled the air with a symphony only the forest could compose, a melody that resonated deep within the soul. The inhabitants of the whispering woods formed a diverse and harmonious assembly of creatures. The wise old owls, perched solemnly above, observed the world with their great amber eyes, each gaze reflecting the wisdom of the ages. Gentle deer grazed silently in the shadows, their coats a tapestry of sunlight and shade, while the chatty squirrels chattered and scurried among the branches, their bushy tails flicking with the energy of the forest itself. Elusive foxes, with eyes that seemed to sparkle with the starlight they often wandered beneath, moved between the trees with a grace that was almost supernatural. Each creature played a vital role in maintaining the forest's delicate balance, a balance that had been nurtured through generations of shared wisdom and quiet understanding. Nestled in a hollow at the base of a grand oak tree was a family of mice, led by the matriarch, Marigold. With fur as soft as thistledown and eyes like polished jet, Marigold was respected by all for her gentle demeanor and profound wisdom. Her presence was like a warm hearth in the middle of a storm, providing comfort and guidance. She often gathered the younger animals to share stories passed down through her lineage, tales that taught the importance of harmony and the wonders of the natural world. Her voice, calm and rhythmic, was like the lull of the brook, soothing and enlightening all who heard. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of amber and scarlet, Marigold called her family and friends together. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the distant sound of a woodpecker tapping echoed like a gentle drumbeat. The gathering took place in a clearing where shafts of sunlight warmed the cool earth, the ground scattered with acorns and the occasional stray feather. As they settled, Marigold began her tale, her voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. "Long ago," she said, "when the forest was young and the world was still learning its rhythms, there existed a magical phenomenon tied to the changing seasons. It was said that each season was heralded by a guardian spirit, a gentle, ethereal being who ensured the balance between the elements." The young creatures listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Marigold continued, "In the spring, the guardian was a sprightly nymph named Verdella. She danced through the forest, coaxing buds to bloom and coaxing streams to flow with renewed vigor. Her laughter was the melody of the birds, and her touch turned the grayest days to vibrant green." As Marigold spoke, the listeners could almost see Verdella skipping through the trees, her dress a whirl of fresh green, scattering petals in her wake. The forest seemed to come alive with her presence, the flowers nodding and the trees swaying in time with her dance. "Summer," Marigold said, "was watched over by a radiant phoenix named Solon. His fiery feathers brought warmth to the earth, and his song was the hum of the cicadas. Solon's presence was a reminder of the sun's life-giving power, and under his watchful eye, the forest thrived in the golden light of long, lazy days. The creatures imagined the phoenix soaring high above the canopy, his brilliant plumage casting a warm glow over the forest, the light filtering through the leaves like liquid gold. In autumn, Marigold continued, the forest was graced by the gentle spirit of a bear named Aurelia. With a heart as big as the forest itself and fur the color of ripe chestnuts, Aurelia guided the forest into restful slumber. Her breath was the crisp wind that sent leaves tumbling, and her embrace was the gathering of all creatures in preparation for the colder months. The listeners could almost feel Aurelia's comforting presence, a guardian ensuring the forest was ready for winter's approach, her gentle growls as soothing as a lullaby. And finally, Marigold said, her voice now a soft whisper, winter was attended by a wise old owl named Hyberian. With feathers as white as snow and eyes that saw through the deepest darkness, Hyberian ushered in the quiet time. Under his watch, the forest slept, blanketed in serene stillness, while beneath the snow, life waited to awaken once more. The young animals shivered with a delightful chill, picturing the silent guardian perched high in the frosty branches, his eyes like twin moons watching over the slumbering world. Marigold paused, allowing her words to settle like gentle snowfall upon her audience. These guardians, she said, taught us that each season has its own beauty and purpose. They remind us of the balance we must maintain, not just with nature, but within ourselves and each other. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a twilight glow, the creatures sat quietly, absorbing the lesson. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine and the distant call of a nightingale beginning its evening song. The trees whispered among themselves, their leaves rustling like the pages of an ancient book, as if echoing the wisdom Marigold had shared. Marigold smiled warmly at her family and friends. Remember, she said softly, we are all part of this wondrous cycle. Just as the guardians brought harmony to the forest, so too can we bring harmony to our lives. With that, the gathering slowly dispersed, each creature returning to their homes with hearts full of peace and minds alight with newfound understanding. The forest settled into the gentle embrace of night, the stars twinkling above like scattered diamonds. But Marigold lingered a while longer, her thoughts drifting to the stories yet untold, the lessons yet to be learned. She thought of her own journey, of the times when she had struggled to find her place in the world, when the weight of leadership had felt heavy upon her small shoulders. Yet as she looked up at the towering oak that sheltered her, she felt a deep-rooted connection to all who had come before her, to the cycles of the seasons and the guardians who had watched over them all. Her mind wandered to a particularly challenging time, a harsh winter when food was scarce and tempers were short. It was then she had learned the true meaning of community. With the help of Hyberian, whose wisdom guided her, Marigold had rallied the animals, teaching them to share and conserve, to look beyond their own needs for the good of the forest. It was a lesson in selflessness and unity, one that had solidified her role as a leader among them. As she reflected, Marigold remembered the night when, as the winds howled and the snow fell relentlessly, she had gathered the animals together under the oak's sprawling branches. The warmth of shared body heat had been a comfort against the chill, and the stories she told that night were tales of courage and resilience, stories that reminded them of the strength found in unity. It was a night that had deepened her bond with the other creatures, a bond that held even in the most trying times. In those days of scarcity, Marigold had often walked the forest paths alone, her senses attuned to the murmurs of the woods. She discovered hidden caches of food, forgotten by the squirrels, and shared them with the creatures most in need. Her journey was not without fear. There were predators and the ever-present danger of harsh weather, but Marigold's heart was her compass, guided by the wisdom of Hyberian and the ancestral knowledge of the guardians. During one such solitary walk, Marigold encountered a family of hedgehogs, their spines bristling against the cold. Their tiny den had collapsed under the weight of the snow, and they shivered with each gust of icy wind. Marigold, small but determined, organized a rescue, enlisting the help of nearby animals to dig out the hedgehogs and guide them to the safety of the communal shelter beneath the great oak. It was an act of kindness that resonated through the forest, a testament to the power of unity in adversity. And so, in the ancient whispering woods, the lessons of balance and harmony continued to be passed down, generation to generation, like a gentle river carving its path through the land. Here, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in peace, ever mindful of the wisdom of the seasons and the guardians who watched over them. The forest, with its rich tapestry of life and legend, was a testament to the enduring power of unity and understanding, a sanctuary where the whisper of the wind carried not only secrets of the past, but also the promise of stories yet to unfold. As Marigold finally turned to make her way back to her snug, warm nest, she noticed a flicker of movement at the edge of the clearing. A young fox cub, eyes bright with curiosity, hesitated near the shadows. "Hello there," Marigold called gently, her voice a welcoming melody in the cool night air. The cub stepped forward, its tiny paws crunching softly on the fallen leaves. "I heard your story," it said, its voice a mix of awe and shyness. "Will there be more stories tomorrow?" Marigold chuckled softly, her heart warming at the eagerness in the cub's eyes. "There will always be more stories, little one," she promised. "The forest is full of them, just waiting to be discovered, and perhaps one day you'll have stories of your own to share." The cub nodded, its tail flicking with excitement. "I want to learn all the stories," it declared with youthful determination. "Then you must listen to the forest," Marigold advised, her voice carrying the weight of years, "for it speaks to those who are willing to hear." With a final glance at the stars above, Marigold led the cub back to their respective homes, her heart light with the knowledge that the stories of the Whispering Woods would continue to inspire and teach, as they had for countless generations. In the gentle embrace of the night, the forest stood as a living library of wonder, its tales as endless as the stars that twinkled above. As the night deepened, Marigold rested, her dreams filled with visions of the guardians, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's eternal cycle. And as dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and lavender, promising a new day of discovery and learning, she awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. The forest awaited the unfolding of new stories, tales that would weave the creatures of the Whispering Woods ever closer together in harmony and wisdom. The next morning, as the first rays of sun peeked through the canopy, Marigold set out on a journey to visit an old friend, the ancient tortoise named Eldon. His shell was a mosaic of time itself, etched with the passage of countless seasons. Eldon resided near the heart of the forest, where the trees grew tall and secrets ran deep. As Marigold approached, the gentle hum of Eldon's voice met her ears. He was engaged in conversation with a group of young rabbits, his words slow and ponderous, like the turning of the earth. They listened with rapt attention, captivated by tales of the forest's history and the lessons it imparted. "Eldon," Marigold called softly as she drew near, her presence like a sunbeam breaking through the morning mist. "Ah, Marigold," Eldon greeted, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "What brings you to my corner of the woods on this fine morning?" "I come seeking your counsel," Marigold replied, settling comfortably beside him. "The stories we share, the lessons we teach, how do we ensure they endure?" Eldon chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Stories," he said, "are like the roots of these great trees. They anchor us, nourish us, and connect us through time. To ensure they endure, we must nurture them, share them, and live by the wisdom they impart." Marigold nodded, absorbing his words like the earth soaking up rain. "The young ones, they are eager to learn," she said, her voice filled with hope. "And learn they shall," Eldon assured, his gaze sweeping over the young rabbits. "For in their hearts, the forest finds its future. They will carry the stories, the wisdom, and the spirit of the Whispering Woods beyond our years." With renewed determination, Marigold rose to her feet, her small figure illuminated by the morning light. "Thank you, Eldon," she said warmly. "Your words are a beacon for us all." As she made her way back through the forest, Marigold felt the pulse of life around her, the vibrant tapestry of existence that was the Whispering Woods. Each creature, each leaf, each whisper of wind was part of a story that would continue to grow and evolve, enriching the lives of those who listened and learned. The forest was alive with possibilities, its essence woven into the fabric of time. as enduring and timeless as the guardians who watched over it. And in this sanctuary of nature and magic, Marigold knew her role was to nurture, to guide, and to ensure that the stories of the Whispering Woods continued to inspire generations to come. As she moved through the woods, Marigold decided to visit another part of the forest, a place where the river widened and the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if sharing secrets. This was the domain of the otters, playful creatures with sleek coats and mischievous eyes. The otters were known for their joyous antics and the way they turned the river into a playground of laughter and splashes. Marigold approached their gathering place, her tiny paws barely making a sound on the soft earth. The otters were engaged in a spirited game, diving and somersaulting in the crystal-clear waters. Their laughter was infectious, a melody that danced on the breeze. One of the otters, a particularly nimble one named Ripple, caught sight of Marigold and waved a paw in greeting. "Marigold," Ripple called, swimming over with ease. "Come to join our games?" Marigold chuckled, shaking her head. "Not today, Ripple. I came to ask if you would share a story with me and the young ones tomorrow, one about the river and its many moods." Ripple's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, I have plenty of tales to tell. The river has seen so much, you know, from the time it flowed as a mere trickle to the mighty current it is today." "Then it's settled," Marigold replied, her heart swelling with gratitude. "We shall gather by the riverbank tomorrow at dusk." With plans made, Marigold took a moment to watch the otters' joyful play, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie spread through her. It was yet another reminder of the beauty of the forest, not just in its landscapes and creatures, but in the bonds that connected them all. As she departed, Marigold's mind wandered to the stories Ripple might share. She imagined tales of storms that churned the river into frothy rapids, of tranquil mornings where the water mirrored the sky, and of the countless creatures who relied on the river's life-giving flow. The forest was indeed a tapestry of stories, each thread a unique tale of life and learning. And in this vibrant world, Marigold found her purpose renewed, her heart full with the promise of the stories yet to be told. As dusk fell the next day, the creatures of the Whispering Woods gathered by the riverbank, the air alive with anticipation. The water shimmered under the waning light, a mirror reflecting the pastel hues of sunset. Ripple began his tales with a flourish, weaving stories of the river's history, its hidden depths, and the lessons it imparted. The young animals listened, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the river's many faces. As Ripple spoke, Marigold watched the young fox cub from the previous night, its eyes wide with wonder. She felt a pang of pride, knowing that the stories they shared would shape the cub's understanding of the world, just as they had shaped hers. The night wore on, and as Ripple concluded his stories, a hush fell over the gathering. The river sang its own lullaby, a gentle murmur that echoed through the woods. Marigold rose, her heart filled with gratitude for the community she was a part of. "Thank you, Ripple," she said warmly, "and thank you all for being here. The stories we share are the threads that bind us, the roots that ground us." With that, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full, and their minds alight with the tales of the river. Marigold lingered a moment longer, gazing at the river's shimmering surface, feeling the pulse of life that flowed through it and through the Whispering Woods. As she turned to leave, she knew that the stories would never end. They were as endless as the river's flow, as eternal as the stars above. And with each story told and each lesson learned, the creatures of the Whispering Woods would continue to grow and thrive, ever bound by the magic of their world. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a forest where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, there lay a realm untouched by the hurried pace of the world beyond. This was the forest of Sarin, where sunlight filtered gently through a dense canopy of emerald leaves, casting a mosaic of gold and green upon the forest floor. Here the air was perpetually filled with the sweet, earthy aroma of moss and pine, mingling with the gentle, melodic hum of nature's chorus, a symphony composed by the rustling leaves and the distant call of a lone owl. The forest was a place where time seemed to move at its own pace, unburdened by the concerns of the outside world. The ground beneath the towering trees was soft and springy, carpeted with layers of fallen leaves and vibrant moss that cushioned the steps of all who walked upon it. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds singing their morning songs, squirrels chattering as they leaped from branch to branch, and the occasional rustle of a fox slipping silently through the underbrush. In this enchanted woodland, creatures lived not merely by instinct but by wisdom passed down through generations. They understood the delicate balance that allowed life to flourish in harmony. At the heart of Sarin Wood, where the oldest oak tree stood tall and proud, a council of creatures gathered under its sprawling branches. This council consisted of Bramble, the wise old hare, with ears that seemed to touch the sky and a coat as soft as down; Willow, the gentle deer with eyes as soft as twilight, who moved with an elegance that made the very ground beneath her feet feel honored; and Thistle, the clever fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves, whose quick wit was matched only by his kindness. These creatures, though different in many ways, shared a profound love for Sarin Wood and a commitment to its well-being. Bramble had spent many a moon observing the cycles of the forest, his heart attuned to its rhythms. He was known for his ability to listen, truly listen, to the stories the wind carried and the songs sung by the earth itself. Willow, graceful and empathetic, possessed a deep connection with all living things. Her presence was a balm to any troubled soul, her gentle whispers often calming the most restless of spirits. Thistle, ever the thinker, was always devising new ways to better their lives, while ensuring the forest remained undisturbed. The creatures of Sarin Wood lived by the rhythm of the seasons, each bringing its unique magic. Spring, with its vibrant tapestry of blossoms, was a time of renewal and awakening. The air would be alive with the scent of newly bloomed flowers and the sound of bubbling brooks freed from winter's grasp. The forest floor was a dance of colors, with wildflowers painting the earth in shades of lavender and gold. Summer followed, draping the forest in a warm, golden glow, where the song of cicadas filled the hazy, sun-drenched afternoons, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of ripening berries. Autumn arrived like a gentle artist, painting the leaves in hues of crimson and amber, while winter wrapped the world in a soft, silvery blanket, where the quiet hush of snow falling was a lullaby to the woodland creatures, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something beautiful to emerge. Yet as seasons turned, the inhabitants noticed a change, a subtle imbalance that began to ripple through their beloved forest. The streams that once sang so merrily now ran slower, and the vibrant hues of autumn leaves dulled too soon. Perplexed and concerned, the council gathered beneath the ancient oak, seeking to unravel this mystery. The air was thick with anticipation, each creature holding its breath as if the very trees were listening. It was Bramble, with his long, twitching ears and eyes that held the wisdom of many moons, who spoke first. "We must seek the counsel of the elder tree," he suggested, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. The elder tree was said to be the oldest tree in Sarin Wood, its roots entwined with the forest's very essence, holding the memories of countless seasons. Its presence was a constant, a silent guardian that watched over the land. The decision to journey to the elder tree was not made lightly, for it required traversing parts of the forest that few dared to venture into. The path was winding and covered in a thick mist that clung to the ground and swirled around their feet like a living entity. The creatures set out, their hearts a blend of hope and trepidation, for they knew that the elder tree's wisdom would not come without a cost, a deeper understanding and commitment to the forest itself. With resolve, the council journeyed through the forest, their path lit by the soft glow of the setting sun. Along the way, they were joined by others. Fern, the patient turtle who moved with the grace of time itself, his shell a canvas of stories etched by the years, and Lark, the songbird whose melodies could calm even the fiercest storm, her voice a whisper of the wind's secrets. Together, they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the elder tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like ancient arms. The air around it was different, charged with an energy that vibrated through the ground. As they approached, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, as if the elder tree was acknowledging their presence. The creatures gathered in a circle, their hearts open and hopeful. It was Willow who stepped forward, her gentle eyes reflecting the concern of all. "Great elder tree," she began softly, her voice trembling with emotion. "We come seeking your guidance. Our forest is changing, and we do not understand why." The elder tree responded not with words, but with a deep, resonant hum that resonated through the air, a sound like the slow turning of the earth. Images began to form in the minds of the gathered animals, a vision of balance disturbed, of a harmony once perfect, now askew. They saw the forest through the eyes of the elder tree, its roots stretching deep into the earth, feeling the subtle shifts of nature itself. It was as if the tree was sharing its ancient wisdom, its silent voice echoing in their hearts. It was Thistle, clever and perceptive, who first understood the message. "The balance," he murmured, his voice carrying a note of realization. "We have taken too much without giving back. The forest is calling for us to restore what we have unknowingly altered." His eyes shone with determination, and his words carried the weight of truth. With newfound clarity, the council set about their task. They began to restore the balance, each creature contributing in their own way. Bramble shared stories of old, teaching the younger creatures the wisdom of moderation. He held gatherings beneath the moonlit sky, where tales of the past wove lessons of respect and responsibility. Willow, with her gentle presence, encouraged others to plant new seeds, nurturing them with care and respect. She taught them to listen to the whispers of the earth, to understand its needs. Thistle used his cleverness to find ways to work with the natural cycles of the forest, ensuring that no more was taken than needed. He devised plans to harvest only what was necessary, leaving enough for the land to regenerate. As they worked, the forest responded. The streams began to flow with renewed vigor, their waters clear and sparkling under the sun. The leaves regained their vibrant hues, a tapestry of colors that danced in the gentle breeze. The creatures of Sarinwood felt the change, a gentle hum of harmony that pulsed through the air and soil. It was a rebirth, a renewal of the bond that tied them to the land. During these efforts, new friendships were forged. The creatures realized that unity was their greatest strength. Fern, with his slow, deliberate manner, became a symbol of patience and endurance, reminding everyone that change, though necessary, should not be rushed. Lark's songs, interwoven with ancient melodies, became an anthem of hope and perseverance, echoing through the forest and lifting spirits even in the most challenging times. In this time of restoration, new elements of the forest began to reveal themselves. A hidden glade, previously unnoticed by the creatures, was discovered by Lark during one of her flights. It was a serene oasis, where a crystal-clear pond mirrored the sky, and wildflowers of colors unseen before in Sarinwood bloomed in abundance. The council decided this special place would be protected and revered as a symbol of the forest's ability to heal and renew itself. The glade's discovery was celebrated with a gathering, where creatures of all kinds came together, their voices merging in a chorus of gratitude and hope. As winter approached, the first snowflakes fell gently, settling on the ground like stars from a quiet sky. The creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts light with the knowledge of a job well done. They understood now, more than ever, the importance of their roles within the web of life in Sarinwood. And so, as the forest settled into its peaceful winter slumber, the council and their companions rested with a sense of contentment. They knew that the forest's magic lay not only in its beauty, but in the wisdom and care of its inhabitants. With the elder tree's guidance and their united efforts, they had restored the balance, ensuring that the seasons would continue their eternal dance, bringing life and magic to Sarinwood for generations to come. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the wind carried a gentle lullaby through the trees. It was a song of harmony, of unity, and of the timeless bond between the creatures of Sarinwood and their beloved home, a story passed down through whispers and dreams, as old as the forest itself. And thus, in the heart of Sarinwood, peace reigned once more, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who called it home. In the following spring, as new buds began to sprout and the forest awoke from its tranquil slumber, something extraordinary happened. The elder tree, in gratitude for the creatures' renewed commitment to the forest, bestowed upon them a special gift. Its bark shimmered with an ethereal glow, and tiny saplings began to sprout around its base, their leaves glinting with a golden sheen. Bramble, willow, thistle, fern, and lark gathered to witness this miracle, their eyes wide with awe. The elder tree's gift was a promise of continued harmony, a reminder that the forest's magic thrived on the symbiotic relationship between its creatures and the land. With this newfound gift, the creatures of Sarinwood found themselves more attuned to the forest than ever before. They could sense the subtle shifts in the wind, hear the whispers of the leaves, and feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet. This deepened connection allowed them to care for Sarinwood with even greater devotion. As time passed, the forest of Sarinwood became a haven of balance and beauty, its story spreading beyond its borders. Travelers from far and wide came to witness the harmonious dance of life within its bounds, guided by the tales of the wise creatures who called it home. And so, the legacy of Sarinwood's council endured, a living testament to the power of unity, respect, and love for the natural world. Through the changing seasons, the forest continued to thrive, a timeless sanctuary where the whispers of the wind carried stories of old, and the heart of Sarinwood beat strong with the promise of life everlasting. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the wind and the moonlight scattered like silver dust upon the forest floor, there was a village named Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place of gentle magic, where the villagers lived in harmony with nature and its mystical creatures. The air always smelled of pine needles and wildflowers, and the soft murmur of the nearby stream provided a soothing lullaby for all who lived there. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Lyla. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Lyla loved to wander the forest, listening to the stories of the woods and learning from its wise inhabitants. Her closest companion was a small, plump squirrel named Nutmeg, who always seemed to know where the best acorns were hidden. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Lyla and Nutmeg explored a patch of sun-dappled forest, they noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant colors of the forest seemed faded, as though a gentle mist had settled, muting the brilliant hues of the leaves. The birds, known for their cheerful songs, were unusually quiet, and even the babbling brook seemed to whisper rather than sing. Puzzled by this change, Lyla decided to seek the counsel of Elder Hawthorne, the wisest and kindest of the village elders. Elder Hawthorne lived in a cozy cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every flower imaginable. As Lyla approached, she could see the elder tending to the flowers, her long silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. "Elder Hawthorne," Lyla called softly, not wanting to startle her. "May I ask for your guidance?" Elder Hawthorne looked up, her eyes twinkling with warmth and wisdom. "Of course, dear Lyla. What brings you to my garden on this fine day?" Lyla explained the strange occurrences in the forest, describing how the colors had faded and the usual sounds had quieted. Elder Hawthorne listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she pondered the mystery. "It seems," Elder Hawthorne began, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze, "that the forest is under a quiet spell, one that seeks to dim its natural vibrancy. Such spells are rare and usually cast by unintentional magic, perhaps from a creature in distress." "How can we help?" Lyla asked, her voice filled with determination. Elder Hawthorne smiled gently. "There is an ancient oak in the heart of the forest, known as the Tree of Whispers. It holds the secrets of the woods and may offer us some insight. But to hear its whispers, you must bring it a gift, a token of friendship." Lyla nodded, thinking of what she could offer. She remembered a small, intricately carved wooden flute she had made, its melodies sweet and calming. "I will bring my flute," she decided, "and play a song of peace." With Nutmeg scampering up to perch on her shoulder, Lyla set off towards the heart of the forest. The path was lined with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and bark. As they walked, Nutmeg chattered quietly, encouraging Lyla with his cheerful presence. Finally, they reached the Tree of Whispers. Its ancient branches stretched high into the sky, and its trunk was wide enough that it would take several villagers to encircle it with their arms. Lyla approached reverently, her heart filled with hope and a touch of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, She lifted the flute to her lips and began to play. The melody was soft and gentle, a lullaby woven with the love and care she felt for the forest. As the notes floated on the air, the tree seemed to listen, its leaves rustling in response. After a few moments, the whispers began, soft and almost indistinguishable from the breeze. Lyla closed her eyes, focusing on the words hidden within the rustling leaves. The tree spoke of a young lost fae who had wandered into the forest, her magic unfocused and causing the changes Lyla had noticed. Understanding dawned on Lyla. "We must find the fae and help her," she whispered to Nutmeg, who nodded in agreement, his tiny paws patting her shoulder. Guided by the whispers, Lyla and Nutmeg ventured deeper into the forest, following the faint trail of magic. They soon arrived at a small clearing where a delicate, shimmering figure sat on a rock, her wings drooping with sadness. The fae looked up as they approached, her eyes wide and filled with tears. "I didn't mean to," she said softly, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I was just trying to find my way home." Lyla knelt beside her, offering a reassuring smile. "It's okay. We'll help you." With Nutmeg leading the way, they retraced the path back to the village, where the villagers gathered to welcome the fae with gentle smiles and open arms. Elder Hawthorne, with her wise and loving presence, guided the fae in focusing her magic, helping to lift the spell from the forest. As the colors returned and the sounds of the woods blossomed once more, the villagers celebrated with a joyful feast. The fae, now at peace, shared stories of her journey and thanked everyone for their kindness. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into a gentle slumber, Lyla lay in her cozy bed, Nutmeg curled up by her side. She felt the warmth of friendship and the satisfaction of having restored harmony to the forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village of Willowbrook slept, cradled by the whispering woods and the promise of a bright tomorrow. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to happen. It all started when Old Oak, the wise tree at the heart of the village, stopped whispering his gentle melodies to the wind. The villagers, who had grown accustomed to falling asleep each night to Oak's soothing songs, found themselves restless and uneasy. Young Willow, whose treehouse home was built snugly between Old Oak's sturdy branches, was the first to notice the unsettling silence. She pressed her ear against the rough bark, but heard nothing but the faint rustling of leaves. "What ails you, dear friend?" Willow asked, concern furrowing her brow. No answer came, and a small crease of worry creased the tree's wizened trunk. The next morning, the village awoke to find that the vibrant wildflowers which normally blanketed the grassy lanes had shriveled and turned brown overnight. The air, typically fragrant with floral perfumes, held only a faint, musty scent. "Something is amiss," the baker said, sweeping up piles of dried petals from his doorstep. "Indeed," agreed the seamstress, frowning at her window boxes filled with withered blooms. "I've never seen anything like it." Word quickly spread, and the villagers gathered beneath Old Oak's boughs, seeking answers. Willow peered down from her treehouse, just as perplexed as anyone. That's when a fluttering of tiny wings caught her eye. It was Rose, the cheerful village fairy, rushing toward them with an anxious expression. "The animal friends went silent at midnight," she cried breathlessly. Not a chirp, chitter, or ribbit to be heard. A worried murmur rippled through the crowd. The forest was never quiet. There was always the background symphony of hoots, howls, buzzes, and croaks to lull one to sleep. Just then, a raucous braying shattered the stillness. It was Ferdinand, the friendly forest donkey, his shaggy coat looking decidedly unkempt. "Ferdinand," Willow called in relief, clambering down from the treehouse. "What's happening? Do you know why the night sounds have ceased? Why the flowers have wilted?" The donkey's warm brown eyes were filled with sadness. He nodded slowly, then turned and began plodding away, looking back expectantly. The villagers exchanged worried glances, then followed, Willow leading the way with Rose flitting at her side. They wandered deeper into the forest, until Ferdinand stopped beside a gurgling stream. He bent his neck with a sorrowful bray, pointing his muzzle at the water. Willow gasped. Normally the stream was a sparkling ribbon, chasing and splashing between mossy banks. But today the water was still and glassy, like liquid glass, and completely silent. Rose flew in a worried circle. "This is a bad omen." But what could cause such a thing? One of the villagers wondered aloud. Willow furrowed her brow in thought. She approached the frozen stream, crouching beside it. Carefully, she ran her fingers along its glossy surface. Not a ripple disturbed the eerie, flat smoothness. "It feels like," she murmured, "like magic. Dark magic." The villagers exchanged fearful looks at those ominous words. Dark magic was something none of them understood or could combat. Just then, a wizened old hedgehog waddled up beside Willow. "Grandmother Thistle!" she exclaimed, recognizing the kindly creature who had been her tutor as a young girl. "Do you know what ails our forest?" The hedgehog sniffed at the immobilized stream, her snout twitching thoughtfully. Then she turned her wise black eyes on Willow. "This magic is strong indeed, child," she said in her creaky voice, "and familiar. Give me time to ponder what we know." So the villagers returned to their homes, trying not to think too much about the oppressive silence that now hung over their once cheery hamlet. Willow headed back to her treehouse, lost in worried thoughts. She knew Old Oak's intricate root system stretched all throughout the forest, like an underground web of wisdom. If anyone understood what was happening, it would be him. That night, after supper, Willow nestled into the nook in Oak's sturdy trunk where she slept. She ran her small hand along the bark, feeling the tree's slow, steady pulse through the wood. "Please," she whispered to her oldest friend, "we need you to guide us." For a long while, there was stillness and quiet. Just when Willow thought she would receive no answer, she felt the gentlest tremor through Oak's trunk, a slight vibration like a whispered code. Hope flickering, Willow pressed her ear to the tree once more, and there, beneath the silence, the faintest murmuring seemed to drift up from the roots below. "That's it," Willow breathed, eyes widening. "The roots!" She sat up, her mind racing as realization bloomed. The magic silencing the forest was affecting everything above ground, but the roots, burrowed in the earth's protective embrace, remained undisturbed. Willow didn't sleep a wink that night, her thoughts awhirl with possibility. With the first rays of dawn's light, she climbed down from the treehouse, calling for Rose and Grandmother Thistle. "I may have discovered a clue," she told them, explaining her theory about the old root system carrying Oak's hushed communications. The hedgehog's eyes gleamed with shrewd approval. "You are wise beyond your years, child. Tell the others what you've deduced. The roots will lead us to answers." So the villagers assembled once more around Old Oak's gnarled base. As Willow relayed her idea, many nodded hopefully, trusting the sagacious tree. Wordlessly, the hedgehog closed her eyes, snout twitching. Then she pointed with one paw to the west, where Oak's oldest, furthest-reaching roots stretched. Without hesitation, the villagers set off in that direction, following the hidden pathways of the root trails. Willow led the way alongside Rose, with Grandmother Thistle waddling steadily behind. They walked for what felt like an age, the forest growing denser and darker with every step. Finally, ahead through the gloom, Willow glimpsed a strange flickering light. "Look," she gasped, breaking into a run. They emerged into a moonlit clearing and pulled up short in shock. In the center, an enormous old tree stump smoldered with an eerie, sickly green fire. Wisps of dark smoke coiled from its cracked, hollowed-out trunk, floating like shadowy serpents above the clearing. At the base of the stump, amid a scattered pile of vials and aged tomes, hunched a truly fearsome figure, a stooped old woman draped in tattered robes, her tangled hair hanging in wild, straggly ropes around her face. When she turned toward the intruders, her eyes glowed with an unsettling green light, her features twisted in a rictus of hatred. "You!" she shrieked, her voice like splintered glass. "You found me!" Willow, terrified, clutched Rose and Grandmother Thistle close. The rest of the villagers shrank back, trembling. With a fierce cackle, the hag waved a gnarled hand, and a burst of vile green energy exploded from her fingertips. Rose tugged Willow down just in time as it streaked over their heads, sizzling like venom. "That's dark magic, plain as day," growled Thistle, her quills bristling, "and powerful stuff, too." The hag let out another blistering cackle. "You'll soon face the vengeance of centuries. I'll drain the life from this miserable forest and claim the power long denied me." As she raised her arms, a billowing cloud of inky smoke erupted from the stump. But this time, Willow saw the shapes twisting within it. Tree spirits. Hundreds of them, shrieking and writhing in agony. "Stop!" she cried boldly, staring down the hag. "We won't let you torment the forest any longer." The old woman's laughter turned shrill and mocking. "And what can you do to stop me, child? I wield the magic of the ancients themselves." Willow squared her small shoulders, a determined gleam in her eye as she gazed at the stump. Rose, sensing her resolve, landed on her shoulder in silent support, along with Grandmother Thistle. "We are the children of this forest," Willow said firmly. "Its mysteries are woven through us as tightly as your despicable magic is woven through those roots, and we will sever that connection once and for all." She extended one hand toward the hag, and the villagers instinctively joined hands behind her in solidarity, forming a human chain that stretched around the clearing. Grandmother Thistle rested her paw over Willow's, lending the young girl's power. "The old ways are stronger than you know," the hedgehog murmured. And deep below, the village could feel the thrumming of Oak's roots awakening, a ground-shaking ancient power. Eyes wide in sudden fear, the hag began weaving her hands in frantic gestures, summoning thick clouds of smoke that enveloped the stump. But it was too late. With a deafening crack of splintering wood, 1,000 whip-like roots exploded from the earth, ripping through the clearing in a torrent of soil and vegetation. Like a striking serpent, they lashed around the loathsome stump, shattering the wood and scattering the vile fire in all directions. The hag screamed, her cries drowned out by a thunderous rumbling groan that shook the entire forest. Willow watched in awe as a towering form began to materialize from the roots, taking shape before her unbelieving eyes. A wizened face emerged from the writhing root mass, ancient and wise. A broad trunk formed a powerful body encircled by a twisting knot of limbs and branches. Oak, the village's oldest and dearest friend, reared up in his full primordial glory, an ancient forest spirit from the dawn of time. He let out a deep, resonating groan as his wooden features contorted in fury, fixing his terrible gaze upon the wailing hag. With one ponderous sweep of his arm-like branches, the old tree spirit batted the wretched woman aside, snapping her wicked spells like threads. She went hurtling through the night, her screams fading quickly to silence. And just like that, the oppressive magic smothering the forest dissipated all at once, as if a terrible weight had been lifted. The night sounds of the animals resumed, a glorious symphony of buzzing and croaking and the rustling of wakened life. In a shower of sparkling dust, the captive tree spirits were freed from their torment, swirling joyfully around Oak's noble form. The slumbering woodland surged back to verdant vibrancy as wildflowers instantly bloomed and rivers resumed their trickling dance. Willow, agape with wonder, could only stare up at the primeval spirit with an overwhelming rush of gratitude and love. The great oak arched one branch down, brushing Willow's upturned face with a rustling caress. His deep, rumbling voice echoed all around them like the whispering of an ancient wind. "Well done, my child. Once again, the heart of the forest prevails." As the first light of dawn spilled through the canopy, the village broke into raucous cheers and laughter. Their home was at peace once more. From that day on, not a soul failed to appreciate the precious beauty of the living woodland surrounding them. They tended its groves with care, and made certain to listen closely for the wise murmurings of old oak's branches each night. For in that ancient, timeless soul dwelled the eternal spirit of the forest itself, wise and watchful, nurturing and just as it had been since the dawn of the world. A treasured friend and a force of nature to be forever revered. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and elderflowers, lay a grove known only to those who dared venture beyond the well-trodden paths. This grove was a sanctuary, a mystical realm where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, undisturbed by the busyness of human life. The forest floor was a patchwork quilt of mossy greens and earthy browns, soft underfoot, as if the earth itself were a great, slumbering beast breathing gently beneath the soles of those who walked upon it. Canopies of towering oaks and birches whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves glistening like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. This was a place where seasons danced in gentle cycles, each bringing its own magic to the land. Here lived creatures both known and unknown, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, who had seen more seasons than most could imagine. His feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, blending seamlessly with the bark of the trees. Orin's eyes, as golden as the sun that set beyond the mountains, held the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was cloaked in a tapestry of gold and crimson, a young fox named Finn set out from his den, curiosity sparkling in his bright amber eyes. Finn was a creature of the dawn, his russet coat glowing with the first light of day. He had heard whispers of a magical phenomenon known as the aurora of the harvest, a rare and wondrous event that painted the night sky with ribbons of color, signaling the balance of the seasons. Finn's heart brimmed with anticipation as he trotted along the winding paths, the dry leaves crunching under his nimble paws. He had longed to see the aurora, to understand its magic and the wisdom it imparted. It was said that those who witnessed it were granted insight into the delicate balance of the world. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered a gentle breeze that carried the scent of ripe apples and the sweet promise of change. It was then he met Orin, perched upon a low-hanging branch, his gaze warm and inviting. "Ah, young Finn," Orin hooted softly, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I see you are on a quest of the heart." "Yes, Orin," Finn replied eagerly, his tail wagging with excitement. "I wish to see the aurora of the harvest and understand its magic." Orin regarded him with a knowing smile. "The aurora is a gift, a reminder of the balance we must maintain. But before you can witness its beauty, you must first learn to listen to the forest and its inhabitants." And so, under Orin's guidance, Finn embarked on a journey through the forest, learning the language of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the whispers of the wind. He discovered that every creature, from the smallest ant to the largest stag, had a role in maintaining the harmony of this enchanted land. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Finn's understanding deepened. He learned that the balance of the forest was not just about survival, but about thriving together, each creature supporting one another in a delicate dance of interdependence. Finally, the night of the aurora arrived, the air crisp and clear, the sky a canvas of twinkling stars. Finn made his way to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal the vastness of the night sky. Orin accompanied him, a silent guardian and guide. As the first tendrils of color began to unfurl across the heavens, Finn felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over him. The aurora of the harvest was a symphony of colors, a dance of light that seemed to mirror the rhythm of the forest itself. Greens and purples swirled like the northern lights, weaving through the constellations in a mesmerizing display. In that moment, Finn understood the lesson Orin had imparted. The beauty of the aurora was not just in its colors, but in what it represented. A harmonious balance, a celebration of the natural world working in perfect concert. As the colors faded and the first rays of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Finn turned to Orin with a heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Orin," he whispered, his voice filled with newfound wisdom. "I understand now. The balance of our world is precious, and it is up to all of us to protect it." Orin nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have learned well, young Finn. Remember this night and the lessons it has taught you, for they will guide you throughout your life." With a final, grateful glance at the heavens, Finn returned to his den, the warmth of the morning sun upon his back. He knew that the forest, with its hidden magic and timeless wisdom, would always be a part of him, guiding him through the seasons of his life. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who understood its magic, its balance preserved through the gentle wisdom of creatures like Orin and the young fox, Finn. Story 9. The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the ancient oaks stood tall and proud, their branches woven into intricate canopies, there lay a secret known only to the gentle creatures that called it home. These woods, known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods, held within their depths a hidden world, vibrant and alive with magic. On the edge of these woods lived a young boy named Finn. His cottage, though small, was a warm, welcoming place, filled with the scent of fresh-baked bread and the soft ticking of an old clock. Finn lived with his grandmother, a kind woman with eyes that twinkled like stars and stories that danced like flames in the hearth. Every night, as the fire crackled and popped, his grandmother would weave tales of wonder and mystery, her voice a soothing melody. Finn's favorite stories were those of the whispering woods, of the creatures that dwelled there, and the magic that flowed like a hidden river beneath the soil. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn felt a tug at his heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling to him. Their whispers carried on the breeze that rustled through the leaves. He had always been curious about what lay beyond the familiar path, and tonight the urge to explore was stronger than ever. "Grandmother," Finn asked, his voice filled with wonder, "do you think the woods would welcome me?" His grandmother smiled, her eyes soft with understanding. "The woods are wise, dear Finn. They know when a heart is pure and intentions are good. If you listen closely and tread lightly, you may find what you seek." With her blessing, Finn set out, a small lantern in his hand, casting a gentle glow. The path into the woods was well trodden, but as he ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, their trunks thick and gnarled, their roots twisting beneath his feet. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and loam. Finn walked with a sense of wonder, each step leading him further into the heart of the forest. The whispers grew louder, a gentle murmur that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was then that he saw it, a glimmer of light dancing among the shadows. Curiosity piqued, Finn followed the light, his steps careful and deliberate. It led him to a small clearing where a pool of water lay, still and serene. The surface shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within, casting a soft glow on the surrounding trees. As Finn approached, he noticed something unusual, a stone, smooth and round, resting at the edge of the pool. It was unlike any stone he had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool surface. At his touch, the stone pulsed with a gentle warmth, and the whispers around him grew louder, more distinct. They spoke of a hidden world, one filled with magic and wonder, a world that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. Finn's heart raced with excitement. Could this stone be the key to the hidden world his grandmother had spoken of? He cradled it in his hands, feeling its comforting weight, and made a silent promise to discover its secrets. The journey home was filled with a sense of anticipation, the stone a comforting presence in his pocket. As he stepped through the door of the cottage, the warmth of the fire and the scent of fresh bread welcomed him back. His grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Did you find what you were looking for, Finn?" Finn nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "I found something, grandmother. Something magical." That night, as he lay in bed, the stone tucked safely under his pillow, Finn's dreams were filled with visions of the hidden world. He saw creatures of all shapes and sizes, their eyes bright with intelligence and kindness. He saw forests that stretched beyond the horizon, rivers that glowed with an inner light, and skies filled with stars that sang a gentle lullaby. The next morning, Finn awoke with a sense of purpose. He knew that the stone was more than just a simple object. It was a key, a guide to a world that existed just beyond the edge of his understanding. And so, with the stone in hand, he set out once more into the whispering woods. As he walked, the whispers guided him, leading him deeper into the forest than he had ever been before. The trees seemed to part before him, creating a path that wound through the underbrush and led to a place where the air was thick with magic and possibility. It was there, in a hidden glade bathed in dappled sunlight, that Finn found the entrance to the hidden world. A ring of ancient stones stood sentinel, their surfaces etched with the same patterns as the stone in his hand. Finn stepped forward, the stone pulsing gently in his grasp, and as he crossed the threshold, the world around him shifted. The air shimmered, and the forest transformed. Colors deepened, sounds became richer, and the very ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with life. Finn stood in awe, his heart filled with wonder at the beauty that surrounded him. Before him stretched a landscape unlike any he had ever imagined. Trees towered like giants, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors. Rivers glistened like ribbons of light, and the air was alive with the songs of birds, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound. It was then that Finn saw them, the creatures of the hidden world. They emerged from the shadows, their forms graceful and elegant, their eyes filled with curiosity and warmth. There were deer with antlers that sparkled like frost, rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, and birds that shimmered with iridescent feathers. One creature, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief, approached him. It moved with a fluid grace, its tail flicking playfully as it regarded Finn with a friendly curiosity. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox said, its voice a soft whisper carried on the breeze. "It has been many moons since a human has walked these woods with an open heart." Finn felt a surge of joy and gratitude. "Thank you," he replied, his voice filled with awe. "I never knew such a place existed." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Many things exist beyond the edge of sight, hidden from view until we choose to see with our hearts." As Finn explored the hidden world, he marveled at its wonders. He learned of the delicate balance that sustained it, the harmony that existed between all living things. The creatures shared their wisdom with him, teaching him of the cycles of nature, the dance of the seasons, and the magic that lay within every leaf and stone. Days turned into weeks, and Finn's heart grew fuller with each passing moment. He formed friendships that defied expectations, bonds that were forged in the fires of understanding and kindness. The fox became his guide and companion, leading him on adventures that filled his days with laughter and discovery. Yet, as much as Finn loved the hidden world, he knew that he could not stay forever. His heart belonged to both worlds, and he felt a growing desire to share what he had learned with those he loved. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned a deep indigo, Finn sat with the fox by the edge of a glistening stream. The water flowed with a gentle melody, and the stars began to twinkle above, their light mirrored in the surface below. "I must return," Finn said softly, his voice tinged with sadness and resolve. "I have learned so much and seen wonders beyond my wildest dreams, but my heart calls me home." The fox regarded him with understanding, its eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. "The world you come from is in need of the magic you have discovered here. Return and share the light you carry within you." With a heavy heart, Finn bade farewell to his friends, the creatures who had become his family. As he stepped back through the circle of stones, the world shifted once more, the colors and sounds of the hidden world fading into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. Finn returned to the cottage, the stone still nestled in his pocket, its warmth a comforting reminder of the world he had left behind. His grandmother welcomed him with open arms, her eyes filled with love and understanding. Over the days and weeks that followed, Finn shared the stories and wisdom of the hidden world with those around him. He spoke of the beauty that lay within the forest, the magic that flowed through every living thing, and the power of friendship and kindness. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the wonder of his tales. Slowly, they began to see the world around them with new eyes, to appreciate the magic that existed in the rustle of leaves, the song of birds, and the gentle caress of the breeze. Finn's heart swelled with joy as he watched the world change before him, the whispers of the woods echoing in the hearts of all who listened. He knew that the magic he had discovered was not confined to the hidden world, but lived within each of them, a light shining brightly for all to see. And so, as the days turned to years, Finn's stories became the heart of the village, a source of inspiration and hope. The Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and mystery, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay just beyond the edge of sight. In the warmth of the cottage, by the glow of the hearth, Finn continued to share his tales, his voice a soothing melody that wrapped around those who listened, a gentle reminder of the worlds that lay within and beyond. And as the stars danced in the night sky, their light reflected in the eyes of those who gathered to hear his stories. The magic of the hidden world lived on, a whisper in the heart of the forest, a song in the soul of all who believed. The end. Story 10. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the air was always filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft hoot of distant owls, there nestled a small village named Bramble Hollow. The village was known for its warm, welcoming cottages, each with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed contentedly like sleepy dragons. Little tendrils of lavender and rosemary curled up from window boxes, filling the air with their soothing scent. The villagers led quiet, delightful lives, often gathering in the twilight hours at the central square, where the ancient oak tree stood with its branches spreading like a guardian's arms. It was here that they shared stories and laughter, warmed by the gentle glow of lanterns that swayed in the evening breeze. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, something peculiar began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the enchanted lanterns, which usually flickered with a steady, warm light, were flickering erratically, casting shadows that danced and played across the cobblestones. The flickering lights were not only unsettling, but had also caused a bit of confusion. Mrs. Hetty, the baker, had mistakenly thought her cat, Marmalade, was 3 instead of 1, as the creature's shadow multiplied mysteriously. Young Timmy had insisted he saw a rabbit with wings, though everyone chuckled it off as a trick of the light. The mystery of the flickering lights became the talk of Bramble Hollow. While the villagers were not worried, they were certainly curious. Among them was a young girl named Clara, known for her keen eyes and curious mind. With her auburn hair tied back in a neat braid and her pockets always filled with treasures of the forest, Clara was determined to solve the mystery. Clara decided to seek the wisdom of old Cedric, the village storyteller. Cedric's cottage was tucked at the edge of the village, where the forest began to thicken into a tapestry of green. His home was filled with books and curiosities, each corner whispering tales of old adventures. When Clara arrived, Cedric was seated in his favorite armchair, a mug of steaming herbal tea in his hand. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room. "Ah, Clara," he greeted with a twinkle in his eye. "Come to hear a tale or two, have you?" Clara smiled and explained the peculiar happenings in the village, her eyes bright with curiosity. Cedric listened attentively, nodding as she spoke. Cedric mused, stroking his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It sounds like the work of the Willow wisps, mischievous little spirits that sometimes wander into our world. They are drawn to places of warmth and light, much like our lanterns." Intrigued, Clara asked how they might gently persuade the willow clay wisps to leave the village in peace. Cedric suggested a plan, his voice calm and reassuring. "They are fond of music and the scent of honeysuckle. Perhaps if we create a welcoming path with both, they might find their way back to their own realm." With a plan in place, Clara enlisted the help of her friends. They gathered honeysuckle blossoms, their sweet fragrance filling the air, and wove them into garlands. That evening, as the village gathered, Clara and her friends played a gentle melody on flutes and fiddles, the notes weaving through the night like a tender embrace. The air shimmered softly as the willow wisps appeared, their tiny, glowing forms flitting curiously along the path of honeysuckle. The villagers watched in quiet awe, their hearts warmed by the enchanting sight. Gradually, the willow wisps followed the melody and the fragrant path, drifting towards the forest, where the veil between worlds was thinnest. As they disappeared into the night, the lanterns in the village steadied, their warm glow returning to its usual comforting presence. The villagers cheered softly, grateful for Clara's clever thinking and Cedric's wisdom. That night, as they returned to their homes, there was a renewed sense of wonder and harmony, a reminder of the magical world they were a part of. Clara, nestled in her bed, felt a deep sense of contentment. Outside her window, the forest whispered its gentle lullaby, and the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky. With a heart full of gratitude and the promise of new adventures, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing the village was safe and the mystery was resolved. And so in Bramble Hollow, life returned to its gentle rhythm, with stories of the willow wisps becoming a cherished tale, told by the fire's glow on crisp autumn evenings, a reminder of the magic that lingered just beyond the edges of their cozy world. Story 11. In the starlit tapestry of the galaxy, where nebulas glimmered like scattered jewels, lay the planet of Lysana, a serene world known for its crystalline waters and gentle, rustling winds. Here the sky was painted in hues of lavender and gold, with twin suns casting a comforting warmth over the verdant landscapes. It was on this tranquil planet that the annual Intergalactic Symposium for Peace was held, drawing beings of all shapes and sizes from across the cosmos. Among the attendees was a young, curious Glaf named Zib. His home planet, Nargoth, was a place of craggy terrains and winds that howled like hungry wolves. Zib himself was small and round, his skin a soft, iridescent blue that shimmered under light, and his eyes, large and perpetually wide with wonder, reflected the stars he dreamed of exploring. Zib had journeyed to Lasana in hopes of learning about the myriad cultures and creatures that populated the universe. On the other side of this celestial gathering was Thalia, a tall and graceful creature from the planet Solaris, where the sun always shone and the air was rich with the scent of blooming florals. Thalia's people, the Solari, were known for their wisdom and radiance. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, and her skin glowed with a gentle light, as if she carried a piece of her sunlit home wherever she went. The symposium was a bustling hive of activity, with beings exchanging stories and ideas, their voices weaving a harmonious tapestry of sound. Yet, amidst the vibrant chaos, Zib and Thalia found themselves drawn to a quiet corner of the garden, where a small fountain gurgled softly, its waters dancing in the dappled sunlight. Zib, ever the adventurer, approached Thalia with a tentative chirp, his round frame bobbing with excitement. "Hello, I'm Zib from Nargoth. I've never met a Solari before." Thalia turned, her eyes a serene shade of amber, and smiled warmly. "And I, a Glaf. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zib. I am Thalia." Their conversation began with the awkwardness of strangers, each word a tentative step into unfamiliar territory. Zib, with his penchant for asking questions, soon found himself puzzled by Thalia's replies, which were often wrapped in metaphor and poetic wisdom. Meanwhile, Thalia struggled to decipher Zib's rapid-fire speech, filled with Nargothian idioms and expressions. Despite these initial misunderstandings, there was a spark of curiosity between them, an unspoken agreement to bridge the gap of their differences. They decided to explore the surrounding gardens together, each step revealing hidden wonders, flowers that sang in the breeze and trees that whispered secrets of the universe. As they wandered, they came upon an ancient stone archway, overgrown with vines and promising mysteries beyond. Thalia, intrigued, suggested they venture through it. Zib, though hesitant, agreed, his adventurous spirit kindled by her enthusiasm. The path led them to a forgotten part of the gardens, where the air was thick with the scent of blooming night blossoms, and the ground was covered in soft, mossy carpets. Here they encountered an obstacle, a wide, shimmering pond that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. Zib, recalling tales of Nargoth's treacherous lakes, felt a flicker of fear. "We should turn back," he suggested, his voice quivering slightly. But Thalia, with her unshakable calm, knelt beside the water, dipping her fingers into its cool depths. "Sometimes, fear is just a shadow, Zib. Look closer." Encouraged by her gentle words, Zib peered into the pond. To his surprise, he saw that the water was not deep at all, and small, iridescent creatures flitted just beneath the surface, their bodies casting a soft glow that illuminated the way forward. With Thalia's guidance, Zib found the courage to step into the pond, and together they crossed to the other side, their steps sending ripples of light dancing across the water. As they reached the opposite bank, both felt a newfound sense of trust and understanding blossom between them. Their earlier misunderstandings now forgotten in the light of shared experience. Their journey continued, and with each new challenge, a sudden rainstorm that forced them to seek shelter under a canopy of trees, or a maze of thorny bushes that required careful navigation, their bond deepened. They learned to appreciate the strengths each brought to their partnership, Thalia's wisdom and patience, and Zib's boundless curiosity and courage. One evening, as they rested beneath the stars, Zib turned to Thalia, his eyes reflecting the twinkling lights above. "I've learned so much from you, Thalia, about facing fears and seeing beyond the surface." Thalia smiled, her glow gentle in the moonlight. "And I from you, Zib. You've reminded me of the joy in curiosity and the strength in adventure." Their friendship, forged in the fires of understanding and mutual respect, became a beacon to others at the symposium. Zib and Thalia found themselves sharing their story, teaching others that true friendship transcends the boundaries of culture and species. As the symposium drew to a close, Zib and Thalia stood together at the gates of Lysana, ready to return to their respective worlds. They knew that their friendship was a bond that distance could not sever, a gift that would continue to shine brightly across the stars. With a parting embrace, they promised to meet again, to continue exploring the wonders of the universe together. and as they journeyed back to their homes, the lessons they learned in each other's company stayed with them, a reminder that understanding and friendship could light the darkest paths and turn strangers into lifelong companions. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the twin suns, Zib and Thalia carried the warmth of their friendship back to their worlds, knowing that the galaxy was just a little bit brighter because of it. Story 12. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched their limbs skyward like the arms of a gentle giant, there existed a world both hidden and extraordinary. Here, the whisper of the wind through the leaves was a language of its own, and the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic were as faint as the morning mist. Among the gnarled roots and emerald ferns, the creatures of this woodland lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. One such creature was Finn, a wise old tortoise with a shell the color of autumn leaves. He was known throughout the forest as the keeper of stories, his wisdom as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. Finn's slow, deliberate movements belied a profound understanding of the forest's rhythms, and he was often sought out by creatures great and small for his counsel. As the seasons turned, a particular time of year approached when the forest underwent a transformation of its own. It was the time of the equinox dance, an event so magical that it was said to balance the very essence of nature itself. During this time, the forest came alive with the vibrant hues of autumn, as if the trees were cloaked in a fiery sunset. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves sounded like the softest lullaby. The equinox dance was not just a celebration of color, but a vital ritual that ensured the harmony of the forest. For it was during this time that the creatures of the forest gathered to exchange stories and wisdom, passing down knowledge vital for maintaining the delicate balance of their world. As the day of the dance approached, Finn noticed a change in the forest. The usually vibrant chatter of the birds was subdued, and the streams, which normally sang with joy, were quieter than a whisper. Concerned, Finn set out to discover the cause of this unease, his journey taking him to the heart of the forest where the ancient elder tree resided. The elder tree was a majestic giant, its trunk thick with the passage of centuries, its branches reaching out like a protective canopy. Beneath its boughs, the forest felt timeless, a place where the past and present intertwined like the roots below. As Finn approached, he met Iris, a nimble squirrel with fur as red as the autumn leaves. Iris was known for her curiosity and quick wit, always eager to learn from the world around her. She greeted Finn with a worried flick of her tail. "Finn," she chattered, her eyes bright with concern, "something is amiss. The forest feels different. The songs of the birds are muted, and the streams barely hum." Finn nodded, his wise eyes reflecting the dappled light. "Yes, Iris, the balance is shifting, and it is up to us to restore it before the equinox dance." Together, they approached the elder tree, and as if sensing their presence, the tree's leaves rustled in a gentle greeting. From within the tree, a deep, resonant voice emerged, like the sound of the earth itself speaking. "Welcome, Finn and Iris," the elder tree intoned, its voice carrying the weight of ages. "I sense a disturbance in our forest, a discord that threatens the harmony we hold dear." Finn stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. "Elder tree, we seek your guidance. The balance of our forest is faltering, and we wish to understand how we might restore it." The elder tree's branches swayed thoughtfully, casting a mosaic of shadows on the forest floor. Long ago, when the world was young, the seasons danced together in harmony, each one vital to the other's existence. But over time, the magic that binds them has grown weary. To restore the balance, you must find the stones of seasons, hidden deep within the forest. Each stone holds the essence of a season, and only by bringing them together can the harmony of our forest be renewed. Finn and Iris listened intently, understanding the gravity of their task. With a nod of determination, they set off on their journey, the forest enveloping them in its embrace. Their first destination was the dewy glen, where the stone of spring was said to reside. As they traveled, the forest revealed its secrets, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. The sun filtered through the canopy, warming their path and guiding them forward. Upon reaching the glen, they found it alive with the vibrant energy of spring. Delicate blossoms dotted the landscape, and the sound of a babbling brook filled the air. In the center of the glen lay the Stone of Spring, a crystalline gem that shimmered with hues of green and gold. Finn gently picked it up, feeling its warmth pulse in his hands. Next, they journeyed to the summer meadow, a place where the sun shone brightest, and the air was thick with the perfume of blooming flowers. The meadow was alive with the symphony of cicadas and the fluttering of butterflies. Here, they discovered the Stone of Summer, a radiant orb that glowed with the warmth of the sun itself. With 2 stones in hand, Finn and Iris continued to the autumn grove, where the leaves painted the forest in shades of amber and crimson. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of ripe apples and fallen leaves. In the heart of the grove, the Stone of Autumn lay nestled among the roots of an ancient chestnut tree, its surface a swirl of rich, earthy hues. Finally, they made their way to the Winter Hollow, a serene glade where the world seemed to hold its breath. Frost kissed the ground, and the trees stood bare, their branches etching delicate patterns against the pale sky. In this quiet place they found the Stone of Winter, a cool, translucent crystal that captured the purity of a snowflake. With each stone gathered, Finn and Iris felt the magic of the forest strengthen around them. As they returned to the elder tree, the air seemed to hum with anticipation, the forest holding its collective breath for what was to come. Under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, Finn and Iris placed the Stones of Seasons in a circle at the base of its trunk. As they did, a gentle light began to emanate from the stones, weaving a tapestry of colors that danced through the air. The forest responded in kind, the leaves rustling in a harmonious chorus, the streams singing with renewed vigor. The equinox dance began, a celebration of life and balance, where creatures great and small gathered to share in the magic. The birds sang once more, their melodies weaving through the trees like a gentle breeze, and the forest pulsed with a sense of unity and peace. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Finn and Iris stood together, their hearts filled with the warmth of accomplishment. They had restored the balance of their world, ensuring that the harmony of the forest would endure for generations to come. And so, under the watchful eye of the elder tree, the forest continued to thrive, a place where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony, whispering the timeless tales of nature's wisdom to all who would listen. Story 13. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled along the banks of a slow-moving river and surrounded by lush, whispering forests, lived a young girl named Tessa. Known for her curious spirit and kind heart, Tessa loved nothing more than wandering the gentle hills and dappled woods that bordered her home. The village, with its cobblestone streets, charming cottages, and cheerful gardens, seemed ordinary to most, but not to Tessa. She saw magic in the way the sunlight danced through the leaves and the way the river sang its ancient songs. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Tessa set out on one of her explorations. She wore a shawl of soft wool around her shoulders and carried a small wicker basket, hoping to collect some of the season's last wild berries. As she strolled along the tree-lined path, her boots crunching on the fallen leaves, she noticed something unusual glimmering beneath the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, Tessa knelt down, brushing aside the leaves, to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate vines and blossoms, as if the forest itself had shaped it. Gently, she opened the box, and to her amazement, inside lay a shimmering opalescent stone. It pulsed softly with a warm, inviting light, like a tiny, captured star. The moment Tessa touched the stone, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of laughter. She felt a strange sensation, as if the world had shifted slightly, and she knew, in that instant, that this was no ordinary stone. It was a magical token, a gift from the forest, holding secrets untold. Carrying the stone, Tessa continued her walk, feeling a newfound sense of wonder. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she noticed the forest seemed more alive. The birds sang in harmonious melodies, and the trees swayed as if whispering secrets. Yet there was something more, a presence, gentle and welcoming. Along her path, Tessa encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were as soft as the moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young one," the owl hooted softly. "I see you have found the Stone of Whispers. It is a rare and precious thing indeed." Tessa, enthralled, asked, "What does it do?" The owl blinked slowly, as if gathering ancient thoughts. "The stone reveals that which is hidden and guides those who seek with a pure heart. But remember, its power is not in might, but in understanding." Thanking the owl, Tessa continued her journey, pondering his words. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and violet, she reached a small clearing, where she found a gentle stream winding through the moss-covered rocks. There, at the water's edge, stood a fox with a coat of fiery red, its eyes bright and curious. "Hello, brave traveler," the fox greeted in a voice as smooth as silk. "You carry the stone of great wonder, but also of great responsibility. Have you discovered its purpose?" "I haven't," Tessa confessed, "but I feel it is meant to teach me something important." The fox nodded, curling its tail around its paws. "The stone will reveal its secrets in time. Listen to your heart and trust your instincts. Sometimes the greatest journey is the one within." With the fox's words echoing in her mind, Tessa set off once more, the stone nestled safely in her basket. As twilight descended, she began to feel a sense of urgency, as if the forest itself was urging her onward. The path led her to a quiet glade where the air was sweet and still. There, standing amidst a circle of ancient stones, she found a young stag, his antlers crowned with leaves and flowers. The stag approached with a grace that spoke of the forest's serenity. "You are close to understanding," he murmured, his voice like a gentle breeze. "The stone seeks to bring harmony, to heal, and to unite, but it requires courage to listen and wisdom to act." At that moment, Tessa understood. The stone was a bridge, a way to connect hearts and minds, to see beyond the surface and find the truth within. It was not a tool of power, but of peace. With newfound clarity, Tessa turned back toward Willowbrook, the forest guiding her with tender whispers. As she walked, she decided to share the stone's light with her village, to bring people together in understanding and friendship. The next day, Tessa gathered the villagers around the great oak in the town square, where she shared the stone's story and its gentle glow. The villagers, touched by her sincerity and the stone's magic, began to see the world through new eyes, appreciating the bonds that connected them all. In the days that followed, Willowbrook blossomed with kindness and cooperation. Neighbors helped one another with joyful hearts, and the village thrived with a newfound spirit of unity. And Tessa, with her gentle wisdom and open heart, continued to explore the world, carrying with her the lessons of the stone and the friendships she had made along the way. As the seasons turned, the stone's magic deepened, its light a constant reminder of the power of understanding and the beauty of a world seen through the eyes of wonder. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Tessa's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a bedtime story whispered by crackling fires, reminding all who listened of the magic that lay within and the journey that could change a heart forever. Story 14. In a quaint village, nestled between the gentle curves of emerald hills and the whispering murmur of a winding brook, there lived a young girl named Lyla. Her cottage was tucked away at the edge of an ancient forest, where the air was always crisp and the scent of pine lingered like a comforting embrace. The village was a place where dreams seemed to dance with the morning mist, and every day held the promise of a new wonder. One crisp, cool morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Lyla noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant colors of her garden appeared muted, as if a veil of shadow had draped itself over the blossoms. The marigolds were not as sunny, the violets seemed to have lost their royal sheen, and the roses, oh the roses, looked as though they had been kissed by a ghost. Intrigued and a bit concerned, Lyla decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite shawl, a patchwork of memories and warmth, and set out towards the heart of the village. Her path was lined with cobblestones that glistened with dew, and the gentle chatter of birds accompanied her steps. As she reached the village square, she found a small gathering of her neighbors, each with their own stories of strange occurrences. Mr. Thistle, the baker, spoke of his bread mysteriously losing its delightful aroma. Mrs. Puddle, the seamstress, lamented about her threads fading overnight. Even young Tom, who delivered milk, mentioned that the cream had turned watery. An air of gentle mystery hung over the village, like the softest of veils, and it was clear that something needed to be done. Lyla, with her curious mind and kind heart, felt a gentle tug at her soul, a call to uncover the mystery. She decided to visit the wise old owl, Athenor, who lived in the ancient oak tree at the forest's edge. Athenor was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom. As she approached the tree, the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation, the leaves whispering secrets only they knew. "Ah, Lyla," Athenor said in his deep, soothing voice. "I've been expecting you. The forest has been restless, and I sense you seek answers." Lyla nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, dear Athenor, the colors are fading, the scents are disappearing, and the village feels different." Athenor blinked slowly, his amber eyes thoughtful. "There is a tale," he began, "of the glimmering mist, a rare and magical fog that sweeps through the land once every 100 years. It is said to feed on the essence of beauty, leaving behind only whispers of what once was." "But why now?" Lyla asked, feeling a mix of fascination and concern. "The glimmering mist is drawn to places of great kindness and harmony," Athenor explained. "It seems your village's warmth and beauty have attracted its attention." Lyla pondered this, her fingers gently tracing patterns in the soft earth. "Is there a way to restore the colors and the scents?" she asked, her voice a gentle plea. Athenor nodded, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "The answer lies within the forest, where the heart of the mist resides. But remember, dear Lyla, the mist is not malicious. It simply seeks to exist, much like we do." With a newfound determination, Lyla thanked Athenor and ventured deeper into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight that danced through the canopy, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of moss and leaves. As she walked, she felt the presence of the forest creatures around her, rabbits peeking from their burrows, birds serenading the day, and squirrels playing hide-and-seek amongst the branches. Guided by a gentle instinct, Lyla soon found herself in a clearing where the sunlight shimmered with an otherworldly glow. In the center, swirling like a wisp of smoke, was the glimmering mist. It twisted and turned, a tapestry of silver and gold, as if it were the very essence of twilight. Lyla approached the mist with a heart full of compassion and spoke softly. "Dear mist, I understand your need to exist, but the village needs its colors and scents to thrive. Perhaps there is a way we can find balance." The mist seemed to pause, listening to her words. It swirled around her gently, like a curious breeze. Lyla closed her eyes and let her heart speak, of the love in the village, the laughter and joy, the simple beauty of everyday life. As if in response, the mist began to weave itself into the air, transforming from its silvery sheen into a vibrant cascade of colors. The clearing filled with the fragrance of flowers, fresh-baked bread, and the sweetness of morning dew. The mist had listened, and in its gentle understanding it had given back what it had borrowed. With a grateful heart, Lyla returned to the village, where everything seemed to glow with renewed life. The marigolds beamed like miniature suns, the violets bloomed with regal grace, and the roses blushed with a deep velvety red. The village was alive once more, its spirit brighter than ever. The villagers gathered to celebrate, their laughter mingling with the soft rustle of the wind. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyla knew that even the mysteries of the world could be solved with kindness and understanding. That night, as she lay snug in her bed, the gentle lullaby of the brook whispered through her dreams, and the soft glow of the moon cast a tender light over the village. Lyla drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of warmth and wonder, knowing that in her world, magic and friendship would always walk hand in hand. Story 15. In the heart of the enchanted patchwork forest, where the trees wore coats of many colors and sang in the breeze, there was a small village named Whimsical. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most extraordinary creatures, each with quirks that made them as unique as the leaves of their colorful forest. Among them was a cheerful little creature named Pippin, who had the most extraordinary ears. They were long, fluffy, and could be used as wings to fly short distances. Pippin loved to flutter about, trailing sparkles of laughter wherever he went. His best friend was Twizzle, a tiny round creature with a nose that changed colors with his mood. Twizzle's nose was often a vibrant pink, a testament to his joyful outlook on life. One sunny morning, as the forest shimmered with dew that glistened like diamonds, Pippin and Twizzle set out on a new adventure. They were headed to the glimmering glade, a magical clearing where the sunlight danced through the trees, creating rainbows on the forest floor. Today, however, something peculiar was happening in Whimsy Wicks. The sunbeams seemed to be misbehaving. As they arrived at the glade, Pippin noticed that the beams of sunlight were tangled like yarn in a basket. They stretched and twirled in all the wrong directions, casting shadows that somersaulted and leaped about like playful kittens. Twizzle's nose turned a puzzled shade of blue, and he squeaked, "Oh dear, Pippin! The sunlight's gone all topsy-turvy. What do you think could have happened?" Pippin fluttered his ears thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps it's a magical muddle. We must find out how to untangle this sunny snarl before the forest is shadowed in confusion." Their first stop was at the home of Willow Wisp, the wise old owl who lived in a tree house high above the forest. Willow Wisp was known for her vast knowledge and her ability to see things others could not. Her feathers were as white as moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with secrets and stories. "Ah, young ones," said Willow Wisp, flapping her wings gently. "The sunbeams are caught in a riddle spun by none other than the trickster pixies. They've been up to their playful tricks again." Pippin's ears drooped slightly. "Oh no, those mischievous pixies. How can we convince them to set things right?" Willow-Wisp chuckled softly, a sound like rustling pages. "The trickster pixies love nothing more than a good laugh and a clever solution. Perhaps you can turn their trickery into a treat, something that will make them giggle with glee and restore the sunbeams to their rightful dance." With a plan forming, Pippin and Twizzle set off to find the pixies, whose laughter could be heard bubbling like a brook in the distance. The pixies lived in a grove of trees that sparkled with tiny lights, and their homes were little nests of woven vines and petals. The pixies were indeed a merry bunch, with shimmering wings and mischievous grins. Their leader, a sprite named Tinket, fluttered forward, her wings trailing stardust. "What brings you to our giggle grove, Pippin and Twizzle?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Pippin explained the sunbeam tangle and suggested, "How about a game? If we can make you laugh harder than you've ever laughed before, you'll untangle the sunbeams and let them dance freely once more." Tinket's eyes sparkled with interest, and she clapped her hands. "A challenge! We love a good laugh. Very well, make us giggle, and we'll set the sunbeams free." With that, Pippin and Twizzle began their comedic performance. Pippin fluttered around on his fluffy ears, pretending to be a bumbling bumblebee, while Twizzle, whose nose now glowed a cheerful orange, juggled acorns with his tiny paws. The pixies giggled, but it wasn't enough. Then inspiration struck. Pippin remembered a tale Willow-Wisp had once told him about a magical melody known as the Giggle Jiggle, a song so silly it was impossible not to laugh. He whispered the idea to Twizzle, who nodded eagerly. Together they began to hum a tune, their voices weaving a melody as whimsical as the forest itself. As they hummed, Pippin's ears flapped along in rhythm, and Twizzle's nose blinked in time with the beat. The pixies watched, their laughter bubbling up like a spring. Soon enough, the giggle-jiggle took hold. The pixies laughed so hard they tumbled from their perches, rolling on the forest floor in a fit of giggles. Tinket, wiping tears of joy from her eyes, gasped, "Enough! Enough! You've won. We'll untangle the sunbeams, just as promised." With a wave of their hands, the trickster pixies set the sunbeams free, and they soared through the glimmering glade, dancing and twinkling as they should. The forest was once again bathed in warm, golden light, and everything returned to its usual magical harmony. Pippin and Twizzle, their hearts light with happiness, thanked the pixies and returned to Whimsy Wicks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they sat together under the twinkling stars, basking in the glow of their successful adventure. "Do you think the sunbeams will ever get tangled again?" Twizzle asked, his nose now a peaceful lavender. Pippin grinned, his fluffy ears twitching with delight. "If they do, we'll just have to come up with another plan, won't we? After all, there's nothing a little laughter and friendship can't fix." With that, they settled into their cozy nests, lulled to sleep by the gentle hum of the forest. dreaming of the next adventure that awaited them in the magical world of whimsy wicks. And so, with a heart full of joy and a mind at ease, the village slept peacefully, knowing that even the trickiest of problems could be solved with a bit of creativity and a whole lot of laughter. Story 16. In the vast and shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in an endless sea, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Lumina. This world was renowned across the universe for its breathtaking, multicolored auroras that danced across the skies, illuminating the land below in a palette of ever-shifting hues. On the other side of the galaxy, tucked away in a quieter corner, lay the planet Solara, a place where the sun never set, and gentle golden rays blanketed its landscapes in perpetual warmth. It was from these two very different worlds that our story's protagonists hailed. From Lumina came Nissa, a gentle creature with skin that shimmered like the northern lights, reflecting her planet's beauty. Her eyes, a deep azure, held the wisdom of her ancestors and a curiosity as vast as the cosmos itself. Nissa's people, the Luminarians, were known for their empathetic natures and ability to sense the emotions of others, which often left them vulnerable to the overwhelming feelings they encountered. From Solara came Kellen, a stout and sturdy being with a heart as warm as his sun-drenched homeland. His skin was the color of sun-baked clay, and his eyes glowed a soft amber, like two embers smoldering with an inner light. The Solarians, Kellen's people, were renowned for their resilience and unwavering optimism, traits that had served them well in their sunlit world. The two met on a space station orbiting the tranquil planet of Seraphis, a place known for its peace conferences and gatherings of species from across the galaxy. Nissa had journeyed there to learn more about the diverse cultures that populated the universe, while Kellen had come seeking new friendships and adventures. Their first encounter was anything but smooth. Nissa, overwhelmed by the cacophony of feelings surrounding her, accidentally projected a wave of her own emotions, anxiety and wonder toward Kellen, who responded with surprise and a burst of laughter, a Solarian reflex to unexpected situations. Nissa mistook this laughter for mockery and withdrew into herself, her luminescent skin dimming with distress. Kellen, noticing the change in her aura, felt his heart tug with sympathy. He approached her gently, his voice as warm and soothing as a summer breeze. "I didn't mean to laugh at you," he explained, his eyes earnest. "It's just how we Solarians react when we're startled. I promise I meant no harm." Nissa, sensing the sincerity in his words, allowed herself a small smile. "I'm sorry," she replied softly. "I wasn't expecting to meet someone like you. Your emotions are different from what I'm used to." With that mutual understanding, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Over the next few days, Nissa and Kellen explored the station together, sharing stories of their home planets and marveling at the wonders of Seraphis. Nissa taught Kellen how to read the shifting colors of the auroras, while Kellen shared tales of Solarian festivals filled with music and laughter that seemed to echo through the cosmos. Despite their growing closeness, misunderstandings occasionally arose. Once, Nissa misinterpreted Kellen's exuberant gestures during a story as frustration, and Kellen, in turn, struggled to comprehend the depths of Nissa's empathy, which sometimes left her drained. Yet, each misunderstanding led to deeper conversations and a greater appreciation of their differences, strengthening the bond between them. Their friendship was truly tested when a solar storm threatened the space station, cutting off communication with the outside world and leaving its inhabitants in a state of uncertainty. The storm's energy disrupted Nissa's emotional senses, overwhelming her with fear and confusion. Kellen, feeling her distress acutely, stayed by her side, offering words of comfort and holding her hand, his presence a steady anchor in the chaos. Together, they devised a plan to restore power to the station. Nissa, using her luminarian ability to sense the flow of energy, guided Kellen to the heart of the station, where he used his Solarian strength to repair the damaged circuits. It was an arduous task, requiring both Nissa's precision and Kellen's endurance, but their combined efforts eventually brought light back to the station. As the storm subsided, the inhabitants of the station gathered to thank Nissa and Kellen for their bravery and ingenuity. In that moment, under the glow of the restored lights, Nissa realized that the true meaning of friendship lay not in the absence of differences, but in the acceptance and celebration of them. Kellen, too, understood that true strength came not from facing challenges alone, but from the support and understanding of those by his side. With the skies clear once more, Nissa and Kellen prepared to return to their respective planets. As they bid farewell, Nissa's skin shimmered with gratitude and joy, while Kellen's eyes glowed with warmth and affection. They promised to stay in touch, their friendship a bridge spanning the vastness of space, a reminder that even in the most unlikely of places, true companionship could be found. And so, under the serene skies of Seriphus, two friends from distant worlds embraced, their hearts entwined by the bonds they had forged, and the universe seemed just a little bit smaller, and a whole lot brighter for it. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, a quaint little village nestled quietly. The village, known as Moonbrook, was a place where the sun's rays filtered through the leaves like golden rain, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine and honeyed dew. Cobblestone paths meandered through the cottages, each one framed by wild, colorful gardens that danced in the breeze. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Lyla, who lived with her grandmother in a cottage that was tucked away at the edge of the forest. Lyla was known for her insatiable curiosity and her gentle heart. She had a talent for mending broken things, whether they were toys, friendships, or even the occasional misunderstanding. One crisp autumn morning, Lyla awoke to find something peculiar happening in Moonbrook. The villagers were gathered around the village square, whispering and pointing at something unusual. The great oak tree, which stood proudly at the center of the square, had donned a peculiar coat of shimmering silver leaves overnight. It was a sight so strange that even the oldest villagers, who had seen many seasons come and go, were baffled. As the villagers murmured in wonder, Lyla felt a soft tug at her sleeve. She looked down to see her dear friend, Pip, a sprightly little squirrel with eyes as bright as acorns. Pip chattered excitedly, as if he had a secret to share. "I think the forest is trying to tell us something," Lyla mused, gently scratching Pip behind his ears. "Let's see if we can uncover this mystery." With Pip perched on her shoulder, Lyla set off into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the rustling of leaves and the soft songs of birds. As they walked, Lyla noticed something unusual. The forest floor, usually covered in a carpet of golden leaves, was dotted with delicate silver petals that gleamed in the sunlight. Each petal seemed to glow with a light of its own, casting tiny reflections on the ground. "These must be connected to the tree," Lyla thought aloud, bending down to gently pick up a petal. It felt cool and silky in her hand, as if it were made of moonlight. Pip chirped in agreement, pointing with his tiny paw towards a path that led deeper into the woods. Lyla followed his lead, her curiosity piqued by the mystery unfolding before them. Deeper into the forest they went, where the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. The path led them to a clearing where an ancient stone well stood, its surface covered in vines and moss. Hanging above the well was a lantern, glowing softly with a silver light that matched the petals. Lyla approached the well with cautious reverence. She peered over the edge and saw water that shimmered like liquid stars. It was then that she realized the source of the mystery. The magical well was overflowing, and its enchanted water had touched the roots of the great oak back in the village, transforming its leaves. As she pondered this, a gentle voice drifted on the breeze, warm and inviting. "Ah, a curious heart has found its way here." Lyla turned to see an elderly woman stepping into the clearing. Her hair cascaded like silver silk, and her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. She wore a cloak, woven with strands that seemed to dance like moonbeams. "You have found the Well of Wishes," the woman continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It shares its magic with the world during times of need, when hearts are heavy or when hope is dim." "But why now?" Lyla asked, her gaze shifting to the well. "The village is happy and peaceful." The wise woman smiled, her eyes crinkling like autumn leaves. "Sometimes magic appears not to solve a problem, but to remind us of the beauty around us. It seems the forest wanted to gift the village a moment of wonder. Lyla nodded, understanding the gentle lesson hidden within the mystery. The silver leaves and petals were a reminder to cherish the simple joys and the magic in everyday life. "Thank you for helping me see," Lyla said, her heart full of gratitude. The woman nodded, her form seeming to blend with the shifting shadows of the forest. "Remember, dear child, that magic is always present, waiting to be discovered by those who look with their hearts." With that, the woman vanished, leaving Lyla and Pip alone in the clearing. They lingered a moment longer, savoring the tranquility before retracing their steps back to the village. As they emerged from the forest, the villagers were still gathered around the oak tree, marveling at its beauty. Lyla smiled as she joined them, a secret shared with the forest nestled in her heart. And so, the mystery of the silver leaves was solved, leaving the villagers of Moonbrook with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of their world. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyla returned to her cozy cottage, where her grandmother was waiting with a warm hug and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. As Lyla snuggled into bed that night, the moonlight streaming through her window, she knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be there, whispering its secrets to those who were willing to listen. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with shimmering leaves and the gentle songs of the forest. Story 18. In a gentle corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of the cosmos, there existed a small, unassuming planet called Luminara. On this planet, the air was perpetually filled with the soft hum of crystal winds, and the surface was dotted with luminescent flora that glowed with every color of the rainbow. It was here, amidst the glittering meadows and starlit skies, that the story of unlikely companionship began. Luminara was known for its annual gathering of the spheres, a celestial event where beings from neighboring planets would converge to share knowledge, art, and stories. This year, the festival was more vibrant than ever, with shimmering orbs floating through the air, carrying messages of hope and friendship. Among the attendees were two beings, as different as night and day, yet destined to become the closest of companions. One was Zephyr, a gentle creature from the airy planet of Etheria. Zephyr's form was ethereal, with translucent wings that shimmered like morning dew, and a voice that sang like the wind through the trees. His people were known for their wisdom and their ability to communicate through melodies that could calm even the fiercest of storms. The other was Kale, a sturdy, warm-hearted being from the fiery world of Pyronis. Kale's skin glowed with the warmth of embers, and his laughter was a deep rumble, reminiscent of distant thunder. The Pyronians were celebrated for their strength and their unyielding spirit, often misunderstood due to their fiery nature. At the gathering, Zephyr and Kale found themselves drawn to the same crystal pavilion, where a mesmerizing display of cosmic art was being unveiled. Zephyr, entranced by the beauty of the artwork, began to hum a gentle tune, his wings creating a soft breeze that danced around him. Kale, appreciating the art in his own way, laughed heartily at the vibrant displays and clapped his hands, creating small sparks that illuminated the surroundings. Their initial meeting was marred by misunderstanding. Zephyr, startled by the sudden sparks, fluttered away, thinking Kale was trying to disrupt the art. Kale, on his part, was perplexed by Zephyr's reaction, feeling his warmth had been unappreciated. They parted ways, both feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, the festival had a way of intertwining destinies. Later that night, as the moons cast their silver light over the land, a challenge arose. A sudden, unexpected meteor shower threatened the gathering, sending luminescent shards raining down from the sky. Panic spread among the attendees, but it was in this moment of chaos that Zephyr and Kale's paths crossed once more. Zephyr, using his melodic voice, began to sing a calming song that eased the fear in the hearts of those around him. His wings created a soothing breeze that deflected the smaller shards. Meanwhile, Kale, with his sturdy form, shielded others, using his fiery aura to melt the larger pieces before they could cause harm. Together they orchestrated a dance of harmony, balancing wind and fire to protect those in need. As the last of the meteors fell, leaving a trail of stardust behind, Zephyr and Kale found themselves standing side by side, their earlier misunderstandings forgotten. They gazed at each other, a newfound respect glimmering in their eyes. Zephyr, in his soft, melodious voice, thanked Kale for his bravery, while Kale, with a warm chuckle, expressed his admiration for Zephyr's calming presence. In the days that followed, the two became inseparable, exploring the wonders of Luminara together. They discovered that their differences were their greatest strengths, each complementing the other in perfect harmony. Zephyr taught Kale the art of listening to the whispers of the wind, while Kale showed Zephyr the beauty of embracing one's inner fire. Through shared adventures, they learned the true meaning of friendship, that it transcends appearances and differences, thriving on understanding and mutual respect. They faced challenges together, from navigating the dense, glowing forests of Luminara to sharing stories under the starlit skies, each moment bringing them closer. As the festival drew to a close, Zephyr and Kale stood at the edge of a crystal-clear lake, watching the reflection of the stars dance upon the water's surface. The air was filled with the fragrance of blooming star lilies, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the universe. "Thank you, Zephyr," Kale said, his voice a gentle rumble, "for showing me the beauty in the quiet moments and teaching me to listen." Zephyr smiled, his wings shimmering in the moonlight. "And thank you, Kale, for reminding me that strength and warmth can be found in the most unexpected places." As they stood there, side by side, the warmth of their friendship enveloped them like a comforting embrace. They knew that, though they came from different worlds, they had found a place in each other's hearts, a bond that would shine as brightly as the stars above. And so, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, Zephyr and Kale's friendship became a beacon of hope and unity, a reminder that even in a universe as vast as theirs, true companionship could bridge any distance, lighting the way for all who sought its gentle glow. Story 19. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where sunlight dappled the ground through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a village known to all as Moonlit Hollow. The village was renowned for its gentle folk and their kindness to every creature that made its home there. Cobblestone pathways wound between quaint cottages with crooked chimneys, from which smoke curled lazily into the sky, carrying the comforting scent of hearth fires and simmering stew. Beneath the silvery light of the moon, the village appeared almost ethereal, as if cradled in a gentle dream. Yet, one autumn evening, as the golden leaves began to fall like a cascade of stars, something strange began to unfold. It started with a whisper, a soft susurration that seemed to drift from the forest's edge, a melody without source or end. The villagers, curious but unalarmed, spoke of the melody as they gathered around their fireplaces, the warm glow casting shadows that danced upon the walls. They wondered aloud, questions weaving through their conversations like threads in a tapestry. What could it be? Who or what was singing such an enchanting tune? A young girl named Anwen, known for her keen eyes and gentle heart, listened to these whispers with growing intrigue. Anwen had always been fond of mysteries, her mind a puzzle that delighted in the fitting together of pieces. With her cat, Whiskers, a sleek, silvery creature with eyes like lantern-lit pools, she decided to follow the melody to its heart. One crisp morning, when the sun was but a blush on the horizon, Anwen set off towards the forest. Her scarf, woven with care by her grandmother, wrapped snugly about her neck, and her boots crunched on the frost-kissed leaves. Whiskers padded silently beside her, his ears perked with curiosity. As they ventured deeper, the melody grew clearer, a harmonious blend of notes that seemed to rise and fall with the very breath of the forest. Anwen paused often, her eyes scanning the trees, each one dressed in hues of amber and crimson, as if wearing the last vestiges of summer's warmth. She could feel the magic in the air, a tingling sensation that danced across her skin like the brush of a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a rustling interrupted her thoughts, and from behind a cluster of ferns emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a brownie, a small, sprightly being with a head of mossy hair and eyes that twinkled like morning dew. His name was Bramble, as he quickly introduced himself with a cheerful nod. "Ah, young Anwen," Bramble chattered, his voice like a brook bubbling over smooth stones. "You seek the source of the melody, do you not?" Anwen nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, good Bramble, it is a song like no other, and I wish to understand it." Bramble chuckled. the sound like leaves rustling in a playful wind. Then follow me, for the forest has secrets to share with those who listen with their hearts. With Whiskers trotting beside them, the trio delved deeper into the woods. The trees whispered above, their branches swaying gently as if sharing secrets of their own. Soon, they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun, where the melody seemed to hang in the air like a shimmering tapestry. There, at the center of the clearing, was a circle of stones, and upon each stone perched a small, luminescent creature, woodland sprites, their wings gossamer thin and iridescent. They sang in harmony, their voices weaving a spell of tranquility and joy. Anwen watched, spellbound, as Bramble explained. The sprites gather here at the turn of the seasons to sing the forest awake, to herald the changes that come with autumn's embrace. It is their way of tending to the balance of nature. A gentle smile spread across Anwen's face. She felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. "Thank you, Bramble," she said softly. "I shall share this with the villagers, so they too may appreciate the magic that surrounds us." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, wisdom grows when shared, just as the forest thrives when nurtured by many. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Anwen returned to Moonlit Hollow, Whiskers bounding happily at her side. As she shared the story of the sprite's song with her fellow villagers, they listened with rapt attention, their imaginations kindled by the tale of the forest's gentle guardians. From that day on, whenever the mysterious melody drifted from the woods, the villagers of Moonlit Hollow paused in their daily tasks to listen, their hearts open to the magic of the world around them. And each autumn, they gathered beneath the moonlit sky, celebrating the harmony of nature and the wisdom of friendship. As the years passed, the tale of the sprite's song became a cherished tradition, woven into the very fabric of the village's lore. And though the source of the melody was no longer a mystery, the wonder it inspired never faded. For in Moonlit Hollow, the magic of the forest was always near, whispering its secrets to those willing to listen. And so, with the village nestled in the embrace of the gentle forest, the people of Moonlit Hollow slumbered peacefully each night, their dreams filled with the melody of life itself. Story 20, The Whispering Glade. In the heart of the evergreen forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy and painted the forest floor with dapples of gold, there lay a hidden glade known only to the forest's oldest inhabitants. This glade, ringed by towering oaks and fragrant wildflowers, held a secret that even the keenest explorers had never discovered. It was said that the glade whispered tales of old, a magical place that listened and responded to those who visited with pure hearts. One cool autumn morning, a gentle girl named Mira set out on an adventure. Mira was known in her village for her kindness and a curious spark that never seemed to dim. Her spirit was as warm as the woolen shawl her grandmother had knitted for her, and her laughter as bright as the jingle of the tiny bells she wore around her wrist. Mira had heard whispers of the glade from old Tom, the village storyteller, who spoke of it as though it were a living being. "The glade listens," he often said, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. "It listens and learns, and if you listen back, it might just share its secrets." With a wicker basket swinging from her arm, filled with fresh bread and cheese, Mira stepped lightly along the forest path. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. She marveled at the vibrant tapestry of reds and oranges that adorned the trees, each leaf a tiny flag waving farewell to summer. As Mira ventured deeper into the woods, the sound of the village faded into a serene symphony of nature. Birds sang their melodious tunes, squirrels chattered as they busily gathered acorns, and the gentle rustle of the breeze through the branches felt like a lullaby. Yet an unusual stillness hovered in the air, guiding Mira's steps to the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before Mira reached a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were ancient, their limbs gnarled and twisted, as though they had been molded by centuries of whispers. In the midst of these giants, a gentle light beckoned her forward. As she stepped closer, Mira's breath caught in her throat. She had found the whispering glade. The glade was a perfect circle, its grass lush and soft underfoot, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that seemed to smile up at her. In the center stood a singular, magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide like open arms. This was the heart of the glade, and Mira felt an inexplicable pull towards it. With a soft sigh, Mira settled beneath the tree, leaning back against its ancient trunk. As she closed her eyes, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a soft, melodic hum. Mira listened intently, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. It was as if the glade was singing, each note a whisper of the world it had seen. Mira knew not how long she sat there, cradled by the earth and serenaded by its song. But when she opened her eyes, she noticed something peculiar. A small, luminous orb floated before her, shimmering with hues of green and gold. It hovered gently, as though waiting for her acknowledgement. "Hello," Mira whispered, her voice soft and curious. The orb twinkled in response, and a warm sensation spread through Mira's heart. She reached out a tentative hand, and the orb danced closer, nestling into her palm like a gentle flame. As she held it, Mira felt a connection, a bond with something much greater than herself. The orb pulsed with warmth, and as it did, images began to unfold in Mira's mind. She saw visions of the forest as it once was, a time when creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the trees. She saw the glade as a place of gathering, where animals and people alike came to share stories and dreams. But as quickly as the images appeared, they faded, leaving Mira with a deep sense of tranquility. She realized that the orb, this beautiful magical thing, was a fragment of the glade's memory, a gift to those who listened with their hearts. Mira rose from her place beneath the tree, the orb still cradled in her hand. She knew she had been entrusted with something precious, something that needed to be shared. With a grateful heart, she bid farewell to the glade, promising to return. The journey back to her village was filled with a newfound sense of purpose. As she walked, Mira felt a gentle presence beside her, an invisible companion that guided her steps and whispered encouragement. When Mira returned to the village, she wasted no time in visiting old Tom. She found him in the village square, his chair positioned to catch the last rays of the setting sun. His eyes brightened as Mira approached, and he smiled a knowing smile. "Ah, Mira," he greeted her warmly. "You've found it, haven't you?" Mira nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. She opened her hand, revealing the shimmering orb. Old Tom's gaze softened, and he leaned forward, studying the orb with reverence. "You've been given a gift, child," he said, his voice gentle. "The glade has chosen you as its storyteller." Mira felt a swell of pride and responsibility. She understood then that the glade's whispers were not just stories of the past, but lessons for the present. The orb was a beacon of wisdom, a reminder of the harmony that could be achieved when nature and humanity walked hand in hand. With old Tom's encouragement, Mira began to share the stories she had seen. She gathered the villagers, young and old, and spoke of the glade's memories, weaving tales of friendship, kindness, and unity. Her words, guided by the orb's gentle light, resonated with all who listened. As the days turned into weeks, the village began to change. Inspired by Mira's stories, the villagers grew closer, working together to care for one another and the land that sustained them. They planted new trees, nurtured the wildlife, and celebrated the beauty of the forest with festivals and songs. Mira's friendship with the orb deepened, and she visited the glade often, each time greeted by the welcoming embrace of the ancient tree. The glade in turn flourished, its whispers growing stronger, its light brighter. Through her journey, Mira learned that the true magic of the glade lay not in the orb itself, but in the connections it inspired. She discovered that every heart had the capacity to listen, to learn, and to share, and that in doing so, they could create a world where kindness and understanding reigned. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Mira continued to share her gift. The village thrived, a testament to the power of stories and the wisdom of the whispering glade. Mira knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the orb's light would guide her wherever she went, a constant reminder of the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira sat by her window, the orb glowing softly beside her. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle whispers of the glade, and felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that as long as there were stories to be told and hearts willing to listen, the magic of the glade would never fade. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the forest as her witness, Mira drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the whispered tales of the world, a world that was brighter, kinder, and more beautiful than she had ever imagined. Story 21. In the heart of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million fireflies in the velvet night, lay the vibrant planet of Luminara. Luminara was a world of endless beauty, with its skies painted in hues of lavender and sapphire, and its lands blanketed with lush flora that shimmered with bioluminescent hues at dusk. It was here that our tale begins, with a gentle creature named Orin. Orin belonged to the Lumini, a species known for their luminous skin and gentle hearts. Their glow mirrored their emotions, casting warm amber when content, a soft blue when pensive, and a radiant gold when filled with joy. Orin lived in a snug, dome-shaped dwelling, nestled among the whispering willows that sang in the night breeze, their leaves tinkling like tiny chimes. One particular evening, as the twin moons of Luminara cast their silvery glow, Orin prepared for a journey to the neighboring star system. He had always been curious about the other worlds beyond his own, and now a rare celestial alignment had opened a pathway through the stars. With his small pack filled with essentials and a heart full of wonder, Orin set off, his skin glowing with the soft, hopeful light of someone embarking on an adventure. Meanwhile, on the distant, rocky planet of Zephyria, another being prepared for the same journey. Her name was Lyla, a Zephyrin with a spirit as fierce as the stormy skies of her homeland. The Zephyrins were a hardy folk, their skin patterned like the swirling winds of their world, and their eyes the color of storm clouds. Lyla had always dreamed of exploring the universe, her heart yearning for the mysteries beyond the horizon. As fate would have it, their paths crossed aboard the Starbound, a quaint interstellar vessel that looked like a patchwork quilt of metal and stardust. The Starbound was piloted by an old, jovial robot named Arlo, who welcomed travelers from all corners of the galaxy with a cheerful whir and a welcoming hum. Orin and Lyla met in the cozy common room of the Starbound, a space filled with the scent of warm spices and the gentle hum of the ship's engines. At first, they eyed each other cautiously, for they were as different as night and day. Orin, with his glowing skin and quiet demeanor, and Lyla, with her stormy eyes and bold presence. Their first interaction was a classic misunderstanding. Lyla, curious about Orin's glowing skin, reached out to touch it, her fingers crackling with the static energy of her planet. Orin, startled, withdrew, his skin flickering to a nervous pale blue. He misunderstood her curiosity for aggression, and Lyla misunderstood his retreat for disdain. For the next few days, they kept to themselves, the silence between them filled with the hum of the ship and the twinkling of the stars beyond the portholes. But the universe has a way of bringing hearts together, and so it was that the Starbound encountered a rare meteor storm, a cosmic dance of blazing stones that lit up the starry night with fiery trails. The ship trembled and shook, and Arlo, with his usual good-natured calm, announced the need for assistance in the engine room. Without hesitation, both Orin and Lyla rushed to help, their desire to assist greater than their differences. In the cramped engine room, amidst the hiss of steam and the glow of control panels, Orin and Lyla found themselves working side by side. As they struggled to stabilize the ship, their hands brushed, and Lyla, in her straightforward manner, apologized for their initial misunderstanding. Her eyes, usually fierce, softened to the gentle gray of a summer rain. Orin, his skin glowing a tentative amber, nodded, realizing that he too had been quick to judge. They exchanged small smiles, a bridge forming between their worlds. Together they managed to bring the ship back to a steady course, their combined efforts resonating in the rhythmic hum of the engines. As the days passed, Orin and Lyla found themselves gravitating towards each other more often. They shared stories of their homes. Orin spoke of the serene beauty of Luminara, the way the Willow song would fill the night air, while Lyla described the wild, untamed storms of Zephyria and the thrill of dancing with the winds. In these shared tales, they found common ground. Orin admired Nyla's strength and determination, while Lyla grew to appreciate Orin's gentle wisdom and serene presence. Their friendship blossomed like a flower in the warm light of understanding, each learning to see the world through the other's eyes. One evening, As they sat in the observation bay with the panorama of the cosmos stretching before them, Nyla confided in Orin about her fears and doubts. Despite her bold exterior, she admitted to feeling lost in the vastness of the universe. Orin, with his soft, reassuring glow, listened intently, his presence a gentle balm to her restless spirit. "You are not alone in this journey," Orin said softly, his skin glowing a warm, comforting gold. "We all seek to find our place among the stars, but sometimes it's the journey itself and the companions we find along the way that truly matter." Nyla nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. In that moment, she realized that friendship was not about understanding everything, but about being there for one another and finding joy in the shared path. As they continued their journey aboard the Starbound, Orin and Nyla faced other challenges together: a faulty navigation system, a curious cosmic anomaly, and even a surprise visit from a playful group of nebula dolphins. With each obstacle, they grew closer, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast, star-strewn sea. When at last the Starbound reached its destination, a vibrant space station bustling with life from every corner of the galaxy, Orin and Nyla knew that their friendship was a treasure far greater than any they could have imagined. As they prepared to part ways, Orin placed a hand on Nyla's shoulder, his skin glowing with the warm, steady light of friendship. "Remember, Nyla, wherever you go, you carry the light of our friendship with you." Nyla smiled, her stormy eyes now filled with the gentle calm of a clear sky. "And you, Orin, the strength of our bond, until we meet again among the stars." With hearts full of warmth and gratitude, Orin and Nyla bid each other farewell, knowing that though their paths might diverge, the friendship they had forged would always guide them through the vast, wondrous universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Orin and Nyla embarked on new adventures, their hearts forever touched by the simple, profound truth that friendship is the most precious treasure of all. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns upon the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives intertwined with the magic that flowed through the trees. This forest, older than memory and vast as the sky, was a sanctuary where harmony reigned, and every creature played a role in the delicate balance of nature. The forest was a tapestry of life, woven together with threads of emerald leaves, the soft hum of bees, and the gentle rustle of creatures moving through the underbrush. Towering oaks and graceful willows stood like wise sentinels, their branches swaying in a perpetual dance with the breeze. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of moss that carpeted the ground in a plush, verdant quilt. Among the inhabitants of this mystical woodland was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, covered in patches of lichen and moss, bore the marks of many seasons, a testament to the wisdom he had gathered over the years. Thistle was known throughout the forest as a storyteller, a keeper of tales that spoke of times long past and the lessons learned by those who came before. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold fluttered down like confetti from the canopy above, Thistle began his slow journey to the heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures of the woodland gathered to hear his stories, drawn by the promise of warmth and the comforting crackle of a small magical fire that never burned out of control. As Thistle settled into a patch of soft moss, the creatures gathered around. There were foxes with fur like burnished copper, squirrels with eyes bright as polished acorns, and even the shy deer, whose gentle presence was a gift in itself. Above them, birds perched on branches, their feathers puffed against the chill, eager to listen. "Long ago," Thistle began, his voice as steady and soothing as a babbling brook, "in the time when the forest was young, the seasons themselves were guardians of our home. Each season brought with its own magic, its own rhythm, and we, the creatures of the forest, learned to live in harmony with their gifts." The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder as Thistle continued. "Spring, the gentle awakener, painted our world in shades of green, coaxing life from the soil with a tender touch. Summer followed, with her golden embrace, nourishing us with warmth and abundance. Autumn, the wise artist, adorned the forest in hues of fire, teaching us to cherish the beauty of change. and winter, the quiet sage, wrapped our world in a cloak of snow, whispering secrets of rest and reflection. Thistle paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle among his audience like fallen leaves. But there came a time, he continued, when the balance was threatened. A great storm, born of discord, swept through the forest, uprooting trees and frightening the creatures. The seasons, once harmonious, seemed to be at odds. Summer's warmth lingered too long, and winter's chill arrived too soon. Gasps of concern rippled through the crowd, and even the birds shifted uneasily on their branches. "It was then," said Thistle, "that a humble sparrow named Bramble took it upon herself to restore the balance. Bramble, small and unassuming, possessed a heart as brave as any warrior's, and a mind as keen as the sharpest thorn." Thistle's eyes twinkled with admiration for the little sparrow as he recounted her journey. Bramble knew she could not do it alone, so she sought the counsel of the ancient oak, whose roots reached deep into the earth and whose branches touched the sky. The oak, in its wisdom, advised her to seek out the essence of each season and remind them of their shared purpose. The creatures leaned closer, eager to hear how Bramble's quest unfolded. With determination and the guidance of the oak, Bramble visited spring in her meadow, where flowers bloomed like a painter's palette. She sang a song of renewal, reminding spring of her gentle role in the cycle of life. To summer she brought a gift of cool rain, quenching the parched earth and returning balance to the heat. Autumn, with her vibrant cloak, was reminded by Bramble of the beauty in letting go, in making way for the new. And finally, to winter, Bramble brought a message of peace, encouraging the season to blanket the forest in a quiet calm, allowing for rest and renewal. As Thistle's tale unfolded, the creatures felt the warmth of understanding bloom within them. Through her wisdom and kindness, Bramble restored the harmony of the seasons, Thistle concluded. Her actions taught us that even the smallest among us can make a great difference, and that balance is achieved through understanding and respect. The forest was silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The creatures, inspired by Bramble's courage and Thistle's wisdom, knew that they too could play a part in maintaining the harmony of their beloved home. As the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures made their way back to their nests and burrows. The air was filled with a sense of peace and gratitude, and the forest seemed to sigh with contentment. Thistle, his heart full and his spirit light, watched them go. The fire, now a gentle glow, cast a circle of warmth around him. He knew that the stories he shared were not just tales of the past, but seeds of wisdom planted in the hearts of those who listened. And so, in that ancient forest where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to live in harmony, guided by the lessons of the past and the promise of a future where balance and friendship would always prevail. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the quiet, misty village of Bramblewick, nestled in a valley wrapped in a shawl of emerald forests and sapphire streams, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as big as the night sky, and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars within it. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of her quaint village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary tucked within the folds of the ordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Clara found herself wandering down a narrow, winding path that she had never noticed before. It led her to the doorstep of an old, thatched cottage, where ivy clung lovingly to the walls and a garden teemed with flowers that seemed to glow in hues of lavender and gold. Feeling a gentle pull of curiosity, Clara stepped into the garden. There she met an elderly woman named Miss Hazel, whose eyes twinkled like the morning dew on a sunny day. Miss Hazel was the village's storyteller, known for her tales of magic and wonder. Clara loved listening to her stories, and today Miss Hazel seemed to have a tale meant just for her. "Welcome, dear Clara," Miss Hazel greeted, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I see you found my secret garden. It seems you have a knack for discovering hidden things." As they walked around the garden, Miss Hazel showed Clara a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unlike anything Clara had ever seen, with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. "This box," Miss Hazel explained, "holds a very special secret. It can reveal the hidden magic in everyday things, but only to those who are truly curious and kind-hearted. Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "What kind of magic?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, that's for you to discover," Miss Hazel replied with a knowing smile. "Take it with you on your next adventure, and it will show you what lies beneath the surface of what you see." With a heart full of excitement and a mind buzzing with possibilities, Clara thanked Miss Hazel and promised to visit again soon. She tucked the little box into her satchel and set off down the path, eager to unravel its mysteries. As Clara journeyed through the village, she began to notice things she hadn't before: the way the sunlight danced on the river's surface, the soft melody of the wind through the trees, and the warm, comforting smell of freshly baked bread from the village bakery. Each sight, sound, and scent seemed to shimmer with a new kind of magic, as if the box had opened her eyes to the wonders around her. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Clara found herself at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place said to be enchanted. She hesitated for a moment, remembering the village stories of the wood's mysterious nature, but her curiosity urged her forward. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, their leaves rustling like gentle applause. Clara felt a strange sense of comfort, as if the forest itself was guiding her. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a small clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At its base lay a small, tarnished key, gleaming softly in the moonlight. Clara picked up the key, its cool metal smooth against her skin, and as she did, the wooden box in her satchel began to hum softly, as if it recognized a familiar friend. She opened the box, and to her amazement, the swirling patterns began to shift and change, revealing a hidden compartment that perfectly fit the key. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the key into the box and turned it gently. A soft glow emanated from within, and she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. The box had unlocked something within her, a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. Just then, a gentle voice floated through the clearing. "Thank you, Clara," it said, "for your courage and your kindness." Startled but not afraid, Clara looked around and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a fox, its fur a rich russet that glimmered in the moonlight, and its eyes wise and kind. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced himself, "guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have proven yourself worthy of its secrets." Clara smiled, her heart full of warmth. "I didn't do anything special," she said modestly. "Ah, but you did," Phelan replied. "You saw the beauty in the ordinary, listened to the whispers of the world, and found the courage to seek the unknown. That is a rare kind of magic." Together, Clara and Phelan sat beneath the ancient oak, sharing stories and laughter until the moon began its descent. As the first light of dawn touched the treetops, Phelan gave Clara a gift, a single, silvery feather from his tail. "Keep this with you always," he said, "as a reminder of the magic within you and the world around you." Clara tucked the feather into her satchel beside the wooden box, feeling a profound sense of peace and understanding. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and with each step she would uncover more of the wonders that lay hidden in the fabric of everyday life. With a grateful heart, Clara returned to Bramblewick, her spirit light and her mind open to the possibilities of the world. She had discovered a magic that was not confined to spells and potions, but was woven into the very essence of life itself. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the box and feather safely by her side, she dreamed of new adventures and the unending wonder that awaited her. And so, dear listener, may you too find the magic in the world around you, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle whispers of possibility. Good night. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, lay a quaint village known as Everglen. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled by ancient trees whose leaves hummed with secrets of the ages. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the cobblestone paths seemed to invite wanderers to explore their winding tales. In this village lived a young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her gentle spirit and a smile that could warm even the coldest of days. Yet, despite her kind nature, she often found herself struggling with the idea of change. The thought of it made her heart flutter with an uneasy rhythm, like leaves caught in a sudden breeze. She adored the familiar, the sun rising over the same hill, the village clock chiming in its comforting routine, and the soft rustle of the whispering woods that sang her to sleep each night. But life in Everglen was about to usher in a new chapter. The annual harvest festival was approaching, a time when the villagers celebrated the bounty of nature and the turning of the seasons. This year, it was Clara's turn to lead the festival preparations, a task that filled her with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The festival was a tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents, a tradition that required both creativity and courage, a change from the norm. One crisp morning, as Clara walked beneath the canopy of the woods, she paused at the edge of a small shimmering pond. The water mirrored the sky, a vast expanse of blue dotted with fluffy clouds. In its depths, Clara saw her reflection looking back at her, eyes wide with questions. As she leaned closer, the surface of the water began to ripple, and out from the depths arose a tiny, luminescent creature, a water sprite named Lyra. Lyra had eyes like droplets of morning dew and a voice that tinkled like a babbling brook. "Do not fear change, dear Clara," she whispered, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "for it is through change that we discover the magic within ourselves." Clara listened, intrigued yet uncertain. "But how do I embrace something that feels so uncertain?" she asked, her voice echoing softly through the trees. Lyra smiled, a sparkle in her eyes. "Let the magic of the woods guide you," she replied, gesturing toward the heart of the forest. "Follow the path less traveled, and you shall find the answers you seek." With Lyra's words resonating in her mind, Clara set off on a journey through the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight that danced through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. As she walked, Clara felt the gentle presence of the forest around her, as if the trees themselves were urging her onward. Along the way, Clara encountered an array of forest creatures, each with their own wisdom to share. A wise old owl, perched high in a tree, spoke of patience and the value of seeing the world from different perspectives. A family of playful squirrels taught her the joy of spontaneity and the strength found in community. With every step, Clara felt a shift within her, a softening of her resistance and a growing curiosity about the world beyond her comfort zone. The forest was alive with magic, and Clara realized that she too was part of this intricate tapestry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Clara found herself at a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its branches reaching toward the heavens like open arms. Beneath its vast canopy, she saw a gathering of villagers, her friends and family, each holding a lantern that glowed softly in the twilight. They had come to support her, to help weave the festival into a celebration of joy and change. Their presence filled Clara with warmth, and she knew she was not alone on this journey. With newfound courage, Clara stepped forward, her heart alight with the magic of the forest and the love of her community. As she began to share her vision for the festival, she felt a transformation within her, a blossoming of confidence and creativity that mirrored the vibrant beauty of the woods. Together, with laughter and love, they crafted a festival that celebrated not only the harvest, but the beauty of transformation. Lanterns were strung from tree to tree, casting a warm, golden glow. Tables were laden with the fruits of their labor, and music filled the air, a melody of unity and hope. As the night deepened, Clara stood beneath the stars, her heart brimming with gratitude. She realized that change, rather than something to fear, was a gentle guide leading her toward her true self. She had discovered that within the embrace of the whispering woods, and with the support of those she cherished, she was capable of anything. And so as the festival drew to a close and the villagers danced beneath the moonlit sky, Clara felt a profound sense of peace. The magic of the woods had shown her the path to personal growth and transformation, and she knew that, like the changing seasons, she too would continue to grow and flourish. With a heart full of contentment, Clara whispered a thank you to the forest and to Lyra, the little sprite who had ignited the spark of change within her. As she made her way home, the path bathed in the gentle glow of lantern light, Clara knew that she would always carry the lessons of the whispering woods within her. And so, in the gentle silence of the night, Everglyn slumbered peacefully, cradled by the ancient trees, as Clara and her village wove dreams of wonder and transformation, ready to embrace whatever the future might bring. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the gentle streams, there lay a quaint little village named Elderglen. It was a place where magic lingered softly in the air, like the scent of blooming lilacs in spring. In Elderglen, the homes were cozy cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out trails of smoke, as if each house were wrapped in a warm shawl. The villagers were content, their lives woven with the gentle magic that surrounded them. Yet a peculiar mystery had begun to stir among the villagers, a mystery that puzzled even the wisest of them all. It began with the village's beloved apple orchard, tended by a kindly old man named Taran. Taran was known for his sweet golden apples, which were said to possess a hint of enchantment that brought joy to all who tasted them. But one morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the leaves, Taran discovered that his apples had vanished. Not a single fruit remained on the boughs, and the ground was bare, save for a curious trail of shimmering dust that led deep into the forest. The villagers gathered around, their brows furrowed with concern. Among them was a young girl named Lyla, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and intelligence. Lyla loved solving puzzles and had a knack for noticing details others might overlook. She volunteered to unravel the mystery of the missing apples, her heart set on bringing a smile back to Taran's face. As Lyla followed the trail of shimmering dust, she felt a gentle nudge at her side. It was Mistral, a small silver-winged fairy who flitted about like a playful breeze. Mistral was known for her keen sense of observation and her love for riddles. "I see you've found the trail," Mistral chimed, her voice as light as a whisper. "Would you mind if I accompanied you?" "Of course, Mistral," Lyla replied, her voice filled with warmth. "Two sets of eyes are better than one, especially in these woods." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light filtered through in dappled shades of emerald and gold. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves created a soothing melody. As they walked, Lyla noticed small things, a broken twig here, a tuft of fur there, and she pointed them out to Mistral. "Do you think these are clues?" she asked, pondering each discovery. Mistral nodded, her wings shimmering with excitement. "Indeed they are. It's as if someone or something has been here before us." Their journey led them to a secluded glade where the trail of shimmering dust ended in front of a peculiar mound of earth. As they approached, the mound began to stir, revealing itself to be a gentle creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a velveteen burrower, known for its love of shiny things and its ability to burrow through the earth with ease. The burrower blinked its large, friendly eyes and tilted its head, almost as if asking what brought them to its home. Lyla and Mistral exchanged a glance, understanding the creature meant no harm. "Hello, dear burrower," Lyla said softly, her voice kind and gentle. "We are searching for some missing apples. Have you seen them?" The burrower nodded with enthusiasm, then nudged a nearby pile of earth. To their surprise, the mound shifted to reveal a stash of golden apples, glistening like treasures. Mistral giggled, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "It seems our friend here has quite a taste for shiny things, even if they're apples." Lyla laughed softly, the sound carrying a note of relief. "Thank you for showing us, dear burrower. But these apples belong to Taran, and they bring joy to the whole village." The burrower seemed to understand, and with a gentle nuzzle, it pushed the apples towards Lyla and Mistral. In return, Lyla left a small polished stone, a token of gratitude that glimmered in the sunlight. The burrower gazed at the stone with delight, its eyes twinkling with appreciation. With the apples safely gathered, Lyla and Mistral made their way back to Elderglen, their hearts light with their newfound friendship and the mystery solved. When they returned the apples to Taran, the joy in his eyes was reward enough for their efforts. That evening, as the village gathered around a crackling fire under the starlit sky, Lyla shared the tale of their adventure. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the story of kindness and understanding. As the embers glowed softly, Lyla realized that sometimes the most unexpected friendships could solve the greatest mysteries, and that understanding was the most magical gift of all. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic lay as gently as a whisper, Elderglin slept peacefully, wrapped in the comfort of a mystery solved and a new bond forged. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush emerald hills and the Whispering Woods, lived a young girl named Lyla. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths entwined with moss and ivy-clad cottages, each with chimneys that puffed gentle wisps of smoke into the tranquil sky. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of freshly baked bread and blooming wildflowers, creating an aura of warmth and welcome. Lyla was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart. She had a mane of wild auburn curls that framed her sun-kissed face and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on a spider's web. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her village, her fingers tracing the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees, her ears attuned to the secrets whispered by the river that meandered through the valley. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a flurry of red and gold, Lyla set out on her usual adventure. The forest beyond the village was her favorite place, a realm of mystery and wonder where the light filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold, painting the forest floor with patches of sunlight. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves, a symphony of nature that played in perfect harmony. As Lyla wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled within a ring of ancient oak trees was a stone pedestal, weathered and moss-covered, as if it had been there since time immemorial. Atop the pedestal lay an object that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow, a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with delicate patterns of vines and stars. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Lyla approached the pedestal. The box seemed to hum softly, resonating with the forest around it. With a mixture of excitement and reverence, Lyla reached out and lifted the box, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. As she opened it, she was enveloped in a cascade of shimmering light that danced like fireflies in the twilight. Inside the box was a crystal, unlike anything Lyla had ever seen. It was a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed as it caught the light, casting iridescent patterns that flickered across the trees. It was as if the essence of the forest had been captured and crystallized within this magical relic. As Lyla held the crystal, she felt a surge of energy, a connection to the world around her that was both exhilarating and comforting. The forest seemed to lean in closer, the leaves whispering secrets she had never before understood, the river's song now a melody she could hum along to. With the crystal in hand, Lyla embarked on a journey through the forest that was unlike any she had experienced before. The world around her seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. She wandered through groves where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals whispering greetings as she passed. She met animals who seemed to sense her newfound affinity with nature, a fox with eyes like molten gold, and a deer whose antlers were adorned with garlands of flowers. As the day waned and the sky blushed with the hues of sunset, Lyla found herself at the edge of a hidden glade. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches stretching wide like arms welcoming her home. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a doorway, a portal into a world that lay beneath the forest floor. With a heart full of wonder, Lyla stepped through the doorway and into a realm of magic and mystery. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of earth and moss, and the soft glow of luminescent fungi cast a gentle light on the path ahead. The hidden world was a network of tunnels and caverns, each more enchanting than the last. Crystal formations jutted from the walls, casting rainbows that danced across the stone, and underground streams sang an endless lullaby. As Lyla ventured deeper, she encountered creatures of legend and lore, tiny glowing sprites that flitted about like living stars, and wise old owls who watched with knowing eyes from their perches. She marveled at the wonders of this secret world, feeling a sense of belonging that resonated within her very soul. Yet it was not long before Lyla discovered that this realm was not without its troubles. In a cavern draped with ivy and echoing with the sound of dripping water, she met a peculiar creature, a rabbit with fur as white as snow and eyes that glowed an ethereal blue. The rabbit, who introduced himself as Thistle, was a guardian of the forest, charged with maintaining the delicate balance between the hidden world and the realm above. Thistle explained that the magic of the forest was faltering. The crystal that Lyla had found was one of many that sustained the harmony of nature, and without them, the forest and its hidden world would wither. A shadow had crept into the land, a darkness that threatened to unravel the tapestry of life. Moved by Thistle's plight, Lyla vowed to help. With the crystal in her possession, she had the ability to restore the balance, to rekindle the light that the shadow sought to extinguish. Together with Thistle, she embarked on a quest to find and awaken the other crystals, each hidden and protected by the ancient spirits of the forest. Their journey was fraught with challenges, but Lyla's heart was steadfast, and her spirit unyielding. Along the way, she befriended creatures of all kinds, a family of hedgehogs who guided her through a labyrinth of brambles, a wise old tortoise who shared stories of the forest's past, and a murmuration of starlings who showed her the way when the path seemed lost. Through trials and triumphs, Lyla learned the value of patience and perseverance, of listening to the world around her, and trusting in the bonds of friendship that she had forged. Each crystal she found was a beacon of hope, a reminder of the light that resided within her and the world she had come to cherish. With each step, Lyla grew not only in stature, but in wisdom. She discovered the power of kindness, the strength of compassion, and the courage that came from believing in oneself. She learned that the magic of the forest was not just in the crystals, but in the connections and the love that bound all living things together. Finally, after many adventures, Lyla and Thistle reached the heart of the forest, where the final crystal lay hidden beneath a waterfall that shimmered like liquid silver. As Lyla placed the crystal, she carried alongside the others. A brilliant light enveloped the forest, chasing away the shadows and breathing new life into the land. The forest rejoiced, its magic renewed and its harmony restored. The creatures celebrated, their voices lifted in a song of gratitude and joy. Lyla stood amidst the revelry, her heart full and her spirit soaring. She had found her place in the world, a guardian of the forest and a protector of its wonders. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the village and the forest beyond, Lyla made her way back home. The crystal, now a part of her, glowed softly in her hand, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. With a heart at peace and a soul aglow, Lyla drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And as the night enveloped the village in its gentle embrace, the forest whispered its thanks to the girl who had become its guardian, its light and its friend. And so the tale of Lyla and the magical crystal became a legend, a story passed down through the generations, a reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and kindness that we share with the world around us. Story 27. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village, there stood a little shop known as Curiosities and Wonders. Its wooden sign, painted in fading gold letters, creaked softly in the breeze, inviting passers-by with promises of mysterious treasures hidden within. Inside, the shop was a labyrinth of nooks and crannies, each filled with objects that seemed to whisper stories of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air was thick, with the comforting scent of aged parchment and clove, while golden beams of sunlight filtered through dusty windows, casting a warm glow over everything. Among the shelves, sorting through a box of peculiar trinkets, was a young girl named Isla. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Isla was known in the village for her insatiable eagerness to explore the unknown. She had been helping the shopkeeper, a wise, gentle man named Mr. Pendergast, for as long as she could remember. Mr. Pendergast, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose and a kindly smile, often shared tales of the objects he collected, each story more fascinating than the last. One quiet afternoon, as the golden hour painted the room in hues of amber, Isla discovered an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, unassuming tin whistle, nestled at the bottom of a dusty crate. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly in the light, as if the metal itself was alive. Curious, Ela brought the whistle to Mr. Pendergast. "What is this?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Mr. Pendergast took the whistle in his hands, examining it closely. "Ah, you have found the whispering whistle," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Legend has it that this whistle holds a magical ability, one that allows the player to hear the thoughts of the wind." Isla's eyes widened with amazement. "The thoughts of the wind?" she echoed, her imagination racing with possibilities. "Yes," Mr. Pendergast nodded. "But be warned, young Isla. The wind is a keeper of secrets and stories, and it whispers only to those who truly listen with their hearts." Isla's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She decided then and there to embark on a journey, both to test the magic of the whistle and to discover what secrets the wind might share with her. The following morning, with the whistle tucked safely in her pocket, Ela set out towards the edge of the village, where the wide, open fields met the horizon. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of dew-kissed grass. As she walked, the gentle rustle of leaves in the trees seemed to call her name, urging her onward. Along the way, Ela encountered two companions who would join her on her quest. The first was a wise old tortoise named Tobias, who moved with deliberate grace and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Tobias had spent many years wandering the fields and had become a trusted guardian of nature's secrets. The second was a playful squirrel named Pippin, whose boundless energy and mischievous antics never failed to bring laughter. "Where are you headed, Isla?" Tobias inquired, his voice slow and measured like a deep river. "I'm off to hear the secrets of the wind," Ela replied, her voice filled with determination. "Then you shall have our company," Pippin chirped, leaping from branch to branch with excitement. Together, the trio ventured deeper into the fields, where the world seemed to stretch endlessly beneath a sky painted with the soft brushstrokes of dawn. The journey was filled with moments of quiet reflection and joyful companionship, as they shared stories and laughter, each step bringing them closer to the heart of nature. As they traveled, Isla grew more aware of the subtle changes around her, the gentle caress of the breeze, the symphony of birdsong, and the shifting patterns of sunlight and shadow. It was as if the world itself was alive, breathing in unison with her own heartbeat. Finally, they reached a hilltop crowned with an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Here Ela paused, sensing that this was the place where she would uncover the wind's secrets. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill her lungs, and raised the whispering whistle to her lips. The note that emerged was soft and clear, mingling with the wind as if they were old friends reunited. As the sound danced through the air, Isla closed her eyes and listened intently, her heart open to whatever truths the wind might share. At first there was only silence, a gentle lull that seemed to hold its breath. Then slowly the whispers began, soft, melodic, and filled with a wisdom that transcended time. The wind spoke of ancient forests and forgotten rivers, of mountains that touched the heavens and valleys that cradled the earth. It sang of joy and sorrow, of love and loss, and of the endless cycle of life that wove all things together. Isla listened, enraptured by the stories that unfolded within her mind, each one a thread in the tapestry of existence. She realized that the wind's secrets were not just tales of the past, but also gentle reminders of the present, a call to cherish each moment, to embrace the beauty of the world, and to live with kindness and compassion. As the final notes of the whistle faded into the breeze, Isla opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of peace and understanding. She turned to Tobias and Pippin, her heart full of gratitude for their companionship and the journey they had shared. "We have learned much today," Tobias said, his wise eyes reflecting the warmth of the sun. "And we have many stories to tell," Pippin added, his voice bubbling with excitement. Together they made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the comfort of newfound wisdom. Isla knew that the wind's whispers would stay with her always, guiding her through the days to come and reminding her of the magic that lay hidden in the world around her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Isla returned to the shop, where Mr. Pendergast awaited her with a knowing smile. "Did you hear the wind's secrets?" he asked gently. "Yes," Isla replied, her voice soft with wonder, "and they were more beautiful than I could have ever imagined." Mr. Pendergast nodded, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Then you have truly listened with your heart, dear Isla." And so, as night fell and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Isla lay in bed, the memories of her journey wrapped around her like a warm, comforting blanket. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the whispers of the wind and the gentle promise of new adventures yet to come. And from that day forward, the whispering whistle remained a treasured companion, a reminder that the world is full of wonder for those who choose to listen with an open heart. Story 28. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of a vast, ancient forest, lived a lush community of creatures, each as unique and essential as the towering trees and whispering brooks that cradled their home. This forest, known to its denizens as Sylvan Vale, was a place where the earthly and the enchanted intertwined seamlessly, and where the rhythm of life ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. As the early morning sun painted the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, the first notes of birdsong echoed through the forest. The air was crisp and fragrant, with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves heralded the awakening of the woodland creatures. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who carried the stories of the forest within the intricate patterns on his shell. Thistle had lived many seasons and had watched as the forest underwent its ever-changing tapestry of life and beauty. His slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the wisdom he had gathered over the years. With each step, he seemed to speak to the forest, a silent conversation between ancient friends. In the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled the forest floor in golden patterns, there stood a majestic oak tree, its limbs stretching wide like a protector of all beneath it. This oak, known as the Elder Oak, was the gathering place for the creatures of Sylvan Vale. It was here that stories were shared, disputes were resolved, and wisdom was passed down from one generation to the next. One morning, as the creatures gathered beneath the Elder Oak, Thistle began to share a tale woven from the forest's own history. The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. "Once, long ago," Thistle began, his voice a comforting rumble, "there was a time when the balance of our forest was threatened. The seasons which guide our lives were disrupted by a mysterious force, causing the winter snows to linger and the spring blossoms to shy away. The creatures shivered at the thought of such a time, for they knew that harmony in the forest was as delicate as a spider's web, glistening with dew. It was a young fox named Finn," Thistle continued, "who first noticed the change. His bright eyes observed the world with curiosity and care. When the streams began to freeze earlier than usual and the berries grew scarce, Finn knew something was amiss. Finn, with his russet fur and clever mind, set out to discover the source of the disruption. He trotted through the forest, listening to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. Along his journey, he met a gentle hare named Willow, whose soft, charcoal-colored fur blended with the shadows of the underbrush. "Finn," Willow said, her voice soft as a breeze through the leaves, "I too have sensed the unease in our home. The flowers seem to tremble, unsure of their time to bloom." Together, Finn and Willow traveled deeper into the forest, where the air was thick with mystery and magic. They consulted the ancient owls, whose wisdom spanned the ages, and the silent stones, which held the memories of the earth. "The seasons," hooted an old owl with eyes like twin moons, "are the breath of the forest. When they falter, so does the balance of life." Finn and Willow pondered the owl's words, seeking a way to restore the harmony they cherished. It was then that they encountered a serene spirit of the forest, known as Solara, whose presence shimmered like sunlight on water. Solara, with her luminous form, spoke in a voice that resonated in the very marrow of the earth. "To heal the forest, you must rekindle the bond between the elements and the creatures who dwell here. Find the source of the disruption, and mend it with unity and love." With Solara's guidance, Finn and Willow discovered that the imbalance stemmed from a forgotten grove, where a once vibrant waterfall had ceased to flow. The waters, once a lifeline, had been blocked by the careless accumulation of fallen branches and stones. Calling upon their friends, the industrious beavers, the nimble squirrels, and all the creatures of the forest, Finn and Willow worked to clear the debris. They sang songs of renewal and hope, their voices mingling with the babbling brook as it came alive once more. As the waters cascaded freely, the forest sighed with relief. The snow melted into the earth, nourishing the roots that cradled the seeds of new life. The first blossoms of spring unfurled their petals, painting the forest in hues of lavender and gold. The creatures of Sylvan Vale gathered once more beneath the elder oak, their hearts brimming with gratitude and joy. Thistle watched with a knowing smile, his wise eyes reflecting the harmony restored to their beloved home. And so the seasons turned once more, each flowing into the next with the grace of a well-told story. The forest, with its hidden lives and vibrant tapestry, thrived in the gentle embrace of balance. The wisdom of the past echoed through the trees, a reminder that love and unity could heal even the deepest of wounds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Sylvan Vale, the creatures settled into their nests and burrows, lulled by the peaceful hum of the forest. And thus they dreamed of the adventures yet to come, secure in the knowledge that together they could weather any storm. And so, the tale of the forest and its creatures was woven into the fabric of time, a story as enduring and serene as the forest itself. Story 29. Once upon a dream time, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young fawn named Willow. Her delicate white coat was dappled with soft brown spots, and her large, gentle eyes shone with innocent curiosity. Willow spent her days frolicking among the towering trees, chasing butterflies, and marveling at the wonders that surrounded her. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow grazed on the tender shoots of a fern, she noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a fallen log. Cautiously, she approached and discovered a smooth, oval-shaped stone that seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal light. Willow had never seen anything like it before, and her heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Carefully, she nudged the stone with her velvety nose, and to her surprise, it let out a soft, musical chime. Suddenly, the forest around her began to shimmer and shift, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden world within the natural environment. Willow gasped in wonder as she found herself standing in a realm of unimaginable beauty. The trees were adorned with glittering leaves of every hue, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Sparkling streams trickled over pebbles that gleamed like precious gems, and tiny winged creatures darted among the branches, leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Overcome with awe, Willow began to explore this magical realm, her hooves leaving delicate imprints on the mossy ground. As she wandered deeper into the enchanted forest, she encountered a group of fellow fawns, their coats shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. At first, Willow was hesitant, her timid nature causing her to shrink back. But one of the fawns, a spirited young buck named Oak, approached her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Welcome, Willow," he said, his voice as melodious as a babbling brook. "We've been waiting for you." Willow's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know my name?" Oak chuckled softly. "In this realm, we all share a special connection. The stone you found is a gateway to our world, and those who possess a pure heart and a love for nature can cross its threshold." As Willow listened, her initial apprehension melted away, replaced by a sense of belonging and wonder. She learned that this enchanted forest was a sanctuary, a place where creatures of the natural world could find refuge from the encroaching dangers of the human realm. Over the following days and weeks, Willow formed a deep bond with Oak and the other fawns, spending countless hours exploring the ethereal landscapes and discovering the secrets that lay within. They showed her how to harness the magic that flowed through the very fabric of this realm, using it to shape the world around them with their thoughts and emotions. With each passing day, Willow felt herself changing, growing stronger and more confident. The shy, timid fawn she had been was giving way to a brave and self-assured creature, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. However, their idyllic existence was not without its challenges. Willow learned of a dark force that threatened to corrupt the magic of the enchanted forest, a malevolent entity known as the Shadow Walker. This sinister being fed on fear and negativity, seeking to extinguish the light and beauty that flourished within the realm. One fateful night, as Willow and her friends gathered around a shimmering pool, the Shadow Walker struck. Tendrils of darkness snaked through the trees, blotting out the stars and casting a pall of dread over the once vibrant landscape. In a moment of desperation, Willow called upon the magic coursing through her veins and unleashed a brilliant burst of light, driving back the Shadow Walker's advance. Her friends rallied around her, their combined strength forming a shimmering barrier that protected the heart of the enchanted forest. As the battle raged on, Willow realized that the true power lay not in brute force, but in the bonds of friendship and the unwavering belief in the beauty and wonder of the natural world. With each passing moment, their light grew brighter, fueled by their love and determination. Finally, the Shadow Walker retreated, its dark form retreating into the shadows, defeated for the time being. Willow and her friends celebrated their victory, but they knew that the threat would return, and they would need to remain vigilant. In the aftermath of the battle, Willow found herself transformed. No longer was she the timid fawn who stumbled upon the enchanted realm by chance. She had become a guardian, a protector of the magic that flowed through the veins of the natural world. As the seasons passed, Willow continued to explore the wonders of the enchanted forest, her heart filled with a newfound sense of purpose and belonging. She shared her knowledge with other creatures who found their way through the gateway, teaching them to harness the magic within and to cherish the beauty that surrounded them. And whenever the Shadow Walker's darkness threatened to encroach upon their sanctuary, Willow and her friends would stand united, their light shining brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and resilience in the face of adversity. For Willow had learned that true strength comes not from physical might, but from the unbreakable bonds of friendship, the unwavering belief in the magic of the natural world, and the courage to face one's fears and emerge transformed, forever changed by the journey. Story 30. In the heart of a sprawling forest, nestled between the whispering pines and the babbling brook, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where time seemed to hold its breath, where the mornings greeted you with the gentle embrace of golden sunlight, filtering through a canopy of emerald leaves, and the nights were serenaded by the symphony of crickets and owls. The village was surrounded by a thick border of trees that stood like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light on the forest floor. In Elderglen, every home was a storybook cottage, with thatched roofs and walls of rustic stone, each door painted a different hue, lending the village an air of eternal spring. The air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers and fresh earth, and the pathways were lined with soft moss that cushioned the feet of its gentle inhabitants. Among these villagers was a young girl named Lyla, whose spirit was as vibrant as the wildflowers she loved to weave into garlands. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the brook that sang just beyond the village bounds. Lyla was known for her kindness, a trait that endeared her to all creatures, big and small. She often spent her days wandering the forest, collecting stories and secrets whispered by the winds and shared by the trees. One crisp morning, as the mist curled lazily above the ground, Lyla set out on one of her adventures. She carried with her a small satchel, in which she kept her most precious belongings, a worn journal, a piece of chalk, and a curious compass that never seemed to point north. This compass, a gift from her grandmother, was said to be enchanted, though its magic was yet to reveal itself to Lyla. She followed the brook deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before, the compass in her hand spinning slowly, as if unsure of which secrets to unveil. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of pine and the distant aroma of blossoming honeysuckle. The sun filtered through the leaves, dappling the path ahead with light that danced to the rhythm of the gentle breeze. As she walked, she hummed a tune she had heard the night before, a melody that seemed to echo in the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the brook. Suddenly, the compass in her hand grew warm, vibrating gently against her palm. Startled, Lyla paused, glancing down to see the needle quivering with purpose, pointing directly toward a dense thicket ahead. Curiosity piqued, Lyra parted the bushes and stepped through, finding herself in a hidden glade. It was a place untouched by time, where the grass was softer and the flowers more vibrant. In the center of the glade stood a peculiar tree, unlike any Lyra had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its leaves were a brilliant shade of turquoise, rustling softly despite the stillness of the air. Drawn irresistibly to the tree, Lyra approached it, her heart fluttering with wonder. As she reached out to touch the trunk, she noticed something extraordinary. A small door, carved seamlessly into the bark, with intricate symbols etched around its frame. The door seemed to beckon her, a silent invitation to explore its secrets. Taking a deep breath, Lyra gently pushed the door open, revealing a spiral staircase leading down into the heart of the tree. The air was filled with the scent of cedar and honey, and the dim light cast enchanting shadows that danced along the walls. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lyra descended the stairs, her footsteps echoing softly in the hidden depths. At the bottom of the staircase, Lyra found herself in a cavernous chamber, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow. The walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books, their spines gleaming with titles that promised worlds of wonder and wisdom. In the center of the chamber stood a large, ornate table, upon which rested a single peculiar object, a crystal orb, swirling with colors that seemed to pulse with life. Lyra approached the table, her eyes wide with awe. The orb seemed to hum with energy, its surface shifting like liquid glass. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and wise, filled the chamber. "Welcome, Lyra," the voice intoned, resonating with warmth. "I am the keeper of the hidden grove, and you have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "A journey?" she echoed, her voice a mix of wonder and uncertainty. "Indeed," the keeper replied. "There is a world beyond this forest, a world in need of your compassion and courage. The compass you carry will guide you, but it is your heart that will light the way." With those words, the orb glowed brighter, and a vision unfolded before Lyra's eyes. She saw a land shrouded in mist, where shadows loomed and hope flickered like a distant star. She saw faces, both familiar and unknown, and felt their longing for light and laughter. The vision faded, leaving Lyra with a sense of purpose that burned brightly within her. She understood then that she was meant to bring warmth and light to this mysterious land, to weave her kindness into its very fabric. "Go forth, Lyra," the keeper urged. "Trust in your heart and the friendships you will forge. The journey may be fraught with challenges, but know that you are never alone." With a deep breath, Lyra nodded, feeling the weight of the keeper's words settle comfortably upon her shoulders. She turned to leave, her heart buoyed by the promise of adventure and the hope of the hidden world. Back in the forest, the afternoon sun painted the glade in hues of gold, as if blessing her journey with its radiant light. Lyra set off, the compass in her hand now steady, guiding her toward the unknown. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the trees whispering encouragement, the brook singing a song of courage. With each step, she felt the bonds of her village strengthen within her, a tapestry of love and friendship that would accompany her wherever her journey might lead. The path ahead was uncertain, but Lyra's heart was alight with the promise of discovery. With the compass as her guide and the keeper's blessing in her soul, she ventured forth, ready to embrace whatever wonders awaited beyond the veil of the forest. Days turned into weeks, and Lyra traveled through lands both strange and wondrous. She crossed fields of lavender that stretched as far as the eye could see, their fragrance a soothing balm to her weary spirit. She climbed mountains that pierced the sky, their peaks crowned with snow that glistened like diamonds under the sun. She wandered through bustling towns and quiet hamlets, where she shared stories by the hearth and learned new songs that filled her nights with dreams. Along the way, Lyra met many kind-hearted souls who, like her, believed in the power of friendship and hope. There was Finn, the jovial baker with eyes as warm as fresh who taught her the secret of laughter, and Marin, the wise herbalist with hands that healed and a heart that listened. Each encounter left an indelible mark on her heart, weaving a tapestry of connection that lent her strength and courage. As she journeyed, the compass continued to guide her, its needle pointing unwaveringly toward the land she had glimpsed in the keeper's vision. It was a land draped in mist, where the laughter of its people had been silenced by a shadow that loomed ever larger. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Lyra found herself standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the stars that began to twinkle overhead. In the center of the lake stood an island, shrouded in mist and mystery. The compass in her hand glowed softly, its needle pointing directly toward the island. Lyra knew then that this was her destination, the place where her journey would find its true purpose. With determination, she set about crafting a simple raft from fallen branches and vines, her fingers deft and sure. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery path across the water, she pushed the raft into the lake and began to paddle toward the island. The journey across the water was serene, the gentle lapping of waves a soothing lullaby that carried her onward. As she drew closer to the island, the mist parted like a curtain, revealing a landscape of ethereal beauty. The island was a garden of dreams, where flowers bloomed in colors that defied imagination and trees stood tall, their leaves shimmering with an inner light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the melody of birdsong, a symphony of life that resonated with Lyra's very soul. At the heart of the island stood an ancient castle, its towers reaching for the sky like the fingers of a giant. The castle was magnificent, yet there was an air of melancholy that clung to its walls, a longing for the laughter and joy it once knew. Lyra made her way toward the castle, her footsteps light and sure. As she approached, the great doors swung open with a gentle creak, as if welcoming her home. Inside, the castle was a marvel of elegance and grace. Chandeliers of crystal hung from the vaulted ceilings, casting rainbows of light that danced across the marble floors. Tapestries adorned the walls, depicting stories of bravery and love, their colors vibrant even after years of neglect. In the grand hall, Lyra found herself standing before a throne, upon which sat a regal figure cloaked in shadow. The figure stirred, and Lyra's heart quickened as she met the gaze of the one who had summoned her. The figure was a queen, her eyes as deep and endless as the night sky. Her hair was a cascade of silver, and her presence was both commanding and gentle. Yet, there was a sadness in her eyes, a shadow that dimmed their light. "Welcome, Lyra," the queen spoke, her voice a melody of grace and sorrow. "I am Sarin, queen of the Enchanted Isle. You have traveled far, guided by the Keeper's wisdom to bring light to our land." Lyra stepped forward, her heart open and her voice steady. "I have seen the shadow that looms over your land, and I wish to help bring back the laughter and joy that has been lost." Queen Sarin nodded, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. "Long ago, our land was a place of light and laughter, but a shadow of doubt and fear has taken root, silencing our joy. It is only through the light of friendship and the courage of the heart that we can banish this shadow." Lyra listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. She understood that the shadow was not a physical force, but a manifestation of despair and lost hope. It thrived on division and fear, feeding on the doubts that crept into the hearts of the island's people. "I believe that together we can bring back the light," Lyra said, her voice filled with conviction. "We must remind the people of the power of friendship and the strength that lies in unity and hope." With Queen Sarin's blessing, Lyra set out to explore the island, determined to rekindle the light that had been dimmed. She visited villages and hamlets, speaking with the people, sharing stories of courage and resilience, and listening to their fears and dreams. In each village, she found those who, like her, believed in the power of friendship. Together, they formed a network of light, a tapestry of connection that began to weave its way across the island. They organized gatherings and celebrations, where laughter was shared and joy was rekindled. As the days turned into weeks, the shadow that had loomed over the island began to recede, replaced by a warmth and light that spread like wildfire. The people of the island rediscovered the bonds of friendship and the strength that came from standing united against the darkness. Lyra's journey had transformed her, just as it had transformed the island. She had learned that the greatest magic lay not in enchanted objects or hidden worlds, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream and believe. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of glory, Lyra stood on the shores of the lake, watching as the island basked in the golden light of a new dawn. Queen Sarin joined her, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy. "You have brought light back to our land, Lyra," the queen said, her voice filled with warmth. "Your journey has shown us the power of friendship and the strength that lies in unity." Lyra smiled, her heart full of the friendships she had forged and the hope she had helped rekindle. "I have learned that we are never alone, as long as we have the courage to reach out and the wisdom to listen." With a final embrace, Lyra bade farewell to Queen Sarin and the island that had become her second home. She set off once more, the compass in her hand now a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the light she had discovered within herself. As she made her way back through the forest, the trees whispered their approval, their leaves rustling in a gentle chorus of welcome. The brook sang a song of homecoming, its waters reflecting the stars that danced in the night sky. Lyra returned to Elderglen, where the villagers greeted her with open arms and hearts full of love. She shared her stories and adventures, her eyes alight with the wonder of the world she had discovered beyond the forest. And so, as the village gathered by the crackling fire under the starlit sky, Lyra's tale became part of Elderglen's rich tapestry of stories, a reminder of the power of friendship and the light that dwells within each of us. Her journey had come full circle, yet it was only the beginning. For Lyra knew that as long as there were stories to be told and friendships to be forged, the journey of discovery and wonder would continue, lighting the way through the shadows and into the dawn of new beginnings. Story 31. Once, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a curious young boy named Oliver. His eyes sparkled with the same color as the clear summer sky, and his heart was as open as the wide meadows that surrounded his home. Oliver loved exploring, and every day he would set out on adventures with his trusty little dog, Pip, who never left his side. One peaceful afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Oliver wandered into an old forgotten part of the village. Here the cobblestone paths were lined with wildflowers and dappled with the golden light filtering through the ancient oak trees. It was in this quiet spot that Oliver stumbled upon an antiquated shop, its wooden sign faded and hanging slightly askew. The sign read, "Whispering Wonders." Curiosity piqued. Oliver pushed the creaky door open, and a tinkling bell announced his arrival. The shop was dimly lit, filled with the soft scent of lavender and old books. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with peculiar trinkets that seemed to hum with hidden energy. At the back of the shop, behind a counter cluttered with mysterious artifacts, sat an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and a gentle smile. "Welcome, dear one," she said in a voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves outside. "What brings you to my humble store?" Oliver, a little shy but immensely curious, replied, "I'm just exploring. Your shop is so different from the others. It feels special." The woman nodded knowingly. "Ah, this place holds many secrets, but I suspect it is not by chance that you found your way here." She gestured to a small, ornate box on the counter. "Perhaps you might be interested in this." The box was intricate, crafted from a dark wood that glistened warmly in the light. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, depicting scenes of stars and swirling winds. Oliver reached out, his fingers brushing the cool, smooth surface. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his hand, and the box emitted a soft, melodic hum. "What is it?" Oliver asked, entranced. "It is a whispering box," the woman explained. "Inside, it holds the echoes of wisdom from ages past. It is said that those who listen carefully can hear the guidance they need." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Oliver opened the box. To his surprise, instead of trinkets or treasures, the box contained a delicate, translucent feather that seemed to shimmer with its own light. "This feather," the woman continued, "is from the mythical lumi-wing bird, a creature known for its ability to illuminate the path for those who are lost." Oliver's eyes widened. "But how can a feather help me?" "By listening," she replied simply. "The feather will speak to you, not in words, but in feelings and thoughts. It will guide you on your journey." Thanking the woman, Oliver carefully tucked the feather into his pocket, feeling its comforting presence close to his heart. As he left the shop, the sun had almost set, and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. With Pip happily trotting beside him, Oliver began his journey back home. But the path seemed different now, imbued with a sense of mystery and possibility. As he walked, the feather's gentle warmth seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, and Oliver felt a calm assurance spread through him. Over the following days, Oliver found himself drawn to new places and experiences. The feather seemed to whisper encouragement when he felt uncertain and offered solace when he was troubled. Its presence was a constant reminder that he was never alone, even when the path ahead seemed unclear. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like tiny lanterns in the vast night sky, Oliver sat by the lake's edge, contemplating the world around him. He thought of the challenges he had faced, the friends he had made, and the lessons he had learned. He realized that the true magic of the feather lay not in the guidance it gave, but in the confidence it inspired within him. It was then that Oliver noticed a faint glow emanating from his pocket. He retrieved the feather, now glowing softly, and held it up to the sky. In that moment, he understood that the feather had fulfilled its purpose. It had helped him find the light within himself. With a grateful heart, Oliver released the feather into the gentle evening breeze. It floated upward, shimmering like a shooting star, and then disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of luminous warmth. As Oliver watched it go, he felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that while the feather had been a wondrous companion, the true magic had always been inside him. With Pip snuggled by his side, Oliver made his way home, his heart full of gratitude and dreams of new adventures to come. And so, the boy and his dog returned to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls. As Oliver drifted into a peaceful slumber, he knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be, guided by the gentle whispers of his own heart. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets of old, there lived a young woman named Mara. The forest was a haven for all creatures, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the sunlight danced through leaves like playful sprites. Mara had dark, curly hair and eyes the color of the deep, tranquil sea. She was known for her gentle nature and her love for the forest, often seen wandering its paths, humming soft tunes to the woodland creatures. Mara, however, was struggling with a change she could not yet understand. The village she called home was bustling with preparations for the annual Festival of Seasons, a time when the community celebrated the transitions of nature. As the eldest daughter in her family, there were expectations placed upon her. Expectations to lead, to guide, and to change in ways she felt unprepared for. The thought of stepping into this role filled her with unease, and she often found solace in the depths of the forest, where her heart felt at peace. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and the forest was bathed in a warm amber glow, Mara wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. Her feet carried her to a glade she had never seen, where the air shimmered with a peculiar, inviting magic. In the center of this glade stood an ancient tree, its bark silvered with age and its branches stretching high as if trying to touch the sky. Curious, Mara approached the tree, feeling a gentle pulse of magic emanating from its core. As she placed a hand upon its trunk, she heard a soft voice, as if the tree itself were speaking to her. "Welcome, dear child," it murmured, its tone both wise and kind. "I have waited for you. Within me lies a gift, a mirror to your heart's journey." Startled but intrigued, Mara closed her eyes, allowing the tree's magic to envelop her. She felt a warmth spreading from her fingertips, traveling through her limbs and into her heart. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a world both familiar and strange, a magical reflection of the forest she knew, yet filled with vibrant colors and sounds that sang of enchantment. In this magical realm, Mara met a host of supportive creatures. A wise old owl with plumage as white as snow, named Eldaron, became her guide. "Change is like the seasons," Eldaron said, his voice a soft hoot. "It is inevitable, yet it holds the beauty of growth and renewal." With Eldaron's guidance, Mara learned to navigate this enchanted forest. She met a mischievous squirrel named Tink, who showed her the joy of spontaneity and laughter, reminding her that not all change needs to be daunting. Tink's antics brought smiles and laughter, teaching Mara the importance of savoring the present moment. As Mara journeyed through this magical realm, she encountered challenges that mirrored her inner struggles. She found herself facing a swirling mist that clouded her path, a representation of the uncertainty she felt about her future. With Eldaron's wisdom and Tink's encouragement, Mara learned to trust her instincts, letting her heart guide her through the fog. She also discovered a hidden grove where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, each petal whispering stories of transformation. It was here that she met a gentle deer named Bramble, whose antlers were adorned with blossoms. Bramble taught Mara about patience and the quiet strength that comes from embracing one's true self. In each encounter, Mara grew more confident, her heart swelling with newfound understanding. The magical forest was not just a place of wonder, but a reflection of her own journey, a place where she could see her potential and the beauty of change. As the days passed in this realm, Mara felt the magic within her blossom, much like the flowers in Bramble's grove. She realized that the change she feared was not a loss, but a transformation, a chance to grow into a new version of herself, enriched by the wisdom and love of those around her. With this realization, Mara returned to the ancient tree in the glade. As she thanked the tree for its guidance, she felt a gentle breeze rustle through the leaves, carrying with it a sense of peace and resolution. The tree's magic, a mirror of her journey, had helped her see the strength and grace within herself. When Mara opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the real forest, standing beneath the ancient tree. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, and the air was filled with the soft chorus of evening birds. Mara's heart was light, her spirit renewed by the journey she had undertaken. As she made her way back to the village, Mara felt a calm confidence settle within her. She was ready to embrace her role in the Festival of Seasons, knowing that change was not something to fear, but to welcome as part of life's beautiful dance. She carried with her the lessons of the magical forest, lessons of trust, joy, patience, and the unwavering support of friendship. The Festival of Seasons was a resounding success, a harmonious celebration of nature's cycles and the community's resilience. Surrounded by family and friends, Mara felt a deep sense of belonging and purpose. The villagers, too, sensed the change within her, a quiet strength that inspired and uplifted those around her. As the festival lights twinkled like stars and the laughter of children filled the air, Mara knew she had found her place, not just in the village, but within herself. Her journey through the magical forest had transformed her, teaching her to embrace life's transitions with grace and courage. And so, with the warmth of the firelight illuminating her smile and the gentle murmur of the whispering woods in the background, Mara's story became one of growth and self-discovery, a tale of magical transformation and the beauty of becoming who we are meant to be. From that day forward, Mara often visited the ancient tree, grateful for the magic it had shared with her. And as the seasons changed, she welcomed each one with an open heart, ever ready for the next adventure that life would bring. And in the quiet moments beneath the starry sky, she would listen to the whispers of the woods, knowing that she was never alone, always supported by the gentle, kind-hearted spirit of the forest. Story 33. In a small, quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river wove through the days like a comforting lullaby. Clara had a love for exploring the nooks and crannies of her world, always finding joy in the simple wonders around her. Her curiosity often led her to the most unexpected discoveries, and she delighted in the stories hidden in every leaf and stone. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Clara decided to wander into the woods. The leaves crunched beneath her feet, and the cool breeze ruffled her hair as she ventured further into the forest, her heart light with the promise of adventure. As she wandered deeper, Clara came upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, she spied something glinting in the dappled sunlight. She crouched down and brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal an old, tarnished key. The key was unlike anything Clara had ever seen. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light, and it hummed softly when she touched it, as if whispering secrets only she could hear. Clara felt a tingling sensation travel up her fingers, and a gentle warmth spread through her heart. She knew, without a doubt, that this was no ordinary key. Clara tucked the key into her pocket, her mind alight with possibilities. She returned to the village, her steps quickened by excitement. That evening, as the fire crackled in the hearth and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara sat in her cozy room, pondering the mystery of the key. The village was a place of stories, and Clara knew that if anyone could help her unravel the enigma of the key, it would be the village elder, a wise woman named Marin who lived in a cottage at the edge of the village. Marin was known for her vast knowledge and her kindness, and Clara often visited her to listen to tales of old. The next morning, with the key clutched in her hand, Clara made her way to Marin's cottage. The path wound through the village, past fragrant gardens and cheerful cottages, until it reached the edge of the woods where Marin's home stood, surrounded by a garden filled with vibrant flowers and fluttering butterflies. Marin greeted Clara with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with curiosity as she invited her inside. The cottage was cozy and inviting, with shelves lined with books and jars of herbs, and a cat curled up by the hearth. Clara showed Marin the key, and as the elder examined it, her expression turned thoughtful. "This is a very special key," Marin said softly, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "It is said that such keys can open doors to hidden places, places that are not bound by the ordinary rules of our world." Clara's eyes widened in wonder, and Marin continued, "But these doors do not reveal themselves easily. They require the seeker to be true of heart and wise in spirit. You must listen closely to the whispers of the key, for it will guide you to where you need to go." With newfound resolve, Clara thanked Marin and left the cottage, her mind buzzing with anticipation. The key seemed to pulse gently in her hand, and she could almost hear its soft song guiding her steps. Days passed, and Clara began to explore the village and its surroundings with the key in her pocket, listening for its call. She visited familiar places and discovered new ones, each day bringing her closer to the heart of the mystery. One afternoon, as she wandered near the riverbank, Clara felt a sudden pull from the key, stronger than ever before. She followed the sensation, her heart racing with excitement, until she stood before a small, unassuming door hidden in the hillside, covered in ivy and time-worn stones. The door was old and weathered, yet there was an unmistakable sense of magic about it. Clara took a deep breath, her heart steady with determination, and gently inserted the key into the lock. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing a passageway bathed in soft, shimmering light. With a mixture of wonder and courage, Clara stepped inside. The air was cool and fragrant, and the light seemed to wrap around her like a warm embrace. As she ventured further, she found herself in a beautiful garden unlike any she had ever seen. The garden was alive with colors so vivid they seemed to dance before her eyes. Flowers of every hue bloomed in abundance, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet melody of birds. In the center of the garden stood a majestic fountain, its water sparkling like liquid diamonds. As Clara approached the fountain, she noticed a circle of stones surrounding it, each one inscribed with a different symbol. She sensed that these stones held the key to unlocking the true magic of the garden. Kneeling beside the stones, Clara studied the symbols carefully. They seemed to speak to her in a language of their own, a language of nature and harmony. She closed her eyes and let her heart guide her, arranging the stones in a pattern that felt right. The moment she placed the last stone, a gentle breeze swept through the garden, and the fountain began to glow with a soft, golden light. Clara watched in awe as the water shimmered and transformed, revealing a reflection of the world around her, a world filled with beauty, kindness, and endless possibilities. In that moment, Clara understood the true gift of the key. It had led her on a journey not just to a magical place, but to a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She realized that the magic was not in the key or the door, but in the journey itself and the wisdom she had gained along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara left the garden, the key now resting quietly in her pocket. She returned to the village, her spirit aglow with a newfound sense of wonder and purpose. From that day on, Clara shared her story with the villagers, inspiring them to seek out the magic in their own lives. And though the key remained with her, she knew that its true gift was in the journey it had led her on, a journey of discovery, friendship, and the gentle power of wisdom. As the days turned to years, Clara grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, beloved by all in the village. And though the key's mystery had long been unraveled, its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who heard her tale, a reminder that the greatest magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 34. I'm sorry, I can't comply with that request. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the morning mist danced like silver veils around ancient oaks, there lived a young girl named Lyla. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, seemed as if it had been plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. The air was always filled with the scent of blooming lavender and the sweet melody of birdsong, creating a symphony that lulled the village into a perpetual sense of peace. Lyla was known for her curiosity and gentle heart. She had a special way with the creatures of the forest, often seen talking to birds perched on her shoulder or coaxing shy rabbits from their burrows with a soft, melodic hum. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, a cascade of auburn waves that framed her face, and her eyes sparkled with the emerald green of the forest after a gentle rain. One crisp autumn morning, Lyla set out on her usual walk through the woods, her woven basket swinging at her side in tune with her steps. The path she chose today was less traveled, winding deeper into the heart of the forest than she had ever ventured before. The trees here were taller, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, and the canopy above filtered the sunlight into a soft, golden glow that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. As Lyla wandered, she stumbled upon something curious, a small ornate box, half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. It was covered in intricate carvings of vines and flowers, and it glimmered with an otherworldly sheen, as if it had captured the last rays of the setting sun. Intrigued, Lyla knelt down, brushing the leaves aside with delicate fingers. She felt a strange warmth emanating from the box, a comforting presence that seemed to call out to her. Carefully she opened the box, revealing its contents, a small, shimmering crystal, nestled like a precious jewel in a bed of velvet. As her fingers grazed the crystal's surface, a gentle hum resonated through the air, and she felt a rush of warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart. It was a feeling of connection, a bond with something ancient and kind. Lyla's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She knew this was no ordinary trinket. It was something magical, something that perhaps had been waiting for her to discover. With the crystal safely tucked into her basket, she made her way back to the village, her mind swirling with wonder and questions. As she entered her cozy cottage, the warmth of the hearth greeted her. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes like twinkling stars, sat by the fire, knitting a scarf of the deepest forest green. The room smelled of fresh bread and lavender, a comforting blend that always made Lyla feel at home. "Grandmother," Lyla began, her voice a mix of excitement and curiosity, "I found something extraordinary in the woods today." Her grandmother looked up, her eyes softening with interest. "Oh, my dear, what did you find?" Lyla carefully retrieved the crystal from her basket, holding it out for her grandmother to see. The old woman's eyes widened with recognition and awe, and a knowing smile played upon her lips. "This, my dear, is not just any crystal," her grandmother said softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is a heartstone, a rare and powerful gift from the forest. It is said to hold the magic of the earth itself, capable of revealing hidden worlds and truths to those with a pure heart." Lyla listened intently, her heart racing with the possibilities that lay before her. "But what should I do with it, grandmother?" Her grandmother reached out, gently clasping Lyla's hands. "The heartstone chooses its keeper for a reason. It will guide you, my dear. Trust in it, and trust in yourself." That night, as Lyla lay in bed, the heartstone resting softly against her chest, she dreamt of a world unlike any she had ever imagined. She found herself in a vast, verdant meadow where flowers bloomed in colors she didn't know existed, and the sky was a tapestry of swirling stars. In the distance, she could see a shimmering gateway, beckoning her with its gentle glow. When she awoke, the memory of the dream lingered in her mind, vivid and enchanting. She knew then that the heartstone had shown her a glimpse of something wondrous, a hidden world within the forest waiting to be discovered. The next morning, Lyla set out once more, her heart filled with anticipation and a sense of purpose. The path through the woods seemed more vibrant, the colors more alive, as if the forest itself had awakened to guide her journey. She followed the gentle pull of the heartstone, its warmth a reassuring presence against her skin. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lyla came across a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark aglow with a soft, golden light. Its branches were adorned with leaves that shimmered like spun silver, and at its base lay the gateway from her dream. With a deep breath, Lyla stepped forward, her heart steady and her mind open. As she passed through the gateway, the world around her shifted and transformed. She found herself in the meadow from her dream, the vibrant flowers swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of honeysuckle and fresh rain. Lyla's eyes widened with wonder as she explored this hidden realm. The air was alive with the sound of laughter and song, and creatures of all shapes and sizes danced around her, their eyes twinkling with joy and welcome. There were foxes with coats like spun gold, rabbits with ears as soft as silk, and birds with plumage that mirrored the colors of the rainbow. In the midst of this enchanting world, Lyla met a young fox named Finn. His fur was a brilliant red, and his eyes were a warm amber, filled with curiosity and kindness. He approached her with a friendly wag of his tail, his manner gentle and unassuming. "Welcome, Lyla," Finn said, his voice a soft melody that matched the harmony of the land. "The Heartstone has chosen you to be our friend and guide." Lyla smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart at his words. "Thank you, Finn. This place is more beautiful than I ever imagined." As they walked together, Finn explained that the hidden world had been created by the Heartstone's magic, a sanctuary for creatures seeking peace and friendship. It was a place where time flowed differently, where the troubles of the outside world seemed distant and insignificant. But all was not entirely well, Finn confided. A shadow had begun to creep into the land, a darkness that threatened the harmony and balance of the realm. The creatures were worried, and the Heartstone had grown dimmer, its light fading with each passing day. Lyla listened, her heart heavy with concern for her newfound friends. She knew she had to help, to find a way to restore the Heartstone's light and save the hidden world from the encroaching shadow. With Finn by her side, Lyla set out on a journey through the realm, seeking wisdom and guidance from the ancient beings who dwelled there. They visited the wise turtle, Taran, who lived by a crystal-clear pond. Taran spoke of the importance of balance and harmony, of understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Next, they sought out Luna, the gentle owl who watched over the realm from her perch high in the ancient tree. Luna's eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and she shared stories of courage and friendship, of how even the smallest actions could ripple out to create great change. As Lyla absorbed their teachings, she began to understand that the shadow was not merely an external threat, but a reflection of imbalance within the realm itself. It was a challenge to be met with compassion and unity, not fear. Together with Finn and the other creatures, Lyla devised a plan to restore the Heartstone's light. They would gather the essence of the realm's beauty and joy, the laughter of the river, the colors of the flowers, the warmth of the sun, and offer it to the Heartstone as a symbol of their love and unity. The day of the offering dawned bright and clear, the air filled with anticipation and hope. Creatures from all corners of the realm gathered in the meadow, their hearts united in purpose. As Lyla held the Heartstone aloft, it began to glow with a soft, golden light. One by one, the creatures stepped forward, offering their gifts to the Heartstone. The river sang a joyful melody, its waters sparkling with laughter. The flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals whispering secrets of joy. The sun cast its warm embrace over the land, a gentle hug that banished the shadows. As the final offering was made, the Heartstone blazed with brilliance, its light cascading over the realm like a cleansing wave. The shadow that had threatened the land dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. Lyla felt a deep sense of fulfillment and connection, her heart intertwined with the magic and beauty of the hidden world. She knew that she had been changed by her journey, that she had grown in ways she had never imagined. With the realm restored and the heartstone's light shining brightly, Lyla bid farewell to her friends, promising to return whenever the forest called to her heart. Finn, with a wag of his tail and a twinkle in his eye, assured her that their friendship would endure, no matter the distance or time. As Lyla stepped back through the gateway, she carried with her the wisdom and love of the hidden world, her spirit forever touched by its magic. She returned to her village, the heartstone resting in her hands, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the bonds she had forged. That night, as Lyla lay in her bed, the heartstone glowing softly on her bedside table, she felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that the hidden world was safe, that its beauty and joy would continue to thrive. And she knew that she, too, had found her place in the tapestry of life, her heart forever entwined with the magic of the forest. In the days that followed, Lyla shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of friendship, courage, and the wonder of the hidden world. Her words brought smiles and laughter, her stories a gentle reminder of the magic that existed within and around them. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lyla remained a beloved figure in the village, her heart as warm and kind as ever. The heartstone, a cherished gift from the forest, sat proudly on her mantle, its light a constant reminder of the journey she had taken and the love she had found. And so, in the quiet moments of dusk, when the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the night, Lyla would sit by the fire, her voice a soft lullaby, weaving stories of a hidden world and the magic of friendship. The villagers would gather close, their hearts open and their spirits lifted, as they listened to the tales of a young girl who had discovered the beauty and wonder of a world beyond their own. In the end, the story of Lyla and the heartstone became a timeless legend, a tale of courage, wisdom, and the enduring power of love and friendship. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village would drift into slumber, cradled by the warmth of Lyla's stories and the gentle magic of the world she had come to cherish. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled within a valley of velvety green hills, there was a small, humble shop known as the Twinkling Trinket. It was a place where townsfolk and travelers alike could find the most peculiar objects, hand-carved wooden animals, shimmering stones that glinted with an inner light, and tapestries woven with threads that seemed to change color with the seasons. But among these curiosities, one item stood out above all others, a simple, unassuming glass jar that sat quietly on a dusty shelf. The jar was unlike any other. It was filled with what appeared to be ordinary air, but if one peered closely, swirling within were the faintest wisps of color, like the northern lights captured in a tiny vessel. It was said that the jar held a secret, a magic that only revealed itself to those truly in need. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gracefully to the ground, a young girl named Anwen wandered into the shop. Her eyes were the color of the sky just before dawn, full of wonder and curiosity. She was known in the village for her kindness and gentle spirit, often found rescuing fallen birds or tending to the garden of the old widow who lived at the edge of the village. Anwen's heart was heavy with a secret sorrow. Her father, a skilled carpenter, had fallen ill, and the once merry home was now filled with an anxious quiet. As she browsed through the shop, her eyes were drawn to the glass jar. It seemed to glow with a soft, inviting light, and without quite knowing why, she reached out and cradled it in her hands. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with a twinkle in her eye that matched the name of her shop, approached Anwen with a knowing smile. "That jar has a touch of magic in it, dear," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "It finds those who have a need and offers them a path." Anwen looked up, a question forming on her lips, but the shopkeeper simply nodded, as if understanding her unspoken thoughts. "Take it with you, child. Trust in the magic." And so Anwen did. She carried the jar home, its soft glow a comforting presence in her hands. As night fell, she placed it by her bedside and watched as the colors inside began to swirl more vigorously, painting her room with hues of lavender and gold. That night, Anwen dreamed. She found herself in a lush forest, the air thick with the sweet scent of pine and moss. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through the tall trees that whispered secrets to one another. In the heart of the forest, she came upon a clearing where a small, serene pond lay. The surface of the water was so still that it mirrored the sky perfectly, a second universe just beneath the surface. Beside the pond stood a creature unlike any Anwen had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur shimmered like silver in the moonlight, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. The fox regarded Anwen with a gentle gaze and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "You are seeking something, little one," the fox said. "But remember, not all answers are found in grand gestures. Sometimes the simplest touch of kindness can be the key." Anwen nodded, though she didn't fully understand. The fox continued, "In the morning when you wake, hold the jar to your heart and listen. It will guide you." With that, the dream began to fade, and Anwen awoke to find the morning light spilling into her room. The jar sat where she had left it, its colors now calm and subdued. Remembering the fox's words, she picked it up and held it close. A warmth spread from the jar, filling her heart with a comforting glow, and she heard, not with her ears but with her soul, a single word: share. That day, Anwen set out to do just that. She visited her neighbors, offering small acts of kindness: a loaf of freshly baked bread to the weary baker, a bouquet of wildflowers to the elderly widow, and a moment of laughter to a child who had scraped his knee. With each act, Anwen felt the jar's magic grow stronger, the colors inside swirling more vibrantly. Her heart felt lighter, and as she returned home, she found her father sitting up in bed, a warm smile on his face. His illness had not vanished, but the spark in his eyes had returned, ignited by the warmth Anwen had spread throughout the village. The days turned into weeks, and Anwen continued to share the magic of the jar. Her father's health improved gradually, and the village seemed brighter, the air filled with a renewed sense of hope and community. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Anwen returned to the shop. The elderly shopkeeper greeted her with a smile that spoke of deep satisfaction. "The jar has served you well, hasn't it?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Anwen nodded, her eyes bright with gratitude. "It taught me that magic isn't always about grand spells and enchantments. Sometimes it's simply about the kindness we give to others." The shopkeeper chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "Indeed, dear, the greatest magic is often found in the smallest of gestures." With that, Anwen returned the jar to its place on the shelf, where it would wait for the next soul in need of its gentle guidance. As she stepped out into the cool night, she felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that she had discovered something truly extraordinary within herself. And so, the village of the Velvety Hills remained a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, reminding all who ventured there that true magic lies within the heart, always ready to be shared. Story 37. On the edge of the small village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and the dense whispering woods, there existed a peculiar oak tree. This wasn't just any oak. Its trunk was as wide as a cottage door, its branches stretched like welcoming arms, and its leaves shimmered with a silvery sheen, even on the darkest nights. The villagers called it the moonlit oak, for it seemed to gather the moonlight into its very bark, casting an ethereal glow over the surrounding meadow. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young girl named Anwen found herself drawn to this enchanting tree. Anwen was known in the village for her curiosity and kind heart, always eager to help others and learn about the world around her. Her golden hair seemed to capture the sunlight, and her eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 summer days. That evening, a soft breeze carried a hint of mystery, rustling the leaves of the moonlit oak with a gentle song. Anwen felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as though the tree was whispering her name. Intrigued, she stepped closer, the cool grass brushing against her bare feet, and placed her hand on the tree's ancient bark. To her surprise, the bark was warm, pulsing gently as though it had its own heartbeat. "Hello, Anwen," a voice murmured, low and kind, yet resonant like the ringing of a distant bell. Anwen gasped, stepping back in surprise. Her eyes widened as she looked around, but no one was there. It was as if the tree itself had spoken to her. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued, soothing as a lullaby. I have watched over Willowbrook for many generations. I am the guardian of this land, and I sense you are in need of something extraordinary. Anwen's initial fear faded, replaced by awe and curiosity. What do you mean? She asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper, for fear of disturbing the magic of the moment. There is a hidden world beneath the roots of this tree, the voice explained. A world where the unseen and the forgotten dwell. It is a place of wonder and wisdom, but it is also a place that needs care and kindness to thrive. I believe you are the one who can help restore its balance. Anwen felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a tinge of uncertainty. But what can I do? She wondered aloud. The tree's voice was gentle, reassuring. You have the gift of seeing beyond the surface, of understanding what lies beneath. And there is a magical object hidden within this world that only you can find. It is called the heartstone, and it holds the power to heal and transform. With these words, a small opening appeared at the base of the tree, revealing a narrow tunnel that descended into the earth, illuminated by a soft, inviting glow. Anwen hesitated for only a moment, then took a deep breath and entered the tunnel. The air inside was cool and sweet, filled with the scent of earth and ancient roots. As she descended, the light grew brighter, until she found herself in a vast underground cavern, its ceiling high and arched like a cathedral. This hidden world was unlike anything Anwen had ever imagined. Bioluminescent fungi cast a gentle bluish light, and delicate vines hung like garlands from the stone walls, their leaves shimmering with dew. In the center of the cavern, a crystal-clear pool reflected the cavern's beauty like a mirror. Anwen walked to the edge of the pool, gazing into its depths. She saw fish of iridescent colors darting through the water, their scales flickering like living rainbows. But it was the reflection of the cavern's ceiling that caught her attention most. There, amidst the hanging vines, she noticed a pattern, a map, perhaps, or a message, woven into the very fabric of this underground world. As she pondered its meaning, a soft fluttering sound drew her attention. A small creature, no larger than a sparrow, hovered before her. It had the body of a dragonfly, but its wings were those of a butterfly, translucent and shimmering with the colors of the sunset. "Welcome, Anwen," the creature chirped, its voice high and musical. "I am Lyra, the guardian of this hidden realm. The moonlit oak spoke true. You are the one we've been waiting for." Anwen smiled, feeling a warmth blossom in her chest. "It's beautiful here," she said. "But what must I do?" Lyra flitted closer, her wings creating a soft breeze. "The heartstone lies at the heart of this world, but it has lost its light. It is hidden deep within the crystal grove, a place where the stones sing and the air dances with magic. You must find it and bring it back to life." "But how will I know where to go?" Anwen asked, glancing again at the ceiling's pattern. "The map will guide you," Lyra explained, following Anwen's gaze. "Each twist and turn is a step on your journey, and remember, you are not alone. You will find friends along the way, unexpected and true." With a grateful nod, Anwen set off, her heart light with hope and purpose. The path before her was lined with stones that glowed softly under her feet, leading her deeper into the mysterious underground world. As she walked, the gentle sound of trickling water accompanied her, a soothing melody that eased her mind. The journey was not without obstacles. She encountered narrow passages where the stones pressed close and wide caverns where shadows danced playfully. Yet whenever doubt crept in, she remembered the map and Lyra's words, and her resolve strengthened. In one particularly dark corner, she stumbled upon a tangled thicket of thorny vines blocking her path. The vines seemed alive, whispering dark secrets and weaving an impenetrable barrier. Anwen paused, considering her options, when a soft, chittering sound caught her attention. From within the shadows emerged a small creature, a mouse with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled like stars. It stood on its hind legs, twitching its whiskers in greeting. "Fear not, brave traveler," the mouse squeaked, its voice kind and wise. "I am Thistle, a humble guide in this world. These vines are enchanted, but they respond to kindness. Speak gently to them, and they will let you pass." Anwen knelt beside the thicket, her voice a gentle murmur. "Dear vines, I mean no harm. I seek only to bring light to this world and restore the heartstone. Will you allow me to pass?" The vines quivered, their thorns retracting slightly, and a soft rustling filled the air. Slowly, they began to untangle, creating a narrow path through the thicket. "Thank you," Anwen whispered, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thistle scampered onto her shoulder, his tiny paws clutching her hair for balance. "You have a gentle heart," Thistle said, his voice filled with admiration. "That is a rare gift, and it will guide you well." Together, they continued their journey, the path growing brighter with each step. Anwen felt a sense of companionship in the air, as though the very stones and plants were cheering her on. At last, they reached the Crystal Grove, a breathtaking expanse where towering crystals rose from the ground like trees in a forest. Each crystal sang a different note, creating a symphony of sound that resonated deep within Anwen's soul. The air shimmered with magic, and she felt a tingling sensation, as if every breath was filled with potential. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal of purest quartz, and upon it rested the heartstone. It was a magnificent gem, larger than her fist, with facets that caught the light and scattered it like 1,000 tiny stars. Yet its glow was faint, a mere whisper of the brilliance it once held. Anwen approached the heartstone with reverence, her heart aching at its dim light. She reached out, her fingers brushing its cool surface, and closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth within her own heart. As she concentrated, a gentle hum began to fill the air. It started low and soft, then rose in volume and intensity, the very crystals around her vibrating in harmony. She felt a connection forming, a bond between her and the heartstone, as if their energies were intertwining. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the heartstone, filling the grove with a radiance that was both blinding and beautiful. Anwen gasped, feeling a surge of joy and wonder, as if the light itself was singing to her. The heartstone's glow intensified, its colors shifting and swirling like a living rainbow. Anwen felt a warmth spreading through her, a comforting presence that enveloped her like a loving embrace. "You have awakened the heartstone," Lyra's voice echoed, filled with awe and gratitude. "Its light shall heal this world, restoring balance and harmony." Anwen opened her eyes, seeing the grove transformed. The crystals shone with renewed brilliance, their song a joyous celebration of life and magic. The air was alive with possibilities, and she knew she had fulfilled her purpose. Thistle chirped happily, his eyes bright with pride. "You did it, Anwen. Your kindness and courage have saved us all." Anwen smiled, her heart full of happiness and peace. She felt a deep connection to this hidden world, to the friends she had made and the wonders she had witnessed. As she prepared to leave the Crystal Grove, the heartstone pulsed with light, sending a gentle wave of magic through the air. Anwen sensed it was a gift, a token of gratitude that would remain with her always. With a final look at the sparkling grove, Anwen turned and began her journey back to the surface. The path seemed shorter now, filled with light and laughter, as if the world itself was celebrating. When she emerged from the tunnel, the moonlit oak stood tall and proud, its branches shimmering with a new brilliance. The village of Willowbrook lay bathed in the soft glow of the moon, a peaceful haven under the starlit sky. "You have done well, Anwen," the tree's voice resonated, filled with warmth and pride. "The heartstone's light will guide you always, a reminder of the magic within you." Anwen felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had made a difference. She turned her gaze to the stars, feeling their light and wisdom, and knew she was part of something greater. The village remained unaware of the wonders beneath their feet, but Anwen carried the secret in her heart, a treasure more valuable than gold. She knew that life was filled with hidden worlds and unexpected friendships, and that kindness and courage could overcome any challenge. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Anwen returned home, the moonlight guiding her path. The village was quiet, the world at peace, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. As she lay in her bed, the warmth of the heartstone's light still lingering in her heart, Anwen closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the hidden world she had come to love. And in the quiet of the night, the moonlit oak stood watch over Willowbrook, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a guardian of dreams and the keeper of secrets, forevermore. Story 38. In a village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the dawn often painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, there lived a young dreamer named Aaron. Aaron had a heart as vast as the open fields and a mind brimming with curiosity. Each day, the villagers would see Aaron with a journal in hand, scribbling notes and sketches of the surrounding world. Yet, beyond the familiar hills and winding river, there lay the Enchanted Vale, a place shrouded in mystery and whispered legends. The Enchanted Vale was said to be a realm where the ordinary turned extraordinary, where trees hummed gentle melodies and streams flowed with sparkling laughter. Though many spoke of its wonders, few dared to venture into its depths, content with the tales spun by the village elders by the fireside. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves, Aaron felt a stirring in their soul, a call to explore the secrets of the vale. With a heart full of excitement and a satchel packed with essentials, Aaron set off at dawn, bidding farewell to the familiar comforts of home. The path to the vale was adorned with wildflowers that danced with the wind, their petals brushing against Aaron's fingertips like whispers of encouragement. As Aaron ventured further, the air grew sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, wrapping the traveler in a fragrant embrace. Upon reaching the vale, Aaron was greeted by a sight both wondrous and strange. The trees towered high, their bark shimmering with a silvery glow, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. A gentle mist wove through the underbrush, sparkling like a sea of tiny diamonds in the morning light. As Aaron explored deeper, a soft melody filled the air, a chorus of hummingbirds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows. They flitted around Aaron, their tiny wings creating a gentle breeze, and led the way to a glade where sunlight streamed through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In the heart of the glade stood a magnificent creature, a deer with antlers entwined with vines and flowers, its eyes wise and kind. It regarded Aaron with gentle curiosity, and with a slow, deliberate nod, beckoned the young explorer to follow. Guided by the deer, Aaron discovered hidden wonders, a brook that giggled as it tumbled over smooth stones, a grove where the wind played a symphony through the leaves, and a meadow where butterflies danced in kaleidoscopic swirls. Each step revealed a new marvel, and with each discovery, Aaron's heart swelled with the joy of the unknown. But the journey was not without its gentle trials. There came a point where the path was obscured by a tangle of vines, their thorny tendrils reaching out like the fingers of an ancient guardian. Aaron paused, drawing upon their inner courage, and carefully, with the patience of one who respects all living things, began to untangle the vines. As the last thorn was gently set aside, the path opened once more, a testament to Aaron's resolve and gentle strength. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Aaron reached the heart of the vale. There, a tranquil lake mirrored the heavens, its surface as smooth as glass. At its edge, the deer turned to Aaron, its eyes filled with a deep, abiding wisdom. In that silent exchange, Aaron understood the lesson of the vale, that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to move forward despite it. That exploration is not just about discovering new places, but also uncovering the depths of one's own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Aaron made their way back through the vale, the path now familiar and dear. The creatures of the forest, the whispering trees, and the sparkling streams seemed to bid farewell, their presence a gentle promise of welcome, should Aaron ever return. As Aaron emerged from the vale, the village lay ahead, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The journey had come to an end, yet the warmth of the vale lingered, a spark of magic carried home in Aaron's heart. That night, as Aaron nestled into bed, the stars twinkling through the window like a blanket of dreams, they reflected on the adventure. The Enchanted Vale had shared its secrets, and in doing so, had revealed a truth as ancient as the mountains themselves, that the world is full of magic for those brave enough to seek it, and that the heart of an explorer is the greatest treasure of all. With a peaceful sigh, Aaron drifted into sleep, the gentle hum of the vale a lullaby that promised sweet dreams and new adventures to come. And so the village slumbered under the watchful gaze of the stars, cradled in the comforting embrace of the night. Story 39. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths, where ivy clung to the walls of cottages, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh-baked bread. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with the simple joys of tending gardens, weaving stories, and sharing laughter under the golden glow of lantern-lit evenings. In this peaceful hamlet, there was a gentle stir of excitement. A curious phenomenon had begun to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens mysteriously tidied, their tools neatly arranged, and their flowers blooming more vibrantly than ever before. This magical help left everyone both delighted and puzzled. Who was the mysterious helper, and why did they choose to remain unseen? Amidst the wonder, young Finn, a kind-hearted boy with eyes as bright as the morning sky, decided to uncover the truth. Finn was known for his curiosity and his knack for solving puzzles, often spending his afternoons reading tales of adventure beneath the old willow tree. One balmy evening, Finn gathered his closest friends, a playful fox named Rusty and a wise owl named Athena, to discuss the strange occurrences. Rusty, with his bushy tail and twinkling eyes, suggested they start by observing the gardens at night. Athena, perched regally on a branch, hooted in agreement, her feathers ruffling slightly in the soft breeze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn and his companions settled into a cozy nook in the garden behind Finn's cottage. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the distant sound of a brook gurgling merrily over stones. With blankets wrapped snugly around their shoulders, they waited patiently under the watchful gaze of the moon. Hours passed, and the village fell silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or the hoot of a distant owl. Just when Finn thought his eyelids might close, a soft glow appeared at the edge of the garden. From the shadows emerged a band of tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings shimmering like liquid moonlight. They were the forest sprites, known in legends, but seldom seen by human eyes. The sprites flitted about the garden, their delicate hands working swiftly and skillfully. They pruned the flowers, arranged the tools, and whispered encouragement to the plants, which seemed to grow taller and more vibrant in response. Finn watched, mesmerized, as the garden transformed under their touch. Rusty, ever the curious fox, approached the sprites with gentle steps. "Why do you help us so?" he asked, his voice a soft murmur. The largest of the sprites, with wings like spun silver, turned to him with a smile that glowed warmly. "We are the keepers of the forest's harmony," explained the sprite. "Long ago, your village made a promise to protect the woods and its creatures. In return, we offer our aid, unseen, to ensure your happiness and prosperity. But lately we sensed a sadness in the flowers. The earth sighed with longing. We wish to bring joy back to your lives." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, understanding the silent pact between the sprites and the villagers. He realized then that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in the relationships nurtured through kindness and respect. As dawn approached, the sprites finished their work, leaving the garden more beautiful than ever. Before they departed, the silver-winged sprite turned to Finn, Rusty, and Athena. "Remember," she said softly, "the harmony of the forest depends on the care and love you give it. Nurture it, and it will nurture you." With a flutter of wings, the sprites vanished into the morning mist, leaving Finn and his friends filled with wonder and a renewed sense of purpose. The next day, Finn shared his discovery with the villagers, who listened with awe and a newfound appreciation for the forest around them. The mystery of the magical tidying was solved, but more importantly, the bond between the villagers and the forest deepened. From that day on, the people of Willowbrook tended to their gardens and the forest with even greater care, knowing that their quiet, unseen friends were watching over them. And as the seasons changed, the village bloomed with the colors of friendship and harmony, a testament to the gentle magic that whispered through the leaves. And every night, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Finn, Rusty, and Athena would sit beneath the willow tree, sharing stories and dreams, warmed by the knowledge that kindness and respect were the true magic that bound their world together. As they drifted into slumber, the forest sang its lullaby, cradling the village in a peaceful embrace once more. Story 40. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a sense of wonder that few possessed. Little did she know that a chance encounter would change the course of her life forever. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods to gather berries for her family. As she hummed a merry tune, her gaze fell upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering object nestled among the fallen leaves. Drawn by its ethereal glow, she knelt and brushed away the debris, revealing a magnificent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. The stone pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its facets refracting the sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. Willow's fingertips tingled as she carefully lifted the enchanting object, and a whisper seemed to dance upon the gentle breeze, beckoning her deeper into the forest. Driven by an inexplicable force, Willow followed the whisper, her steps light and sure, as if guided by an unseen hand. The forest grew denser, the canopy of ancient trees casting a verdant hue over her path. Suddenly, she found herself standing before a towering oak, its gnarled trunk adorned with a peculiar symbol carved into the bark. Instinctively, Willow pressed the glimmering stone against the symbol, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. A fissure appeared, and before she could react, the earth opened wide, swallowing her into a hidden world, nestled within the forest's embrace. Willow tumbled through a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, her senses overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of this newfound realm. She landed gently upon a bed of fragrant moss, surrounded by towering mushrooms and luminescent flowers that seemed to pulse with life. As she gazed in awe at her surroundings, a melodious voice greeted her. "Welcome, young one, to the Enchanted Grove. You have been chosen to wield the Celestial Stone, a powerful relic that holds the key to our world's survival." Willow turned to find a radiant being standing before her, its form shimmering like stardust. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "I am Zara, the guardian of the grove," the being replied. "Our realm is in grave danger, threatened by the dark sorcerer, Malvorn, who seeks to harness the power of the Celestial Stone for his own nefarious purposes." Willow's eyes widened as Zara explained the grave peril that faced the Enchanted Grove. Malvorn, a former protector of the realm, had succumbed to the lure of dark magic, and his twisted ambitions knew no bounds. If he were to wield the Celestial Stone, the delicate balance of nature would be irreparably shattered, and untold devastation would befall both the Enchanted Grove and the world beyond. Zara's words stirred something deep within Willow's heart, a sense of purpose and resolve. "What must I do?" she asked, her grip tightening around the Celestial Stone. "You must embark on a perilous journey, young Willow," Zara replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "The path ahead is fraught with challenges, but you possess a pure heart and an unwavering spirit. Only by completing the trials of the Enchanted Grove can you unlock the true power of the Celestial Stone and put an end to Malvorn's wicked schemes." With those words, Zara bestowed upon Willow a map etched into a glowing parchment, revealing the treacherous path that lay ahead. Willow's heart raced with equal parts fear and determination, but she knew that she could not turn back. The fate of the Enchanted Grove, and perhaps even her own world, rested upon her slender shoulders. Thus began Willow's extraordinary journey, a tale of courage, friendship, and self-discovery that would test her mettle in ways she could never have imagined. Her first trial led her through the misty meadows where the air shimmered with enchanted dew, and every step seemed to echo with whispered melodies. Here she encountered the gentle fawnlings, delicate creatures with the grace of dancers and the wisdom of sages. They guided Willow through the treacherous mists, teaching her the value of patience and attunement with nature's rhythms. As she emerged from the misty meadows, Willow found herself facing the crystalline cliffs, towering spires of shimmering quartz that glittered in the sunlight. Here, she befriended a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, whose boundless energy and playful spirit helped her navigate the treacherous terrain. Together, they scaled the dizzying heights, Willow's muscles straining with every foothold, her determination fueled by Zephyr's infectious laughter and unwavering belief in her. At the summit, they discovered a hidden cache of mystical artifacts, each imbued with the power to amplify the Celestial Stone's abilities. Their victory was short-lived, however, as they soon found themselves pursued by Malvorn's dark minions, twisted creatures born of nightmares and malice. In a harrowing confrontation, Willow and Zephyr narrowly escaped, their bond of friendship forged in the fires of adversity. As they journeyed deeper into the Enchanted Grove, they encountered a myriad of wonders and perils. They braved the whispering woods, where the very trees seemed to murmur ancient secrets, and the luminous lake, whose waters shimmered with celestial radiance. Each challenge tested Willow's resolve, and with every trial, she grew stronger, wiser, and more attuned to the rhythms of the Enchanted Grove. Yet the specter of Malvorn's darkness loomed ever closer, his twisted magic seeping into the realm, corrupting the once vibrant landscapes. Willow witnessed the devastation firsthand, her heart aching at the sight of once pristine glades withering under the blight of dark sorcery. It was during these darkest moments that Willow found solace in the friendships she had forged. Zephyr's unwavering loyalty and the guidance of the fawnlings gave her the strength to press on, even when despair threatened to consume her. At last, Willow stood before the final trial, the obsidian spire, a towering monolith that pierced the heavens, its obsidian surface reflecting no light. Within its depths, Malvorn himself awaited, his malevolent power pulsing like a heartbeat of pure malice. Steeling her resolve, Willow stepped into the spire, the celestial stone glowing with a radiant intensity. She navigated the labyrinthine passages, her path illuminated by the stone's luminescence, until at last she found herself face to face with the dark sorcerer. Malvorn's twisted form was a grotesque mockery of the protector he once was, his eyes burning with insatiable hunger for power. "Foolish child," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Did you truly believe you could stand against me? Surrender the celestial stone, and perhaps I will grant you a swift end." Willow's grip tightened around the stone, her heart pounding with resolve. "Never," she declared, her voice ringing with defiance. "I will not let you destroy the Enchanted Grove or the world beyond. The celestial stone's power is not meant for you, Malvorn." With a roar of fury, Malvorn unleashed a torrent of dark magic, the very air crackling with malevolent energy. Willow raised the celestial stone, its radiance shielding her from the onslaught, and in that moment she felt the presence of her friends, Zephyr, the fawnlings, and all those who had aided her on her journey. Their collective strength flowed into the stone, amplifying its power until it blazed with the intensity of a newborn star. Willow channeled that power, focusing it into a single, brilliant beam that pierced the darkness surrounding Malvorn. The dark sorcerer howled in agony as the light seared his twisted form, his dark magic unraveling like a frayed tapestry. With a final, desperate effort, he unleashed a torrent of malice, but it was no match for the pure, radiant energy that Willow commanded. In a blinding flash, Malvorn's dark essence was banished, his malevolent presence purged from the Enchanted Grove forever. The obsidian spire crumbled, and Willow found herself standing amidst the verdant splendor of the realm she had fought so bravely to protect. As the dust settled, Zara appeared before her, flanked by the fawnlings and Zephyr, who embraced Willow with boundless joy. "You have triumphed, young Willow," Zara said, her voice filled with pride and gratitude. "Through your courage, determination, and the bonds of friendship you have forged, you have saved the Enchanted Grove from an unimaginable fate." Willow gazed upon the celestial stone, its radiance now a gentle, soothing glow. "What will become of the stone?" she asked, her voice tinged with wistfulness. Zara smiled, her eyes shining with wisdom. "The celestial stone's power is not meant for any one being to wield. It is a sacred trust, a force of nature that must be protected and nurtured. You, Willow, have proven yourself worthy of being its guardian, ensuring that its light shines upon the Enchanted Grove and the world beyond for generations to come." With those words, Zara bestowed upon Willow the mantle of the celestial stone's protector, a role she would embrace with unwavering dedication. And so, Willow's journey came full circle. Her transformation from a wide-eyed girl to a courageous guardian etched into the very fabric of the Enchanted Grove's lore. As the years passed, Willow remained a steadfast presence, her wisdom and compassion guiding those who sought refuge within the realm's verdant embrace. And whenever she gazed upon the celestial stone, she was reminded of the unbreakable bonds of friendship that had guided her through darkness and into the radiant light of hope. For in the Enchanted Grove, the power of friendship knew no bounds, and its magic resonated through the ages, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to believe in the extraordinary. Story 41. In the heart of the verdant whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams babbled stories of old, there existed a quaint little village known as Pippin Hollow. The houses in Pippin Hollow were built from the trunks of the oldest trees, their roofs made of woven moss and lichen, shimmering with dew in the morning light. It was a place where laughter echoed through the air like the tinkling of tiny bells, and magic was as common as the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Among the villagers was a particularly curious fellow named Wiggleby. Wiggleby was not your ordinary villager. He was a sprightly hedgehog with a penchant for hats. His collection was the talk of the town, ranging from towering top hats adorned with feathers to tiny caps embellished with glowing mushrooms. Wiggleby loved nothing more than to stroll through the village, tipping his hat to everyone he met and sharing a cheerful greeting. One bright and balmy morning, as the sun peeked over the treetops painting the world in hues of gold, Wiggleby noticed something rather peculiar. The magical fountain in the center of Pippin Hollow, which usually danced with sparkling water that sang sweet tunes, had fallen silent. The water was still and dull, its vibrant glow dimmed to a murky gray. Concerned, Wiggleby waddled over to the fountain, adjusting his hat thoughtfully. "This won't do," he murmured to himself, his tiny eyes peering into the depths of the fountain. "Without its magic, our village will lose its charm." Wiggleby decided to seek the wisdom of his dear friend, Bumblesnuff, a jovial rabbit who was known for his incredible ability to solve puzzles. Bumblesnuff lived in a cozy burrow lined with soft clover and the sweetest-smelling honeysuckle. When Wiggleby arrived, he found Bumblesnuff munching on a carrot, his long ears twitching in delight. "Ah, Wiggleby!" exclaimed Bumblesnuff, hopping to his feet. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Wiggleby explained the predicament with the fountain, and Bumblesnuff's nose twitched with interest. "This is indeed a conundrum," he said. "But fear not, for I have an idea." Bumblesnuff proposed they embark on a quest to visit the great Willow, the oldest and wisest tree in Whispering Woods. Legend had it that the great Willow held the secrets of the forest and could unravel any mystery. Eager to restore the fountain's magic, Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff set off on their adventure, the morning sun warming their backs as they ventured deeper into the woods. As they journeyed, they encountered all manner of enchanting sights. A family of giggling squirrels offered them acorns dipped in golden syrup, and a band of singing frogs serenaded them as they crossed a babbling brook. Each encounter filled their hearts with joy, reminding them of the wonder that surrounded them. After a delightful trek, they finally arrived at the great Willow. Its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms, its leaves whispering secrets carried on the breeze. Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff approached respectfully, and the tree's ancient voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Welcome, young ones," the great Willow intoned. "What brings you to my shade?" With earnest eagerness, Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff explained the plight of the fountain. The great Willow listened patiently, its leaves rustling thoughtfully. After a pause, it spoke again. "The magic of the fountain is tied to the laughter of the village," it revealed. "When laughter dims, so does the fountain's glow. You must rekindle the joy of Pippin Hollow." Pondering this wisdom, Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff thanked the great Willow and made their way back to the village, their minds whirling with possibilities. They decided to organize the most magnificent event Pippin Hollow had ever seen, a festival of laughter. With the entire village pitching in, the preparations began. The streets were adorned with colorful banners fluttering in the gentle breeze, and tables were laden with delicious treats, honey cakes, berry pies, and fizzy elderflower punch. A stage was set for performances, promising a parade of talent and hilarity. On the day of the festival, the village buzzed with excitement. Wiggleby wore his most extravagant hat yet, a whimsical creation with bells and ribbons that jingled merrily with every step. Bumblesnuff had prepared a series of comedic acts, guaranteed to tickle the funny bones of every villager. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, the festival began. Laughter rang out, a symphony of joy that filled the air, as the villagers reveled in the delight of each performance. There were puppet shows, juggling squirrels, and even a choir of owls who sang in perfect harmony. Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff watched in satisfaction as the fountain began to glow once more, its water sparkling with renewed magic. The sweet tunes of the fountain joined the laughter, creating a melody that wrapped the village in a warm embrace. As the festival drew to a close, Wiggleby and Bumblesnuff shared a knowing smile. They had not only restored the magic of the fountain, but had also reminded everyone of the simple, wondrous magic of laughter and friendship. That night, as the villagers drifted into slumber, the air filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing hum of the fountain. And in the heart of whispering woods, beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, Pippin Hollow slept soundly, wrapped in the enduring glow of magic and joy. Story 42. In the quaint village of Mistwood, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a mystery that whispered through the ages. The village, with its cobblestone paths and moss-covered roofs, seemed ordinary at first glance, yet those who lingered long enough sensed an air of enchantment. Local tales spoke of a hidden world beneath the roots of the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the village, its branches stretching like welcoming arms across the sky. The villagers often gathered beneath this oak, its trunk wide enough to embrace even the sunniest of days in its cool shadow. Among the villagers was a curious soul named Finn, a boy with a spirit as bright as the summer sun. Finn was known for his adventurous heart and eyes that sparkled with dreams of discovery. His best friend, a gentle girl named Lyra, was as grounded as the earth itself, with a calming presence that balanced Finn's boundless energy. Together they wandered the village and beyond, always in search of the extraordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced like golden butterflies in the breeze, Finn and Lyra sat by the oak, their imaginations alight with stories of hidden worlds and forgotten treasures. They had heard whispers from the elders of a magical compass, said to guide those pure of heart to the hidden realm beneath the oak. The compass was a relic of the past, lost to time, but not to memory. "Do you think it really exists?" Lyra asked, her voice soft as the wind rustling through the leaves. Finn grinned, his eyes reflecting the fervor of far-off adventures. "If it does, we'll find it, and maybe, just maybe, we'll uncover the secrets of the oak." Their quest began that very day, though neither was quite sure where to start. The village, with its winding paths and quaint cottages, held no obvious clues. Yet, Finn and Lyra were not deterred. They visited the village library, a cozy haven filled with the scent of aged paper and candle wax. It was here they met the librarian, an old man named Mr. Thorne, whose knowledge of the village's history was as vast as the sea. Mr. Thorne, with his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, listened intently as Finn and their hopes of finding the compass. His eyes twinkled with the kind of wisdom that comes from years of tending to stories both written and spoken. "Ah, the compass," he mused, his voice as soothing as the creak of the library's wooden floors. "Legend tells of a map hidden within the pages of a book, one that leads to the compass. But beware, not all paths are meant to be traveled." With a nod of gratitude, Finn and Lyra immersed themselves in the library's musty shelves, their fingers tracing the spines of books that whispered secrets of yore. It was Lyra who found it first, a dusty tome titled Chronicles of Mistwood, its cover embossed with a faded image of the oak. Inside, pressed between pages long forgotten, was a map drawn with ink that shimmered like moonlight. The map was peculiar, showing the village as it once was, with lines that twisted and turned in patterns unfamiliar yet strangely inviting. At its center was an emblem of the oak, a small compass etched beside it. "This must be it," Finn murmured, excitement threading through his words. "The beginning of our journey." The following days were filled with exploration, the map guiding them through the village and its surrounding woods. Each step was a dance of discovery, their laughter echoing through the trees. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, as if the forest itself breathed alongside them. They followed the map's intricate paths, which led them to places they had never ventured before. An abandoned mill where ivy clung to stone like a lover's embrace, and a glen where wildflowers painted the earth in a riot of colors. Each location seemed imbued with a certain magic, the kind that lingered in the heart long after the day had passed. As they journeyed, Finn and Lyra grew closer, their friendship deepening with each shared wonder and whispered dream. They learned to trust each other's instincts, Finn's daring balanced by Lyra's patience. It was this bond, unyielding and true, that would guide them through the challenges yet to come. Their quest eventually led them to a clearing deep within the forest, where the map's lines converged into a single point. Here, beneath a sky awash with the hues of sunset, they found a stone pedestal, weathered by time and adorned with carvings that mirrored those on the map. On the pedestal lay the compass, its surface gleaming with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the land. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing the cool metal. As he did, a warmth spread through him, as if the compass recognized the purity of his heart. Lyra watched, her eyes wide with awe. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze amidst the rustling leaves. The compass, now in Finn's hands, felt alive, its needle spinning before settling in a direction that pointed not just through the forest, but deep into the earth. It was then that they understood. The compass would guide them to the hidden world beneath the oak. With newfound determination, Finn and Lyra returned to the village, the compass leading them back to the ancient oak. The villagers watched with curiosity as the two friends approached the tree, their steps sure and purposeful. As they neared the oak, a soft glow emanated from its base, illuminating a hidden door entwined with roots and bark. The door, once invisible, now stood open, inviting them into the depths below. Hand in hand, Finn and Lyra stepped through the doorway, descending into a world that defied imagination. The air was cool, carrying the scent of rain and stone, as they ventured into a cavern illuminated by crystals that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. The hidden world was a place of wonder, where waterfalls cascaded from unseen heights and luminescent flowers bloomed in eternal twilight. Creatures of myth and legend roamed freely, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages past. As Finn and Lyra explored, they felt a profound sense of belonging, as if this world had been waiting for them all along. It was here, amidst the beauty and magic, that they discovered the true purpose of their journey. The compass, it seemed, was not merely a guide to this hidden realm, but a reminder of the power of friendship and the courage found in the heart. It had led them to a place where dreams and reality intertwined, a testament to the bonds that defy expectation and the transformations that change us in ways unseen. With the compass in hand and their hearts full of wonder, Finn and Lyra returned to the village, the hidden world beneath the oak now a cherished memory. The villagers greeted them with smiles, their curiosity turning to admiration as they listened to the tale of the hidden world and the compass that guided them there. In the days that followed, Finn and Lyra shared their story, not as a recounting of events, but as a reminder of the magic found in friendship and the dreams that live within us all. The village, once ordinary, now thrummed with the spirit of adventure, each soul touched by the tale of the hidden world beneath the ancient oak. And so, beneath the watchful branches of the oak, the village of Mistwood continued to thrive, its heart forever changed by the journey of two friends and the compass that led them into the depths of wonder. As the sun set each evening, casting the land in a golden glow, the villagers gathered beneath the oak, listening to the whispers of the past and dreaming of the adventures yet to come. For Finn and Lyra, the journey had only just begun, their hearts forever bound by the magic of the oak and the compass that led them to a world unseen. Together, they faced the future with courage and hope, knowing that the truest treasures are those found within the heart. And as they sat beneath the oak, the stars twinkling above, they knew that the magic of the hidden world would live on in their dreams, a beacon of light guiding them through the days and nights to come. Story 43. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, there lived a curious young lad named Finn. Finn had eyes like the summer sky, wide with wonder, and hair that danced like golden wheat in the gentle breeze. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn would sit by his window, dreaming of the world beyond the towering pines. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled secrets in shades of amber and gold, Finn felt an irresistible pull from the heart of the forest. It was as if the whispering winds were calling his name, inviting him to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the emerald canopy. With a heart full of courage and a satchel packed with a warm blanket, a flask of sweet elderberry tea, and a crusty loaf of bread, Finn set out on his adventure. The forest welcomed him with open arms, its ancient trees standing like gentle giants, their leaves rustling a soft symphony. The path was a carpet of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and wood. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows that danced around him. As Finn ventured deeper, he stumbled upon a glade bathed in a serene golden glow. In the center stood a pond as clear as a polished mirror, reflecting the sky and the trees in its tranquil surface. As he approached, he noticed delicate, translucent creatures flitting about, tiny sylvan butterflies with wings that shimmered like the finest spun glass. They danced joyfully over the water, leaving trails of light that lingered in the air like a gentle promise of magic. One butterfly, with wings twinkling in shades of lavender and silver, landed lightly on Finn's shoulder. Its voice, soft and melodic, spoke into the quiet, "Welcome, brave traveler. You are the first to visit us in many moons. What brings you to our enchanted grove?" Finn, initially startled, soon felt a warmth spreading through him at the butterfly's kind words. "I come in search of adventure and to see the wonders beyond my village. I've always yearned to know what lies beyond the forest's edge." The butterfly flitted before him, its light a comforting glow. "Then you must visit the Meadow of Echoes," it suggested, "where the breeze carries the wisdom of the ancients. But first, you must pass through the Tunnel of Whispers and cross the River of Reflections." Thanking the butterfly, Finn continued on, his heart alight with the promise of discovery. The Tunnel of Whispers was not far, a natural archway formed by intertwined branches. As he stepped inside, Finn heard soft murmurs all around him, gentle voices sharing stories of old, tales of bravery, love, and laughter that filled him with an unexplainable peace. Emerging from the tunnel, Finn found himself at the banks of the River of Reflections. The river flowed quietly, its surface mirroring the sky's every mood, from the pale morning blush to the deepening twilight. As Finn gazed into the water, he saw not just his reflection, but glimpses of his own courage and kindness, and it filled him with a newfound strength. With careful steps, he crossed the river on a series of smooth stones, the cool water lapping gently at his feet. On the other side, the Meadow of Echoes awaited, a vast expanse of wildflowers swaying in the breeze, each petal whispering secrets of the ages. The air was filled with a symphony of gentle sighs and rustling leaves, a sound so soothing it felt like a lullaby for the soul. In the center of the meadow stood an ancient oak, its branches spreading wide like arms ready to embrace the world. Finn approached, and as he rested against its sturdy trunk, he felt a deep connection, as if the tree was sharing its wisdom and strength with him. "Thank you for your bravery," the meadow seemed to say, its voice a soft, collective hum. "For those who seek shall find. For those who listen shall learn." As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the meadow, Finn felt a sense of fulfillment. He had ventured into the unknown, faced gentle challenges, and discovered the wonders of the world and himself. With a heart full of gratitude and eyes shining with newfound wisdom, he knew it was time to return home. The journey back was filled with a comforting sense of belonging. The forest, once a mysterious realm, now felt like an old friend, whispering farewells and promises of future adventures. As Finn stepped out of the forest and into the familiar embrace of his village, he carried with him the lessons of courage and exploration, a quiet strength that would guide him through many more adventures. And so, under a sky sprinkled with twinkling stars, Finn drifted to sleep, his dreams filled with the magic and wonder of the enchanted forest, knowing that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to explore. And thus, the night wrapped around the village like a gentle, protective cloak, whispering to all who dreamed that courage and curiosity would always lead to the most wondrous of places. Story 44. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an expansive forest, where the morning mist kissed the earth with delicate dew and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden lace, lived a curious young boy named Oliver. His days were filled with the simple joys of life, skipping stones across the tranquil river, chasing the playful wind through fields of wildflowers, and listening to the stories of old told by the village elders. Yet, beyond the laughter and warmth of his home, Oliver's heart yearned for adventure, for the tales of far-off lands tickled his imagination with whispers of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves, and the sky was a tapestry of vibrant hues, Oliver set out on a journey into the forest. He had heard of a place called the Whispering Glade, a hidden realm said to be filled with wonders and secrets untold. With a satchel packed with homemade bread and a woolen scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, he ventured forth, his heart beating in rhythm with the rustling of the leaves. As Oliver made his way through the forest, the air grew cooler, and an enchanting stillness enveloped him. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches swaying gently as if nodding in approval of his quest. Sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the path ahead. Suddenly, the forest opened into a clearing, and there before him was the Whispering Glade. The glade was unlike anything Oliver had ever imagined. Delicate flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering with iridescence. A gentle brook meandered through the glade, its waters singing a soft lullaby as they cascaded over smooth stones. Above the sky was a cerulean dome, flecked with clouds that drifted lazily by. But it was the air that truly captured Oliver's attention, for it seemed to hum with a melody that was both ancient and new, a symphony played by the unseen hands of nature. As he wandered deeper into the glade, Oliver encountered its whimsical inhabitants. First, he met a family of luminescent fireflies, their tiny bodies glowing like lanterns in the dusk. They flitted around him in a joyous dance, illuminating his path with their cheerful light. Next, he crossed paths with a gentle deer whose antlers were adorned with twinkling stars, as if the night sky itself had chosen to drape them across its brow. The deer gazed at Oliver with wise, knowing eyes before gracefully bounding away into the underbrush. Further along, Oliver discovered a pool of water so clear it was as if the world had been turned upside down, the sky reflected perfectly on its surface. Curious, he bent down to touch the water and found it warm and inviting. As his fingers brushed the surface, ripples spread out like laughter, and from the depths emerged a small shimmering fish with scales of brilliant azure. "Greetings, young adventurer," the fish spoke in a voice as soft as the breeze. "You have journeyed far to reach this place. What is it you seek?" Oliver, surprised but delighted by the talking fish, replied earnestly, "I seek to know the world beyond my village, to find courage in the unknown, and to understand the beauty that lies in places I've never seen." The fish nodded, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Then you have already found what you seek, for courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to venture beyond it. And beauty, dear one, is found in every corner of our world, waiting for those who have the heart to see it." With those words, the fish disappeared back into the depths, leaving Oliver to ponder its message. As the day began to wane, painting the glade in hues of amber and rose, Oliver knew it was time to return home. The path back through the forest was now familiar, and he walked with a light heart, the warmth of the glade's magic lingering in his soul. When Oliver finally emerged from the forest, his village was aglow with the soft light of evening. The villagers greeted him with smiles and curious questions, eager to hear of his adventure. As he shared his tale, Oliver realized that his journey had not only been about discovering new places, but also about unveiling the strength within himself, the courage to explore, to learn, and to embrace the wonders of the world with an open heart. And so, under the star-kissed sky, with the gentle sounds of the village settling into slumber around him, Oliver drifted into dreams filled with the enchanting melodies of the Whispering Glade, knowing that the world was vast and full of magic waiting to be discovered. Story 45. In a distant galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, two planets orbited the same sun, each home to a unique and vibrant life. One, a world of ethereal forests and serene lakes, was called Silveris. Its inhabitants, the Sylvans, were gentle, tree-like beings who moved with the grace of wind through leaves. The other, a rocky planet with towering crystalline peaks and vast canyons, was known as Crethon, home to the Crethonians, sturdy, crystalline creatures who glimmered in the light, as if carved from the very stones of their world. The two species had always been aware of each other, but the great distance and the vast nebula that lay between their worlds had kept them apart. Until one day, a rare cosmic event, a celestial convergence, created a shimmering bridge of starlight linking Silveris and Crethon for a fleeting moment. It was on this bridge that two unlikely companions met. Aaron, a curious young sylvan with bark as smooth as polished wood and leaves that rustled softly even when there was no breeze, found himself drawn to the light of the bridge. Meanwhile, on the other side, Szeth, a spirited Crethonian, whose crystalline form refracted light into a dazzling array of colors, felt an inexplicable pull toward the same place. Both travelers stepped cautiously onto the bridge, meeting in the middle, where the stars seemed to sing a gentle, welcoming song. At first, they eyed each other with both wonder and wariness. Aaron, with a voice like rustling leaves, greeted Szeth, saying, "Greetings, being of light and stone. I am Aaron of Silveris." Szeth, whose voice resonated like the chime of crystal bells, responded, "Hello, gentle Sylvan. I am Szeth of Crethon. What brings you to this celestial bridge?" Their initial meeting was marked by misunderstanding. Aaron, accustomed to the quiet, reflective nature of the Sylvans, found Szeth's vibrant energy overwhelming. Meanwhile, Szeth, used to the bright and bustling life of Crethon, thought Aaron's calm demeanor was aloofness. Yet despite these differences, as they spoke, a glimmer of understanding began to form. The bridge flickered, a reminder that their time together was short. In that moment, a sudden tremor shook the starlight path, threatening to send them tumbling into the void between their worlds. Without hesitation, Aaron extended a branch-like arm, and Szeth reached out with a faceted hand. Together they steadied themselves, their combined strength anchoring them until the tremor passed. "Thank you," Aaron said, their voice a whisper of gratitude carried on a gentle breeze. "And thank you," Szeth replied, their voice a melody of relief. "Perhaps we are more alike than we thought." The challenge of the trembling bridge forged a bond between them, and as they continued to converse, they discovered shared dreams and hopes. Aaron's desire to explore the wonders beyond Silveris, and Szeth's quest to understand the mysteries of the universe. As they spoke, the stars above seemed to weave their fates together, and the nebula surrounding them glowed with a soft, comforting light. They shared stories of their worlds, of the beauty of Silveris, forests, and the majesty of Crethon's mountains, each painting pictures with words until they felt as though they had visited each other's homes. Yet the celestial bridge was fading, and with it their time together. As they prepared to part, Szeth offered a small, radiant crystal from their own body, a shard that shimmered with all the colors of the stars. "Take this, dear friend, as a reminder of our meeting and the friendship we have forged." Aaron, in turn, plucked a leaf from their crown, a leaf that glowed with the gentle light of Silveris's moon. "And take this, that you might remember the tranquility of our world and the bond we share." With these tokens exchanged, they promised to meet again when the celestial convergence next occurred, knowing that this bond would endure across the vastness of space. As the bridge dissolved into starlight, Aaron and Szeth returned to their respective worlds, hearts warmed by the friendship they had found. They shared their stories with their kin, sparking curiosity and compassion between their peoples. In the years that followed, the Sylvans and Crethonians began to communicate, inspired by the bravery and kindness of Aaron and Szeth. They built a new bridge, not of starlight, but of understanding and shared dreams. And so, in a galaxy where stars whispered secrets and the nebulae sang of ancient wonders, two worlds grew closer, their friendship a beacon of hope and harmony. Aaron and Szeth's bond had shown them that, despite differences, friendship could illuminate even the darkest corners of the universe, and that together they were stronger than they could ever be apart. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the twinkling stars, the unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended time, distance, and the challenges of their worlds. Story 46, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Elderwood, nestled between rolling hills and a dense forest, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lyla. Her auburn hair caught the sun like a flicker of flame, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of endless wonder. Elderwood was known for its serene beauty, where the scent of wildflowers hung in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of pine and moss. The villagers led simple lives, tending to their gardens, weaving stories of old, and gathering around the communal bonfire on crisp evenings. Lyra was a beloved member of this community, her presence as warm and soothing as a gentle summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the boundaries of the village, her imagination painting vibrant pictures of worlds beyond her own. Yet despite her adventurous spirit, she felt a yearning in her heart, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. One breezy afternoon, while wandering along the edge of the forest, Lyra stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was narrow and winding, lined with wild violets and ferns that seemed to whisper as she passed. The path beckoned her with a silent invitation, and unable to resist, she ventured deeper into the woods. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled in a symphony, harmonizing with the distant call of a cuckoo bird. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Lyra felt as though she had stepped into a hidden world, one that pulsed with magic and mystery. Her feet carried her to a clearing where a magnificent grove of ancient trees stood, their trunks gnarled and twisted like wise old sentinels. Nestled among the roots of the largest tree was a small, ornate box. It was crafted from dark wood, inlaid with intricate silver filigree that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Lyra approached it with a sense of reverence, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns as if they were lines of a forgotten song. As she opened the box, a soft, golden light spilled forth, enveloping her in its warm embrace. Inside lay a piece of amber, perfectly smooth and round, with a faint glow emanating from its core. Lyra picked it up, feeling a gentle pulse of energy thrumming through her fingertips. It was as if the amber held a heartbeat of its own, a connection to the very soul of the forest. From that moment on, the amber became Lyra's cherished companion. She wore it on a simple cord around her neck, feeling its warmth against her skin as she went about her daily life. Gradually, she discovered that the amber granted her an unusual ability. She could understand the language of the forest. The rustling leaves, the babbling brook, even the whisper of the wind carried messages that only she could comprehend. With this newfound gift, Lyra became a bridge between her village and the natural world. She listened to the concerns of the forest creatures, relaying their needs to the villagers who in turn learned to live in harmony with their surroundings. The village flourished, blossoming with vibrant colors and bountiful harvests, as if the land itself was grateful for their newfound alliance. Yet despite the joy she brought to Elderwood, Lyra's heart remained restless. She longed to share her gift with someone who could truly understand its wonder. She yearned for companionship, for a friend who could walk beside her on this extraordinary journey. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Lyra wandered back to the grove. She sat beneath the ancient tree, her thoughts swirling like leaves in the autumn breeze. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to resonate from the heart of the grove. Curious, Lyra followed the sound until she reached a small pool, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the first stars of night. Kneeling beside it was a boy, his dark hair falling in soft waves around his face. He seemed to be listening intently, as if the water sang a song meant only for him. "Hello," Lyra greeted softly, not wanting to startle him. The boy looked up, his eyes meeting hers with a spark of recognition. "Hello," he replied, his voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "I am Callan." Lyra introduced herself, and they quickly discovered a shared wonder for the world around them. Callan, it turned out, possessed a gift of his own. He could hear the music of nature, the symphony of the stars, the melody of the rivers, the rhythm of the earth itself. They spoke for hours, their voices blending with the sounds of the night, weaving a tapestry of friendship and understanding. As the days turned to weeks, Lyra and Callan became inseparable. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the forest, listening to its secrets and sharing its beauty. Callan's music and Lyra's understanding of the forest's language created a harmony that resonated not only with the land, but with each other. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as the first whispers of autumn swept through Elderwood, a shadow fell over the village. A fierce storm brewed on the horizon, its dark clouds threatening to unleash chaos upon the land. The forest creatures spoke of a disturbance, a sorrowful cry that rippled through the trees, originating from the heart of the woods. Determined to protect their home, Lyra and Callan set out to discover the source of the distress. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with tension, and the once familiar paths seemed to twist and shift beneath their feet. It was as if the forest itself was in pain, its harmony disrupted by an unseen force. Their journey led them to a hidden glen, where a magnificent tree stood, its branches drooping with a heavy sadness. At its base lay a stone, cold and unyielding, that pulsed with a dark energy. The stone was the source of the forest's turmoil, its presence like a wound that festered in the heart of the land. Lyra and Callan knew they needed to act swiftly. Together, they combined their gifts, Lyra's understanding of the forest's language and Callan's ability to weave the healing music of nature. They sang to the tree, a lullaby of comfort and hope, their voices mingling with the sounds of the forest until the air hummed with a gentle warmth. Slowly, the dark energy began to dissipate, replaced by a soft golden light that spread through the glen. The tree's branches lifted, its leaves unfurling like a sigh of relief. The stone cracked, its ominous presence vanishing into the earth, and the harmony of the forest was restored. With their mission complete, Lyra and Callan returned to Elderwood, their hearts lighter and their bonds stronger than ever. The storm had passed, leaving behind a sky washed clean by rain and a village united by gratitude and friendship. As the seasons changed, so did Lyra and Callan. Their journey had transformed them, deepening their connection to the world and to each other. They had learned that true friendship could bridge any divide, and that the greatest strength lay in unity and understanding. And so, in the village of Elderwood, beneath a sky filled with stars, Lyra and Callan continued to walk hand in hand, their hearts beating in time with the whispering grove, a melody of friendship, harmony, and love that would echo through the ages. The end. Story 47. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of the ages and streams sang lullabies to the moon, there was a village named Willowbrook. In this village, the air was always fragrant with the aroma of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang songs of comfort to its inhabitants. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, protected by the embrace of nature's majesty. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her kind heart and an insatiable curiosity that often led her to the edges of the village, where the forest loomed with promises of mystery and wonder. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths and listening to the stories the wind carried from far-off lands. But among all her adventures, there was one story that captivated her more than any other, the tale of the Moonstone. Legend spoke of the Moonstone as a magical gem hidden deep within the forest, said to have the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock the mysteries of the universe. It was said to be a gift from the moon itself, a token of its eternal watch over the earth. The Moonstone was said to glow with an ethereal light that could only be seen by those pure of heart and brave in spirit. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds in the velvet sky, Clara sat by her window, gazing out at the forest. The moon hung full and bright, casting a silvery glow over the land. On nights like this, Clara's imagination would soar, and she would dream of finding the Moonstone and discovering the secrets it held. It must be wonderful, she thought, to hold something so full of magic and mystery. As if answering her thoughts, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and the softest whisper. "Seek and you shall find," it seemed to say, setting her heart alight with anticipation. Determined to uncover the truth behind the legend, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the forest. The following morning, she packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, some fruit, and a flask of water. She tucked a notebook and pencil into her pocket, hoping to document her discoveries. As she stepped out of her cottage, the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, and the forest beckoned with its verdant arms. The path into the forest was dappled with sunlight, the air crisp and filled with birdsong. Clara walked with a sense of purpose, her heart beating in time with the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot. She knew the journey would not be easy, for the forest was vast and filled with secrets, but her resolve was stronger than any doubt. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of the forest. She passed towering oaks and ancient pines, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The forest floor was a tapestry of ferns and wildflowers, and the air was alive with the buzzing of bees and the fluttering of butterflies. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. Clara paused by a babbling brook to rest and refresh herself. As she sipped from her flask, she noticed a peculiar stone glistening beneath the water's surface. It wasn't the moonstone, but it was beautiful nonetheless, smooth and cool to the touch, with a faint iridescence. Pocketing the stone for good luck, Clara continued on her journey, her spirits buoyed by the forest's wonders. As midday approached, she reached a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of bears. Its leaves rustled softly, and as Clara approached, she noticed something curious. Carved into the bark of the oak was a series of symbols, each more intricate than the last. Clara traced them with her fingers, feeling a subtle warmth emanate from the tree. She had never seen such markings before, and they intrigued her. Were they part of the forest's magic, a clue to the moonstone's location? Just as she pondered this, a soft voice broke the silence. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Startled, Clara turned to find an elderly woman standing at the edge of the clearing. Her hair was a cascade of silver, and her eyes sparkled with a wisdom that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. She wore a cloak of deep green, blending seamlessly with the forest around her. "Who are you?" Clara asked. Curiosity piqued. The woman smiled, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am known as Malus, the guardian of these woods." Clara's heart soared. She had heard tales of Malus, the wise woman who lived in harmony with nature, guiding those who sought the forest's wisdom. "I'm searching for the moonstone," Clara confessed, "to learn its secrets." Malus nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The moonstone is indeed a treasure, but it reveals itself only to those who seek not for power, but for understanding and connection." Clara listened intently, her heart open to the woman's words. "I want to understand," she said earnestly, "and to see the world in a way I never have before." "Then you may find what you seek," Malus replied, her eyes twinkling. "But remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Along the way you will discover more than you can imagine." With a gentle nod, Malus turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Clara with a renewed sense of purpose. She gazed once more at the markings on the oak, feeling a connection to the ancient tree. It was as if the symbols were speaking to her, guiding her onward. Emboldened by her encounter with Malus, Clara continued deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to every sound and sight. The path grew narrower, and the trees stood closer together, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. She felt as though she were walking through a living dream, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the forest's magic. As the afternoon sun began to wane, Clara found herself at the entrance to a hidden glen. The air shimmered with a golden light, and the sound of a distant waterfall filled the air with a soothing melody. She stepped into the glen, her breath catching at the sight before her. In the center of the glen stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the colors of the sky. And there, nestled among the lilies that floated upon the water, was something that made Clara's heart skip a beat, a stone, glowing with a soft, silvery light, the moonstone. Clara approached the pool, her heart racing with a mix of wonder and disbelief. The moonstone was more beautiful than she had ever imagined, its light pulsing gently like the heartbeat of the earth. She knelt by the water's edge, reaching out to touch the stone. As her fingers brushed its surface, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. The forest around her seemed to hum with life, the air alive with the whispers of the trees and the songs of the stars. It was as if she were seeing the world anew, each detail vibrant and full of meaning. In that moment, Clara understood the true gift of the moonstone. It was not just a key to hidden worlds, but a reminder of the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the earth, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and minds. Clara sat by the pool for a long time, basking in the moonstone's glow and the tranquility of the glen. She felt a deep connection to the forest, to Malus, and to the world around her. It was a feeling she knew she would carry with her always, a light to guide her through life's journeys. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glen in shades of twilight, Clara rose to her feet. The moonstone's light seemed to wink at her, as if bidding her farewell. She smiled, knowing that she had only begun to understand the depths of its magic. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara began the journey back to Willowbrook. The forest seemed to welcome her, its paths familiar and friendly. She walked with a newfound sense of purpose, her steps light and her spirit soaring. When she reached the village, the stars were twinkling in the sky, and the air was cool and sweet. Clara returned to her cottage, where the warm glow of the fire awaited her. She sat by the hearth, reflecting on her adventure and the lessons she had learned. The moonstone had taught her that magic was not just in the tales of old, but in the world around her, in the laughter of friends, the beauty of nature, and the kindness of strangers. It was a lesson she would cherish, a reminder of the power of curiosity and the joy of discovery. And so, as the fire crackled softly and the night embraced the village, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the gentle glow of the moonstone. The forest would always be there, whispering its secrets and inviting her to explore its depths, a world of magic hidden in the heart of nature. And in the years to come, Clara would often return to the forest, guided by the memory of her journey and the wisdom of Malus. For she knew that the moonstone's magic was not just in its glow, but in the way it had opened her eyes to the beauty and mystery of the world, a gift that would stay with her forever. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember that the world is full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Let your dreams take you on journeys of wonder, and know that the moonstone's light will always guide you home. Good night, and sweet dreams. Story 49. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a legend as old as time itself. It spoke of a magical object, a simple-looking stone, known as the heart of the forest, said to possess the power to reveal hidden worlds to those pure of heart. This tale had been passed down for generations, whispered by grandmothers to sleepy children, and sung in old songs during the harvest festivals. Yet to most, it remained just that, a legend. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen, whose heart was as bright and hopeful as a midsummer's day. Her eyes, the color of the deepest forest green, sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Anwen spent her days exploring the woods on the outskirts of Eldergrove, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets, and the streams sang softly as they wound their way through the mossy ground. She loved the feel of the sun-dappled paths beneath her feet, and the scent of pine and earth that filled the air. Anwen's closest friend was a gentle fox named Riven. His russet fur glistened like autumn leaves, and his eyes held the warmth and wisdom of the old wood itself. Anwen and Riven shared a bond that transcended words, a silent understanding that spoke of trust and shared adventures. Together they would wander through the forest, Riven trotting alongside Anwen, his ears perked attentively for any sound that might suggest a new discovery. One crisp morning, as the golden light of dawn filtered through the canopy above, Anwen set off on one of her usual wanderings, Riven padding silently beside her. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Anwen felt a familiar thrill at the thought of what new wonders they might encounter that day. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Anwen noticed something unusual. The forest seemed to be guiding them, as if the very trees themselves were whispering secrets in the language of the leaves. Intrigued, she followed this silent invitation, her heart beating with anticipation. They soon arrived at a secluded grove, a place Anwen had never seen before. It was a circle of ancient trees, their gnarled branches stretching skyward, and at its center lay a small, unassuming stone. Its surface was smooth and unadorned, yet it seemed to pulse with a gentle, ethereal glow, like moonlight trapped in rock. Anwen knelt beside the stone, her fingers brushing its cool surface. As she did, a soft warmth spread through her hand, and she felt an inexplicable sense of peace and belonging. Riven sat beside her, his eyes watchful and wise, as if he too sensed the significance of this moment. Gently, Anwen lifted the stone. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, as though a veil had been lifted. The air filled with a soft, melodic hum, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of a hidden world. The trees around her glowed with an inner light, their leaves sparkling like emeralds, and the ground was carpeted with flowers of every hue, their fragrance sweet and intoxicating. In the distance, Anwen heard the gentle laughter of a brook and the soft rustle of wings. She turned to Riven, whose eyes shone with a knowing light. Together, they stepped into this hidden realm, their hearts open to whatever mysteries it might hold. As they moved through this enchanted landscape, Anwen marveled at the wonders that surrounded them. She saw creatures she had only read about in the old tales, delicate fairies flitting among the flowers, their wings shimmering like rainbows, a majestic stag with antlers that glowed like silver in the dappled light, and in the distance, the graceful arc of a unicorn leaping through the trees. Yet, amidst all this beauty, Anwen sensed a quiet sadness, as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to change. She felt a deep longing to understand the source of this sorrow, to bring joy back to this hidden world. Driven by this desire, Anwen and Riven ventured further, their steps guided by an unseen force. They soon arrived at the heart of this magical realm, where stood a grand oak tree, its branches twisting majestically toward the sky. Beneath its boughs lay a pool of crystal-clear water, and beside it an elderly woman sat with a regal air, her hair silver as moonlight, and her eyes deep and knowing like the forest itself. "Welcome, Anwen," she said in a voice as soft and warm as a summer breeze. "And you, Riven, I have awaited your arrival." Anwen bowed her head, a sense of awe and reverence filling her heart. "Who are you, wise one?" she asked gently. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to hold all the wisdom of the ages. "I am the guardian of this realm, the keeper of its secrets and protector of its magic. You hold the heart of the forest, a gift that reveals the truth of our world to those with the courage to see." Anwen looked at the stone in her hand, understanding its significance for the first time. "Why is this world hidden?" she asked. "And why does it feel so sad?" The guardian sighed, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Long ago, our world and yours were one, connected by threads of magic and harmony. But as time passed, the hearts of many grew hardened, and the magic faded. Our world retreated into hiding, waiting for a time when it could once again be part of yours." Anwen's heart ached at the thought of such beauty concealed by sorrow. "Is there a way to restore the connection?" she asked earnestly. The guardian nodded, her eyes soft with hope. "Yes, dear child, the bond can be restored by spreading kindness and understanding, by nurturing the magic that resides within every heart. You and Riven have shown the courage to seek the truth and the compassion to heal what is broken. Will you help us?" Anwen felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a light that matched the glow of the heart of the forest. She looked at Riven, who nodded his assent, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. "We will help," she said, her voice steady and sure. The guardian rose, her form shimmering like sunlight on water. "Then go, dear ones, share the magic of the heart with your world. Let its light guide you and others to see beyond the ordinary, to find the beauty in every soul." With a gentle smile, the guardian waved her hand, and the world around them began to fade, the hidden realm blending seamlessly into the familiar woods of Eldergrove. Anwen found herself standing once more in the grove where she had found the stone, the heart of the forest still warm in her hand. Together, Anwen and Riven returned to the village, their hearts filled with a newfound purpose. They began their mission quietly, sharing small acts of kindness and tales of wonder with those around them. They spoke of the hidden magic in the world, of the beauty that lay just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. Slowly, the village began to change. People listened, their hearts opening to the possibilities of a world enriched by magic and understanding. As time passed, the forest around Eldergrove seemed to grow more vibrant, its trees whispering secrets to those who would listen, its streams singing a melody of hope. The bond between the hidden realm and the village strengthened, each act of kindness weaving a new thread of magic between the worlds. Anwen and Riven continued their journey, their friendship a beacon of light in a world rediscovering its magic. They understood that the heart of the forest was not just an object, but a symbol of the potential within every soul to see beyond the ordinary, to create a world where magic and reality dance together in harmony. And so in the quiet village of Eldergrove, the legend of the heart of the forest lived on, not just as a tale of old, but as a testament to the power of friendship, kindness, and the enduring magic of the human heart. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the village thrived, a place where the hidden and the known coexisted, each enriching the other in a dance as timeless as the forest itself. In the end, Anwen understood that the journey she and Riven had embarked upon was not just a path through the woods, but a journey within, a journey that taught them the true nature of magic and the strength that comes from a heart open to wonder and love. And so, as the sun set over the village and the stars appeared one by one in the darkening sky, a gentle peace settled over Eldergrove. The world was, once again, alive with magic and the promise of a new day filled with endless possibilities. Thus the story of the heart of the forest became a cherished tale, its lessons whispered softly among the rustling leaves and the gentle murmur of the streams. A bedtime story for all who dared to dream beyond the ordinary. Story 50. In a remote corner of the world, cradled by mist-clad mountains and kissed by the gentle waves of time, lay the enchanting forest of Eldergrove. This was no ordinary forest, for its heart pulsed with the magic of ages past, a place where the air shimmered with whispers of the ancient. Here the trees were not mere sentinels of wood and leaf, but living guardians of secrets untold, their roots entwined with the very fabric of the earth's soul. As dawn painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, the forest awoke in a symphony of soft rustles and melodic calls. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and dew-laden leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where ferns unfurled like delicate green lace. In the heart of Eldergrove, nestled beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a tapestry of ochre and moss green, etched with the stories of countless seasons. His eyes, like pools of warm honey, held a gentle wisdom that had been nurtured over generations. Thistle was the keeper of tales, the storyteller of the forest, and his voice was a soothing melody that brought comfort to every creature that paused to listen. Beside him, a small, curious squirrel named Lyla scampered, her fur as soft as the finest velvet and her eyes bright with the sparkle of mischief. Lyla was always eager for a new adventure, and her nimble paws itched to explore the wonders of the world beyond her treetop home. On this particular morning, as the forest hummed with life, Thistle and Lyla were joined by a colorful assembly of creatures, a family of rabbits with ears twitching in anticipation, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlit snow, and a gentle deer whose gaze was as serene as a summer's lake. "Gather round, dear friends," Thistle began, his voice as smooth as the slow flow of a river. "Today, I shall tell you the tale of the season's dance." The creatures settled into comfortable positions, their ears attuned to Thistle's every word. The forest seemed to hold its breath, eager to hear the old tortoise's tale. "Long ago, when the world was still young, the seasons were not as we know them now," Thistle began. "They were ethereal beings, each with a distinct personality, yet all bound by a single purpose, to maintain the balance of nature." The forest around them seemed to lean closer, the rustling leaves echoing the anticipation of the listeners. Lyla, perched on a low branch, leaned in, her tail flicking with excitement. Spring, the first of the seasons, was a radiant maiden with hair like the golden rays of the sun and eyes the color of new leaves, Thistle continued. She brought life and renewal, painting the world in vibrant hues and filling the air with the sweet scent of blossoms. Her laughter was the gentle breeze that coaxed the buds to bloom. The creatures could almost see the vision of spring, dancing lightly through the forest, her touch awakening the earth from its winter slumber. Next came summer, Thistle said, a boisterous youth with a heart as warm as the sunlit days. His presence was marked by the lushness of the earth, the heady fragrance of wildflowers, and the vibrant melodies of bees and birds. Summer's laughter was the rain that nourished the land, and his embrace was the warmth that ripened the fruits. The creatures nodded, recalling the lazy, sun-drenched days of summer, when the forest was alive with color and sound. Autumn followed, Thistle continued, a wise elder with a cloak of russet and gold. Autumn's breath was the crisp wind that danced through the trees, her touch the gentle nudge that guided leaves to their final rest. She taught the forest the beauty of letting go, of finding grace in the cycle of life. The listeners sighed, their minds painting images of the forest dressed in a tapestry of reds and golds, the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lastly came winter, Thistle said, his voice softening, a serene, gentle soul wrapped in a mantle of snow. Winter's presence was the quiet hush that blanketed the world, her touch the cooling hand that allowed the earth to rest and dream. Her gift was the stillness that nurtured whispers of wisdom and dreams of renewal. The forest fell silent, the air heavy with the weight of Thistle's words. The creatures felt the chill of winter's breath, the quiet peace of a world at rest. The seasons danced through the year, Thistle explained, each taking their turn in a harmonious rhythm that sustained the world. But there came a time when the balance began to falter. The seasons found themselves at odds, their harmony disrupted by misunderstanding and pride. The creatures leaned closer, their hearts heavy with concern. Lyla's eyes widened, her imagination painting the scene with vivid strokes. The seasons argued. Thistle continued, each claiming their role was the most vital, forgetting that their strength lay in unity. The forest began to suffer, the balance of nature thrown into disarray. The listeners could almost feel the dissonance, the forest's gentle harmony marred by discordant notes. The sky seemed to darken, a chill sweeping through the air. It was then, Thistle said, his voice a beacon of hope, that a humble creature, much like us, stepped forward. A simple vole named Nettle, who had observed the season's dance with quiet admiration and understood the importance of balance and cooperation. The creatures exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by this unexpected turn. Nettle approached the seasons, Thistle continued, and with a heart full of courage, she spoke of the beauty she had witnessed in their dance. She reminded them of the harmony they once shared, the gift they collectively bestowed upon the world. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, the tension easing as Thistle's tale unfolded. Nettle's words resonated with the seasons, Thistle said, his voice a gentle caress. They realized that each was a part of a greater whole, that their true strength lay in their unity, and so they resumed their dance, each respecting and supporting the others. The creatures nodded, their hearts warmed by the wisdom of the little vole and the lesson of harmony restored. And so it is, Thistle concluded, that the seasons continue their dance, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship, a reminder that we, too, must cherish the balance of our world and find strength in our connections with one another. The forest was silent, the tale lingering in the air like the soft glow of twilight. The creatures felt a profound sense of peace, their hearts filled with the gentle wisdom of Thistle's story. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, the creatures began to disperse, carrying with them the warmth of Thistle's words. Lyla scampered up to Thistle, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Thistle," she said softly, her voice a whisper of the forest's breeze. "Your stories always remind us of what truly matters." Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Remember, dear Lyla, and all of you," he said, "we are all part of this great dance. Together, we can create a world of harmony and beauty." With those words, Thistle tucked his head beneath his shell, and the creatures settled into the embrace of the night, cradled by the gentle arms of Eldergrove. In the stillness, the forest hummed with life, a symphony of whispers and dreams, a testament to the timeless dance of the seasons and the enduring power of friendship. And so, the story of Eldergrove continued. A living tapestry woven with the threads of wisdom and wonder, a beacon of hope in a world ever-changing. Story 51. The village of Willowbrook lay nestled between gentle hills and a shimmering river that traced the valley like a ribbon of liquid silver. It was a place where the mornings greeted you with the soft cooing of doves and the evenings bid farewell with the symphony of crickets. In this quaint village, life moved at a pace as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the willow trees. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anya. She was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Anya lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the secrets of herbs and the stories of old. Their cottage was a cozy haven, filled with the scent of lavender and the sound of crackling logs in the hearth. One misty morning, as Anya wandered near the edge of the forest, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Half buried in the soft earth was a glinting object that caught the morning light. Bending down, she brushed away the soil to reveal a delicate silver locket. Intrigued, Anya held it up, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her palm. The locket was intricately designed, with a swirling pattern that seemed to dance when touched by the sun's rays. Anya's grandmother had often told her tales of magical objects hidden by time, waiting for the right person to uncover them. Remembering these stories, Anya felt a thrill of excitement. She decided to show the locket to her grandmother, hoping she might know more about its origins. Back at the cottage, her grandmother examined the locket with a knowing smile. "Ah, this is a moonstone locket," she said, her voice carrying the weight of many winters. "It is said to reveal hidden worlds when opened under the light of a full moon." Anya's eyes widened with wonder. She had never seen anything like it before. "A hidden world?" she echoed, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Indeed," her grandmother nodded. "But remember, the magic of such objects is not to be taken lightly. They reveal what is hidden not only in the world around us, but also within ourselves." With the full moon only a few nights away, Anya could hardly contain her anticipation. Each evening, she would sit by the window, polishing the locket and imagining the adventures that awaited her. Finally, the night of the full moon arrived. The sky was a velvet canvas, dotted with stars that twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Anya stood in the garden, the cool night air wrapping around her like a silken shawl. She held the locket in her hands, and as the moon reached its zenith, she gently opened it. A soft, luminescent glow emanated from within, casting a silver light across the garden. Anya watched in awe as the light coalesced, forming a shimmering portal that beckoned her forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through, leaving the familiar world of Willowbrook behind. On the other side, Anya found herself in a land unlike any she had ever seen. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with each passing moment. It was a place where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers sang lullabies. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Anya encountered a myriad of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. There were gentle deer with antlers adorned with blossoms, birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows, and butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels. But it was not long before Anya realized she was not alone. From behind a cluster of glowing ferns, a figure emerged. It was a fox, its fur a fiery red, and its eyes wise and knowing. The fox approached with a graceful stride, and Anya, sensing no threat, knelt down to meet its gaze. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have found your way to the hidden realm, a place of dreams and forgotten magic." Anya smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she replied. "This world is beautiful beyond words." The fox nodded, a twinkle in its eyes. "Yes, but beauty is not all that you will find here. The hidden realm holds many secrets, and it is said that those who enter must discover a truth about themselves to find their way home." Anya pondered the fox's words, understanding that this journey would be more than just a whimsical adventure. With the fox as her guide, she ventured deeper into the realm, eager to unravel its mysteries. As they traveled, Anya learned that the hidden realm was a reflection of the heart. It showed what was cherished, what was feared, and what was longed for. In this magical land, Anya encountered reflections of her hopes and dreams, as well as her uncertainties and doubts. One day, while resting by a crystal-clear lake, Anya confided in the fox. "I sometimes feel lost," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I love my village and my grandmother, but I wonder if there's more to life than what I know." The fox listened with patience, its eyes fixed on the rippling water. "The world is vast, and every heart holds a multitude of paths," it said gently. To find your way, you must first understand what it is you truly seek. Anya nodded, taking the fox's wisdom to heart. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the hidden realm, but also about discovering herself. As the days passed, Anya encountered many challenges, each one teaching her something new. She learned to be brave when she faced the shadowy creatures that lurked in the forest. She learned to listen when the wind carried the voices of the past, and she learned to trust when the path ahead seemed uncertain. With each lesson, Anya grew more confident, her spirit shining brighter with each passing day. She found joy in the simple things, like the laughter of the brook, the warmth of the sun, and the companionship of her new friend, the fox. Yet, as much as she loved the hidden realm, Anya knew she would eventually have to return to her world. The thought filled her with both sadness and anticipation. She had grown fond of the realm and its wonders, but she also missed her grandmother and the familiar comforts of home. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of colors, Anya and the fox sat on a hill overlooking the valley. The fox turned to her, its gaze thoughtful. "You have learned much, Anya," it said, "but there is one more truth you must find before you can return." Anya looked out at the horizon, understanding what the fox meant. She closed her eyes and listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. In that moment of stillness, she realized what she truly sought. It was not adventure or excitement. It was a sense of belonging, a place where her heart felt at home. With this newfound clarity, Anya opened her eyes, ready to complete her journey. The fox nodded approvingly, and together they made their way back to the portal. As Anya stepped through the shimmering light, she felt a wave of warmth and peace wash over her. She was back in the garden, the moonlight casting a soft glow around her. The locket lay in her hand, its magic spent, but its gift eternal. Returning to the cottage, Anya found her grandmother waiting by the hearth, a knowing smile on her face. "Welcome home, my dear," she said, embracing Anya with a warmth that chased away the chill of the night. Anya smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. She had found what she was looking for, both in the hidden realm and within herself. The world was full of wonder and possibility, but home was where her heart truly belonged. From that night on, Anya kept the locket close, not just as a reminder of her magical journey, but as a symbol of the wisdom and courage she had discovered along the way. She continued to explore the world around her, finding beauty in the everyday and joy in the moments spent with those she loved. And so, in the village of Willow, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Anya lived her life with an open heart and a spirit unafraid of the unknown, always ready for the next adventure that awaited her. Story 52. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where time seemed to dance with the whispers of the wind, a delicate balance of life thrived. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place where the air shimmered with hints of magic, and the trees stood as tall, wise sentinels, their bark etched with the tales of centuries. The forest was a symphony of life, where every rustle of leaves told a story, and every ray of sunlight that filtered through the canopy cast a gentle golden glow upon the woodland floor. In this lush sanctuary, nestled beneath the arching boughs of an ancient oak, lived a small creature named Brindle. Brindle was a squirrel, but not just any squirrel. His fur was flecked with the colors of autumn leaves, russets, golds, and browns, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the forest's ever-changing tapestry. Brindle's eyes sparkled with curiosity and an ancient wisdom passed down through countless generations of his kin. Brindle's days were filled with the simple joys of forest life. He scampered along the twisting branches, gathering acorns and hazelnuts, while his heart hummed in tune with the forest's gentle rhythms. Yet it wasn't just the gathering of food that occupied Brindle's time. He was also a guardian of the forest's delicate harmony, a role he had inherited from his wise grandmother, Elder Hazel, who had taught him the secrets of the verdant wood. Elder Hazel had often spoken of the importance of balance. The forest, she would say, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, is like a grand tapestry. Every creature, every tree, every drop of rain has its place, its purpose, and it is our duty to ensure that this balance is maintained. In the heart of verdant wood, the seasons themselves were guided by magical phenomena, each one carefully orchestrated by the forest's inhabitants. The arrival of spring was heralded by the blooming of the star-blossom flowers, whose delicate petals glistened like dew-kissed starlight. With the warmth of summer came the soft, shimmering glow of the Firefly Festival, where thousands of tiny lights danced through the night to celebrate the longest days. Autumn's touch turned the forest into a sea of gold and crimson, and the wind carried the sweet scent of ripe berries. Winter, while chilling, brought its own magic, snowflakes that fell like whispered secrets, blanketing the forest in a serene, silvery hush. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest bathed in the gentle light of dawn, Brindle noticed something amiss. The usual chorus of birdsong seemed subdued, and a peculiar tension hung in the air. Concerned, Brindle set off to consult with his dear friend, Willow the wise old owl, who lived in a hollow nestled high in an ancient ash tree. Willow's eyes, deep as the darkest night, blinked slowly as Brindle relayed his worries. "Dear Brindle," she hooted softly, her voice echoing with calm assurance, "I sense an imbalance. The forest's heart is troubled, and we must discover the cause." Together, Brindle and Willow embarked on a journey through the forest. As they traveled, they listened to the stories carried on the wind and observed the subtle changes around them. They saw that the stream, usually bubbling with life, ran sluggish and low. The trees whispered of a disturbance, their leaves trembling with unease. Their path led them to the edge of the forest, where they encountered a gentle breeze that carried a hint of smoke. Beyond the trees, a small clearing had been turned into a campsite by some careless travelers, who had left behind a smoldering fire and scattered trash. The travelers had moved on unaware of the harm they had caused. Brindle felt a pang of worry, but Willow's calm presence reassured him. "We can restore the balance," she said, her voice steady. "We must clean the clearing and heal the wounds left behind." Calling upon the help of their forest friends, an industrious band of ants, a family of deer, and a chorus of songbirds, they set to work. The ants industriously cleared away the refuse, while the deer used their nimble hooves to scatter the ashes. The songbirds sang sweet melodies to soothe the land, and Brindle, with his nimble paws, planted new seeds to replace the trampled plants. As they worked, a gentle rain began to fall, the clouds parting to let through shafts of sunlight that warmed the earth. The forest sighed with relief, and the stream began to flow more freely, its waters sparkling with renewed life. With the clearing restored, Brindle and Willow returned to their forest home. The balance had been mended, and the forest sang once more with the harmonious chorus of life. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the sky, Brindle sat beside his beloved grandmother. Elder Hazel looked at him with pride, her eyes twinkling like the evening stars. "You have done well, my dear Brindle," she said softly. "You have learned the true meaning of harmony, that it is not just about preserving what is, but about restoring what should be. The forest is grateful, and so am I." As Brindle settled down to sleep, the comforting sounds of the forest wrapped around him like a cozy blanket. He knew that, with wisdom and friendship, every challenge could be overcome, and every imbalance could be righted. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle rustle of the leaves, Brindle drifted into a peaceful slumber, the warmth of the forest's embrace, a comforting reminder that he was home. Story 53. In a quaint village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering meadows, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as big as the sky and a curiosity that danced like fireflies on a summer's eve. Every day he would wander the lush fields, listening to the song of the wind and the stories it carried from faraway lands. But it was the mysterious forest on the edge of the village that captured Finn's imagination the most. Its towering trees were said to hold secrets untold, and its paths led to places no one had ever seen. One crisp morning, as a gentle mist curled around the village like a cat seeking warmth, Finn decided that today was the day he would explore the enchanted forest. He packed a small satchel with his favorite snacks, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a bottle of sweet apple cider. He wrapped himself in his softest cloak, its green fabric blending seamlessly with the colors of the forest. As Finn stepped beneath the canopy of leaves, he was greeted by a symphony of birdsong, each note a cheerful welcome. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of gold and shadow. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to whisper secrets in his ear. Finn's heart beat with excitement as he followed a path that twisted like the tale of an ancient story. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest revealed its wonders. Delicate flowers unfurled petals of brilliant hues, and streams chuckled as they danced over smooth stones. Suddenly, Finn heard a soft giggle. Turning his head, he spotted a group of tiny, glowing creatures flitting about like living stars. They were pixies, their laughter as light as a breeze, their wings shimmering in the sunlight. Finn watched in awe as they played, weaving through the air with a grace that was almost magical. "Hello, young traveler," chimed one of the pixies, her voice like the tinkle of a bell. "What brings you to our corner of the world?" "I seek adventure and the secrets the forest holds," Finn replied, his eyes wide with wonder. The pixie nodded, her wings casting a rainbow of colors as she fluttered. "Then follow the path until you reach the heartstone. It will guide you on your journey." With a nod of thanks, Finn continued on, his steps light and eager. The path led him to a glen where a large, smooth stone stood. It glowed with a warm, inviting light, as if it held the heart of the forest itself. Finn reached out, placing his hand upon its surface, feeling a gentle pulse beneath his palm. As if in response, the forest shifted around him, revealing a hidden trail that wound like a silver ribbon through the trees. Finn followed it, each step taken with the thrill of discovery. Along the way, he encountered wonders that filled him with delight: a babbling brook where fish leaped like sparkling jewels, a grove of trees where the leaves sang a lullaby in the breeze, and a clearing where gentle deer grazed, their eyes full of wisdom. But it was the challenge of the whispering shadows that tested Finn's courage the most. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the forest grew darker, and a maze of shadows danced around him, their whispers growing louder. For a moment, Finn felt a flicker of fear. But then he remembered the stories of courage from his village, of those who faced the unknown with a steady heart. With a deep breath, Finn focused on the warmth of the heartstone in his memory, and the shadows parted, revealing a path lined with glowing mushrooms that lit his way. He followed them until he emerged into a clearing that took his breath away. Here at the center of the forest was a lake so clear it mirrored the sky. On its shore stood a creature of gentle majesty, a great deer with antlers that shimmered like silver. Its eyes met Finn's, and in them he saw kindness and the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, brave one," the deer spoke, its voice a soothing melody. "You have shown courage and heart in your journey. The forest has revealed its secrets to you, for you have listened with both ears and heart." Finn's heart swelled with joy and gratitude. He knew he had been part of something extraordinary, a tale he would carry with him always. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn made his way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. When he returned to the village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky, and the villagers gathered to hear his tale. Finn spoke of the wonders he'd seen, the friends he'd made, and the courage he'd found within himself. And as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Finn lay in his bed, the memory of the forest's heartwarming magic tucked safely in his own. He drifted into dreams where the pixies danced and the deer watched over him, feeling the comfort of the forest surrounding him like a warm, whispering lullaby. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for more adventures, Finn slept soundly, knowing that the world was vast and beautiful, and that courage would always light his way. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a realm where the night sky shimmered with 1,000 hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint little village named Moon Hollow. Nestled in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Moon Hollow was a place where magic wove through the air as softly as a lullaby. The village was known for its kind-hearted inhabitants and their warm, welcoming homes, each one glowing with the soft light of enchanted lanterns. In this enchanted village lived a young girl named Lyra. With eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity, Lyra had a knack for noticing things others might miss. Her days were spent wandering the idyllic meadows and listening to the tales of the ancient trees that bordered the village. But of late, Lyra had noticed something peculiar. Each morning, a small silvery mist would curl around the base of the ancient oak tree in the village square, whispering secrets that only she could hear. The villagers, too busy with their daily routines, paid little mind to the mist, assuming it to be the work of the morning dew. But Lyra was not convinced. The mist spoke in a language she felt she could almost understand, a melody of mystery that tugged at her heartstrings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyra decided to uncover the secrets of the mist. She gathered her courage and set off towards the village square, her path illuminated by the gentle glow of the fireflies that danced around her. As she reached the ancient oak, she was greeted by an unexpected companion, a small, shimmering creature with wings like spun sugar and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. It was a luminous sprite, a rare magical being known for their love of puzzles and riddles. "Hello, little one," the sprite chimed, its voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I see you have come to seek the secret of the mist." Lyra nodded, entranced by the sprite's ethereal presence. "Yes, I have felt its call, and I wish to understand." The sprite twirled in the air, leaving a trail of shimmering dust. "Then you must follow the whispers and piece together the puzzle. But remember, sometimes the answer lies not in what you see, but in what you feel." Determined, Lyra sat beneath the oak tree, listening closely. The mist swirled around her, and she began to pick out words, soft as the petals of a morning bloom. Echoes. Past. Guide. With the sprite's guidance, Lyra realized that the mist was a message from the past, a gentle reminder of the village's origins. Long ago, Moon Hollow had been home to a wise elder who had planted the ancient oak, imbuing it with magic to watch over the villagers. The elder's spirit lingered in the mist, offering guidance and protection to those who listened. Understanding dawned upon Lyra, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. She thanked the sprite, who winked at her before vanishing into the night, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake. The next morning, Lyra gathered the villagers beneath the oak tree and shared with them the story of the mist. As they listened, a sense of peace settled over Moon Hollow, and the villagers found comfort in knowing that they were watched over by the spirit of the elder. From that day forward, the mist was no longer a mystery, but a cherished part of their lives. Lyra became known as the village's storyteller, her tales weaving magic and wisdom that echoed through generations. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, beneath a sky painted with dreams, Moon Hollow continued to thrive. A beacon of warmth and friendship where mysteries were embraced, and every soul knew they were never truly alone. As the villagers returned to their cozy homes, the soft murmur of the mist mingled with the crackling of hearth fires, and the world of Moon Hollow drifted gently into slumber, cradled in the arms of the night. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the ancient past, and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was known far and wide for her serene nature and her talent for weaving the softest, most intricate tapestries. Yet, despite her peaceful demeanor, Marin felt an inexplicable restlessness within her heart, a yearning for change that she neither understood nor welcomed. Marin's cottage was a cozy haven tucked between towering oaks and fragrant pines. Its walls were lined with shelves overflowing with vibrant threads, each color more mesmerizing than the last. The hearth, always crackling with a warm, comforting fire, filled the room with the scent of cedar and cinnamon. Yet even amidst such comfort, Marin felt a tugging at her soul, as if the winds themselves were calling her to something beyond her grasp. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin sat by her window, gazing at the stars as they began to twinkle in the darkening sky. A soft rustling caught her attention, and from the shadows emerged a wise old owl named Peregrine. Peregrine was a frequent visitor, his eyes deep pools of wisdom, and his presence always brought a sense of calm. "Marin," he hooted softly, perching on the windowsill, "I see a storm in your heart. What troubles you so?" Marin sighed deeply, her fingers tracing patterns in the air. "I feel incomplete, Peregrine, as if I'm meant for something more, but I do not know what." The owl tilted his head, considering her words. Change is the essence of life, dear Marin. It is both terrifying and beautiful, much like the forest after a storm. You must embrace it, not shy away. But how? Marin whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle crackling of the fire. Peregrine fluffed his feathers, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Perhaps a journey will show you the way. There is magic in the woods that mirrors the growth within us. Seek the enchanted glade where the moonlight weaves mysteries among the trees. With that, Peregrine spread his wings and disappeared into the night, leaving Marin with his words echoing in her mind. The next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out into the woods. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and the sweet melody of birdsong. She felt a flutter of apprehension mixed with excitement, her heart beating in time with her footsteps. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path became a tapestry of dappled sunlight and shadow. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a gentle canopy overhead, as if guiding her on her way. Marin marveled at the beauty around her, the rich, velvety greens of the moss, the delicate lacework of spiderwebs glistening with dew, the vibrant wildflowers peeking through the underbrush. After what felt like an eternity, Marin arrived at the enchanted glade. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where the air shimmered with a silvery luminescence, and the ground was carpeted with soft, luminescent flowers that swayed gently in an unseen breeze. At the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its branches trailing like a delicate curtain. Tentatively, Marin approached the willow, feeling a strange pull towards it. As she touched its gnarled trunk, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Welcome, seeker of change. You have come to a place where magic and heart intertwine." Startled but intrigued, Marin took a step back. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am the spirit of the willow." The voice replied, gentle and soothing. "I have watched over this glade for centuries. What is it you seek, young weaver?" Marin hesitated, her heart a tumult of emotions. "I seek understanding. I wish to embrace change, but I fear what I do not know." The willow's voice was like a gentle breeze, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. "True growth often comes from facing the unknown. You must first look within to understand without." With those words, a soft glow enveloped Marin, and she felt herself being drawn into a vision. She saw herself as a child, exploring these very woods with a heart full of wonder and imagination. She saw her fingers learning to weave, creating tapestries that told stories of dreams and possibilities. She saw moments of joy and sorrow, each thread an integral part of the tapestry of her life. As the vision faded, Marin felt a profound sense of clarity. She understood now that change was not something to fear but to embrace. It was a journey, much like the weaving of her tapestries, where each experience, each emotion added richness and depth. Returning to the present, Marin found herself back in the glade, the willow's presence a comforting weight around her. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart light and free. The willow's branches rustled softly, a gentle lullaby in the stillness. "Remember, dear one, that you are the weaver of your own destiny. The threads of your life are yours to craft." Marin nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "I will remember." With renewed purpose, Marin made her way back through the whispering woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. The world seemed brighter, each leaf and petal shimmering with possibilities. Upon returning to her cottage, Marin set to work, her fingers dancing over the loom with a newfound grace. She wove a tapestry unlike any she had created before. A tapestry that told the story of her journey, of embracing change, and of the magic that lay within. As the days turned to weeks, Marin found herself transformed. The restlessness that once plagued her was replaced with a sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that change was a constant companion, guiding her towards new adventures and discoveries. The people of the village noticed the change in Marin too. Her tapestries, already cherished, became even more sought after, as they seemed to capture the very essence of life's beauty and complexity. And so in the heart of the whispering woods, Marin's story continued to unfold, each day a new thread in the tapestry of her life. She had learned to embrace the unknown, to trust in the magic of the world around her, and most importantly, to trust in herself. The gentle spirit of the willow often visited her dreams, a reminder that personal growth was a journey, not a destination. And as Marin sat by her window each night, gazing at the twinkling stars, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the warmth of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of cedar and cinnamon in the air, Marin found her peace. The journey of change had led her home, to a place where her heart could truly soar. And so, the whispering woods held its breath, knowing that Marin's story was one of many, a testament to the power of transformation and the beauty of personal discovery. For in the end, it is the journey that shapes us, weaving the threads of our lives into something truly magical. And in the heart of that magic, Marin lived happily, forever embracing the dance of change, forever weaving her dreams into reality. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees leaned in to share secrets with the wind and the brook babbled its eternal lullaby, there nestled a quaint village known as Elderglow. The villagers were known for their warmth and kindness, and their lives flowed in harmonious rhythm with the magic that gently pulsed through the land. One serene afternoon, when the sun poured golden light over the thatched rooftops and the air was thick with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved lanterns, which hung like stars along the cobblestone paths, began to flicker oddly. These weren't ordinary lanterns. They were imbued with a soft luminescence from the glow bugs that lived within them. The villagers treasured these lights, for they not only provided illumination, but also whispered tales of old as they twinkled in the evening. The flickering puzzled everyone. It wasn't the mischievous play of the wind, nor the usual wear and tear of time. It was as if the glow bugs were communicating something, a mystery that needed unraveling. Lyla, a gentle soul with a heart as open as the skies, was particularly curious. She had always felt a profound connection with the magical creatures of Elderglow, and often spent her days exploring the wonders of the whispering woods. With her trusty satchel filled with curious trinkets and a journal for notes, she decided to seek out the source of this strange occurrence. As twilight painted the world in hues of lavender and rose, Lyla set off toward the heart of the woods. Her first stop was the abode of Elderglow's wise mentor, a kindly old owl named Sagewing. Perched upon the ancient oak, Sagewing was known for his vast knowledge and his gentle, guiding words. "Sagewing," called Lyla softly, her voice mingling with the rustle of leaves, "do you know why the lanterns are flickering so strangely?" Sagewing gazed down at her with eyes that seemed to hold the stars themselves. "Ah, my dear Lyla," he hooted warmly, "the glowbugs are trying to tell us something indeed. The rhythm of their light is their language." Lyla's eyes widened with understanding. "But what are they saying?" The owl fluttered down gracefully, landing on a nearby branch. "To decipher their message, you must first observe the pattern of their flicker. They speak in a dance of light, much like the way the brook weaves its song." Grateful for his wisdom, Lyla thanked Sagewing and continued deeper into the woods, where the air was thick with enchantment. The path was lined with wildflowers that glimmered faintly, as if they held the moon's glow within their petals. She paused frequently, watching the lanterns and noting the rhythm of their flicker in her journal. As she walked, she was joined by a small band of forest creatures, a curious squirrel with a bushy tail, a gentle deer with soft eyes, and a playful fox with a coat as fiery as the sunset. They trotted alongside her, their presence a comforting reminder of the unity within Elderglow. In the clearing, where the brook widened into a serene pool, Lyla sat on a moss-covered stone and opened her journal. The lanterns here flickered more vividly, casting reflections that danced upon the water's surface. It was here that she noticed a distinct pattern, 2 quick blinks, a pause, and a long glow. Over and over, the glowbugs repeated this dance. Suddenly, it struck her. The glowbugs were marking a path. It wasn't just a message, but a guide, leading towards something hidden yet significant. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lyla and her animal companions followed the path illuminated by the flickering lanterns. The journey led them to a part of the woods where the trees grew denser, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the moonlight into silvery beams. Here, nestled among the roots of an ancient willow, they found an old stone covered in emerald moss. Carved into its surface were symbols that glowed faintly, echoing the very pattern the glowbugs had shown. With gentle reverence, Leora traced the symbols with her fingers. As she did, a soft hum filled the air, and the stone shifted to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside lay an intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with runes of protection and unity. With a careful hand, Leora opened the box to find an array of tiny crystals, each shimmering with a light of its own. These were the heartstones, whispered about in the tales of old. It was said they held the power to strengthen the bond between the village and the magical creatures, ensuring harmony and prosperity for generations to come. Realizing the significance of her discovery, Leora understood that the glowbugs had flickered not out of distress, but out of purpose. They had guided her to find the heartstones so they could be shared with the village, reaffirming the connection that tied the people to the land and its magic. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Leora returned to Elderglow. She shared her findings with the villagers, who gathered in awe around the heartstones. That night, under a sky freckled with stars, the lanterns glowed brighter than ever, their light steady and strong. The glowbugs danced joyfully within their glass homes, their task fulfilled, as the village celebrated their renewed harmony. The heartstones were placed in the village square, where they would serve as a reminder of the bond shared with the magical world around them. And so the mystery of the flickering lanterns was solved not with haste or fear, but with patience, observation, and a heart open to the whispers of the world. As Leora lay in her bed that night, the gentle hum of the forest lulling her to sleep, she knew that peace had once again settled over Elderglow. The village rested easy, wrapped in the comfort of unity, as the glowbugs shared their stories with the stars, their lights twinkling softly in the night. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a quiet, introspective child who loved nothing more than wandering through the ancient forest that surrounded her home, losing herself in the dappled shadows and earthy scents. Willow's fondest companion was an ancient willow tree that stood tall and proud beside a bubbling brook. She would spend hours beneath its graceful boughs, reading or simply listening to the gentle song of the wind rustling through its leaves. Yet as Willow grew older, she began to feel a strange disquiet stirring within her. Her once cherished solitude now felt isolating, and she yearned for change, though she knew not what form it should take. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath her willow tree, she noticed a strange glow emanating from the brook. Curiosity piqued. She leaned closer and gasped in wonder as a tiny winged creature emerged from the water, trailing sparkling droplets. "Hello, Willow," the creature spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Ariel, a water sprite, and I've come to guide you on a most wondrous journey." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but before she could respond, Ariel waved her delicate hand, and the world around them shimmered and transformed. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing in a lush, enchanted glade, where the very air seemed to shimmer with magic. "This is the realm of becoming," Ariel explained, "a place where inner growth takes physical form. Here, you will embark on a quest of self-discovery, and the challenges you face will mirror the changes you must embrace within yourself." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement. She had always longed for adventure, yet the prospect of such a mystical journey filled her with trepidation. As if sensing her hesitation, a warm, comforting presence enveloped Willow. She turned to find a majestic stag standing beside her, its eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Fear not, young one," the stag spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I am Sarin, guardian of this realm, and I will be your guide and protector on this most sacred of quests." With Sarin's reassuring presence and Ariel's unwavering support, Willow found the courage to begin her journey. The first challenge she faced was a tangled thicket of thorny vines that blocked her path, their wicked barbs seeming to reach out and grasp at her. "This thicket represents the fears and doubts that have ensnared your spirit," Ariel explained. "To overcome it, you must find the courage to face your insecurities and embrace the changes that await you." Drawing upon a wellspring of inner strength she never knew she possessed, Willow took a deep breath and stepped forward, pushing through the thorns with grim determination. Though they scratched and tore at her flesh, she refused to turn back, and at last she emerged on the other side, battered but triumphant. As the thicket withered and crumbled behind her, Willow felt a weight lifted from her shoulders, and a newfound sense of confidence bloomed within her heart. The challenges continued, each more daunting than the last, but with Sarion's guidance and Ariel's encouragement, Willow faced them all with growing courage and resilience. She scaled towering cliffs of self-doubt, forded raging rivers of fear, and navigated treacherous mazes of indecision. With each obstacle she overcame, a part of Willow's essence was transformed, shedding the chrysalis of her former self to reveal the beautiful, confident young woman she was becoming. At last, weary but triumphant, Willow emerged from the final trial, her spirit shining with hard-won wisdom and inner strength. Sirion and Ariel looked upon her with pride and joy, for they had witnessed her remarkable journey of growth and transformation. "Well done, brave Willow," Sirion rumbled, his voice rich with affection. "You have faced your fears and embraced the changes within yourself. Now, you are ready to embark on the next chapter of your life, a true master of your own destiny." Ariel fluttered close, her tiny face aglow with delight. "Remember, Willow, the magic you have discovered here lives within you always. Nurture it, cherish it, and let it guide you on the wondrous adventures that lie ahead." With a final grateful embrace, Willow bid farewell to her mystical companions and found herself back beneath the familiar boughs of her willow tree, the brook babbling cheerfully beside her. Yet everything felt different now. The world seemed brighter, more vibrant, and Willow's heart sang with a newfound sense of purpose and possibility. From that day forward, she embraced life's changes with open arms, recognizing them not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and self-discovery. And whenever she felt doubt or fear creeping in, she would close her eyes and remember the magical lessons she had learned in the realm of becoming, drawing strength from the courageous, radiant spirit that now burned brightly within her. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a realm where wonder and whimsy intertwined, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her home was nestled deep within the Enchanted woods, a place where towering trees whispered ancient secrets and glimmering streams danced with magical melodies. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily cozied up by the crackling fireplace, her best friend Willow the pixie fluttered in through the window. Willow's usually vibrant glow was dimmed, and her tiny face was etched with concern. "Lily, something strange is happening in the woods," she squeaked. "The mushroom rings have been rearranged overnight, and the woodland creatures are all in a tizzy." Lily's eyes widened, for she knew the mushroom rings were sacred gathering places for the forest folk. Rearranging them without permission was considered a great offense. The next morning, Lily and Willow set out to investigate. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they noticed other peculiar signs: overturned toadstools, scattered acorn caps, and a trail of shimmering pixie dust leading into a thicket. Lily's heart raced with anticipation, for she had always dreamed of uncovering one of the forest's great mysteries. With Willow's guidance, they followed the trail, carefully observing every clue along the way. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound ahead. Peering through the branches, they spotted a plump rabbit hopping about in a daze, mumbling to himself. "Pardon me, Mr. Rabbit," Lily called gently. "Have you seen anything unusual in the woods today?" The rabbit blinked and shook his head as if waking from a trance. "Why, yes, my dear. I saw the most peculiar sight just this morning. A swirl of golden dust swept through the clearing, and when it cleared, everything had been rearranged." Lily and Willow exchanged excited glances. They were on the right track. As they continued their quest, they encountered more bewildered creatures: a squirrel clutching a misplaced acorn, a bluebird circling a toppled birdhouse. Each one recounted a similar story of a mysterious golden whirlwind causing havoc in the forest. Finally, they came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood tall and proud. Beneath its sheltering branches sat a wise old owl, her feathers ruffled but her gaze serene. "Greetings, young ones," the owl hooted. "I see you have been investigating the strange happenings in our woods." Lily and Willow nodded eagerly, recounting all they had witnessed and heard. The owl listened patiently, then let out a soft chuckle. "Ah, my friends, there is no need for alarm. The golden whirlwind you speak of is simply the work of our dear friend, the autumn sprite. Willow gasped, her wings fluttering in recognition. Of course! The autumn sprite is responsible for ushering in the vibrant colors and crisp breezes of fall. But why would she be rearranging the forest like this? The owl's eyes twinkled with mischief. Every few decades, the autumn sprite likes to mix things up a bit, to keep the forest from growing complacent. Her playful antics remind us that change is a natural part of life's cycles. Lily and Willow exchanged a look of understanding. The strange occurrences they had witnessed were not a cause for concern, but rather a whimsical celebration of the changing seasons. As they made their way back home, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the rearranged forest. Lily couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the transformed landscape, each toadstool and acorn cap in its new, unexpected place. That night, as Lily drifted off to sleep, she smiled contentedly. The mystery had been solved, and the enchanted woods had been reminded of the magic that comes with embracing change and finding wonder in the unexpected. From that day forward, whenever autumn arrived, Lily and her forest friends would eagerly await the autumn sprite's playful antics, knowing that each year would bring delightful surprises and the promise of new adventures. Story 59. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there was a quaint little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that seemed to bloom all year round. This was the home of a wise old woman named Marigold, who was known far and wide for her gentle spirit and vast knowledge of the magical world. Marigold's days were spent tending to her herbs and sharing her wisdom with the villagers who often sought her guidance. Her most frequent visitor was a curious young girl named Clara, whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. Clara loved nothing more than to listen to Marigold's tales of wonder and magic, and to learn the secrets of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Clara arrived at Marigold's cottage, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Marigold," she called, her voice carrying a hint of urgency, "something strange is happening in the village." Marigold, with her warm smile, beckoned Clara inside. As the girl settled into a plush armchair beside the cozy fire, Marigold handed her a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "Tell me, dear," she said, her voice as soothing as the gentle crackle of the flames, "what has caught your attention?" Clara took a sip of her tea and began. "Every night for the past week, the moon has shone with an unusual glow, brighter and more vivid than ever before. And with it, the village has been waking to find peculiar things, tools moved, doors left ajar, and even footprints that lead to nowhere." Marigold listened intently, her fingers idly tracing the intricate patterns on her teacup. "How intriguing," she murmured, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It seems the moon has chosen to play a part in a mystery of its own." Determined to uncover the truth, Clara and Marigold decided to investigate. Equipped with lanterns and guided by the silvery light of the moon, they ventured into the heart of Willowbrook. The night air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant song of crickets. As they wandered through the village, Clara noticed the subtle signs of something amiss. A rake leaned against a tree, far from where it belonged. A trail of shimmering dust led towards the forest edge. Marigold, with her keen eye, observed these clues and nodded thoughtfully. "Magic often leaves traces," she explained, her voice low and melodic. "But it is the intention behind it that we must understand." Following the trail of dust, they entered the forest where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches whispering secrets. The path twisted and turned until they reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a ring of mushrooms, glowing faintly in the night. As they approached, a gentle rustling drew their attention. From the shadows emerged a tiny creature, no taller than Clara's knee, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed petals. It was a moon sprite, a rare and elusive being known for its playful nature and love of moonlit nights. "Greetings, wise Marigold and curious Clara," the sprite chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Lyra, keeper of the moon's mischief." Lyra explained that the unusual glow of the moon was a signal for the sprites to gather, a time for them to celebrate and dance. But in their merriment, they had unwittingly caused the disturbances in the village. Tools moved by their tiny hands, doors opened by their curiosity, and footprints left by their joyous frolics. Understanding the sprite's innocent intent, Marigold smiled gently. Perhaps, dear Lyra, you and your friends might channel your energy into something that brings joy to the villagers, rather than confusion. Lyra nodded eagerly, her wings fluttering with excitement. Oh yes, we could create moonlit gardens or weave dreams of wonder for those who sleep. And so it was agreed. With a promise to be mindful of their playful antics, the moon sprites set about their new tasks, crafting beautiful patterns in the dew and painting the night sky with twinkling stars. As Clara and Marigold made their way back to the village, the moon cast a serene glow over Willowbrook, its light now a gentle guardian of dreams. The villagers awoke the next morning to find their gardens sparkling with a new beauty, and their dreams filled with magic and wonder. Clara, filled with newfound understanding, thanked Marigold for her guidance. She had learned that even the smallest creatures could have the best intentions, and that with a little wisdom and kindness, any mystery could be turned into a source of joy. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon, Willowbrook continued to thrive, its nights filled with the soft laughter of sprites and the serene light of the moon, forever reminding the villagers of the magic that lay in the heart of their world. Story 60. In the heart of a lush emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight painted silver trails on the gentle stream, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where magic hummed softly in the air, and every creature, from the tiniest firefly to the oldest oak, shared in its gentle enchantment. In this village lived a young girl named Mabel, whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Mabel was known far and wide for her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally puzzled the villagers. She had a special talent for noticing things others might overlook, and her gentle heart always guided her through the twists and turns of any conundrum. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, a peculiar event began to unfold in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that their beloved lanterns, which usually glowed with a warm, steady light, began flickering and dancing erratically, even though there was no wind to cause such a flutter. This curious occurrence spread whispers through the village like ripples across a pond. Mabel, intrigued by the strange dance of the lanterns, decided it was time to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite woolen cloak, the color of ripe blueberries, and set out to find answers. The path beneath her feet was soft and fragrant with fallen leaves, and the night air was crisp and refreshing. As she wandered through the village, Mabel noticed that the lantern's flickering seemed to follow a pattern, like a playful melody only she could hear. She paused by the old stone bridge, where the lantern light shimmered on the surface of the stream. Here, Mabel met her dear friend, Oliver the owl, a wise creature with feathers as soft as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. "Good evening, Mabel," hooted Oliver, settling on a low branch overhead. "I see you are curious about the strange happenings with our lanterns." "Indeed, Oliver," replied Mabel, smiling up at him. "Do you have any thoughts on what might be causing this?" Oliver ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "I have heard whispers from the night creatures. They speak of a mischievous presence in the forest, something that stirs the magic within our lights." Determined to uncover the truth, Mabel thanked Oliver and continued her exploration. She ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and wood. The path led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where she found a circle of mushrooms, perfectly arranged as if placed by an unseen hand. Sitting at the center of this circle was a tiny figure, no taller than a rabbit, with wings that glimmered like dewdrops in the moonlight. It was Pippin, the playful pixie known for his love of games and riddles. His eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief as he noticed Mabel's approach. "Good evening, Mabel," chirped Pippin, fluttering his wings in a friendly greeting. "Are you here to join my game?" Mabel chuckled softly, her voice as soothing as the night breeze. "I'm here to understand the mystery of the flickering lanterns, dear Pippin. Could it be that you have something to do with it?" Pippin giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "I may have stirred the magic a bit. The lanterns were too quiet, and I thought they'd enjoy a little dance, but I didn't mean to cause any trouble." Understanding dawned on Mabel like the first light of day. Perhaps, if the lanterns enjoy a dance, there could be a way to make it more harmonious. With a thoughtful nod, Pippin agreed. I could use a touch of fairy dust to guide their rhythm and keep the village in peace. Together, Mabel and Pippin worked their magic, sprinkling a fine dust of shimmering light over the lanterns. As they did, the flickering became a gentle sway, like the leaves rustling in a soft breeze. The lanterns glowed with a newfound harmony, casting a soothing light over the village. The villagers soon noticed the change, their worries melting away as they watched the lanterns' graceful dance. They gathered in the village square, where Mabel and Pippin explained the playful pixie's intentions. We must remember, Mabel said softly, that sometimes even the smallest bit of mischief can bring us together to find solutions and share in the joy of our magical world. The villagers nodded, their hearts warmed by Mabel's wisdom and Pippin's twinkling laughter. That night, they celebrated under the lantern's gentle glow, sharing stories and laughter until the stars began to fade. As Mabel made her way home, Oliver swooped down to land beside her. "You've done it again, Mabel," he hooted, his voice full of admiration. Mabel smiled, her heart full of the peace that comes from a mystery well resolved. "With a little help from our friends," she replied, glancing up at the moonlit sky where stars twinkled like the eyes of old friends. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, harmony was restored, and the lanterns' dance became a nightly tradition, a reminder of the gentle magic that bound them all together. As Mabel drifted off to sleep that night, she dreamed of moonlit dances and the soft, reassuring glow of lantern light, knowing that in her world, kindness and friendship would always illuminate the darkest of paths. Story 61. In the gentle twilight of a distant galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across the velvet sky, lay the planet of Luminara. Known for its rolling fields of luminescent flora and shimmering crystal lakes, it was a world that hummed with a serene, otherworldly beauty. The air was filled with a soft, tinkling sound, as if the very atmosphere played a gentle symphony of light and melody. Across the universe, there was another world, starkly different from Luminara, called Zephyria. It was a planet of winds and whispers, where the skies danced with vibrant auroras and the ground was a shifting sea of sand dunes that sang in the breeze. The Zephyrians, a people light as air and swift as the winds, lived in harmony with the ever-changing landscape. From these two vastly different worlds came two unlikely companions. Solara, a gentle luminarian with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that reflected the colors of the cosmos, and Zephyr, a spirited Zephyrian who could glide effortlessly on the gentlest of breezes, his form as fluid as the air itself. Their paths crossed on a starship named Harmony, a vessel designed for intergalactic exploration. Solara had been sent by her people to share the wisdom of Luminara's light, while Zephyr was chosen to bring the knowledge of Zephyria's winds. Their mission was to foster understanding and peace among the planets, but neither expected the journey to teach them as much about themselves as it did about each other. At first, Solara and Zephyr struggled to communicate. Solara's voice was soft and soothing, like a lullaby woven from starlight, while Zephyr's words came in bursts, carried by the playful winds that surrounded him. Their misunderstandings were many. Solara found Zephyr's constant movement unsettling, while Zephyr couldn't fathom Solara's stillness and her way of listening more than speaking. One day, as they navigated through a meteor shower, their differences led to a disagreement. Zephyr, eager to weave through the meteors, wanted to take a daring path, while Solara, cautious and reflective, suggested a safer, slower route. Their voices, usually so gentle, rose in frustration, echoing through the corridors of the ship. But as the meteors danced dangerously close, threatening the Harmony's hull, the two realized that neither could navigate the storm alone. Solara's wisdom in understanding the patterns of the meteors saved them from collisions, while Zephyr's agility and quick reflexes steered them safely through the gaps. Together, they found a balance, guiding the ship with an elegance and grace that neither could achieve alone. Afterward, as they sat together in the observation deck, surrounded by the vastness of space, Solara spoke softly. "Your spirit is like the wind, Zephyr. It's something I've come to admire, though it was once hard for me to understand." Zephyr, feeling the warmth in Solara's words, replied, "And your light, Solara, it's a beacon in the dark. I see now how it guides us, even when the way is unclear." From that moment on, a friendship began to bloom between them, as bright and gentle as the stars outside their window. They shared stories of their worlds. Solara spoke of the luminous fields of Luminara that glowed in the night, and Zephyr shared tales of the singing dunes of Zephyria, where the winds crafted melodies from the sands. Their journey continued, with each challenge bringing them closer, teaching them the values of patience and understanding. When a solar flare threatened their communication systems, it was Solara's calm presence that guided them to a solution. When they encountered a rogue asteroid, it was Zephyr's quick thinking and nimble maneuvers that saved them once again. Through their adventures, they learned to appreciate their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Solara taught Zephyr the beauty of stillness, of taking a moment to breathe and reflect, while Zephyr showed Solara the joy of spontaneity, of seizing the moment and letting the winds of fate carry them to new discoveries. As their mission neared its end, Solara and Zephyr stood together on the observation deck, watching as the twin suns of a distant system set on the horizon. The colors painted across the sky in hues of gold and lavender, a perfect blending of their worlds. "I never imagined I would find a friend among the stars," Solara murmured, her voice as gentle as the light that surrounded her. "And I never thought stillness could be so full of life," Zephyr replied with a smile, his eyes twinkling like the stars they had come to know so well. In that moment, they understood that friendship was not about erasing differences, but about embracing them, finding harmony in diversity. Their bond, forged in the heart of the universe, was as enduring as the stars themselves. As the harmony continued its voyage across the galaxy, Solara and Zephyr knew that they carried with them a piece of each other's worlds. And in the warm glow of the ship, amidst the cosmic symphony of light and wind, they discovered that true friendship was the greatest adventure of all. And so, under the vast expanse of the universe, Solara and Zephyr drifted into the gentle embrace of sleep, their dreams entwined like the stars above, a testament to the enduring power of understanding and love. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in a secluded corner of the world where emerald hills kissed the sky, there lay a quaint village known as Briarwood. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook sang a lullaby that lulled even the sun to sleep. In this village lived a young woman named Lyla, who found herself at a crossroads in life, a place where the road behind seemed to disappear, and the path ahead was shrouded in a misty uncertainty. Lyla was a gentle soul, with eyes like pools of amber that reflected the warmth of her heart. Yet, despite the tranquility of her surroundings, she felt a restlessness within her, a yearning to grow and change, though she knew not what form this change should take. She often wandered the meandering paths of Briarwood, hoping the whisper of the leaves or the dance of the dappled sunlight would offer her some hint of direction. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Lyla decided to venture further than she ever had before. The path she chose was one less traveled, winding deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood as ancient sentinels, their branches woven together like a tapestry of emerald and gold. The air here was thick with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the forest floor crunched softly beneath her feet. As Lyla walked, she came upon a clearing bathed in a magical light. At its center stood a peculiar tree, unlike any she had seen. Its bark shimmered with hues of silver and lavender, and its leaves sparkled as if dusted with stardust. Intrigued, Lyla approached, her fingers brushing the bark with reverence. As she did so, a gentle voice floated through the air, soft as the rustle of silk. "Welcome, seeker of change," it spoke. Startled yet intrigued, Lyla looked around, her eyes finally resting on a small, luminescent creature perched upon a low-hanging branch. It was a sprite with wings as delicate as gossamer and eyes that twinkled like tiny stars. "I am Sylphie," the sprite said, her voice a melody of bells. "This tree is the heartwood, a mirror to those who seek to understand themselves." Lyla listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "I wish to change," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper, "but I fear what I might become." Sylphie nodded, understanding flickering in her eyes. Change is like the turning of seasons, she explained. It is natural and necessary, yet it requires patience. The heartwood can guide you, but first you must face the shadows within. With these words, Sylphie beckoned Lyra to sit at the base of the heartwood. As she settled into the soft moss, the tree began to glow, enveloping her in a cocoon of warm light. Slowly, images began to swirl around her, scenes from her life that she had long forgotten or perhaps chosen to overlook. She saw herself as a child, full of wonder and dreams, then as a young girl afraid of stepping beyond her comfort zone, and finally as she was now, caught in the web of indecision. As the visions faded, Lyra felt a shift within her, a gentle unraveling of knots she hadn't realized were there. She understood now that her fear of change was rooted in a fear of the unknown, of leaving behind the familiar for something she couldn't yet envision. But she also saw the strength in her heart, the courage she had shown in seeking out the heartwood. The warmth of the light began to fade, leaving Lyra with a sense of peace she hadn't felt before. Sylphie fluttered down to sit beside her, a knowing smile upon her lips. "You have begun to understand," the sprite said softly. "The magic of transformation lies not in becoming someone new, but in embracing who you truly are." With newfound clarity, Lyra rose, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She thanked Sylphie and the heartwood, promising to return and continue her journey of self-discovery. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed less daunting, the shadows less intimidating. She realized she was not alone. The forest, the village, and her own inner strength were her companions. Back in Briarwood, Lyra found herself more attuned to the subtle magic of everyday life. She began to paint, capturing the beauty of the world around her in vibrant colors that reflected her newfound perspective. Her art became a bridge, connecting her to the villagers who shared in her joy and encouraged her growth. As the days turned to weeks, Lyra discovered that transformation was an ongoing journey, not a destination. She learned to listen to the whispers of her heart and the wisdom of the world around her. And through it all, she remained surrounded by the gentle support of her friends and the enduring magic of the heartwood. In time, Lyra became a beacon of light and inspiration within Briarwood, her story a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the power of embracing change. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest and the twinkling stars above, she lived, loved, and continued to transform, ever guided by the gentle dance of nature's magic. Story 64. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a dense and ancient forest, lay a village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for Willowbrook was cradled by the woods where magic breathed through the rustling leaves and whispered secrets were carried by the gentle breeze. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their gardens and crafting with the gifts of the forest, but they always respected the mysterious boundaries of the woods. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, known for his curious spirit and kind heart. Finn had an unyielding fascination with the forest, especially the tales told by the elders about the mystical creatures and hidden worlds that lay beyond the visible paths. His grandmother, with her eyes that twinkled like stars, often spoke of a magical object, a small glass orb that could reveal hidden worlds to those with pure hearts and brave souls. As the leaves turned golden and the air crisp with the promise of autumn, Finn's curiosity grew too strong to ignore. He decided to embark on a journey to find this magical orb, not for the sake of adventure alone, but to understand the wonders that the forest held. With his heart set, he packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of sweetberry juice, and a knitted scarf from his grandmother, imbued with her warmth and love. Setting out early one morning, Finn walked through the village as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and orange. The village lay quiet, wrapped in the comfort of sleep, save for the birds that began their morning chorus. He followed the winding path leading into the forest, feeling the cool earth under his feet and the whisper of the trees above him. The deeper Finn ventured, the denser the forest became, with towering trees whose branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. The light filtered through the canopy, casting a gentle, dappled glow on the forest floor. As he walked, Finn could feel the forest come alive around him, the rustle of leaves like a soft lullaby, and the distant call of woodland creatures. After hours of walking, Finn came upon a clearing where the light shone brighter, illuminating a circle of stones that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. In the center of this circle lay a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. It was here, in this serene and magical spot, that Finn decided to rest. As he sat by the pond, munching on his bread, he noticed a shimmer beneath the water's surface. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer and saw something remarkable. There, nestled among the pebbles at the bottom, was the orb his grandmother had described. It glowed softly, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling within like a captured rainbow. With care, Finn reached into the cool water, the touch of it sending a shiver up his spine, and retrieved the orb. As his fingers closed around it, a warm, comforting sensation spread through him, as if the orb recognized his heart and intentions. The orb was smooth and cool to the touch, yet it seemed to hum with life, a gentle vibration that resonated with the beat of his heart. Cradling the orb in his hands, Finn marveled at its beauty, but before he could ponder further, the forest around him began to change. The colors intensified, the greens richer, the browns deeper, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. It was as if the very essence of the forest had been awakened, revealing a hidden world that had been invisible moments before. Creatures emerged from the underbrush, creatures Finn had only heard of in stories. There were the gentle fae, with their translucent wings that caught the light like prisms, and small woodland sprites with mischievous grins and eyes that sparkled with laughter. Even the trees seemed to breathe, their trunks shifting subtly as if they were stretching after a long slumber. Among these wondrous beings was a creature unlike any other, a fox with fur that glowed like embers in a fireplace. Its eyes, deep and wise, met Finn's with a look of recognition. The fox approached, and Finn, feeling a connection he couldn't quite understand, knelt to meet it. The fox spoke, not with words, but with thoughts that flowed directly into Finn's mind. "You have found the orb, young one," the fox communicated, its voice a soothing melody. "It is a rare gift, and with it comes great responsibility. You see, this orb can reveal the hidden truths of the world and guide those who seek to protect and nurture the balance of nature." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with the wonder and weight of the fox's words. "What must I do?" he asked, eager to learn and help. The fox's eyes gleamed with approval. "You must journey deeper into the forest, beyond the veil of shadows, where the balance has been disturbed. There you will find the source of the change and restore harmony. But remember, you are not alone. The forest will guide you, and the friends you find along the way will help you." With a nod of understanding, Finn rose, the orb clutched firmly in his grasp. The path ahead seemed daunting, but he felt a newfound strength within him, a determination to fulfill the task he had been given. As he turned to continue his journey, the fox trotted by his side, a steadfast companion on this magical quest. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the light grew dimmer and the air cooler. The trees here were ancient and gnarled, their branches reaching out like the arms of old wizards. The forest was alive with whispers, the rustling leaves sharing secrets in a language only the heart could understand. As they walked, Finn and the fox encountered other creatures, each with their own wisdom and guidance. There was Talia, the wise old owl who offered insight into the forest's history, and Bramble, the playful squirrel who knew the secret passages and shortcuts that wove through the trees. These new friends joined Finn, creating a merry band that moved with purpose and cheer. The journey was not without its challenges. There were brambles that snagged at their clothes, streams that needed crossing, and paths that seemed to lead in circles. But with each obstacle, Finn's friends offered their skills and support. Talia's keen eyes spotted the safest paths. Bramble's nimble feet found the best way across the streams, and the fox's calm presence soothed any fears that arose. As they traveled, Finn learned from his companions, absorbing their wisdom and kindness. He realized that the true magic of the orb lay not just in revealing hidden worlds, but in the connections it fostered, the friendships that grew stronger with each passing day. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the Vale of Shadows, a place where the world seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with anticipation, and the shadows danced like living things against the trees. Here the forest felt different, as if something precious had been lost. At the heart of this place stood a great tree, its bark silvered with age and leaves shimmering like spun gold. But it was not as vibrant as it should have been. Its branches sagged, and a faint sigh could be heard on the wind. This was the source of the imbalance, and Finn knew what he must do. With the orb in hand, he approached the tree, feeling its ancient wisdom and the sadness that lay within. Placing a gentle hand on its trunk, he concentrated on the warmth and light of the orb, letting its magic flow into the tree. As he did so, his heart filled with images of the village, the forest, and all the creatures that called it home. The orb glowed brighter, its colors swirling in a dazzling dance. The light spread from the orb into the tree, filling it with life and energy. Slowly, the tree began to straighten, its leaves regaining their luster and the air around them growing lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. As the transformation unfolded, the forest responded in kind. The shadows receded, replaced by a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. The creatures of the forest emerged, their eyes alight with gratitude and joy. Finn's friends gathered around him, their smiles wide and hearts full. The fox, who had been by Finn's side throughout, spoke once more. "You have restored balance, brave one. You have shown that true strength lies in the bonds we share and the kindness we offer. The forest is grateful, as are we." Finn beamed, his heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment and joy he had never known. He realized that his journey had not only been about finding the orb, but discovering the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around him. With the forest at peace, Finn and his companions made their way back to Willowbrook, their hearts light and spirits high. The journey home was filled with laughter and stories, each step a reminder of the adventure they had shared. Upon returning to the village, Finn was greeted with cheers and embraces. His grandmother, with tears of pride in her eyes, hugged him tightly, whispering words of love and admiration. Finn knew that he had not only found the orb, but had also discovered a deeper understanding of himself and the world. From that day on, Finn was known not just for his curiosity, but for his courage and compassion. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a beloved friend, its secrets a source of wonder and inspiration. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, nestled deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the stories of Finn and his magical journey were told and retold, a testament to the power of friendship, the wisdom of nature, and the magic that lies in every heart. As the years passed, the forest remained a place of peace and balance, watched over by the creatures who had become Finn's friends. And though the orb's glow may have faded with time, its magic lived on in the bonds that had been forged, a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness can bring about the greatest change. And so, beneath the starlit skies and the gentle embrace of the forest's arms, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the world around them, guided by the lessons of the past and the promise of tomorrow. The end. Story 65. Beneath the vast, shimmering canopy of the Milky Way, where stars whispered secrets only the universe could hold, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a place where the air hummed with the soft glow of bioluminescent flora, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of moonflowers blooming under twin moons. Luminara was a tapestry of gentle hills and crystalline rivers, an idyllic realm known for its warm-hearted Luminians. In stark contrast, far across the cosmos, nestled amidst swirling nebulae, was the planet Therox, a world of towering metallic spires and skies painted with swirling storms of emerald and azure. The Theroxians, clad in intricate exoskeletons that glistened like polished silver, were a people of precision and logic, their cities a testament to their engineering prowess. It was in these two worlds, so different yet bound by the same sky, that our story begins. Lyla, a Luminian with skin that glowed like the softest twilight, was known for her gentle spirit and her love for the stories carried by the starlight. Her days were spent wandering the moonlit meadows, collecting tales and weaving them into soft, melodic songs that echoed through the valleys. On Therox, Zephyr, a young engineer with a heart as pure as the crystal-clear lakes of his homeland, was always curious about the universe beyond the steel horizons. Though his world thrived on logic, Zephyr often found himself daydreaming, his mind drifting to distant realms. One fateful evening, as a rare cosmic event aligned the planets in a celestial dance, Lyla's curiosity led her to the ancient Luminian Observatory. There she discovered an old, forgotten star map, its coordinates pointing towards Therox. Meanwhile, Zephyr, guided by the same cosmic pull, stumbled upon a mysterious artifact hidden within the archives of a forgotten Theroxian library, its engravings whispering of Luminara. Drawn by an inexplicable force, both embarked on a journey across the stars, their paths destined to cross. As Lyla's starlight ship descended into the bustling Theroxian city, it was met with awe and confusion. The Luminians, with their ethereal presence, were often misunderstood by the logical Theroxians, seen as whimsical and unfocused. Zephyr, tasked with escorting the visitor, was intrigued by Lyla's gentle luminescence, but wary of her seemingly capricious nature. Their first meeting was a flurry of misunderstandings. Lyla's poetic language puzzled Zephyr, while his precise, methodical speech seemed cold and unyielding to her. Yet, as the days passed, a shared challenge arose. An ancient Theroxian mechanism, a relic of a forgotten age, began to fail, threatening the very balance of their ecosystem. The mechanism needed the gentle touch of Luminian light to restore its harmony, a light only Lyla could provide. Working side by side, Lyla and Zephyr discovered the beauty in their differences. Lyla's intuitive understanding of nature complemented Zephyr's analytical prowess, their combined efforts weaving a tapestry of light and logic. As they labored, they found solace in each other's company, their conversations shifting from stilted exchanges to rich dialogues filled with laughter and warmth. One evening, as the mechanism began to hum with renewed life, Lyla and Zephyr sat beneath the towering spires, the night sky a canvas of swirling stars. Lyla shared stories of her home, of the moonflowers that danced in the breeze, their soft glow mirrored in Zephyr's eyes. Moved by her tales, Zephyr spoke of his dreams, of the endless skies and the whispering winds of Therox that sang of freedom and exploration. In these shared moments, they found a deep understanding and respect for one another, their friendship blossoming like the moonflowers beneath the moons of Luminara. Through their journey, they learned that true friendship transcended planetary boundaries, a bond forged in the heart and nurtured by shared dreams. When the time came for Lyla to return to Luminara, it was with a heart full of gratitude and a promise of eternal friendship. Zephyr, too, felt the warmth of their bond, knowing that distance could never dim the light of their connection. As Lyla's ship ascended into the starry expanse, Zephyr watched, his heart aglow with the gentle wisdom of their shared journey. And in the quiet of the Theroxian night, beneath the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship. A timeless tale carried by the stars, whispered across the universe, binding worlds and hearts together in its luminous embrace. Story 66. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and shimmering streams, there lay a cottage with a peculiar garden. This garden was unlike any other, for it was filled with the most unusual assortment of teapots, each delicately perched on wooden posts, their spouts pointing skyward as if singing a silent tune. The villagers often speculated about the teapot's purpose, but no one truly knew their secrets, save for a gentle-hearted girl named Mara. Mara lived in this cottage with her grandmother, a wise old woman who spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. From an early age, Mara was taught to care for the teapots, polishing them until they gleamed under the sun and whispering sweet nothings into their spouts as if they were dear friends. What the villagers did not know was that each teapot held a whisper of magic, and Mara's grandmother had entrusted her with their care for a very special reason. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mara discovered something unusual. A teapot she had never seen before, with intricate designs of swirling stars and crescent moons, sat in the center of the garden. It was warmer to the touch than the others, and as Mara cradled it in her hands, she felt a tiny comforting pulse emanating from its core. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Mara went inside to seek her grandmother's advice. She found her sitting by the fireplace, knitting a scarf of the softest wool. Her grandmother looked up, her eyes a deep well of wisdom. "Ah, you have found the teapot of echoing dreams," she said with a serene smile. "It has chosen you for a journey." Mara's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "What kind of journey, grandmother?" "The kind that will teach you to see the world with new eyes," her grandmother replied, her voice as soothing as the crackle of the fire. "But remember, the greatest challenges are often solved not by strength, but by understanding." With these words echoing in her heart, Mara set out on her journey. The teapot guided her, its warmth a gentle beacon in her hands. As she ventured beyond the familiar boundaries of the village, the woods welcomed her into their emerald embrace, birdsong weaving a melody that danced through the leaves. Along the way, Mara met companions who would become dear friends. First was Finn, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to have a life of its own. He was playful and quick, his nose twitching with curiosity and mischief. Then there was Leora, a wise owl with feathers like moonlit snow, her eyes pools of silent understanding. Last was Pip, a tiny mouse with a heart as brave as a lion's, his whiskers quivering with determination. Together they traversed the winding forest paths, sharing stories and laughter. Each evening they gathered around a small campfire, where Mara would pour steaming tea from the magical teapot. The aroma was like the memory of a warm hug, and as they sipped, they found their dreams filled with vivid colors and enchanting tales. One day, their journey led them to a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide like the arms of an ancient guardian. Beneath its boughs was a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. However, the pool was troubled, ripples marring its calm as if whispering of an unseen sorrow. The companions approached the pool with care. "What do you think is wrong?" Pip asked, his voice a gentle squeak. Mara knelt by the water's edge, her reflection looking back at her with eyes that mirrored the curiosity in her heart. "Perhaps it is troubled by something it cannot express," she mused. Leora nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Echoes of the past can sometimes disturb the peace of the present." Finn scampered forward, his tail bobbing. "Maybe we can help it find its calm again." Inspired by her friend's insights, Mara gently placed the teapot of echoing dreams by the pool. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the whispers of the teapot guide her. Slowly, she began to hum a soft, soothing melody, the kind her grandmother used to sing during stormy nights. Her friends joined in, their voices blending in harmony with the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze. As they sang, the ripples on the pool's surface began to still, the water returning to its mirror-like calm. In its depths, they now saw images of a time long past, a drought that had left the land parched and suffering. Understanding blossomed in Mara's heart. The pool holds memories of when the land was in pain, she realized. It needs to be reminded of the present, of the beauty and peace that surrounds it now. With newfound clarity, Mara took a sip from the teapot and shared it with her friends. Their dreams that night were filled with visions of the forest's vibrant life, of the flowing streams and the dancing fireflies. When they awoke, the pool was serene, its surface a perfect reflection of the clear blue sky. Grateful for their help, the grand oak tree whispered its thanks, gifting them each with a token of its gratitude, a leaf that would forever remind them of their journey and the wisdom they had gained. With their task complete, Mara and her friends returned to the village, their hearts light and their spirits enriched. As she stepped back into her grandmother's cottage, Mara felt the warmth of the teapot in her hands, a comforting reminder of the journey she had undertaken. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have learned well, my dear," she said softly. "The true magic lies not in the teapot, but in the heart that listens and understands." Mara nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged. As night fell and stars began to twinkle in the sky, she placed the teapot of echoing dreams among the others in the garden, knowing its magic would always be a part of her. And so, with a heart at peace and a spirit aglow, Mara drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the warmth of her grandmother's love and the whispers of the magical teapots that sang the sweetest lullabies under the moonlit sky. Story 67. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels against a velvet sky, lay the peaceful planet of Oriole. Its soft, lavender-hued forests whispered secrets to the gentle breezes, and crystalline rivers sang a lullaby that echoed through the valleys. Here resided a species known as the lumens, luminous beings who glided gracefully across the land, their presence a gentle glow in the twilight. Among them was a young lumen named Neris, whose curiosity about the universe often drew her gaze beyond the comforting confines of her world. Her heart yearned for the mysteries that lay among the stars, and she dreamed of adventures in the vast expanse of space. One evening, while Neris was perched on a hilltop, her luminous eyes fixed on the heavens, a brilliant streak of light tore across the sky. It was not a shooting star, but a spacecraft, fiery and spiraling out of control. It crashed with a gentle thud into the meadow below, sending a soft wave of phosphorescent blossoms into the air. Neris, both cautious and intrigued, fluttered down to investigate. As she approached the wreckage, she noticed movement from within. The hatch creaked open, and out stumbled a peculiar being, unlike anything Neris had ever encountered. It was a gorgle from the planet Taros, a race known for their sturdy, rock-like exteriors and deep, resonant voices. This gorgle, named Thane, was covered in a fine layer of dust, his rugged skin glistening under the soft glow of Oriel's twin moons. He looked around with bewilderment, and upon seeing Neris, instinctively took a defensive stance. Neris, sensing his unease, raised a hand, her light dimming to a warm, gentle glow. "Fear not," she spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "You are safe here." Thane's eyes, like molten amber, softened at her words. I mean no harm," he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. "My ship was caught in a meteor storm, and I lost control." Neris nodded, understanding his plight. "Come, let us find shelter. We can mend your ship together." Thus began an unlikely companionship. At first, misunderstandings arose from their differences. Thane's strength, which served him well on Taros, often left delicate items shattered, much to Neris's dismay. His booming laughter startled the shy creatures of Oriel, sending them scurrying. Similarly, Thane found Neris's ethereal presence perplexing. Her ability to glide silently across the ground and communicate with the flora and fauna of her world was both fascinating and confounding to him. Yet, as they worked side by side to repair the ship, they began to appreciate each other's unique qualities. One day, while searching for a rare crystal needed for the ship's engine, they encountered a challenge that tested their burgeoning friendship. A sudden storm swept through the valley, its winds howling with an intensity that threatened to tear the very trees from the earth. As they sought refuge in a small cave, Thane used his formidable strength to shield Neris from the debris, while she provided a calming light that eased the storm's fury. In that moment, they discovered the true power of their partnership. Thane, with his steadfast resilience, and Neris, with her gentle wisdom, complemented each other in ways neither had anticipated. As the storm subsided, they shared a quiet moment of understanding, their differences a bridge rather than a barrier. Over time, their bond deepened, and laughter echoed through the meadows, a harmonious blend of Thane's hearty guffaws and Neris's tinkling giggles. They learned from one another, growing more attuned to the other's needs and perspectives. Finally, the day came when Thane's ship was ready to take flight. As they stood at the edge of the meadow, a bittersweet silence enveloped them. Thane, with a heart heavier than the heaviest stone, turned to Neris. "I must return to Taros, but I shall carry the light of our friendship wherever I go." Neris, her glow a little brighter, replied, "And I, the strength of your spirit. May our paths cross again among the stars." With a final embrace, Thane boarded his ship. As it ascended into the sky, Neris watched, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She knew that their friendship, forged through trials and triumphs, would transcend the vastness of space. And so, under the endless canopy of stars, a lumen and a gorgle discovered that true friendship knows no boundaries. It is a bond that glows brightly, lighting the darkest corners of the universe with its gentle, unwavering light. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering, lavender-hued forest, there lived a gentle soul named Lyla. She was known for her kindness and her love of the familiar comforts of her little world. Her home, a cozy stone cottage with a thatched roof, was adorned with vibrant climbing roses and sheltered by an ancient oak tree whose branches whispered secrets to the wind. Yet, despite the serenity of her surroundings, Leora felt a subtle restlessness within her heart. The village, vibrant with laughter and the jingling of chimes that hung from every porch, seemed to hum with a rhythm she couldn't quite dance to. Change, it appeared, was afoot, and Leora found herself struggling to embrace the unfamiliar tune. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered to the ground like tiny sunlit sails, Leora wandered into the lavender forest. It was a place of enchantment, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming violets, and the songs of unseen birds twirled through the trees. Here the world felt alive with possibilities, each step a gentle invitation to discover something new. As Leora walked deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing where the sunlight danced upon a small, glistening pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky and the trees in perfect harmony. Drawn to its beauty, Leora sat by its edge, dipping her fingertips into the cool water. She watched as ripples spread across the pond, transforming her reflection into shimmering patterns that seemed to whisper tales of change and growth. It was here, in this tranquil haven, that Leora met a curious creature. A small, iridescent dragonfly flitted about, its wings a blur of sapphire and emerald. The dragonfly landed lightly on a nearby reed, its eyes like tiny mirrors reflecting Leora's gentle face. "Greetings, kind soul," the dragonfly chimed in a voice as light as a summer breeze. "I've watched you wander through the forest. What brings you to this magical place?" Leora sighed softly, her breath mingling with the crisp air. "I feel a stirring within me, a yearning for change, yet I fear what lies beyond the comfort of my familiar life." The dragonfly nodded knowingly, its wings catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. Change is but a dance with the unknown. It can be daunting, but it holds the promise of transformation and discovery. "Would you like to see the magic that lies within you?" Intrigued, Leora nodded. The dragonfly hovered closer, its wings whispering secrets of courage and metamorphosis. "Within this pond lies a gateway to your inner self. Its waters are enchanted, reflecting not only what is seen, but what is felt and dreamed." With a gentle nudge of encouragement, Leora gazed into the pond. As she peered into its depths, she saw not just her reflection, but her past, present, and the shimmering possibilities of her future. Scenes unfolded in the water, her laughter with friends, the warmth of her cottage, and most vividly, a path leading into the unknown, lined with flowers of every hue. As the images danced before her, Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her chest, spreading through her limbs like the gentle rays of a rising sun. The fear that had gripped her heart began to loosen, replaced by a sense of wonder and possibility. The dragonfly circled above her, its presence a comforting reminder of the magic that surrounded her. "You see," it whispered, "the unknown is not to be feared but embraced. It is where you will find the beauty of who you are meant to become." Inspired by the dragonfly's words, Leora returned to the village, her heart lighter and her spirit brighter. She began to seek out new experiences, guided by the wisdom of her own heart and the support of her friends, who cheered her on with gentle encouragement and shared in her discoveries. The village, once a tapestry of the known and familiar, now unfolded as a canvas of endless possibilities. Leora found joy in learning new crafts, exploring the hidden paths of the forest, and sharing stories under the stars with her newfound companions. Through each experience, she grew more confident, her fear of change melting away like morning mist. She discovered that within the dance of the unknown lay the seeds of growth and transformation, each step a brushstroke on the masterpiece of her life. And so, with the passing seasons, Leora blossomed into a soul as vibrant as the forest she loved. Her heart sang with the melody of her own making, a song of courage, friendship, and the endless beauty of personal discovery. In the gentle embrace of the lavender forest, where magic and reality wove together like threads of a tapestry, Leora learned the most precious lesson of all, that true transformation comes not from changing who we are, but from embracing who we are meant to be. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village and the forest, Leora stood by the pond once more. The dragonfly, her steadfast companion, danced in the twilight air, its wings a testament to the magic that lived within and around them. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit as free as the winds that whispered through the trees, Leora embraced the beauty of her journey. She had discovered the greatest treasure of all, the joy of becoming, the wonder of change, and the gentle magic of transformation. And in that moment, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 69. Once upon a time, in the cheerful village of Whimsy Wood, where the cobblestone streets were lined with candy-colored cottages and the air was always filled with the scent of freshly baked pastries, there lived a group of delightfully quirky creatures. Whimsy Wood was a place where the ordinary intertwined with the extraordinary, and magic was as common as morning dew. Among the cheerful residents was a sprightly little gnome named Tumbletoes. Tumbletoes had a peculiar talent for cartwheeling, which he used to travel everywhere, leaving trails of giggles in his wake. His pointy red hat never once slipped off, no matter how many flips he performed. He lived in a toadstool house, its roof polka-dotted with white spots nestled comfortably between two towering sunflowers that nodded in the gentle breeze. Tumbletoes' best friend was a talking squirrel named Nibbles. Nibbles had an insatiable curiosity and a knack for finding the most unexpected treasures in the forest. His bushy tail was often seen poking out of a pile of leaves or dangling from a tree branch as he investigated yet another curious find. He had a penchant for collecting shiny pebbles and twinkling trinkets, which he kept in a cozy burrow beneath a sprawling oak. Then there was Miss Poppy, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. She was the village's unofficial guardian, tending to the flowers and ensuring the magic of Whimsy Wood remained vibrant and alive. Miss Poppy lived in a honeysuckle bower where the sweet scent of blossoms perfumed the air all year round. Life in Whimsy Wood was always filled with laughter and joy, but one sunny morning an unusual problem arose. The village's beloved rainbow fountain, a magical spring that gushed streams of color and joy into the heart of Whimsy Wood, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The villagers gathered around the silent fountain, scratching their heads and pondering what could have gone wrong. "Perhaps it's just a hiccup," suggested Pip, a jovial frog in a purple waistcoat, his voice brimming with optimism. "Nonsense," replied Sir Wobblebottom, the plump and wise old owl perched on a nearby branch. "Fountains don't get hiccups. There's something magical afoot." Tumbletoes, Nibbles, and Miss Poppy exchanged determined glances. This was a challenge they could not ignore. With a collective nod, they set out on a quest to restore the rainbow fountain's flow. Their journey took them through the enchanted glade, where the trees whispered secrets and the sunlight danced in patches on the forest floor. As they walked, Miss Poppy fluttered gracefully from flower to flower, gathering hints from the petals and leaves. Tumbletoes cartwheeled alongside her, his eyes wide with wonder, while Nibbles scampered ahead, his nose twitching with excitement. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered their first magical twist. A peculiar creature named Whizzle, a dragonfly with wings that glowed like tiny lanterns, buzzed around them in a flurry. "Ah, travelers, you seek the fountain's flow, do you not?" Whizzle chirped, his voice as bright as his wings. "Indeed we do," replied Miss Poppy with a gentle smile. "Do you know what has happened?" Whizzle spun in the air, creating tiny spirals of light. "The fountain's source has been tangled in a web of forgotten wishes," he explained. "Only the laughter of friendship can untangle it." Nibbles scratched his head, pondering Whizzle's words. "Forgotten wishes? How do we find those?" "Follow the giggle path," Whizzle instructed, pointing a tiny leg toward a trail that sparkled underfoot. "But beware the tickle bushes. They'll have you in stitches." With a chorus of thanks, the trio set off along the giggle path. Soon, they found themselves dodging and weaving through the tickle bushes, which indeed had them laughing uncontrollably. Tumbletoes' cartwheels turned into somersaults of laughter, while Miss Poppy's wings fluttered with mirth. Nibbles, however, managed to collect his wits enough to spot a glimmering thread dangling from a low-hanging branch. "Look," he squeaked, pointing. "A wish thread." Miss Poppy gently plucked the thread, and as she did, it shimmered and sang with the sound of a child's giggle. This must be one of the forgotten wishes, she surmised. With each wish thread they collected, the giggle path gleamed brighter, leading them to a hidden grove. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches adorned with countless shimmering threads. At its base, A glimmering pool reflected the colors of the rainbow. "We must weave the threads into a song of laughter," Whizzle buzzed, appearing beside them once more. "That will restore the fountain's flow." The friends joined hands, forming a circle around the pool. Tumbletoes began with a joyful cartwheel, his laughter echoing through the grove. Nibbles joined in with his high-pitched chortles, while Miss Poppy's melodic giggles harmonized with their mirth. Together, their laughter created a symphony of joy that resonated with the forgotten wishes. As the song of laughter filled the air, the willow tree's branches shimmered and swayed, and the glimmering pool began to bubble and swirl. Suddenly, with a joyful burst, a stream of rainbow-colored water erupted into the sky, painting the grove with vibrant hues. The magic of the rainbow fountain was restored, and Whimsy Wood came alive with a renewed sense of enchantment. The villagers cheered as the colorful streams flowed once more, bringing with them a cascade of joy and wonder. With their mission accomplished, Tumbletoes, Nibbles, and Miss Poppy returned to the village, where they were greeted as heroes. Sir Wobblebottom, ever the wise one, nodded approvingly from his perch. "It seems the laughter of friendship is indeed the most powerful magic of all," he hooted. That night, as the stars twinkled over Whimsy Wood, the villagers gathered around the fountain, sharing stories and laughter. And as they drifted into happy dreams, the rainbow fountain sang its gentle lullaby, a melody of friendship and joy that echoed through the wood. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Wood, where magic and laughter intertwined, the village thrived in harmony, forever blessed by the gift of friendship and the enchanting wonders of the rainbow fountain. Stories upon a time, in a galaxy sprinkled with stars like sugar across a velvet sky, two worlds orbited a distant sun. Each world was home to a unique species, and while they shared the same cosmic neighborhood, their paths rarely crossed. On the vibrant planet of Lumina, where the air shimmered with a rainbow of colors, lived a creature named Fira. She was a lumine, a being of light, whose skin glowed softly in hues of lavender and gold. Fira was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, always eager to help the shimmering flora and fauna of her world thrive. Across the stars, on the dense, emerald planet of Verdalis, dwelled a being named Orin. Orin was a Verdalian, a creature of the earth and wood, with skin as textured as tree bark and eyes like deep pools of forest green. He was thoughtful and observant, often seen tending to the towering trees and whispering winds of his home. One fateful day, a cosmic event known as the Star Dance occurred, a rare alignment that brought the two planets close enough for their inhabitants to glimpse each other's worlds for the very first time. In a moment of curiosity, Fira and Orin each decided to venture into the vastness of space, drawn by the mysterious allure of the unknown. Their spacecrafts, crafted with the ingenuity of their respective species, met by chance in the swirling mists of a luminous nebula. Fira, with her vessel of light and gossamer, and Orin, with his ship of wood and vine, paused in awe at the sight of each other. Their first encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Fira, with her radiant glow, seemed blinding to Orin, whose eyes were accustomed to the dappled shadows of Verdalis. Meanwhile, Orin's earthy presence felt overwhelming to Fira, who was used to the delicate lightness of Lumina. They attempted to communicate, but their words, though kind, were lost in translation. Despite the initial confusion, Fira and Orin were intrigued by one another. Fira admired Orin's grounded wisdom, while Orin was fascinated by Fira's radiant energy. They decided to journey together, exploring the wonders of the nebula, hoping to learn from each other's worlds. As they traveled, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. A storm of cosmic winds threatened to tear their ships apart, but Fira, using her light, created a protective shield that guided them to safety. In another instance, their path was blocked by a field of dense meteorites. Orin, with his knowledge of the Earth, found a path through, using the gravitational pull to gently nudge the rocks aside. Through each trial, they learned to appreciate their differences. Fira began to see the beauty in Orin's steady presence, finding comfort in his calmness. Orin, in turn, found joy in Fira's vibrant spirit, realizing that her light brought warmth to the shadows of his world. Their journey through the nebula became a dance of light and earth, each step taken together, building a bridge of understanding between their hearts. They shared stories of their homes, painted pictures of their skies, and exchanged seeds of their worlds, planting them in their hearts as symbols of their growing bond. In time, Fira and Orin discovered that their friendship was like a star born in the heart of the nebula, a blend of light and shadow, strength and gentleness. They realized that though they were different, their differences made them stronger, and together they were a force of beauty and harmony. As the star dance drew to a close, and their planets began to drift apart once more, Fira and Orin knew they would never forget the bond they had formed. They promised to meet again, to explore new nebulae and share more stories, their friendship a beacon of hope across the galaxy. And so, under the twinkling canopy of stars, Fira and Orin parted ways with hearts full of joy and gratitude. They understood the true meaning of friendship, an unwavering connection that transcends boundaries and brings light to even the darkest corners of the universe. From that day forward, each time the stars aligned for the star dance, the inhabitants of Lumina and Verdalis looked to the sky, remembering the tale of Fira and Orin, a story of friendship that shone as brightly as the stars themselves. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest where the trees stretched their gnarled branches towards the sky like the fingers of an elder reaching for the stars, lay a world unseen by most. Here the air was perpetually tinged with the scent of damp moss and blooming wildflowers, and the forest floor was a tapestry of ferns and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, pooling in patches of warmth on the cool earth below. This forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a symphony of life, each element playing its part in an intricate, harmonious melody. Within this magical realm lived creatures both familiar and fantastical. The wise old owl with feathers like a quilt of midnight, the nimble deer whose hooves barely stirred the leaves as they danced through the underbrush, and the mischievous fox with eyes that glimmered like embers. Among these denizens was a small, unassuming creature named Bramble, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and ears that twitched at the slightest sound. Bramble was known for his gentle nature and his keen sense of observation, which had earned him the role of listener among the forest's inhabitants. He knew the language of the rustling leaves, the stories carried on the breeze, and the ancient songs of the river that wound its way through the forest like a silver ribbon. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in ways subtle and grand. Spring was a cacophony of life, as buds burst into bloom and new life emerged from every corner. Summer brought a languid heat, with afternoons spent lazily under the shade of towering oaks, their leaves whispering secrets to one another in the warm breeze. Autumn painted the world in shades of amber and crimson, the air crisp with the promise of change, and winter wrapped the forest in a blanket of silence, the snow muffling sound and softening the world into a landscape of serene beauty. Bramble loved each season for its own unique gifts, but he had a special fondness for autumn. It was during this time that the forest seemed to hold its breath, a moment of stillness before the deep sleep of winter. And it was in this stillness that the most magical phenomenon of all occurred, the dance of the leaves. The dance of the leaves was a spectacle known only to those who lived within the forest's embrace. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the leaves, vibrant and full of color, would begin to fall in a cascade of swirling patterns. But this was no ordinary fall. The leaves moved with a grace and purpose that suggested something more. They twirled and spun in the air, carried by a breeze that seemed to have a mind of its own, choreographing an ethereal ballet that left the forest bathed in a golden glow. It was said that the dance of the leaves was a message from the forest itself, a reminder of the cycle of life and the importance of balance and harmony. Each leaf, though small and seemingly insignificant, played a crucial role in the health and well-being of the forest, just as every creature, from the smallest ant to the largest bear, contributed to the greater whole. This year, as the leaves began their dance, Bramble felt a stirring of something deep within him. A whisper on the wind called to him, urging him to follow the path of the dancing leaves. He bounded through the forest, his heart light with the thrill of adventure and discovery, until he reached a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like the arms of a welcoming friend. Beneath the oak, a soft bed of leaves lay, as if inviting Bramble to rest. As he settled among them, he noticed something remarkable. Each leaf bore intricate patterns, like a tapestry woven by the hands of time itself. These patterns seemed to tell a story, one of wisdom and balance passed down through generations. It was then that Bramble realized the true gift of the dance of the leaves. The patterns were a map, a guide to maintaining the harmony of the forest. They told of the importance of respecting the natural world, of listening to the quiet voices that often went unheard, and of the power of working together to protect the delicate balance of life. With this newfound understanding, Bramble returned to the heart of the forest, eager to share what he had learned with his friends. As he gathered them around, he spoke of the wisdom of the leaves, of the stories etched into their very fabric, and the lessons they imparted. The creatures of the forest listened intently, their hearts open to the message carried on the autumn breeze. Together, they vowed to honor the teachings of the leaves, to live in harmony with their surroundings, and to pass this wisdom on to future generations. And so, as the last leaves fell and the first snowflakes began to drift from the sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, secure in the knowledge that it was cherished and protected by those who called it home. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity and respect. And though the dance of the leaves came but once a year, its message echoed through the lives of all who dwelled within the ancient, magical forest, a gentle reminder of the beauty and balance that could be found in the world when viewed through the eyes of wisdom and friendship. And so, with hearts full of contentment and dreams woven from the soft threads of nature's lullabies, the creatures of the forest drifted into a deep, restful sleep, cradled in the embrace of their beloved home. Story 72. Once upon a star-kissed night, in a cozy village nestled among the whispering trees, strange things began to happen. Little Willow, a curious young fox with russet fur and twinkling eyes, first noticed the oddities. Her morning foraging trails through the wildflower meadows seemed slightly askew, as if some unseen force had rearranged the blossoms overnight. The dew droplets glistened in unfamiliar patterns on the petals. Perplexed but undeterred, Willow continued her wanderings. She soon discovered that the babbling brook had shifted its course ever so slightly, causing the water to trickle in a new, winding path. The smooth river rocks appeared to have been carefully repositioned by some invisible hand. As the days passed, more and more peculiarities arose. Toadstools sprouted in strange rings, acorn caps danced in tiny circles on the forest floor, and wind chimes tinkled without a breath of air. Willow's puzzlement grew, but she knew just who to ask for guidance. Deep in the ancient woods dwelled a wise old oak tree named Oakenheart. With a warm, creaking voice, he had been a friend and mentor to many forest creatures over countless seasons. Surely he would understand these strange occurrences. Willow scampered through the shadowed glades until she found Oakenheart's mighty trunk, his gnarled branches reaching up to embrace the sky. "Dear friend," she called, "the most peculiar things have been happening in our woods. Can you explain these mysterious events?" Oakenheart let out a gentle, rumbling chuckle that rustled his leaves. "Ah, little one, it seems you have encountered the mischievous tricks of the whisper sprites. They are ancient, invisible folk who delight in reshaping the natural world ever so slightly while we slumber." Willow's eyes widened with wonder. "Whisper sprites? But why do they meddle with our paths and flowers?" "It is their way of reminding us to look at our surroundings with fresh eyes," Oakenheart replied sagely. "By shifting what is familiar, they prompt us to observe the beauty around us anew, as if seeing it for the first time." Comprehension dawned on Willow's whiskered face. "So their pranks are meant to help us appreciate the little wonders we often overlook?" "Precisely," Oakenheart affirmed with a creaking nod of his branches. "The whisper sprites mean no harm. Their magic is one of gentle mischief and endless curiosity. Why don't you pause on your next foraging trip and truly look at the meadow? You may be surprised by what you find." Willow thanked the wise old oak and scampered back into the wildflowers. This time she followed the sprite's subtle rearrangements, allowing her gaze to linger on the kaleidoscope of colors, and intricate patterns in each blossom. She noticed how the dew sparkled like diamonds in the morning sun, and how the petals seemed to dance in the breeze. A nearby rabbit watched her investigation with a bemused look, its twitching nose and bright eyes regarding her with new interest. From the corner of her eye, Willow glimpsed a faint shimmer in the air, as if invisible beings were brushing past the tall grass. With a contented smile, Willow realized the whisper sprites had indeed opened her senses to the humble marvels around her. Their magic had rekindled her appreciation for the natural world and all its small, sacred wonders. From that day on, Willow greeted each morning with fresh eyes, watching in delight as the sprites wove their harmless enchantments overnight. The little fox learned to find joy in the unexpected, secure in the knowledge that these whimsical agents of curiosity meant only to spark newfound awe in the ancient abiding magic of the forests. Story 73. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and ancient oak trees, there was a legend whispered among the townsfolk. It spoke of a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where time flowed differently and magic danced like fireflies in the night. This world, they said, could be glimpsed only by those with pure hearts and inquisitive spirits. At the center of this legend lay a magical object, a silver compass that did not point north, but guided its holder to where they were most needed. In this village, there lived a young girl named Lyla. Her hair was the color of golden wheat, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lyla had heard the stories of the enchanted forest since she was a child, tales spun by her grandmother during long winter nights by the fire. To her, these stories were not just tales, but maps to uncovering the mysteries of the world. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves swirled in shades of amber and crimson, Lyla set out with a sense of purpose. Her grandmother had left her the silver compass, wrapped in a velvet cloth, with a note that simply read, "Follow where it leads." Lyla clutched the compass tightly, feeling its cool metal against her palm. It vibrated softly, as if alive with its own heartbeat. The forest path was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched under her feet. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows that danced like playful spirits. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, a perfume of the wild. As Lyla ventured deeper, the compass needle swung erratically, pointing neither left nor right, but urging her to trust its guidance. As she walked, she marveled at the beauty around her, the way the moss clung to ancient stones, the babbling of a hidden brook, the whisper of the wind through the trees. It was as if the forest itself was alive, watching her, welcoming her. Her heart swelled with a sense of belonging, a feeling that this journey was more than just a walk through the woods. Hours passed and the forest thickened. The path became less clear, almost as if it was fading into the earth itself. Yet the compass remained steady, its needle pointing straight ahead. Lyla's steps were certain, her trust in the compass unwavering. Just as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Lyla arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an enormous oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and nestled among its roots sat an old wooden door, half buried in leaves. Lyla approached the door with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The compass hummed in her hand, the needle quivering with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she reached for the handle, feeling the cool metal under her fingers. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a soft, golden light that spilled onto her feet. Stepping through, Lyla found herself in an entirely different world. A gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of laughter echoed in the distance. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors, fields of wildflowers kissed by the morning dew, crystalline streams that sang as they flowed, and towering trees whose leaves shimmered like emeralds. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Lyla was greeted by creatures she had only known from fairy tales. A fox with eyes as wise as the forest itself trotted beside her, its fur a fiery red against the verdant backdrop. Birds with plumage like rainbows flitted overhead, their songs weaving a melody that resonated with her soul. It was here that Lyla met Finn, a young boy not much older than herself. His hair was the color of chestnuts, and his eyes were like pools of clear water. Finn was tending to a garden of luminous flowers, each petal glowing with its own inner light. He looked up as she approached, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Welcome," he said, his voice as gentle as the breeze. "I see the compass has brought you here." Lyla nodded, feeling an instant kinship with this boy. "I've heard stories of this place, of the magic that dwells here." Finn chuckled softly. "Magic is everywhere if you know where to look, but here it is more alive." Together, they explored the hidden world, each discovery more wondrous than the last. They climbed hills that overlooked valleys filled with mist, watched as stars ignited the night sky, and shared stories of their lives, their dreams, and their hopes. Yet, as days turned into weeks, Lyla felt a gentle tug at her heart, a reminder of the world she had left behind. The compass, too, began to change, its needle now pointing in a different direction, urging her to move on. "It's time, isn't it?" she asked Finn one evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree, its branches cradling the two travelers. Finn nodded, his expression thoughtful but serene. "This journey has changed you, and there are others who need you now. But remember, you carry a piece of this world within you." With a heavy heart, Lyla said her goodbyes, promising to return one day. As she passed through the door, she glanced back to see Finn waving, his figure framed by the golden light of the hidden world. The forest embraced her once more, its familiar scents and sounds a comforting lullaby. Lyla walked the path back to her village, her heart full of the wonders she had seen and the friendships she had forged. Upon her return, the villagers gathered to hear her tale, their eyes wide with wonder. Lyla spoke of the magic that lay just beyond their reach, of the hidden world and its wisdom, and of the boy who had taught her that sometimes the greatest magic of all is the bonds of friendship. As the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled overhead, Leela's story wove itself into the tapestry of the village, a new legend to be whispered from generation to generation. And in her heart, she knew that the compass would always guide her, wherever she was most needed, for her journey was far from over. And so, with dreams of hidden worlds and magical journeys, the village fell into a gentle slumber, comforted by the knowledge that magic was always closer than they dared to imagine. Story 74. In a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, strange occurrences had been unfolding, much to the bewilderment of its inhabitants. The once vibrant flowers in the community garden now drooped listlessly, their petals withered and dull. The cheerful melodies of songbirds had faded into eerie silence. Even the babbling brook that flowed through the heart of the village seemed muted, its waters running sluggishly. Young Willow, a curious and kind-hearted girl, was the first to notice these peculiar changes. Her eyes, bright with wonder, observed every detail of the world around her. As she sat by the brook one afternoon, idly trailing her fingers through the water, she couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Willow's closest friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, had been her confidant for as long as she could remember. With a gentle creak of his branches, he leaned down to listen as she shared her concerns. "Dear Oakley, have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Willow asked, her brow furrowed in thought. "The flowers seem to be wilting, the birds have fallen silent, and even the brook doesn't seem as lively as it once was." Oakley's bark creased in contemplation. "You're right, little one," he rumbled. "There is a strange stillness in the air, and the magic of the forest appears to be waning." Willow's eyes widened. "Magic? But I thought that was just a myth." Oakley chuckled softly. "Oh no, my dear. Magic is very real in these woods, and it's what keeps our village thriving, but something seems to be disrupting the natural balance." Determined to solve the mystery, Willow and Oakley embarked on a quest to uncover the cause of the strange occurrences. They sought guidance from the wise old owl, Hooty, who resided in the highest branches of the tallest pine tree. Hooty listened intently as they recounted their observations, her large, amber eyes blinking thoughtfully. "Ah, yes," she hooted, ruffling her feathers. "I have sensed a disturbance in the magic that flows through these woods. It seems to be emanating from the heart of the forest, where the ancient willow tree stands guard." With newfound purpose, Willow and Oakley ventured deeper into the forest, following the faint trail that led to the ancient willow tree. As they drew closer, they noticed a shimmering veil of energy surrounding the tree, pulsating with a faint, sickly glow. Suddenly, a small, glowing creature fluttered out from behind the willow's twisted trunk. It was a forest sprite, its delicate wings beating rapidly as it approached them. "Greetings, friends," the sprite chirped, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Glimmer, and I have been tasked with protecting the magic of this forest." Willow and Oakley listened in rapt attention as Glimmer explained the situation. "The ancient willow tree is the wellspring of magic in these woods," she said. "But a dark, corrupting force has taken root, slowly siphoning away its power." Willow's heart sank. "Oh no! Is there anything we can do to stop it?" Glimmer nodded, her tiny features resolute. "There is an ancient ritual that can cleanse the willow tree and restore the magic to its full strength, but it requires the combined efforts of all who dwell within the forest." Without hesitation, Willow and Oakley rallied the creatures of the woods, the squirrels, rabbits, deer, and even the birds who had fallen silent. Together, they gathered around the ancient willow tree, joining hands and voices in a harmonious chant. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the shimmering veil surrounding the willow tree began to pulse with renewed vigor. Slowly but surely, the sickly glow faded, replaced by a warm, vibrant radiance that seemed to breathe life back into the forest. The flowers in the village garden unfurled their petals, their colors more vivid than ever before. The brook bubbled and gurgled merrily, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight, and the sweet melodies of songbirds once again filled the air, their joyous trills echoing through the trees. Willow and Oakley shared a contented smile, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the magic that had been restored. And from that day forward, they remained ever vigilant, working together with the creatures of the forest to ensure that the delicate balance of nature was always preserved. In the cozy village nestled deep within the ancient woods, the magic continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the wondrous mysteries that lie just beyond the beaten path. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a young girl named Clara. She had a curious mind and a heart as warm as the sunbeam that trickled through the leaves of the ancient oak trees. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman who often spoke of the enchantment that lay hidden in the most mundane of things. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sky blushed with hues of orange and pink, Clara ventured into her grandmother's attic, a place filled with the scent of cedar and the mystery of forgotten times. Dust motes danced in the slanting sunlight as she explored the treasures around her. Her eyes caught the glint of something unusual, a small, intricately carved wooden box, tucked away on a high shelf. Clara carefully brought the box down to the floor, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. On the lid was a depiction of a winding river, surrounded by tiny creatures of the forest. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a shimmering, translucent feather lying atop a bed of soft velvet. As Clara picked up the feather, it glowed with a warmth that spread through her fingertips, filling her with an inexplicable sense of joy and wonder. Intrigued, Clara rushed downstairs to show her grandmother the magical feather. Her grandmother's eyes widened with a mix of recognition and delight. "Ah, my dear," she said with a gentle smile, "you have found the feather of whispers. It is said to hold the power of listening, not just to the words of others, but to the whispers of the heart and the secrets of the world around us." Though Clara did not fully understand, she felt a newfound excitement bubbling within her. Determined to uncover the feather's secrets, she decided to embark on a journey to the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother often mentioned in her stories. It was said that the glade was touched by magic, and that it was a haven for creatures who held wisdom beyond their years. As dawn painted the village in soft morning light, Clara set off on her journey, the feather tucked safely in her satchel. The path to the glade was winding and overgrown, flanked by towering trees whose leaves whispered stories of old. Along the way, Clara met a peculiar squirrel named Pip, with fur as gray as the morning mist and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip chattered, perched on a low branch. "I'm on my way to the Enchanted Glade," Clara replied, stroking the feather tucked in her bag. "I seek the wisdom to understand this magical feather." Pip nodded knowingly. Ah, the feather of whispers. It is said that those who bear it must first learn to listen with their hearts to truly unlock its magic. Come, I shall accompany you, for I know these woods well. Grateful for the company, Clara and Pip continued along the path, sharing stories and laughter. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they met a gentle doe named Lyra, whose eyes were as deep and serene as the forest pools. "May I join your quest?" Lyra asked, her voice soft as the rustling leaves. "The glade is a place dear to my heart, and I too cherish the wisdom it holds." With their newfound friend, the trio pressed on, each step bringing them closer to the glade and the secrets it promised. As they walked, Clara began to notice the subtle symphony of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the babble of the brook, the chirping of crickets. It was as if the world was speaking to her in a language she was only just beginning to understand. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, they arrived at the enchanted glade. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air shimmered with a gentle magic, and the grass was a lush carpet underfoot. The glade was alive with creatures large and small, each one exuding a sense of peace and harmony. In the center of the glade stood a wise old owl named Eldrin, his feathers as white as the moonlight that bathed the clearing. Clara approached him with reverence, feeling the weight of her journey and the anticipation of discovery. "Welcome, young seeker," Eldrin hooted, his voice a soothing melody. "What brings you to our sacred glade?" Clara held out the feather of whispers, its glow reflecting in Eldrin's wise eyes. "I found this feather and wished to understand its magic." Eldrin nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. "The feather reveals its secrets only to those who listen, not with ears alone, but with the heart. It teaches that true wisdom comes from understanding and empathy." Clara pondered Eldrin's words, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her. She realized that her journey had already begun to teach her the importance of listening, not just to the sounds around her, but to the feelings and thoughts of her companions, and even her own heart. With newfound understanding, Clara thanked Eldrin and her friends, Pip and Lyra, for their help. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the feather tucked safely in her bag, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and connection with the world. Under the twinkling evening stars, Clara returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with a warm embrace. The feather of whispers had not only shown her the beauty of listening, but had also deepened her bond with those she cared for. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of the wisdom she had gained, knowing that the ordinary always held the potential for extraordinary discoveries, if only one listened. Story 76. In the quaint village of Wisteria Hollow, nestled at the foot of the ancient Whispering Woods, the air was always tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming lilacs and the earthy scent of moss-covered stones. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, seemed to be painted in shades of warm gold and deep green. It was a place where time seemed to slow, cradling its inhabitants in a gentle embrace of peace and familiarity. In this serene enclave lived a young girl named Mabel. Mabel was known for her curious spirit and gentle heart, her laughter as infectious as the melody of a songbird. Her hair, the color of sunlit honey, often danced in the breeze as she explored every nook and cranny of her beloved village. She had a knack for finding beauty in the smallest of things: a perfectly round pebble, a dew-kissed spider's web, or the way sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves. One particularly soft morning, when the mist clung to the ground like a silken veil, Mabel set out towards the Whispering Woods. She had always been drawn to those ancient trees, their trunks thick and twisted with the stories of centuries. Today, however, something felt different. As she stepped beneath the arching branches, she felt a tingling sensation, as though the woods were whispering secrets meant only for her. As she wandered deeper, the air around her seemed to hum with a melodic resonance. She followed the sound until she reached a small clearing, bathed in the golden glow of morning light. There, nestled among a bed of vibrant wildflowers, lay a peculiar object, a small, ornate box, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change under her gaze. Mabel knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing the delicate engravings. It was cool to the touch, yet she felt a warmth spread through her as she lifted the lid. Inside, she found a shimmering crystal, pulsating softly with an inner light that seemed to mirror the heartbeat of the forest itself. Captivated by its ethereal beauty, she gently picked it up, feeling a surge of energy course through her. As the crystal settled in her palm, a voice, soft and melodic, resonated in her mind. "Dear child, you have found the heart of the woods. With it comes the power to hear the language of nature and to uncover the hidden wonders of the world." Mabel gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. She had heard tales of magical relics, but to hold one in her hand felt like a dream. Eager to understand her newfound ability, she closed her eyes and listened. The rustling leaves whispered tales of distant lands, the babbling brook sang of its journey from the mountains, and even the stones beneath her feet hummed with the wisdom of ages. Days turned into weeks, and Mabel spent every free moment exploring the woods, guided by the whispers of the heart. She discovered hidden groves filled with luminescent mushrooms, secret glades where butterflies danced in kaleidoscopic swirls, and ancient trees that shared stories of times long past. The forest became her friend, its secrets a source of endless fascination. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, Mabel heard a new voice, a voice tinged with sadness. It was a small, tremulous sound, barely audible over the symphony of the forest. Following its call, she came upon a tiny creature, a sprite, its wings like delicate lace, shimmering with a silvery glow. The sprite, whose name was Lyra, sat on a fallen leaf, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mabel approached gently, her heart aching at the sight of such sorrow. "Why do you weep, little one?" she asked, her voice as soft as the breeze. Lyra looked up, a spark of hope flickering in its eyes. "Oh, kind Mabel," it whispered, "I am lost and cannot find my way back to the realm of light where my kin await me." Mabel knelt beside the sprite, offering a comforting smile. "Fear not, dear Lyra. Together we shall find your way home." With the heart of the woods as their guide, Mabel and Lyra embarked on a journey through the forest, following trails hidden from mortal eyes. As they traveled, Mabel shared stories of her village and its people, while Lyra spoke of the realm of light, a place of endless wonder where the stars themselves sang in harmony. Their journey was not without challenges. They crossed rivers on stepping stones that danced beneath their feet, navigated through dense thickets where shadows played tricks on the mind, and climbed hills where the wind howled like a mournful wolf. Yet, through it all, they relied on each other, Mabel's courage and Lyra's wisdom forging a bond that defied the boundaries of their worlds. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Lyra turned to Mabel, its eyes shining with gratitude. "You have given me more than your companionship, dear Mabel. You have shown me the beauty of your world, and for that I am forever grateful." Mabel smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "And you, Lyra, have taught me to see the magic in the everyday, the wonder that lies in the simple act of being present." As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, they reached the edge of the whispering woods. There, hidden behind a veil of mist, lay a shimmering portal, a gateway to the realm of light. Lyra's wings fluttered with excitement and trepidation. "This is where we part, dear friend," Lyra said, its voice tinged with both joy and sorrow. "But fear not, for our hearts are forever linked by the journey we have shared." Mabel nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I shall never forget you, Lyra. May your path be filled with light and laughter." With one last embrace, Lyra flew into the portal, its form becoming a streak of silver light that vanished into the ether. Mabel watched until the last glimmer faded, her heart full of a bittersweet joy. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, the heart of the woods continued to whisper its secrets, guiding her steps. She had come to understand that the magic of the world was not just in the extraordinary, but also in the everyday moments of kindness, friendship, and understanding. Returning to Wisteria Hollow, Mabel found herself changed. The village seemed to glow with a new light, each corner brimming with potential and promise. She shared her stories with the villagers, her words painting vivid pictures of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. In the quiet moments before sleep, as she lay beneath a quilt of stars, Mabel would close her eyes and listen to the gentle whispers of the heart, each note a reminder of her journey and the friends she had made along the way. And though the heart of the woods remained a cherished secret, its magic infused her life with a sense of peace and connection that would guide her always. And so, in the warm embrace of Wisteria Hollow and the ancient whispering woods, Mabel found her place, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the world and the gentle melody of friendship that sang in her soul. Story 77. In a quaint village, nestled between emerald hills and sprawling fields of sunflowers, there lived a young girl named Aria. Her laughter was as bright as the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled like the evening stars. Aria was known for her curiosity and her kind heart, both of which often led her on small adventures through the village and its surrounding woods. One late summer afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm glow, Aria wandered further than usual, her feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. She followed a path that twisted through the trees like a ribbon, drawn in by the whispering of the wind that seemed to call her name. It was on this path that she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and a shimmering gemstone was embedded at its center. The box seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Aria's fingers brushed against it, and a tingling sensation ran up her arm, filling her with a sense of wonder. With a mixture of excitement and caution, she opened the box. Inside, she found a tiny, iridescent feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a spectrum of colors onto her hands. The feather seemed to hum with a melodic tune, one that resonated deep within her spirit. As she held it, Aria felt a connection to something much larger than herself, something ancient and magical. That night, Aria placed the feather beneath her pillow, its gentle glow comforting her as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her dreams were vivid and filled with images of swirling colors and soaring through skies she had never seen before. When she awoke, she felt a sense of purpose, as if the feather had whispered secrets to her in her sleep. Determined to uncover the mystery of the feather, Aria set out the next morning with a sense of adventure in her heart. She visited the village elder, a wise woman named Lyla, who was known for her knowledge of the old ways and the hidden magic of the land. Lyla listened intently as Aria described her discovery, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "This feather," Lyla mused, "comes from the fabled phoenix of the hidden grove, a creature of great wisdom and magic. It is said that the phoenix's feathers have the power to reveal paths unseen and unlock the truths that hide within one's heart." Aria's eyes widened with awe. "What should I do with it?" she asked, her voice a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Lyla smiled gently, her gaze softening. "The feather has chosen you, dear Aria. It will guide you, but you must trust your heart and listen to the whispers of the world around you. There is a journey you must take, one that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." With Lyla's words echoing in her mind, Aria set off on her journey. She followed the feather's gentle glow, which seemed to point her toward the forest's edge, where the trees grew denser and the air was thick with the scent of moss and earth. The path was not always clear, yet the feather's light illuminated her way, casting shadows that danced like playful spirits. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Aria encountered creatures she had only heard of in tales. A gentle stag with antlers woven with vines watched her with wise eyes. A family of rabbits scurried playfully across her path, and birds with plumage as bright as the rainbow sang melodies that filled the air with joy. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Aria came upon a shimmering pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the twilight as if it were a piece of the heavens. She felt a pull toward the water's edge and knelt down, peering into its depths. To her astonishment, the pond was not just a body of water but a portal to another world. Beneath its surface lay a hidden realm, a tapestry of colors and light that seemed to pulse with life. The feather in her hand began to vibrate softly, and she knew that this was the next step in her journey. Taking a deep breath, Aria stepped into the pond. A sensation of warmth enveloped her, as if she were being wrapped in a comforting embrace. The water parted around her, and she found herself standing in a world that was both familiar and wondrously strange. The hidden realm was a place where magic thrived. Trees with crystalline leaves towered above, their branches forming a canopy that glimmered with starlight. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Arya felt a sense of belonging here, as if she had come home to a place she had never known existed. As she explored this enchanting world, Arya met a young boy named Finn. His hair was a cascade of copper curls, and his eyes were the color of the forest's deepest shadows. Finn had been living in the hidden realm for as long as he could remember, guided by his own magical artifact, a silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon. Together, Arya and Finn discovered that their artifacts were connected, each one a key to unlocking the mysteries of the realm. They ventured into the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood, its bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the moonlight. It was beneath this tree that they found the phoenix, a majestic creature with plumage that shimmered like liquid fire. Its eyes were pools of infinite wisdom, and its voice resonated like a symphony. The phoenix explained that the realm was in danger, its magic fading as the balance of nature was disrupted. "The two of you," the phoenix intoned, "are the guardians of this world. With your artifacts, you possess the power to restore harmony, but you must do so with patience and understanding. The journey will not be easy, but you have the courage and the heart to succeed." Arya and Finn exchanged a determined glance, their resolve strengthened by the phoenix's words. They spent the days that followed learning the secrets of the hidden realm, guided by the phoenix and the creatures that called it home. They discovered that the magic of the realm was tied to the natural world, a delicate balance that needed to be nurtured and protected. The journey was not without its challenges. They faced storms that tested their strength, shadows that sought to deceive them, and puzzles that required them to think beyond what they knew. Yet through it all, Arya and Finn grew closer, their friendship blossoming like the flowers of the hidden realm. Together, they learned the importance of listening, to each other, to the world around them, and to the whispers of their own hearts. They discovered that true magic lay not just in the artifacts they carried, but in the connections they forged and the love they shared. At last, the day came when they were ready to restore the realm's magic. Beneath the ancient oak, with the phoenix watching over them, they combined the power of the feather and the pendant. A brilliant light enveloped them, weaving a tapestry of color and sound that resonated with the heartbeat of the world. As the light faded, the realm began to bloom anew. The trees sang with renewed vigor, and the flowers danced in the gentle breeze. The balance had been restored, and the magic of the hidden world flowed freely once more. Arya and Finn stood hand in hand, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. They had succeeded not just in saving the realm, but in discovering the power of friendship and the strength that lay within themselves. With the realm safe, it was time for Arya to return to her own world. She bid farewell to Finn, promising to visit whenever she could, and stepped back through the shimmering pond. As she emerged, she found herself once again in the forest, the sun setting in a sky painted with the colors of their journey. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and Arya shared her story with Lyra and all who would listen. She kept the feather, its gentle glow a reminder of the hidden realm and the adventures she had shared with Finn. As she lay in bed that night, the feather tucked beneath her pillow, Arya felt a warmth in her heart. She knew that the hidden realm was safe, and that she had found a friend who would always be with her, no matter the distance. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, the soft glow of the feather guiding her into dreams filled with magic, laughter, and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 78. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced like glimmering fireflies in the vastness of space, lay the planet of Lumina. Lumina was a world of ethereal beauty, its skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, and its surface covered with shimmering crystals that sang softly in the breeze. Here, under a canopy of twinkling stars, lived a gentle creature named Ziri. Ziri was a myriad, a species known for their iridescent scales and delicate wings that fluttered like autumn leaves. Ziri spent her days tending to the crystal gardens, coaxing them to bloom with a touch of her luminescent fingers. She was content in her solitude, feeling the gentle hum of the crystals beneath her feet, until one day, a strange object streaked across the sky and landed with a thunderous crash in the heart of the garden. Curiosity piqued, Ziri fluttered over to the smoking crater. There, amidst the steaming soil, she found a peculiar creature clambering out of a metallic pod. The creature was unlike any she had ever seen, with a body covered in a metallic shell and eyes that shone like polished obsidian. It was an automaton from the distant planet of Makara, and it called itself Rax. Rax had crash-landed on Lumina while on a mission to explore the galaxy and collect data on its diverse ecosystems. Its mechanical voice was a cacophony of beeps and clicks, and at first, Ziri recoiled at the unfamiliar sounds. Rax, too, was puzzled by Ziri's melodic language, a series of harmonious chimes and whispers that echoed like music through the air. Despite their differences, necessity drew them together. Rax needed help repairing its damaged pod to return home, and Ziri, with her natural affinity for the crystals, was the only one who could help. She agreed to assist Rax, though her heart was heavy with doubt. How could they ever understand one another when they were so different? As days turned into weeks, Ziri and Rax worked side by side. Ziri taught Rax how to harness the energy of the crystals to power its pod, while Rax showed Ziri how to manipulate the tools it had brought from Makara. Their progress was slow, hindered by frequent misunderstandings. Ziri would often misinterpret Rax's mechanical gestures, leading to frustrating setbacks, and Rax struggled to adapt to the organic nature of Lumina's resources. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumina cast a silvery glow over the land, Ziri noticed Rax sitting alone, its usually bright eyes dim with wariness. She approached cautiously, her wings creating a soft rustle in the night air. "Rax," she chimed softly, "why do you look so burdened?" Rax turned its gaze to the moons, its voice a muted hum. "I am far from home, and everything here is difficult to understand. I fear I will never complete my mission." Ziri listened, her heart swelling with empathy. "I, too, have felt lost," she admitted, "but perhaps, together, we can find a way." In that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. From then on, instead of focusing on their differences, they began to celebrate them. Ziri showed Rax the beauty of Lumina's night skies, teaching it the stories of the constellations. In return, Rax shared tales of its home, where mountains of metal gleamed under the light of a single sun. Their bond grew stronger as they faced challenges together. When a fierce storm threatened to destroy the garden, Ziri's knowledge of the land and Rax's engineering skills combined to create a protective shield that saved the delicate crystals. And when Ziri's wings were injured during the storm, Rax gently repaired them with the precision of a master artisan. Through these shared experiences, Ziri and Rax learned that friendship transcends language and form. They discovered that trust could be built through patience and understanding, and that true companions are those who stand by you, even when the path is uncertain. Finally, the day came when Rax's pod was ready for departure. Ziri and Rax stood together in the garden, surrounded by the vibrant blooms they had nurtured. The air was filled with the sweet scent of crystal blossoms and the gentle hum of the land, a melody that spoke of new beginnings. "Thank you, Ziri," Rax said, its voice now carrying a warmth that mirrored the bond they had forged. "I will never forget what you have taught me." Ziri smiled, her wings catching the light like 1,000 tiny rainbows. "Nor I you, Rax. Remember, the stars will always guide you home." With that, Rax entered the pod, its engines humming to life. As it ascended into the sky, Ziri watched until it became just another star in the vast tapestry above. Her heart was full, knowing that their friendship would forever be a part of her story. And so, under the watchful gaze of Lumina's twin moons, Ziri continued tending her garden, her spirit brightened by the memory of an unlikely companion who had taught her the true meaning of friendship. As she worked, the crystals sang their gentle song, a lullaby that echoed through the night, carrying with it a promise of enduring bonds and the beauty of understanding. In the heart of the galaxy, where stardust danced like glimmering fireflies, Ziri knew that she was never truly alone, for the connections we make, regardless of where we come from, are the threads that weave the universe together. Story 79, The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and towering forests, life moved at a gentle pace. The village was famed not for its size nor for its wealth, but for the enchanting woods that bordered its northern edge. The Whispering Woods, as they were known, were filled with stories of magic and wonder, tales passed down through generations. It was said that the woods were home to creatures both wondrous and wise, beings who held the secrets of the world. But few dared to venture deep within, for the woods were also cloaked in mystery, and those who entered often returned changed, if they returned at all. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, a young girl named Lyla set out from Elderglen with a heart full of curiosity. She had heard the stories of the woods from her grandmother, tales that spoke of hidden worlds and magical objects. Lyla, with her bright eyes and insatiable curiosity, dreamed of discovering these wonders for herself. As she entered the Whispering Woods, the world around her seemed to transform. The trees, tall and ancient, whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling like gentle laughter. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where mushrooms and wildflowers grew in abundance. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the melody of birdsong and the distant murmur of a brook. Lyla walked with purpose, her steps light and her heart open to the magic around her. She had heard of a hidden glade deep within the woods, a place where a magical object awaited those who were brave enough to seek it out. This object, it was said, had the power to grant wisdom and insight to its finder. As Lyla ventured deeper into the forest, the path grew narrow and winding, the trees closing in around her like the pages of a book. Yet she felt no fear, only a sense of wonder and anticipation. She paused from time to time, listening to the whispers of the woods, as if they were guiding her towards her destination. After what felt like hours, Lyla arrived at the edge of a clearing. The glade was bathed in golden light, the grass soft beneath her feet. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, intricately carved box. Lyla approached the box with reverence, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. As she opened the box, a soft glow emanated from within, illuminating her face with a warm, gentle light. Inside lay a beautifully crafted mirror, its surface clear and reflective. Lyla lifted the mirror, gazing into its depths. To her surprise, the reflection that stared back was not her own, but a vision of the forest, vibrant and alive, teeming with creatures she had only imagined. In that moment, Lyla understood the true magic of the mirror. It was not a tool for granting wishes or revealing secrets, but a portal to understanding the world around her. Through the mirror, she saw the interconnectedness of all things, the way the trees and the animals, the sun and the rain, all played a part in the symphony of life. With newfound clarity, Lyla closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel. She knew she could not keep the mirror, for its magic was meant to be shared. As she turned to leave the glade, she felt a presence beside her. Glancing to her right, she saw a small fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, watching her with bright, intelligent eyes. The fox, sensing her understanding, nodded as if in approval. Together they began the journey back to Elderglen, Lyla's heart full of wonder and the promise of new adventures to come. As they walked, Lyla spoke softly to the fox, sharing stories of her village and the people who lived there. The fox listened intently, its eyes filled with a wisdom beyond its years. In that moment, a bond of friendship formed between them, a connection that defied the boundaries of their worlds. Back in Elderglen, Lyla shared the story of her journey with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. The mirror, she explained, would remain in the woods, a gift for those who sought to understand the mysteries of the world. And so Lyla's tale became part of the tapestry of stories that surrounded the Whispering Woods, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the magic that lies within the natural world. As the years passed, Lyla grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, her adventures in the woods shaping the person she would become. The fox remained her steadfast companion, a reminder of the day she discovered the wonders of the world and the magic of a simple mirror. In the quiet moments of the night, as the village slept beneath a blanket of stars, Lyla would sit by the fire with her grandmother, sharing stories of the woods and the lessons they had taught her. Together, they would weave new tales of wonder and wisdom, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Woods would be passed down to future generations. For in the heart of Elderglen, and in the whispers of the woods, the magic of friendship and understanding lived on, a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that change us, and the most powerful magic is the connection we share with the world around us. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the village of Elderglen slept soundly, wrapped in the warmth of stories and the comfort of a world filled with magic and wonder. Story 80. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and swaying fields of golden grain, there lived a young girl named Aurora. Her days were spent exploring the lush meadows and whispering woods that surrounded her home, her heart dancing with the songs of the wind and the stories of the earth. Her favorite place in all the world was the old, ivy-covered library at the village's edge, a place where the dust of ages mingled with the scent of leather-bound tomes, each book a doorway to another realm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the amber leaves fluttered down like whispers from the trees, Aurora visited the library in search of a new adventure. The sun cast long shadows through the arched windows, painting the worn wooden floors with patterns of light and shade. As Aurora wandered through the aisles, her fingers brushing the spines of books like a gentle breeze, she stumbled upon a small, unassuming volume tucked away in a corner. Its cover was a deep, velvety green, embossed with a delicate silver tree whose branches seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Drawn by a curiosity she couldn't quite explain, Aurora carefully opened the book. To her surprise, the pages were empty, save for a single line written in elegant script on the first page. To those who seek with an open heart, the unseen shall be revealed. Intrigued, Aurora slipped the book into her satchel and made her way home. The evening air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the sky blushed a gentle pink as the sun dipped below the horizon. As she settled into the cozy warmth of her room, Aurora opened the book once more, tracing the silver tree with her fingertip. In that quiet moment, something extraordinary happened. The room filled with a soft, golden glow, and the book began to hum with a gentle energy. Aurora watched in awe as the pages filled with words and images that danced and shifted like leaves in the wind. As she read, the book revealed itself to be a map, a guide to hidden wonders within her own familiar world. The first destination was a place she knew well, the ancient willow tree by the river, its branches trailing like a maiden's hair in the water. But according to the map, there was more to the willow than met the eye. Filled with wonder, Aurora set out the next morning, her breath a silvery mist in the cool dawn air. As she approached the willow, its great trunk seemed to pulse with a gentle, welcoming energy. Aurora placed her hand against the bark, and to her amazement, a doorway appeared where none had been before. With a heart full of curiosity and courage, she stepped through. Inside, she found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was sweet with the scent of honey and wildflowers, and the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors. Creatures of every kind, from the tiniest fireflies to majestic deer with antlers of crystal, moved through this enchanted realm. Aurora's heart swelled with joy and wonder at the sight. As she wandered through this magical land, Aurora met many kind-hearted beings who shared their wisdom and laughter. There was Finn, the wise old owl with eyes like twin moons, who spoke in riddles and rhymes. He perched upon Aurora's shoulder, his feathers soft as velvet, guiding her with gentle words. "Remember, dear one," he hooted, "true sight is found not with the eyes, but with the heart." Aurora also befriended Lyla, a playful sprite with hair like spun gold and a laugh like tinkling chimes. Lyla danced through the air, leaving trails of twinkling light in her wake. She taught Aurora to listen to the songs of the forest and to dance with the rhythm of the earth. Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the enchanted realm, each step a melody, each discovery a note in a grand symphony of wonder. But as they ventured forth, a shadow fell across their path. A riddle awaited them, a challenge woven into the very fabric of this magical place. In a glade bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, they encountered a great stone gate, its surface etched with intricate patterns like the branches of a tree. The gate was guarded by a gentle giant named Thorn, whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. His voice was deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "To pass through, you must solve the riddle," Thorn intoned, his gaze kind but unwavering. "What is it that you must give before you can receive, yet never lose by giving?" Aurora pondered the question, her mind turning over the possibilities like leaves in a gentle breeze. She thought of all she had learned and shared with her newfound friends, and slowly the answer came to her. "The answer is trust," she said softly, her voice filled with the certainty that comes from understanding. "Trust is given freely, and in giving it, we open ourselves to receive the same in return." Thorn smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "You have chosen wisely, young seeker," he said, stepping aside to reveal the path beyond the gate. "May your journey be filled with light and laughter." With the gate open, Aurora and her friends continued on their way, the path leading them to the heart of the realm, a place where the colors of the sky met the earth in a brilliant tapestry of light. Here, Aurora discovered the source of the magic that threaded through her world, a wellspring of wonder that connected all things. As she dipped her hands into the shimmering pool at the center of this place, Aurora felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. She realized that the magic she had discovered was not confined to this enchanted realm, but was present in every moment, every breath of her life. With this newfound understanding, Aurora returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever changed. She carried the lessons of her journey with her, the wisdom and joy she had found in the company of her friends. And though the book that had begun her adventure now rested closed upon her shelf, its pages blank once more, Aurora knew that magic was all around her, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. And so as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Aurora lay down to sleep, the stars twinkling like tiny lanterns in the sky. Her dreams were filled with the songs of the forest and the laughter of her friends, a lullaby that promised new adventures and the endless wonder of the world. In the cozy warmth of her room, with the whispering winds singing outside her window, Aurora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart aglow with the magic of discovery and the comforting knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a gently flowing river, there was a small cottage with a garden full of fragrant herbs and vibrant flowers. The cottage belonged to a wise, elderly herbalist named Marin, who was known far and wide for her soothing remedies and gentle spirit. One quiet afternoon, as the sun cast its golden glow over the village, Marin decided to tend to her beloved garden. With a small basket in hand, she moved between rows of lavender and chamomile, humming a soft tune. As she reached for a sprig of rosemary, her fingers brushed against something unusual beneath the soil, a smooth, cylindrical object. Curious, Marin carefully unearthed the object, revealing a peculiar, intricately carved wooden tube. It was unlike anything she had ever encountered, with delicate etchings that seemed to shimmer when touched by the sunlight. As she examined it, a faint warmth spread through her hands, and a whispering melody drifted into her mind. Feeling the gentle hum of magic, Marin realized this was no ordinary object. The tube, it seemed, held an extraordinary secret. Intrigued and slightly bewildered, she decided to seek the wisdom of the village's eldest sage, a gentle soul named Elder Bramble, who lived at the edge of the forest. The journey to Elder Bramble's home was a mere walk through the village, but it felt like an adventure nonetheless. Along the way, the tube's melody guided her steps, its notes interweaving with the rustling leaves and chirping birds. As Marin approached the edge of the forest, she was greeted by a pair of curious foxes, their eyes bright with intelligence. These foxes, named Thistle and Wren, were known throughout the village for their playful antics and keen wit. They trotted beside Marin, sensing her anticipation. "What have you there, Marin?" chirped Thistle, his ears perked with interest. Marin showed them the wooden tube, explaining her discovery. Wren, with her warm, amber eyes, sniffed the air and remarked, "That carries the scent of enchantment. It does. Elder Bramble will surely know its secret." With the foxes as her companions, Marin soon reached Elder Bramble's cozy abode, a small, moss-covered hut surrounded by towering oaks and whispering willows. The sage was seated in a rocking chair on the porch, his long white beard flowing like a river of snow. "Marin, my dear!" Elder Bramble greeted her with a twinkle in his eyes. "What brings you to my humble corner of the world?" Marin recounted her discovery, presenting the curious tube to the sage. Elder Bramble examined it with careful hands, his fingers tracing the etchings as if reading a story written in the wood. "This," he began with a thoughtful pause, "is a whispering tube. It holds the voices of those who have shared their wisdom with the world, waiting to guide those who listen." Marin listened, captivated by the notion. "How might we unlock its wisdom?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. "The whispering tube reveals its secrets only to those who seek with an open heart and a willing spirit," Elder Bramble explained. "It responds to kindness and understanding, not force." With this newfound knowledge, Marin felt a stirring in her heart. She remembered the melody that had guided her, realizing it was the tube's way of whispering its wisdom. But how to hear it clearly? As night fell and stars twinkled above, Marin sat in the garden outside Elder Bramble's hut, the tube cradled in her lap. Thistle and Wren settled beside her, their presence comforting and warm. Marin closed her eyes, letting the cool night air fill her lungs. She thought of all the lives she had touched with her remedies, the gentle hands she had held, and the soothing words she had shared. Her heart brimmed with compassion, and the melody within the tube began to unfurl, each note clearer than the last. Suddenly, the etchings on the tube shimmered brightly, and a voice, gentle and wise, spoke within Marin's mind. It told tales of courage and kindness, of healing and hope. It spoke of the power of understanding and the strength found in friendship. As the voice faded, Marin opened her eyes, her heart alight with the wisdom she had gathered. She understood now that the journey was not merely to discover the tube's secret, but to reaffirm the path of kindness she had always walked. With a smile, Marin thanked Elder Bramble, Thistle, and Wren for their guidance. As she made her way back to her cottage, the village seemed more vibrant, the stars above more brilliant. The whispering tube had not only revealed its secret, but had also illuminated the gentle magic of Marin's own heart. From that day on, Marin kept the whispering tube in her garden, a symbol of the wisdom found in simple, everyday kindness. And whenever she needed a gentle reminder of life's wonders, she would sit beneath the stars, listening to the whispered wisdom carried on the evening breeze. And so, with the melody of the whispering tube forever echoing in her heart, Marin continued her life's work, her spirit renewed, and her garden flourishing with the magic of friendship and understanding. And under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle hands of wisdom and love. Story 82. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and a gentle winding river, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her world was one of serene beauty and quiet discovery. The village, known as Willowbrook, was abundant with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, and the air was often filled with the soft hum of bees dancing from flower to flower. Life here unfolded with the gentle rhythm of nature, where each day was a tapestry woven with the golden threads of sunlight and the silvery strands of moonlight. Anya was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like stars and a heart as open as the sky. Her days were spent exploring the lush fields and shaded groves, her imagination painting the world in hues of wonder. But there was one place that piqued her curiosity more than any other, the Enchanted Glade, a hidden sanctuary rumored to be alive with magic. The Enchanted Glade was a mystical grove deep within the forest, said to be guarded by ancient spirits and cloaked in mystery. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, sharing tales of those who ventured too close and returned with stories of dancing lights and whispering trees. Anya, however, was drawn to the glade not by fear, but by an unquenchable thirst for discovery. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Anya set out on a journey to the glade. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. She wore a cloak of deep forest green, its hood pulled over her dark curls to keep the morning chill at bay. Her boots crunched softly on the path as she walked, echoing like a gentle drumbeat in the stillness of the forest. The path to the glade was winding and narrow, flanked by tall oaks and whispering pines. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Anya felt a thrill of excitement as she ventured deeper into the woods, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of nature. As she reached the edge of the glade, a sense of awe washed over her. The air seemed to shimmer with a soft, ethereal glow, and the sounds of the forest faded into a serene hush. Before her lay a clearing bathed in golden light, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a gentle breeze set the grasses swaying like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward in a silent embrace. Anya felt a pull towards the majestic tree, as if it held the secrets of the ages within its weathered bark. As she approached, she noticed something glinting among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Anya knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. It was warm to the touch, as if imbued with a life of its own. With a sense of reverence, she opened the lid to reveal a small, glowing orb nestled within. The orb pulsed with a gentle light, casting a soft halo that enveloped Anya in warmth. A voice, gentle and wise, echoed in her mind. "You have found the heart of the forest," it said, "a gift of magic and wisdom. Use it well, for it will guide you on your journey." Anya felt a surge of wonder and gratitude. She cradled the orb in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. The heart of the forest was a treasure beyond measure, a beacon of light in a world of shadows. With the orb safely tucked into her cloak, Anya turned to leave the glade. But as she did, she caught sight of a shadow flitting among the trees, a figure watching from the edge of the clearing. Her heart skipped a beat, but as she looked closer, she realized it was not a threat, but a friend. It was a fox, its fur a rich russet hue that blended seamlessly with the autumnal landscape. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and it regarded Anya with a curious tilt of its head. Anya felt an instant connection with the creature, as if they were kindred spirits drawn together by fate. The fox stepped forward, its movements graceful and fluid. Anya reached out a hand, and the fox nuzzled her palm with a soft, warm nose. In that moment, a bond was forged, a friendship that transcended words and bridged the divide between human and animal. Together, they left the glade, the fox trotting at Anya's side as if they had always been companions. As they made their way back through the forest, Anya felt a sense of purpose and peace. She knew that the orb was more than just a magical object. It was a symbol of the journey that lay ahead. Days turned into weeks, and Anya and the fox became inseparable. They explored the woods together, discovering hidden paths and secret clearings. The fox, whom Anya named Ember, had an uncanny ability to sense danger and lead them safely through the forest's many mysteries. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Anya sat by the river's edge with Ember curled beside her. The water shimmered in the fading light, and the air was filled with the soothing melody of the river's gentle song. Anya held the heart of the forest in her hands, its glow reflecting in the water like a distant star. She had come to understand that the orb was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the hidden magic within herself. With each passing day, she felt her connection to the natural world deepening, her heart resonating with the pulse of the earth. It was during one of these quiet moments by the river that Anya realized her true purpose. The heart of the forest had chosen her not just as a guardian of its magic, but as a protector of the forest itself. She understood that the bond she shared with Ember, the wisdom she gained from the orb, and the love she felt for the land were all parts of a greater whole, a harmony that she was destined to uphold. With this newfound understanding, Anya set out on a journey of transformation and growth. She became a steward of the forest, using the heart of the forest to heal the land and nurture its creatures. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Under her care, the forest flourished. The trees grew taller and stronger, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of green. The river ran clear and pure, its waters teeming with life. The animals thrived, their calls echoing in a chorus of harmony. Anya's journey was not without challenges. There were times when the forest was threatened, by storms that raged with fury, by fires that burned with an unquenchable thirst. But with the heart of the forest as her guide, Anya faced each challenge with courage and wisdom. She learned to harness the power of the orb, using it to calm the storms, to quench the fires, to bring balance to the land. Through it all, Ember was by her side, a steadfast companion in times of trial and triumph. The fox's keen instincts and unwavering loyalty were a source of strength and comfort, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light could be found. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anya's bond with the forest grew ever deeper. She became a legend in Willowbrook, a guardian whose love and dedication brought life to the land. The villagers spoke of her in reverent tones, sharing tales of her courage and kindness. One winter's night, as snow fell softly on the village, Anya returned to the enchanted glade. The world was hushed and still, the air crisp and cold. The heart of the forest pulsed gently in her hands, its glow a beacon in the darkness. Standing beneath the ancient oak, Anya reflected on her journey. She had grown from a curious girl to a wise and compassionate guardian, her heart intertwined with the magic of the forest. She knew that the heart of the forest would one day pass to another, someone with the same love and wonder that had guided her own path. But for now she was content. She had found her place in the world, a harmony that resonated with the stars and the earth. With Ember by her side, she turned to leave the glade, her heart full of gratitude and peace. As she walked through the snow-covered woods, the heart of the forest glowed softly in her hands, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the love that had guided her every step of the way. And so, Anya's story became part of the lore of Willowbrook, a tale of friendship, transformation, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Her legacy lived on in the hearts of those who followed, a beacon of hope and harmony in a world of wonder. In the end, Anya understood that the true magic of the heart of the forest was not in the orb itself, but in the love and connection it inspired, a magic that would live on, as timeless and eternal as the stars. Story 83. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled snugly between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Liana. Her days were spent wandering under the emerald canopy, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to tell stories of their own. The village was small and peaceful, a place where time moved slowly and the air always smelled faintly of wildflowers and dew. Liana was a curious child, with eyes like polished amber and hair the color of autumn leaves. She had a boundless imagination and a heart that was open to the wonders of the world around her. Her best friend was a boy named Finn, who lived at the edge of the village, near the path that led deep into the forest. Finn was known for his gentle nature and his ability to find beauty in the simplest of things, like the song of a brook or the way the wind rustled through the grass. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of winter's chill began to creep into the air, Liana and Finn decided to explore a part of the forest they had never ventured into before. They packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and apples, and set off with the sun just beginning to peek over the treetops, casting a golden glow across their path. As they walked, Liana couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was alive, not just with the usual rustlings of creatures and the sighing of the wind, but with something more, something magical. The leaves seemed to whisper secrets to her, and the branches arched gracefully overhead as if bowing to welcome them. After some time, they stumbled upon a glade they hadn't seen before. It was a perfect circle, bathed in sunlight, with a small, clear pond at its center. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth and the gentle sound of birdsong. In the middle of the pond, they noticed something unusual, a large, smooth stone that seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. "What do you think it is?" Finn asked, his voice hushed with awe as they approached the water's edge. "I'm not sure," Liana replied, crouching down to peer into the pond. The stone was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was iridescent, shifting colors with the light, one moment blue, the next green, then a soft pink. "It's beautiful." Finn reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the water. "I've heard stories about magical stones," he said thoughtfully. "Some say they hold great power." Liana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you think this one could be magical?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Only one way to find out," Finn said, grinning. With a careful hand, he reached into the water and lifted the stone. It was surprisingly light, and as he held it, A gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the stone was alive with its own energy. As they examined the stone, a soft, melodic voice drifted through the glade, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. "Welcome, young seekers," the voice said, echoing in the air around them. "You have found the heartstone, a relic of this forest, hidden from those who seek with malice, but revealed to those with pure hearts." Liana and Finn exchanged a look of wonder. "Who are you?" Liana asked, her eyes wide. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied. "The heartstone is a gift. It can reveal paths unseen, offer protection, and guide you to the truth you seek. But it must be used wisely, with kindness and respect for all living things." The children nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility that had been bestowed upon them. "We promise to use it well," Finn said solemnly, clutching the stone a little tighter. "The heartstone will lead you on a journey," the spirit continued. "It will show you the hidden wonders of this world and help you grow. Trust in each other and in the magic that surrounds you." With these words, the voice faded, leaving Liana and Finn standing in the glade, the heartstone glowing softly in Finn's hands. They felt a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that they had been chosen for something special. Over the following days, Liana and Finn discovered that the heartstone truly did possess magical properties. When they held it together, it would glow brighter and reveal a shimmering path that led them to hidden places within the forest, glens filled with rare flowers, groves where ancient trees told stories in the rustling of their leaves, and clearings where they could watch the stars dance across the night sky. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire in one such clearing, Finn turned to Liana with a thoughtful expression. "Do you ever wonder what the heartstone wants us to find?" he asked, his voice soft against the backdrop of the night. Liana nodded, her gaze fixed on the glowing embers. "I think it wants us to see the world in a new way, to understand the magic in the everyday things we take for granted." Finn smiled, warmed by her words. "Maybe it's also about finding the magic within ourselves," he suggested. Their journey with the heartstone was not without challenges. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more they encountered obstacles. Dense thickets, steep cliffs, and sudden storms that tested their resolve and courage. But each time the heartstone showed them the way, teaching them to rely on their intuition and each other. One day, as they followed the heartstone's glowing path, they stumbled upon a hidden valley, lush and vibrant, unlike anything they had seen before. It was filled with creatures they had only heard of in stories, graceful unicorns, playful fairies, and wise old owls that watched them with knowing eyes. In the center of the valley stood a massive oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with shimmering silver leaves. At its base, they found a small door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. "This must be the heart of the forest," Liana whispered, her voice filled with awe. With a gentle nudge from the heartstone, the door creaked open, revealing a warm, inviting glow inside. As they stepped through, they found themselves in a cozy chamber filled with the scent of honey and wildflowers. A figure sat in the center, a gentle, elderly woman with eyes that sparkled like the heartstone itself. "Welcome, dear children," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am the keeper of the heartstone." Liana and Finn approached with reverence, the heartstone pulsing warmly in their hands. "We've followed the stone's guidance," Liana said, her heart full of gratitude. "It's shown us so much." The keeper nodded, her smile kind and knowing. "The heartstone has chosen you well. You have shown great courage and kindness, and in doing so, you have uncovered the true magic of this forest." Finn looked at the keeper, curiosity shining in his eyes. "What is the heartstone's purpose?" he asked. "It is a beacon," the keeper explained, "a guide for those who seek to understand the world and themselves. It reveals the hidden beauty in all things and helps those who are lost find their way home." The keeper's words resonated deeply with Liana and Finn. They realized that their journey had been about more than just discovering the wonders of the forest. It had been a journey of self-discovery, one that had brought them closer to each other and to the world around them. As they prepared to leave, the keeper bestowed upon them a gift, a small, delicate branch from the great oak, its leaves shimmering with the same light as the heartstone. This will remind you of your journey and the magic you carry within you, she said. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, Liana and Finn bid farewell to the Keeper and the hidden valley. As they walked back through the forest, the heartstone's light gently guiding their way, they felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. Their journey had taught them the importance of friendship, the beauty of the natural world, and the power of believing in something greater than themselves. And as they stepped back into the familiar embrace of Willowbrook, they knew they would carry these lessons with them, always. From that day forward, Liana and Finn shared their tales with the village, inspiring others to look beyond the surface and find the magic in the everyday world around them. And though their adventure with the Heartstone had come to an end, a new journey was just beginning, one filled with the promise of endless discovery, guided by the light of friendship and the magic of the heart. Story 84. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the golden sun that kissed the morning dew on the fields. Her home was a cozy cottage, surrounded by a vibrant garden where butterflies danced and birds serenaded the dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the amber leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, Clara set out for her usual walk through the woodland path that wound like a ribbon through the trees. Her favorite companion was a small wicker basket, in which she collected forest treasures, acorns, pine cones, and the occasional feather. On this particular day, as she ventured deeper into the woods, Clara stumbled upon something unusual. Nestled beneath the sprawling roots of an ancient oak tree was a peculiar-looking stone, smooth and round, with shimmering patterns that seemed to shift like starlight under her touch. It was unlike anything she had seen before, and it glowed with a soft, inviting light. Feeling a tingle of excitement, Clara decided to take the stone with her, cradling it gently in her basket. Little did she know, this stone was not ordinary. It held the secret to a world of wonder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the village was bathed in a soft twilight glow, Clara sat by the fireplace with the stone in her lap. Suddenly the stone began to hum, a gentle melody that filled the room with warmth. To Clara's amazement, the stone spoke, in a voice as soft as a whispering brook. "Dear Clara," it began, "I am a stone of secrets, a keeper of forgotten magic. Your heart has awakened me, and now together we shall embark on a journey of discovery." Clara listened, her eyes wide with wonder, as the stone continued, "Your path will take you to the meadow of memories, where the past and present dance in harmony. There you will find a gift, a magical ability that will help you bring joy and harmony to Willowbrook." Eager to begin her adventure, Clara set out the very next day, guided by the stone's gentle glow. The path led her through the misty forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine. Along the way, Clara met a host of enchanting companions. First was Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers like silver moonlight. He perched upon her shoulder, offering guidance with his knowing eyes. Next was Lyla, a mischievous squirrel with a heart full of laughter, who scampered alongside, sharing stories of the forest's hidden wonders. And finally there was Finn, a gentle deer with velvet antlers, who walked by Clara's side, his presence a comforting balm against the unknown. Together, they journeyed to the Meadow of Memories, a place where the sunlight danced upon wildflowers in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was alive with the sweet song of nature. In the center of the meadow stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface like polished glass, reflecting the sky's azure hues. As Clara approached the pond, the stone hummed once more. "Here lies your challenge, dear Clara. To unlock your gift, you must look beyond what is seen and listen to the whispers of your heart." Clara closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the meadow wash over her, the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets, the gentle lapping of water against the pond's edge. She took a deep breath, allowing her heart to guide her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The true magic lay not in the stone, but in the connections she fostered, the kindness she shared, and the joy she brought to others. Her gift was the ability to see the beauty in the ordinary and to inspire others to do the same. With newfound clarity, Clara and her companions began their journey home, the stones glow, a beacon of light in the gathering dusk. Along the way, they shared tales and laughter, their hearts intertwined by the bonds of friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Clara used her gift to weave joy into the fabric of everyday life. She organized gatherings where the villagers shared stories and laughter, created art from nature's bounty, and celebrated the simple wonders of the world around them. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara's legacy grew, and the village thrived, a testament to the power of kindness and connection. And though the magical stone eventually faded, its light lived on in the hearts of all who had been touched by its gentle glow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Clara's story became a cherished tale, whispered by the fireside, a gentle reminder that the true magic of life lies in the love and joy we share. And with that, dear listener, may your dreams be filled with warmth and wonder as you drift into a peaceful slumber. Story 85. In a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, always eager to learn about the world around her. One day, while playing in the meadow, Lily stumbled upon an old, tarnished teapot, half buried in the tall grass. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary object, but as she brushed away the dirt, she noticed something peculiar. The teapot had a faint glow, and the metal felt warm to the touch. Intrigued, Lily picked it up and brought it home, where she carefully cleaned and polished it. That night, as she was getting ready for bed, she heard a faint whisper coming from the teapot. "Hello, little one," said a gentle voice. "My name is Jasmine, and I am the guardian spirit of this enchanted teapot." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as the teapot's lid opened, and a wisp of lavender-scented steam emerged, taking the shape of a kindly old woman. Jasmine explained that the teapot had been enchanted long ago by a powerful wizard, imbued with the ability to grant wishes, but only to those with pure hearts and good intentions. Over the next few days, Lily and Jasmine became fast friends. The wise spirit regaled the young girl with tales of her adventures across distant lands, and Lily listened with rapt attention. However, Jasmine also warned her that the teapot's magic was fading, and unless they embarked on a journey to find the wizard who had enchanted it, the magic would be lost forever. Determined to save her newfound friend, Lily set out on an adventure, carrying the teapot in her backpack. Along the way, she encountered a cast of delightful companions who joined her quest. There was Theo, a mischievous but loyal squirrel who had a knack for finding hidden paths, and Rosie, a gentle field mouse with an encyclopedic knowledge of herbs and their magical properties. Together, they faced challenges and obstacles, from treacherous mountain trails to dark, tangled forests. But through it all, Jasmine's wisdom and guidance kept them safe and focused on their goal. She taught Lily the importance of patience, resilience, and looking beyond appearances to see the true nature of things. One day, as they crossed a vast desert, they encountered a group of travelers whose wagon had broken down. While others passed them by, Lily insisted on helping, using the last of their water and supplies to assist the stranded travelers. Little did she know that among them was the very wizard they had been seeking, disguised as a humble traveler to test the hearts of those he met. Impressed by Lily's kindness and selflessness, the wizard revealed his true identity and thanked her for her generosity. As a reward, he renewed the enchantment on the teapot, ensuring that Jasmine's magic would endure for generations to come. On their journey back home, Lily reflected on the incredible adventure she had experienced. She had learned that true magic lies not in possessing extraordinary powers, but in the simple acts of kindness, courage, and friendship that make the world a better place. From that day on, Lily and Jasmine remained inseparable, using the teapot's magic to bring joy and wonder to those around them, always guided by the wisdom they had gained on their remarkable journey. Story 86. Once upon a dreamy eve, as the forest stretched its ancient boughs towards the twilight sky, a family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their noses twitching with curiosity. The air was thick with the scents of wild thyme and honeysuckle, and the gentle breeze carried whispers of secrets long forgotten. Willow, the eldest of the litter, bounded forward, her soft gray fur catching the last rays of the setting sun. Her younger siblings, Thistle and Bramble, followed close behind, their eyes wide with wonder at the forest's nightly transformation. As they hopped through the ferns and mossy logs, they caught glimpses of the hidden lives of their woodland neighbors. A family of field mice scurried past, their tiny paws carrying seeds and husks for their winter store. A magnificent stag raised his regal head, his antlers adorned with the last leaves of autumn, before melting back into the shadows. Willow paused to nibble on a succulent mushroom, its earthy flavor bursting on her tongue. "Do you taste that, my siblings?" she asked. "That is the very essence of the forest, the life force that sustains us all." Thistle and Bramble nodded, their eyes shining with understanding. For in this ancient realm, every creature understood the delicate balance that existed between them and the land they called home. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glowing wisps of light danced among the trees, leading the rabbits deeper into the heart of the woods. Willow recognized these ethereal beings, the spirits of the forest, guardians of nature's harmony. "Follow closely, little ones," she whispered. "Tonight, we shall bear witness to a sacred ritual." They emerged into a moonlit clearing, where a great willow tree stood tall and proud, its branches swaying in a gentle rhythm. Gathered around its ancient trunk were the elders of the forest, wise owls, noble deer, and watchful foxes, all drawn by the pull of the changing seasons. As the full moon reached its zenith, the willow tree seemed to shimmer with energy. Its leaves rustled and glowed, and a warm, golden light spilled forth, bathing the clearing in its radiant embrace. The spirits of the forest swirled and danced, their luminous forms weaving intricate patterns in the air. Willow felt a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. "This is the blessing of the seasons," she explained softly. "A sacred ritual passed down through generations, where the spirits of nature bestow their gifts upon the forest and all who dwell within." Thistle and Bramble watched in awe as the golden light seemed to seep into the very earth, renewing and rejuvenating all it touched. The trees stood taller, their leaves greener and more vibrant. The wildflowers bloomed with renewed vigor, their petals unfurling in a riot of color. As the ritual reached its climax, the spirits converged upon the willow tree, their forms merging into a brilliant orb of light. From this celestial sphere emerged a single, shimmering figure, the embodiment of nature's wisdom, the guiding force that maintained the delicate balance of the forest. In a voice that resonated like the whisper of the wind through the trees, the spirit spoke, "My children, heed the lessons of the earth and sky. Respect the cycle of life, for in death, new beginnings are born. Cherish the bonds that bind you to this sacred place, and may your hearts forever beat in harmony with the rhythms of nature." With those words, the spirit dispersed into a million points of light, each one carrying a fragment of its wisdom to every corner of the forest. Willow felt the warmth of that ancient knowledge settle within her, a flame to be tended and passed on to future generations. She knew that as long as the rabbits and their woodland kin remained true guardians of the forest, its magic would never fade. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Willow led her siblings back to their burrow, their hearts filled with the wonder of the night's events. And as they drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the forest lulled them into dreams of endless beauty and harmony. Story 87, title, The Enchanted Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled between whispering hills and a shimmering lake, lay the quaint village of Moonshadow. The village was ensconced in perpetual twilight, where the stars seemed to hang lower, winking and twinkling like old friends. In this village, the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine, and the cobblestone streets were lined with houses that glowed softly, as if lit from within by the gentle light of 1,000 fireflies. In the heart of Moonshadow, there lived a young girl named Lyla. She was a curious soul with eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stories yet to be told. Lyla lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of the old world, where magic was as common as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Every night, under the silvery glow of the moon, Lyra would listen to her grandmother's stories with rapt attention, her heart filled with dreams of adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra found herself wandering the edge of the whispering woods. It was a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees were said to speak in hushed tones and the shadows played tricks on the eyes. As she strolled along, her thoughts drifting like the clouds above, she noticed a glint of light peeking through a thicket of ancient oaks. Curious as ever, Lyra pushed aside the branches and found herself in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered lantern. Its glass was clouded with age, yet it emitted a soft, inviting glow, as if it held the very essence of the stars. Lyra's heart skipped a beat, for she knew this was no ordinary lantern. It was the Enchanted Lantern, a legendary artifact spoken of only in hushed whispers. Legend had it that the Enchanted Lantern contained the power to reveal hidden worlds and secrets untold. It was said to be a beacon for those with pure hearts, guiding them through the unknown and helping them find their true path. With trembling hands, Lyra reached out and touched the lantern's cool surface. Instantly, a warm pulse of light enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug at the core of her being, as if the lantern itself was inviting her on a journey. As night descended, wrapping the village in a blanket of quietude, Lyra made her way home, the lantern cradled carefully in her arms. Her grandmother, seeing the lantern, nodded knowingly, a soft smile playing at the corners of her lips. "The lantern has chosen you, my dear," she said, her voice a soothing lullaby. "It will guide you, but remember, the journey is yours to make." That night, as Lyra lay in bed, the lantern cast a warm glow across her room, its light dancing on the walls like gentle waves upon the shore. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamed of far-off lands and hidden worlds, of friendships forged in the heart of adventure, and of mysteries that begged to be unraveled. The following morning, Lyra awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew that she must embark on a journey, one that would lead her beyond the familiar confines of Moonshadow and into the unknown. With her grandmother's blessing and the lantern in hand, she set off, her heart a flutter of anticipation and wonder. As she ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the familiar sights and sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of the forest. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling like 1,000 tiny voices. The air was alive with the scent of earth and moss, and the path beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, like a well-worn friend. The lantern's glow guided her, casting light upon the hidden pathways that wound through the forest. It wasn't long before Lyra came upon a peculiar sight, a small squirrel with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The squirrel chattered excitedly and scampered up to Lyra, as if welcoming her to this enchanted realm. "Hello, little one," Lyra greeted, her voice gentle and warm. "Do you know where this lantern is leading me?" The squirrel nodded vigorously and beckoned for her to follow. With each step, Lyra felt a sense of camaraderie with her new companion, a bond forged in the shared wonder of exploration. Together they journeyed through the forest, the lantern illuminating their way. As they traveled, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their trunks wrapped in vines of emerald green. The air was filled with the sound of birdsong, a melodious chorus that echoed through the canopy like a serenade. And then, as if by magic, the forest opened up to reveal a hidden world, a place of breathtaking beauty and enchantment. Before them lay a glistening lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the myriad colors of the sky. On the far shore, a village of tiny houses nestled among the roots of towering trees, their windows aglow with warm light. It was a place unlike any Lyra had ever seen, a world within the world, hidden from the eyes of those who did not seek it. As Lyra and the squirrel approached, the villagers emerged from their homes to greet them. They were a kind-hearted folk, with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages and smiles that spoke of welcome and warmth. Among them was an elder, her hair a crown of silver, and her presence as calming as the lake itself. "Welcome, traveler," the elder said, her voice a gentle breeze that carried the weight of ancient knowledge. "You have been chosen by the Enchanted Lantern, and your journey has brought you to us." Lyra felt a sense of belonging wash over her, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing all along. She spent her days learning from the villagers, discovering the secrets of their world and the magic that wove through every leaf and stone. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest and to see the beauty in the smallest of things. As time passed, Lyra grew in wisdom and understanding. her heart expanding with the love and friendship she found in this hidden world. She realized that the journey was not just about discovering new places, but about discovering herself, her strengths, her dreams, and her place in the tapestry of life. One day, as she sat by the lake, watching the sun dip below the horizon in a blaze of color, she felt a tug at her heart. It was time to return to Moonshadow, to share the stories and lessons she had learned with those she loved. With a heavy heart but a light spirit, Lyra bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return and visit the hidden village that had become a second home. The villagers gifted her a small pendant, crafted from a shard of the moon, to remind her of her journey and the magic that lay within her. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, the lantern's glow guiding her once more, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had journeyed far and discovered much, but the greatest discovery of all was the strength and wisdom that resided within her own heart. When Lyra returned to Moonshadow, the village was as she had left it, nestled in the embrace of twilight and the sweet scent of night jasmine. Her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride and love. That night, as Lyra sat by the fireplace, the enchanted lantern casting its gentle light across the room, she shared her tales of adventure and friendship, of hidden worlds and the magic of the heart. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her heart full of joy for the journey her granddaughter had taken. As Lyra lay in bed that night, the lantern's glow a comforting presence by her side, she reflected on her journey and the lessons she had learned. She realized that the world was full of wonders, both seen and unseen, and that the greatest journey of all was the one that led to the discovery of oneself. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams of future adventures, Lyra closed her eyes, the lantern's light a warm embrace as she drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. And so, in the village of Moonshadow, where the stars hung low and the air was sweet with jasmine, a young girl named Lyra discovered the magic of the world and the strength of her own spirit. Through wisdom and friendship, she overcame challenges and found her true path, guided by the gentle glow of an enchanted lantern. The end. Story 88. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire skies, there was a little bookshop that seemed to breathe stories into the air. Its wooden sign, painted with faded letters, swung gently in the breeze, the whispering pages. Inside the shop was a labyrinth of shelves, each one groaning under the weight of dusty tomes and vibrant novels. The scent of old paper mingled with the faint aroma of lavender that the shopkeeper always kept by the counter. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman named Miriam, was known for her gentle demeanor and her uncanny ability to find the perfect book for every visitor. Her eyes, like polished stones, sparkled with the secrets of the stories she guarded. She wore shawls of deep purple and silvery gray, which draped around her shoulders like the wings of a wise owl. One cool autumn evening, as the leaves danced across the cobblestone streets like tiny fire spirits, a young girl named Lyla wandered into the shop. Her cheeks were rosy from the crisp air, and her eyes were wide with curiosity. Lyla was an inquisitive child, always searching for the next adventure, whether it was hidden between the pages of a book or tucked away in the nooks of her imagination. As she explored the shop, Lyla's fingers brushed against a particularly old, leather-bound volume. The book seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it had been waiting for her touch. Intrigued, she pulled it from the shelf, its cover embossed with the image of a shimmering quill. Miriam, noticing Lyla's captivation, approached with a soft smile. "Ah, you found the quill of whispers," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze rustling through willow branches. "That is no ordinary book." "What is it?" Lyla asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Miriam's eyes twinkled with mystery. "It is said that whoever holds the quill of whispers can hear the stories of the world, whispered to them by the wind itself." Lyla's heart fluttered with excitement. "Can I try it?" "Of course," Miriam nodded, her smile warm and encouraging. "But remember, the stories it tells are not just for listening. They are for understanding." Lyla opened the book, and to her astonishment, the pages were blank. But as she held the book in her hands, she felt a soft breeze curl around her, carrying with it the faintest of whispers. She closed her eyes, and the world around her melted away, replaced by the vivid tapestry of a story unfolding in her mind's eye. The whispers told of a hidden grove within the nearby forest, where the rarest of flowers bloomed only under the light of the full moon. This flower, the moonlit bloom, was said to have the power to heal the deepest of wounds, not just of the body, but of the heart. Lyla, filled with wonder and determination, knew she had to find this grove. The tale hinted at a path not marked on any map, a journey that would test her kindness, her patience, and her wisdom. With Miriam's encouragement and the book tucked safely under her arm, Lyla set out as twilight painted the world in hues of violet and gold. As she ventured into the forest, the leaves whispered secrets, and the shadows played gentle games at her feet. The path was not easy to find, but Lila's heart was her compass, guiding her with hope and curiosity. Along the way, she met a wise old owl named Augustus perched on a gnarled branch. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were pools of ancient knowledge. "Where are you bound, young one?" Augustus hooted softly. "I'm searching for the moonlit bloom," Lyla replied, her voice filled with resolve. Augustus blinked thoughtfully. "The path to the bloom is not for the hurried or the hasty. It requires a heart that listens. Would you like some guidance?" Lyla nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." The owl nodded solemnly. "Then follow the music of the forest. It will lead you where you need to go." With Augustus's words echoing in her mind, Lyla slowed her pace, listening intently to the symphony of the woods, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and the birdsong that rippled through the canopy. She followed the melody, each note a step closer to her destination. As night fell and the full moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the forest, Lyla found herself at the entrance of a hidden grove. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where delicate flowers shimmered like stars scattered across the earth. In the center of the grove stood the moonlit bloom, its petals aglow with a gentle luminescence. Lyla approached with reverence, and as she knelt beside the flower, she felt a deep peace settle over her. The whispers of the quill of whispers danced through her mind, weaving a tale of compassion, understanding, and healing. With newfound wisdom, Lyla gently picked a single bloom, feeling its warmth seep into her soul. She knew now that the journey was not just about finding the flower, but also about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. Returning to the village, Lyla shared her story with Miriam and the townsfolk, offering the healing properties of the moonlit bloom to those in need. The village seemed to glow with renewed hope and unity, each person touched by Lyla's journey and the magical whispers she had followed. As the days turned to weeks and the quill of whispers continued to tell its tales, Lyla learned that true magic often lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple acts of listening, understanding, and sharing. And so, in the cozy warmth of the whispering pages, where stories lived and breathed, Lyla's tale became one of many, a gentle reminder that the world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and open minds. As the twilight deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyla settled into bed, the tender whispers of the forest still echoing in her dreams. She knew that no matter where her adventures might lead, she would always carry with her the gentle wisdom of the wind and the quiet strength of the moonlit bloom. Story 89. In a quaint village nestled between lush hills and meandering streams, there existed a fable so mysterious that it whispered its way through generations. The villagers spoke of a hidden glade where time flowed differently, a place untouched by the mundane world, known only as the Whispering Glade. It was said that those who found it were granted a single glimpse into their true selves, a reflection of their heart's deepest desires. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen, whose heart brimmed with curiosity and kindness. She was known for her gentle spirit and keen sense of adventure. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors and exploring the verdant landscapes that surrounded her home. Yet something within her longed for an adventure that lay beyond the familiar paths she knew so well. One morning, as the golden rays of dawn painted the sky, Anwen set out to explore the woods at the edge of the village. Her heart thrummed with the promise of discovery as she wandered deeper into the thickets, her feet dancing over the carpet of fallen leaves that whispered secrets of the earth beneath them. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, Anwen's eyes sparkled with delight as she watched the sunlight filter through the canopy, casting playful shadows that flickered like sprites across her path. As she walked, she hummed a tune that twined with the songs of the birds, creating a melody that seemed to harmonize with the very heartbeat of the forest. After a time, Anwen stumbled upon a trail she had never seen before. The path was narrow and winding, lined with wildflowers, whose colors were so vivid they seemed to bloom with the essence of the forest itself. Her heart skipped a beat with excitement, for she felt as though the forest were inviting her to step into its hidden depths. As she followed the trail, Anwen noticed a peculiar sensation in the air, a gentle hum, like a distant echo of a forgotten dream. It was as though the forest were alive with stories waiting to be told. The deeper she ventured, the more the world around her seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Suddenly, she found herself standing at the edge of a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The whispering glade, she realized, had found her. The glade was bathed in a soft, silvery light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The air was thick with magic, carrying the scent of honey and wildflowers, and the ground was covered in a lush moss that glimmered like emeralds. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, ancient and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that pulsed with the glow of moonlight. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if it were calling her name in a language only her heart could understand. As she approached, she noticed a small, hollowed nook at the base of the tree. Inside lay a curious object, a silver locket, its surface engraved with swirling motifs that seemed to dance in the soft light. Anwen picked it up, feeling its cool weight in her palm. She sensed that this was no ordinary locket. It was a key, not to a door, but to the secrets of the heart. With a mixture of reverence and curiosity, Anwen opened the locket. Inside, instead of a picture or a keepsake, she found a tiny swirling fog, like a wisp of cloud captured within the confines of metal. Entranced, she watched as the mist formed into a scene, a reflection of the whispering glade itself. The vision within the locket began to shift, revealing another landscape, a village by the sea where cliffs met the waves with a resounding embrace. In this vision, Anwen saw herself standing by the shore, her hair billowing in the wind, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She felt a pang of recognition, as if this scene was both a memory and a dream of the future. Suddenly, the vision faded, and Anwen found herself back in the glade, the locket warm in her hand. She understood that the locket had shown her a part of herself she had yet to discover, a yearning for the sea, a journey she had yet to undertake. Filled with newfound purpose, Anwen closed the locket and slipped it into her pocket. She knew that the path ahead would not be easy, that it would require courage and faith, but she also knew that she was not alone. The forest, with all its magic and mystery, was with her. As she made her way back to the village, the woods seemed to rustle with approval, the wind carrying the scent of salt and sea. Anwen's heart soared with the promise of adventure, and she felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that she would return to the whispering glade once more. The days turned into weeks, and Anwen prepared for her journey to the sea. She gathered supplies and bid farewell to her neighbors, who wished her well with warm smiles and gentle words. Though she felt a twinge of sadness at leaving, the call of the sea was a melody she could not ignore. Her journey led her through verdant valleys and over rolling hills, each step bringing her closer to the vision she had seen in the locket. The landscape changed as she traveled, the air growing salty and the cries of seabirds filling the sky. Finally, after many days of travel, Anwen arrived at the village by the sea. It was a place of rugged beauty, where the land met the water in a dance of foam and stone. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, their hearts as warm as the sunlit sands. Anwen quickly fell in love with the village, its rhythm of tides and time lulling her into a sense of belonging. She spent her days exploring the cliffs and beaches, her nights under a tapestry of stars that seemed to sing of ancient tales and whispered promises. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and violet, Anwen climbed to the top of a cliff that overlooked the ocean. There she felt the presence of the locket, as if it were urging her to open it once more. With trembling hands, she unclasped the locket and gazed into its depths. This time the mist formed a scene of the village she had left behind, the whispering glade bathed in moonlight. She saw her friends, old and new, gathered around a fire, their laughter rising like sparks into the night. Tears sprang to her eyes as she realized that the journey had indeed changed her, but it had also connected her to a deeper understanding of home. She understood now that the true magic of the locket was not in showing her where she needed to be, but in helping her see the bonds that connected her to both land and sea, to the people she loved. With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen closed the locket and placed it around her neck, feeling its weight as a reminder of the wisdom she carried within. She sat on the cliff, watching the waves dance with the shore, knowing that she was exactly where she needed to be. And so, in the gentle embrace of the sea breeze, Anwen found her peace. Her journey had not only led her to the sea, but had also brought her back to herself, to the connections that bound her to the world and the people she cherished. As she made her way back to the village, the stars began to twinkle above, a silent chorus that sang of dreams fulfilled and journeys yet to come. Anwen's heart was light, her spirit as vast and free as the ocean itself, a testament to the magic of the whispering glade and the locket that had shown her the way. Thus, the tale of Anwen and the whispering glade became another legend to be told among the villagers, a story of adventure and self-discovery, of the unseen magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be awakened by the gentle call of the heart. And as the years passed, Anwen's story inspired others to seek their own paths, to listen to the whispers of their own hearts, and to find the courage to follow wherever those whispers might lead. In the years that followed, Anwen became a beloved figure in the village by the sea. Her kindness and wisdom were sought by many, and she often shared tales of her journey, of the magical glade that had set her on her path. She spoke of the locket and the visions it revealed, encouraging others to look within themselves for guidance and truth. The village thrived, its people united by the bonds of friendship and shared dreams. They celebrated the changing seasons with festivals that echoed the music of the waves and the songs of the forest. Anwen, with her gentle heart and adventurous spirit, became a symbol of hope and inspiration for all who knew her. As the years passed, the locket remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the journey that had transformed her life. Anwen wore it always, a silver talisman that glinted in the sunlight and shimmered in the moonlight. It was a symbol of her connection to the whispering glade and the magic that lay within her own heart. One crisp autumn evening, as the village gathered for a harvest celebration, Anwen stood by the shore, gazing out at the endless expanse of sea. The air was filled with laughter and music, a symphony of joy that resonated with the rhythm of the waves. Suddenly she felt a gentle tug at her hand. She looked down to see a young girl with wide, curious eyes. The child gazed up at her with a mixture of awe and admiration. "Will you tell me a story?" the girl asked, her voice as soft as the whispering wind. Anwen smiled warmly, taking the girl's hand and leading her to a spot by the fire. The villagers gathered around, eager to listen to the tale that Anwen would weave. And so, beneath a sky filled with stars, Anwen began to speak. She told of the whispering glade, of the journey that had led her to the sea, and of the locket that had revealed the secrets of her heart. Her words flowed like a gentle stream, painting vivid pictures in the minds of her listeners. As she spoke, the fire crackled and danced, casting a warm glow over the faces of those gathered. The air was thick with enchantment, and the village seemed to hold its breath, captivated by the magic of Anwen's tale. When she finished, a hush fell over the crowd. The young girl who had asked for the story gazed at Anwen with eyes full of wonder. "Do you think I could find the whispering glade?" the girl asked, her voice tinged with hope. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with affection. "The glade is a place of magic," she replied gently. "But the true magic lies within you, waiting to be discovered. Listen to your heart, and it will guide you to the places you are meant to go." The girl nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Anwen knew that she had ignited a spark within the child, a spark that would grow into a flame of adventure and self-discovery. As the village celebration continued, Anwen felt a profound sense of contentment. She had found her place in the world, a place where she could share the wisdom she had gained and inspire others to embark on their own journeys of the heart. The night wore on, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky. Anwen sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and loved ones, her heart full of gratitude for the life she had chosen. And so, the story of Anwen and the Whispering Glade became a part of the village's lore, a tale passed down through generations. It was a story of adventure and transformation, of the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be awakened by the gentle call of the heart. In the quiet moments of the night, Anwen would often find herself gazing at the locket, reflecting on the journey that had brought her to this place of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the locket's true power lay not in its ability to show her the way, but in its reminder that the answers she sought were always within her, waiting to be discovered. As the years turned into decades, the village by the sea continued to thrive, its people bound together by the stories and dreams that Anwen had inspired. The Whispering Glade remained a cherished part of their folklore, a symbol of the magic that lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to be found by those with the courage to seek it. And so, the legacy of Anwen lived on, a testament to the power of adventure, friendship, and the wisdom that comes from following one's heart. Her story became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that the true journey of life is one of discovery and connection, of finding one's place in the world and sharing that journey with others. In the end, it was not the destination that mattered, but the journey itself, the path that led Anwen to the sea, to the village she called home, and to the people who filled her life with love and meaning. It was a journey that had begun with a single step into the unknown, guided by the whispers of the heart and the magic of the Whispering Glade.